In the future, humanity strides into the interstellar age. Having children is investment, and procreation is expanding the frontier. This has become a consensus among all. Chen Yang just turned 18, has been judged by his school to carry inferior mutant genes, and has lost the right to choose a spouse. The only option left was a random match from the lottery pool. Sagittarius Colony No. 2343, Central Plaza. Beneath the enormous dome, the simulated blue sky and white clouds were immaculate, and the air carried the sweet cloying scent of nutrient fluid mixed with synthetic fragrance. Today was the coming-of-age ceremony of New Era 9223A, the day that would decide the future fate of every 18-year-old. Chen Yang stood in the crowded plaza, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Countless gazes converged on the towering silver-white assessment platform at the center of the plaza. Their Federation staff would test each person's genetic sequence and pass judgment. Next, Chen Yang. The cold synthetic voice echoed across the plaza. Here it came. Chen Yang took a deep breath and walked through the crowd, every step feeling as if he were treading on cotton. The whispered discussions around him were chaotic, drilling into his ears. It's Chen Yang. I heard his mock test scores have always been top-notch. He might have a shot at A-level. A-level. Those are the cream of the crop, the ones who can enter the Federation's top academy. His childhood sweetheart stood in the crowd not far away and gave him an encouraging smile. The bright smile briefly calmed Chen Yang's racing heart. He stepped onto the assessment platform and, following the instructions, pressed his palm against the cold metal scanning plate. A soft blue beam swept from top to bottom across his entire body. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the letter of glory to appear on the central screen. 1 second. 2 seconds. On the large screen, a virtual card carrying Chen Yang's information was being generated. Name Chen Yang. Age 18. Genetic rating. After a brief flicker, the fate-deciding character finally froze into place. F. A gray letter that in this era meant a completely dark future. The whole plaza, after one instant of silence, burst into an uproar. F level. How is that possible? Inferior genes. God, I thought he'd be at least B-level. Ha ha, hilarious. What's the use of being good at tests if his genes are this poor? Chen Yang froze where he stood. Staring at the huge F, his mind went completely blank. The homeroom teacher on the platform had been full of expectation moments ago, but now disappointment was practically spilling from his face. He shook his head slightly and avoided Chen Yang's gaze. At that moment, a harsh laugh rang out with unusual clarity. Huh. F level. Chen Yang, you've really given us all a huge surprise. Gao Lang, a rich kid who used his B-level genes to bully everyone at school, was now filled with undisguised schadenfreude. A disgrace to the gene pool. People like you just waste the Federation's air and resources. From now on, when you see us A-level and B-level lords, take another path. Don't pollute our genetic environment. His words were like countless steel needles stabbing into Chen Yang's heart. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain at all. He instinctively looked toward his childhood sweetheart. She avoided his eyes, silently stepped back, and disappeared into the crowd as if she had never known him. The personal terminal on his wrist vibrated once. A message popped up. Chen Yang, we are no longer people from the same world. Let's break up. The icy words shattered the last of his illusions. Above the plaza, the AI's emotionless electronic voice rang out. According to Article 37 of the New Era Talent Act, Chen Yang, a citizen with F-level genetic rating, is hereby deprived of the right to enter higher institutions and the right to freely choose a spouse. This information has been entered into the Federal Household Registration System and shall be enforced. No right to freely choose a spouse. Social death. So this is what it felt like. Chen Yang didn't know how he got down from the platform, left the plaza, or made it home. When he pushed open the door, the living room was dead silent. His parents sat on the sofa, sighing heavily. His older brothers and sisters shook their heads in despair. Everyone knew that this genetic rating was hopeless. No one comforted him. No one knew how. Just then the doorbell rang. A worker in community uniform walked in and expressionlessly handed him a document. Mr. Chen Yang, according to the act, you must attend the social balance marriage lottery within 24 hours. The worker's tone was pure bureaucracy with no warmth at all. Your match candidate pool will be screened from the Federation database. Candidates include, but are not limited to, individuals with physical or psychological deficiencies or low-value individuals from marginalized races. Chen Yang felt utterly without hope. With no choice left, he eventually came alone to the lottery hall the worker had mentioned. The place was vast and oppressive. A few other young people who had also been rated F-level stood scattered around, their faces expressionless and hopeless. Gao Lang and his lackeys had actually followed him too. They stood on the nearby spectator stands ready to enjoy Chen Yang's final joke. Look, the loser is going to draw a wife. I bet it'll be someone missing a limb or someone mentally ill. Huh? Chen Yang turned a deaf ear. Step by step, he climbed the lottery platform and looked up at the giant screen. On the screen, his photo and the blood-red F-level mark were enlarged like a brand of shame. He closed his eyes. Let it all be destroyed. Whatever. He reached out and pressed the red lottery button hard. A hum. The data on the huge screen began to roll madly, countless distorted names and strange race information flashing past. Finally, the picture froze. Everyone craned their necks, waiting to see Chen Yang's joke. The match information slowly appeared on the screen. Name, Anya, age 18, race. Data missing. A burst of laughter broke out from the stands. Ha ha, data missing. What the hell is that? Even the system can't recognize it. Probably some unregistered race from some corner of the universe. I'm dying laughing. Gao Lang laughed the loudest, tears almost spilling. But in the next second, a scarlet warning frame burst open from the center of the screen. Warning: this individual carries a high-risk alien gene. Extreme matching risk. A piercing alarm rang through the hall, and all laughter stopped abruptly. In the end, the screen froze on two huge characters that shocked everyone present. Insectoid. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Zerg. These two words seemed to carry some kind of magic, instantly freezing the air in the entire lottery hall. The next moment, the crowd erupted like a lit explosive barrel. The Zerg. It's the Zerg. What the hell? Oh god, the Federation actually let that thing in. The Federation, for the sake of peace, has really started cooperating with the Zerg. In the tens of thousands of years of blood and tears in human Federation history, the Zerg equated to a calamity that devoured everything, a planetary destroyer. They were also the nightmare carved into the genes of most humans. Although over the past century, with the deepening of interstellar exploration, the Federation had reached a certain cooperative relationship with some Zerg branches in various aspects, that fear rooted deep in the soul simply could not be erased by a few news reports and official announcements. In the audience stands the smile on Gao Lang's face, stiffened for a moment, then transformed into a more pathological ecstasy. Ha ha ha. The Zerg. Chen Yang, you're done for. You've completely finished in this life. Marrying a Zerg one day, if she's not in the mood, she might just drain you dry, leaving not even bone fragments. Ha ha. His lackeys joined in the jeering, looking at Chen Yang as if viewing a corpse already sentenced to death. Chen Yang stood on the stage, his mind completely blank. The Zerg. He felt as though his life had fallen from the abyss of F-grade genes into another, even more terrifying hell. How the hell can a person's luck be this awful? Speak. Just at that moment, a mechanical synthesized voice devoid of any emotion abruptly resonated in his mind. Detected host has formed a deep bond with Emperor-grade bloodline queen of Blade's lineage. Conditions met. Multiply and prosper. System activated. What is this? Chen Yang's consciousness trembled violently. Immediately after, a translucent blue screen suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Multiply and prosper system. Host Chen Yang. Gene rating F, evolvable. Bonded partner Anya. Species Zerg, queen of Blade's lineage. Bloodline potential SSS. Core function: by combining with females of high bloodline potential and bearing offspring, one can obtain endless rewards from the gene source based on the quantity and quality of descendants. The more descendants, the stronger the bloodline, and the richer the rewards for the host. A continuous stream of information flooded Chen Yang's chaotic mind. Is it a system? It really is a system. Sorry, spoke a bit too loud just now. He stared fixedly at the most glaring line of information on the screen. Bloodline potential SSS. SSS. This was the highest rank in the Federation's gene rating system, existing only in theory. It represented infinite evolutionary possibilities. His heart, after remaining still for half a day, finally began to pound wildly again. This was his only chance to turn the tide. Student, come with us. Under the escort of law enforcement officers, Chen Yang passed through a series of cold metal corridors, finally stopping before a heavy alloy door. This was the Federation's special handover zone for individuals of other species, filled with the smell of disinfectant. Go, and your bride is inside. Once confirmed there's no problem, you can take her back. An officer gave him a look of complex pity, entering commands on the control panel. Hiss. The alloy door slowly slid open to both sides with a sound of air pressure. Chen Yang held his breath, his entire body's muscles unconsciously tensing, ready to face any terrifying sight that might appear. Was it a green-faced monster with fangs? An alien covered in carapace? Or a huge mass of flesh oozing with mucus? However, the scene behind the door left him completely stunned. It was an overly clean white room, completely empty. The only living thing was curled up on the metal bed in the distance. That was not a monster. That was a young girl. She wore a white dress washed to a slightly faded color, barefoot, with long, smooth black hair cascading down, almost covering half her face. As if hearing the sound of the door opening, her body shuddered slightly, then she slowly raised her head. An exquisitely delicate face, yet pale with not a trace of color, emerged. Most striking of all were her eyes. A pair of pure, flawless eyes like rubies. At that moment, those ruby-like eyes were filled with terror and unease. She was like a young deer separated from the herd in a storm, helplessly looking at the tall stranger at the doorway. She timidly spoke, her voice weak with an imperceptible tremor. Are you my husband? The enormous contrast caused Chen Yang's brain to short-circuit once again. This was the Zerg. This was the highly dangerous heterogeneity that had thrown the entire hall into panic. The fear, despair, and anxiety in his heart instantly vanished the moment he saw the frightened eyes of the young girl. Replaced by them was an irresistible desire to protect her. Just at that moment, the mechanical voice in his mind sounded again. Newbie mission released. Mission 1, conclude marriage. Officially register with bonded partner, and you becoming legal spouses. Mission 2, core conduct first, deep resonance with partner. Completing the above missions will earn you a newbie gift pack. Deep resonance. Chen Yang looked at the system panel's annotation for this term, meaning consummation. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. Yes. Hello, my name is Chen Yang. Anya raised her head, her ruby-like eyes full of timidity and unease. She looked at the strange man at the door and softly repeated, Chen Yang, are you my husband? The word husband, spoken from the mouth of a girl defined by the Federation as a highly dangerous heterogeneity, with a faint quivering tone, made Chen Yang's heart feel as if seized by an invisible hand. What monster? What calamity? Before his eyes was only a trembling girl who needed protection. His Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to make his voice sound gentler. Yes, I am. He took a step forward, reaching out his hand toward Anya. Let's go, we're going home. Home. That word made Anya's body shudder slightly. She had no home. From as far back as she could remember, she had been transferred from one cold white room to another studied. Tears swam in her eyes as she forced herself to nod, reaching out to Chen Yang without hesitation. Going home. That hand was clean with slender fingers, no weapons, and no threat whatsoever. Chen Yang gently grasped it. The touch was chillingly cold, and so fragile it tightened his chest. He led her out of this white cage. In the corridor, the two law enforcement officers instinctively stepped back half a pace as they emerged, their gazes flicking swiftly over Anya with palpable wariness. Student Chen, once you have confirmed there are no issues, you may proceed to the marriage registration office on the 3rd floor. One of them stated in an official tone, deliberately emphasizing the words, no issues. Please rest assured everything is fine, Chen Yang replied, then led Anya silently toward the elevator. The federal office was cold and efficient. The marriage registration office was even more desolate, with only the two of them present. An elderly clerk was in charge of the registration, his head bowed as he mechanically operated the holographic display. Name, Chen Yang. Match partner, Anya, species Zerg. When the clerk uttered the words Zerg, his hand trembled noticeably. He finally raised his head, regarding Chen Yang with an expression mingling pity and regret. Confirm the information, press your fingerprint, scan your iris. Chen Yang pressed his hand onto the authentication panel. Next, he turned to Anya. Anya gazed apprehensively at the authentication plate, glowing crimson, reluctant to approach. It is all right. Chen Yang gently patted the back of her hand with his other hand. Anya looked at him, then at the indifferent clerk, and finally pressed her hand onto the plate. Beep. Marriage relationship established. Information has been entered into the Federal Household Registration System. Wishing the newlyweds a happy life from this point forward. May you create more value for the Federation and all humanity in the future. The entire process took less than 3 minutes, rushed through without care. Only a blessing steeped in self-interest, the clerk sighed and said. All right, you may leave now. Stepping out of the federal building, the clamor of the outside world washed over them. Chen Yang watched Anya staying close beside him, regarding everything around her with a mixture of novelty and fear, and suddenly felt an unreal sense of absurdity. Just hours ago, he had been an F-rank waste on the verge of plunging into the abyss. And now he had a wife. A Zerg wife, feared by all of humanity. Chen Yang's residence was a low-cost apartment on the outskirts of the city, where the narrow corridor was filled with a damp, musty odor. He pushed open the door. The room was modest, a single bedroom, and living area sparsely furnished yet immaculately tidy. We have arrived, this is our home. Anya stood at the doorway, visibly unsure. Her small feet shifted nervously against the floor. This was her first time entering what could truly be called a home. You may sit anywhere. Chen Yang gestured toward the lone worn sofa. Anya approached with caution, perching only on the very edge with her back stiffly straight. Watching her obvious tension, Chen Yang poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Have some water. Anya accepted the glass, but did not drink, instead gazing down at her own reflection within it. Silence fell over the room. Chen Yang was unsure what to say, either the atmosphere awkward. He could sense that the girl beside him was like a startled bird, easily spooked by the slightest disturbance. As night deepened, neon light seeped through gaps in the curtains, casting dappled shadows across the room. Chen Yang's heartbeat began to quicken uncontrollably. In his mind, the novice quest notification kept flashing. Mission 2 core achieve the first deep resonance with your partner. The annotation was explicit. Consummation. He drew a deep breath, the air growing thick and warm. Turning toward Anya on the sofa, he noticed her body tense again. She seemed to sense something as well. Anya? His voice came out hoarse. She responded in barely a whisper. If you are tired today, we can always postpone the final step of our marriage. He struggled to phrase it carefully, determined not to come across as some aggressive brute. Anya's ears flushed faintly. She did not resist, merely shaking her head gently. Chen Yang, please do not misunderstand me. I am willing, but I do not know how. Please, teach me. That night stretched long, yet passed in an instant. When all had settled, Anya had already fallen into a deep sleep beside him. Her body was curled up, tears still clinging to her long lashes, yet her sleeping face radiated an extraordinary serenity, as if she had finally let go of all her defenses. Chen Yang lay awake, staring at the ceiling, completely devoid of sleep. At that moment, a strange warmth surged from the depths of his body, without warning. The warmth spread rapidly through his entire body, every cell erupting in rapturous anticipation, like parched earth finally receiving life-giving rain. Then the familiar blue interface unfolded before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have completed the novice mission. Novice reward package has been issued. Obtain basic physique enhancement elixir X1. Obtained spiritual enhancement potion X1. Obtained basic gene optimization solution X1. Obtained special status offspring conception acceleration, firstborn only. A series of notifications made Chen Yang's heart pound wildly. He opened the system's built-in item descriptions. Any single potion could make an ordinary family rich overnight on the black market. A single bottle of the most basic physique enhancement elixir fetched 1 Federation credits. That was nearly a year's worth of income for his parents working without food or rest, and also a month's rent for a slum apartment like his. Now he possessed 3. Without hesitation, System used the basic physique enhancement elixir. Confirming usage. The moment he spoke, a far more violent surge of heat exploded within him. Ugh! Chen Yang grunted in pain. He felt his bones groaning under unbearable strain, his muscle fibers tearing and reforming with far greater strength, while beneath his skin countless ants seemed to gnaw. The pain was acute yet accompanied by an indescribable euphoria. He could clearly see the gray segments on his gene chain representing F rank, being swept away and illuminated by a powerful force. The process lasted roughly 10 minutes. When all settled, Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes. The world in his perception had become utterly different. Dust particles floating in the air, the faint snores from the neighboring room, the footsteps of stray cats downstairs, all became extraordinarily vivid. He slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed. These hands appeared unchanged, yet the power contained within them was now worlds apart. He picked up a rigid plastic water cup from the table, gripping it as he normally would. Crack, with barely any effort. The sturdy plastic cup crumbled into powder between his fingers without a sound. Power. This was what power felt like. An unprecedented confidence surged from the depths of his heart. The body's enhancement had consumed tremendous energy, triggering an intense wave of hunger. He glanced at the sleeping Anya beside him and decided to head downstairs to the 24-hour convenience store for food. He dressed quietly and slipped out the door. At the stairwell entrance, several figures smoking ancient tobacco blocked his path. At their head stood Gao Lang. Gao Lang scrutinized Chen Yang from head to toe, his face radiating undisguised malice and schadenfreude. Oh, isn't this Chen Yang the F-rank genetic trash? Gao Lang burst into exaggerated laughter, and his 2 lackeys behind him joined in with shrill cackles. I heard you married a monster wife. Haha, what a perfect match. Monster wife. Gao Lang's laughter echoed through the narrow hallway, sharp and grating. Chen Yang, you're truly the worst among F-rankers. Even your taste is peculiar. The 2 lackeys behind him joined in with sinister chuckles, playing off each other. Boss Lang, you don't understand. This is called a freak pairing, nature's perfect match. Maybe they're enjoying themselves right now, being drained dry by that monster. The feeling must be quite special, huh? Ha ha. A barrage of filthy insults was heaped upon Chen Yang. If it were just a few hours ago, he would only lower his head and let these humiliations drown him. But now, Chen Yang simply looked calmly at these 3 jumping clowns before him. That warm power surging through his body brought an unprecedented sense of calm and strength. Seeing Chen Yang's silence, Gao Lang assumed he was terrified into speechlessness, and the malice on his face deepened. What, lost your voice? Or did that monster wife scare the courage right out of you? He stepped forward, reaching out to shove Chen Yang's shoulder. A familiar tactic to intimidate through physical dominance. I'm talking to you, trash. Gao Lang's hand shoved hard against Chen Yang's shoulder. But the expected stumble never came. Chen Yang remained perfectly still. The force behind the push meant nothing to him. It was like a fly crashing into him. Gao Lang's smile froze. Something was wrong. As a B-rank genetic individual, even if not top tier, his physical condition far exceeded ordinary people. Dealing with an F-rank trash should not feel like pushing against a wall. You? Gao Lang's astonishment lasted only a second before being replaced by angry embarrassment. He felt his authority was being challenged. You dare fight back? He roared, channeling the star disciple level power of his B-rank genetics. His arm muscles bulged as a right hook carrying the sound of wind crashed viciously toward Chen Yang's face. With 70% of his strength in that punch, he could have knocked a normal person senseless. The 2 lackeys grinned with anticipation, waiting to see Chen Yang bloodied and broken. Yet in Chen Yang's perception, the world seemed to have been put on slow motion. Gao Lang's fist, that face twisted in rage. Every detail was crystal clear. Too slow. Full of openings. His body's instincts moved faster than his thoughts. Chen Yang simply shifted his body slightly. Whoosh. Gao Lang's fist whistled past his ear, carrying a breeze before crashing harmlessly into empty space. The massive force, having missed its target, sent Gao Lang's body into an uncontrollable stumble. Right now, Chen Yang didn't hesitate for a moment. His body rotated smoothly, using his right foot as the pivot, his waist and abdomen generating power as a fresh surge of energy traveled from his spine to his arm. He threw a reverse punch, simple, direct, without any fancy movements. The fist landed precisely on Gao Lang's exposed abdomen, left open by the forward momentum. Bang! A dull, thunderous sound echoed. Gao Lang's expression froze instantly. He didn't even see how Chen Yang threw the punch. The next moment, his body flew backward like a kicked sack, feet leaving the ground. Thud! Gao Lang's back slammed against the opposite wall, with a tremendous crash, dust raining down from the hallway. He slid down the wall to the ground, his body curved like a cooked shrimp, his face twisted in pain. The entire hallway fell deathly silent. The mocking laughter on the 2 lackeys' faces gradually stiffened. You've also reached the Star Disciple level. Gao Lang said disbelievingly. Chen Yang hadn't yet studied the power testing system, so naturally, he didn't know what state the Star Disciple referred to. He spread his palm. This was power. This was the power that could make all those noisy flies shut up. He raised his head and coldly looked at the two lackeys whose legs had gone weak with fear. The two lackeys shivered under his gaze, instinctively stepping back a pace. Chen Yang said nothing, merely scanning them with a cold, indifferent look. Get lost. One word devoid of any emotion. The two lackeys felt as if granted a reprieve, scrambling and stumbling toward Gao Lang in a panic to help him up. Boss Lang, are you okay? Gao Lang was still spasming, unable to speak. Get lost and don't come bothering me again. Chen Yang's voice wasn't loud, but it rang clearly in everyone's ears. The two lackeys dared not linger any longer, dragging their half-conscious boss and fleeing down the stairs in disarray. The hallway finally returned to silence. Chen Yang stood there looking at his fist once more. Since his awakening, the humiliations, resentments, and anger he had endured seemed to have found release in that single punch. But there was no great pleasure of revenge in his heart, only a matter-of-fact calmness. The strong set the rules. The world should be this way. A strong hunger pang struck again, breaking his train of thought. He turned and went downstairs, entering the 24-hour convenience store, and purchased enough food and high-energy nutritional solution for 3 people. On the way, Chen Yang checked online and found that all the power testing agencies were closed, not opening until tomorrow. He would have to deal with testing his power later. However, even without testing, he could roughly guess his current power realm. Peak of the early Star Disciple stage. In this interstellar era, theoretically, everyone could cultivate to become a Star Walker. But that was only theoretical. When the Federation divided genes into ranks, it had already sealed the development prospects of those with inferior genes like Chen Yang. For them, those with inferior genes were no different from another species. And in this era, becoming a Star Walker was an essential step for humanity's journey to the Sea of Stars. Star Disciple, Star Envoy, Star General, Star King. The higher one climbed, the more profound their power became, and the more planets, even star systems, they could command. In the hallway, Chen Yang silently put away his phone, striving not to let his thoughts wander too far. As he walked back into the hallway carrying the shopping bag, he was no longer the F-rank genetic waste who kept his head down and avoided everyone's gaze. He pushed open the door. A dim bedside lamp illuminated the room. Anya was awake, hugging her knees and curled up in the corner of the sofa like a frightened little animal. At the sound of the door opening, she tensed up, only relaxing slightly when she recognized it was Chen Yang. Barefoot, she approached him cautiously, her ruby-red eyes filled with worry and unease. Are you okay? I thought I heard something earlier. She asked timidly, her voice faint. Seeing her in this state, the anger Chen Yang had felt during the fight vanished instantly. A strong desire to protect surged within him. He knew that to protect her, to protect this newly established home, and to never be bullied again, he had to become stronger, strong enough to make everyone feel reverence. Chen Yang set down what he was carrying and reached out, wanting to gently pat her head as he used to. It's fine, just some flies. Chen Yang knew he had to become stronger. Just then, a system panel visible only to him automatically unfolded before his eyes. The next morning, long before dawn had fully broken, Chen Yang awoke. The lingering echoes of enhancement coursing through his body left him brimming with vigor, not a trace of fatigue to be found. He turned his head. In the dim light, Anya lay curled beside him, sleeping soundly with steady, even breaths. Upon that delicate little face, the unease and terror had faded, leaving only pure serenity. Upon the translucent screen before his eyes, one line of data remained strikingly prominent. Offspring conception progress 15. In but a single night, the offspring progress had already reached 15%. The pace far exceeded his expectations. An inexplicable sense of anticipation quietly sprouted in his heart. Yet today he must return to the school once more. According to federal decree, all students who had completed the coming-of-age ceremony, regardless of their rating, were required to return to the school within 72 hours to receive career guidance from the Federation. For F-class citizens, this was less a guidance and more a mandatory assignment. He glanced at Anya. Leaving her alone in this unfamiliar rundown rental filled him with unease. Chen Yang rose with quiet, deliberate movements. He prepared some high-energy nutritional paste and reheated the food he had purchased the night before. The aroma of the food gently roused Anya from her slumber. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. Upon seeing Chen Yang, a trace of bewilderment flickered across her face, but she quickly recalled the situation and a faint blush bloomed upon her cheeks. You're awake. Eat first. Chen Yang handed her the food. Anya ate in small, delicate bites, her movements refined yet unhurried. She seemed truly famished. I have to return to the school today to handle some matters, Chen Yang said between bites. You? Come with me. Anya lifted her head. A flicker of panic darted through her ruby-like eyes, yet she asked no questions, simply giving a firm, vigorous nod. Okay. The moment Chen Yang stepped into the school, with Anya by his side, nearly every gaze converged upon them in an instant. Shock, curiosity, contempt, and undisguised pity. That's Chen Yang. Who's that girl beside him? So pretty. Pretty doesn't mean anything. Haven't you heard? He drew the Zerg race. She's practically a monster. Good heavens, he actually dared bring a Zerg to school. Has he lost his mind? The whispers buzzed like swarms of flies. Anya instinctively tightened her grip on Chen Yang's sleeve, shrinking back, behind him her heart flooding with terror at those prying stares. Chen Yang halted his steps, turned, and used his own body to shield her from the majority of those gazes. He did not look at any of them. He simply said calmly to Anya, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." His voice was soft, yet it carried a quality that brought reassurance. Anya's trembling ceased. She raised her head, gazing at his profile, and softly hummed an acknowledgement. Chen Yang paid no further attention to anyone striding directly toward the assignment hall. Within the hall, dozens of students, just like him rated F class, had already gathered. Each hung their head low, their faces ashen. Upon the podium, their homeroom teacher, Instructor Liu, was reading the Federation's career assignment regulations in a solemn, mournful tone. Upon noticing Chen Yang's entrance, Instructor Liu paused. Upon that weathered, wrinkle-lined visage, regret overflowed without reservation. He heaved a sigh and continued. Based upon your ratings, the Federation has provided you with 3 fundamental career paths. The light screen illuminated behind him, displaying 3 options. 1 private higher education institution, self-funded. 2 federal border garrison corps, combat non-combat, assignment randomized. 3 rim planet mechanical maintenance, zone technical position. When the first option appeared, a wave of bitter laughter rose from below. The tuition of private academies was astronomical, an utterly fantastical notion for students like them born into modest F-class families. Instructor Liu, didn't there used to be an agricultural planet option? A male student asked with desperate, lingering hope. Instructor Liu shook his head, his expression weary. Times have changed. Our Sagittarius 2343 received level 3 home planet technical support last year. All agricultural production has been entirely replaced by automated machinery. Agriculture no longer requires human labor. The final sliver of hope shattered, and the atmosphere within the hall grew even more oppressive. Join the border garrison as logistics support, eke out a meager salary, spend a lifetime in some desolate nowhere, and pray never to encounter interstellar conflict. Become an apprentice in the mechanical maintenance zone, spend each day entangled with frigid machine oil and components until one's body is utterly corroded by radiation and heavy metals. Such was the destiny of an F-class citizen. Chen Yang regarded those 3 options, his heart untouched by any ripple. Just as he prepared to choose one at random, the hall's doors were thrust violently open. 2 men clad in black uniforms bearing the insignia of the Federal Security Bureau upon their chests strode in. Their presence radiated overbearing authority, and the energy holsters at their waists gleamed with metallic luster. The lead security officer swept his gaze across the entire hall, finally fixing it upon Chen Yang. Who is Chen Yang? Instructor Liu hurried forward to meet them. Officers, I am the person in charge here. May I ask what business you have? The officer did not so much as glance at him. He simply activated a holographic document in his hand and stated coldly, Chen Yang's citizen identification, Anya 773901. At approximately 2300 hours last night at Blue Moon Community Building 3, you maliciously assaulted B-class citizen Gao Lang, resulting in minor injuries. Do you confess? The entire hall erupted in uproar. Everyone stared at Chen Yang in undisguised disbelief. An F-class citizen had struck a B-class citizen and injured him at that. How could this be possible? Chen Yang's heart sank. So it had come. Gao Lang's father was one of the local counselors. This retribution came swifter and more direct than he had imagined. That was self-defense, Chen Yang replied evenly. Whether it constitutes self-defense is for the federal court to decide. The officer curled his lip, a sneer of contempt twisting his mouth. However, Counselor Gao in his magnanimity has decided not to press charges against you. But as disciplinary action, your career assignment shall be designated directly by the Security Bureau. With a sweeping wave of his hand, the first 2 options on Chen Yang's screen instantly shifted to gray. Only the final option remained. 3C, 34 Mechanical Maintenance Zone Mandatory Designation. Those frigid crimson characters burned like an inescapable brand. Instructor Liu's countenance changed dramatically. Officers, this violates protocol. Even in cases of assault, proper judicial procedures must be followed. You cannot directly interfere with career assignment. Protocol. The officer cast him a glance, his eyes regarding him as one would a fool. When the Security Bureau acts, we are the protocol. One more word, and we investigate you as well. Instructor Liu fell silent at once. He was merely an ordinary educator, utterly powerless against such authority. He could only gaze at Chen Yang with eyes overflowing with profound regret and sympathy. It's over. Everyone understood. Chen Yang had been targeted. His entire life was finished. Chen Yang regarded that crimson, mandatory designation, and contrary to all expectation, he exhaled a breath of relief. Being banished to the maintenance zone rather than being seized directly was already the best possible outcome. It seemed that Counselor Gao also needed to consider how things appeared. I accept, he stated quietly. The constable seemed surprised by his composure. He snorted, tucked away his documents, and said, smart of you. Your transfer order will be delivered to your personal terminal within 24 hours. Report immediately, do not delay. With that, the 2 constables turned and departed, leaving the hall in dead silence save for furtive whispers. Chen Yang lingered no longer. Taking Anya by the hand, he walked out of the academy beneath countless gazes laden with complicated emotions. He did not head straight for the station. Instead, he brought Anya back to his parents' home. The moment he pushed open the door, an oppressive atmosphere hung over the living room. His ninth brother Chen Hao sat on the sofa and sprang to his feet the instant he saw him. "10th, you actually dare to come back. Do you have any idea what trouble you've caused? Gao Lang's father is a councilman. The whole family will be dragged down because of you." Chen Hao jabbed a finger at his nose, bellowing in furious exasperation. Their parents sat to one side, sighing mournfully. Their mother's eyes were rimmed with red. "Enough." Father Chen Jiangwo slammed his palm against the table and rose to his feet. He fixed Chen Yang with a hard stare. "We know everything that happened at the academy. Why? Why did you have to provoke him?" "Dad, they came to block me first. They humiliated me." Chen Yang's voice was remarkably calm. "Couldn't you have just endured it?" Chen Hao was still shouting, "You're an F rank. What do you have to fight them with? They humiliated Anya too. She's my wife. That I could not endure. You enough." Chen Jiangwo bellowed once more. He looked at his youngest son, then at the pretty girl beside him who had not uttered a single word since entering, but clung tightly to the corner of Chen Yang's jacket. The fury on his face slowly gave way to helplessness. He knew the matter could no longer be undone. His son had been utterly condemned. "This is the last of the family's savings. Take it." His mother emerged from the room, carrying a chip card. She transferred the funds within to Chen Yang's account. "A place like Sector C-34. It's full of all manner of people. You'll find plenty of uses for money there. Take care of yourself, and take care of this young lady as well." She cast a glance at Anya without asking her identity, then let out a long, heavy sigh. Chen Yang looked at the balance on his chip card and felt the weight of it settle upon him. "Dad, Mom, brother. I'm sorry." He bowed deeply. "Go," Chen Jiangwo said, waving a hand. He turned away, refusing to look at him. Chen Yang said no more. Taking Anya's hand, he turned and left the home where he had lived for 18 years. The transport to Sector C-34 was not a sleek suspension train, but a rusted cargo freighter saturated with the smell of machine oil. The cabin was thick with a medley of odors. Most of the passengers were weary laborers in tattered clothes, their numb eyes sizing up Chen Yang and Anya, a pair that stood out conspicuously in such a place. The freighter lifted off, piercing through dense cloud cover and industrial exhaust. Through the porthole, Chen Yang gazed down at the vast chaotic forest of machinery below. Enormous mechanical arms swung through the air, hoisting mountain-sized containers. Soaring smokestacks spewed black plumes, staining the heavens a uniform grayish-yellow. Even through the hull, the shrill roar of engines and the crash of metal against metal pierced the eardrums with painful intensity. This was the C-34 mechanical zone, the junkyard of Sagittarius 2343 and its beating heart. The freighter landed amid violent jolts. As the hatch swung open, a wave of searing air rushed in, thick with machine oil, metallic dust, and ozone. Chen Yang led Anya down the gangway, their feet touching uneven metal plating. Anya was frightened by the sight before her. She had never beheld such a chaotic, clamorous world. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Sensing her fear, Chen Yang tightened his grip on her hand. He gazed out at the boundless steel forest ahead and drew a deep breath of the turbid air. "It's chaotic here, but no one will pay us any attention." His voice was faint against the immense noise, yet carried an unmistakable resolve. "Only here can we survive." Anya clutched the hem of his jacket tightly. She raised her head to study the determined profile of the man beside her, and within those ruby-like eyes her unease gradually yielded to another emotion. It was absolute, unwavering trust. A warmth bloomed in Chen Yang's chest, and he folded her small hand securely within his own. Rather than seeking shelter at once, he opened the transfer order he had just received on his personal terminal. The order directed him to a rust-stained administrative building nearby to report in. The building bustled with activity, everyone moved with hurried purpose through air heavy with the mingled stench of cheap machine oil and sweat. Chen Yang, still holding Anya's hand, queued at a window marked personnel assignment. When his turn came, an expressionless middle-aged man took his terminal, scanned the transfer information, and swiped across the light screen, without so much as looking up. Chen Yang, F-rank constitution. Assigned to the deepest, the 7th waste processing plant. Responsible for underground pipeline clearing and basic mechanical maintenance. Here is your work permit and dormitory key. Report to gate 3 of the processing plant before 7 tomorrow morning. The man slid a metal card and an old-fashioned key across the counter. His tone was utterly flat, as though he were merely disposing of a piece of refuse. Chen Yang took the items and offered his thanks, but the clerk could not be bothered to lift his eyelids. He paid no mind to such coldness. In a place like this, having any work at all was a blessing. He led Anya out of the building and glanced down at the key and card in his hand. Though employee dormitory housing had been arranged, he had seen it online before. Super warehouses where 40 or 50 families were crammed together. That could hardly be called a dormitory. Thus, on the way, Chen Yang pulled up the map of Sector C-34 on his personal terminal. The region proved even more vast and chaotic than he had imagined, with countless streams of data and crude shop advertisements flickering across the map. He needed a residence, a place where he and Anya could establish a secure foothold. Most importantly, he required a space sufficiently hidden and sufficiently large. He opened the search bar and typed in a few keywords: concealed, underground, abandoned. Given Anya's insectoid nature, the offspring they might have in the future could be considerable in number. He had to plan ahead to prepare an absolutely secure nest for those children yet unborn. The terminal's search engine sifted through its vast database, and soon rows of information began to appear. Most were cramped underground pipe spaces or abandoned single-occupancy dormitories. Cheap rent, but appalling conditions, and wholly unsuitable for his needs. Chen Yang scrolled patiently until at last an unassuming listing caught his eye. District 7 Underground Air Defense Facility No. 1133, a monthly rent, 5,000 federal credits. An air defense facility. Asking 5,000 federal credits. That was nearly half of what his mother had given him. He tapped open the few blurry photos attached. The warehouse interior was vast and empty, piled high, with rusted mechanical parts and thick layers of dust. It had clearly been abandoned for a long time. The entrance to the basement was covered by a heavy steel plate. The photos only captured the entryway, revealing nothing of what lay within. This was the one. Chen Yang hesitated no longer. He contacted the landlord directly through his terminal, a hoarse, oily-voiced, middle-aged man. The landlord seemed astonished that anyone would want to rent this forsaken place. Without further inquiry, he cheerfully completed the transaction online. With Anya in tow, the two navigated through several streets, choked with acrid odors and deafening noise following the map's guidance. They descended by elevator again and again, plunging deeper beneath the planet's surface for what seemed an eternity until at last, on the outskirts of the mechanical zone, they located the massive corrugated iron warehouse. Chen Yang used the terminal authorization to open the electronic lock, straining with all his might to push open the heavy iron door. With a piercing squeak, a wave of moldy, musty air mixed with the sharp tang of corroded metal rushed to meet them. Inside the warehouse, the decay was even more severe than the photographs had suggested. Rusted mechanical parts and garbage littered every corner, and the floor lay beneath a thick blanket of dust. Only a few thin beams of light pierced through holes in the roof, illuminating the motes dancing in the stale air. Anya clutched the hem of his shirt, her ruby eyes wide with unease as she took in the unfamiliar, shadowy surroundings. "Don't be afraid," Chen Yang reassured her gently. "From now on, this will be our home." Chen Yang guided her inside the iron door, creaking shut behind them to seal away the city's din. Though dilapidated, the space offered ample room and the seclusion they needed. He activated the terminal's light, its beam cutting downward into the darkness where a metal staircase descended into an unknown depth. This would become their true sanctuary. Chen Yang set to work clearing the warehouse. First, he needed a place fit for habitation. He moved aside mountains of discarded mechanical parts piled in one corner, carving out a relatively clean area. The labor was tedious and exhausting, yet an inexhaustible well of strength pulsed through his body, granting him endless stamina. Anya approached cautiously, mirroring his actions as she helped gather smaller debris and scrap. Her movements were awkward but earnest. Watching the dust smudged across her small face, Chen Yang paused and retrieved from his system inventory the reward he'd been saving for just this moment. Spirit Enhancement Potion. "Anya, come here." He extended the vial containing the blue serum toward her. "Drink this." Without hesitation, Anya uncapped the vial and drank it down in one continuous motion. A warm energy spread through her system. Her crimson eyes, once clouded with perpetual fear and anxiety, gradually cleared and brightened. The overwhelming noise and oppressive darkness that once terrified her now felt distant and manageable. I feel much better." For the first time, relaxation washed over her features. Chen Yang watched her transformation, the knot of worry in his chest finally loosening. He continued working tirelessly, using scavenged metal sheets and canvas to partition off a crude living area in the cleared space. He also unearthed some serviceable mattresses and furniture from the rubble, worn but functional enough to suggest the beginnings of a home. By the time night fell, the vast warehouse finally held a small, warm corner that belonged entirely to them. Chen Yang also carefully concealed the entrance to the basement using large sheets of discarded steel, disguising it as an ordinary pile of mechanical debris. From the outside, there was no indication of anything unusual. Night deepened. Beyond the window, District C-34 remained blazing with light, yet the harsh clamor that filled the air now served as an effective cover. On their makeshift bed, Chen Yang and Anya lay curled together. Despite the day's exertions, sleep eluded him. He gazed at the holes in the ceiling, his mind already mapping out their future. Anya rested against his chest, equally restless. Suddenly, she shifted and extended her slender hand, gently pressing it against her lower abdomen. Nothing had changed on the surface, still flat and unchanged. Yet her ruby eyes sparkled with wonder and curiosity. She lifted her head to meet his gaze in the dim light. "Hubby." Her voice trembled slightly, laced with uncertainty. "I feel the baby is moving." Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately placed his hand over her abdomen. At first he felt nothing. But as he focused his consciousness and sent a thread of awareness sinking inward, a faint ripple of life, barely perceptible, stirred gently beneath his palm. The sensation was delicate, yet pulsing with boundless vitality. Simultaneously, the system interface materialized within his mind. A line of crimson text stopping his breath in its tracks flickered across the luminous display. "Offspring gestation progress 50. Host prepare for the arrival of new life." He jolted upright from the bed with such force that the crude mattress groaned under the strain. "Is it true?" His hands seized her shoulders, grip tightening beyond his control in the surge of emotion. "Hubby." Anya gasped softly in pain. Chen Yang immediately released his grip, guilt flashing across his features as the shock slowly subsided. I'm sorry. You mean, has it reached the halfway mark? Anya rubbed her shoulder. Her crimson eyes held no reproach, filled instead with nervous anticipation and a hint of expectation. She nodded quietly, confirming with a whisper, yes. Yes, it has. Watching him stagger under the weight of shock, she quickly explained, fearing he might reject her, don't be afraid. At this stage my bloodline allows me to customize the type of incubation. Customized incubation types. Another concept beyond ordinary understanding. Chen Yang's mind raced, struggling to process the terminology. Seeing his silence, she assumed his fear persisted and added urgently, I have choices. If you desire a human child, I can concentrate all the genetic material and nurture a human fetus. The gestation period will be longer, but once born, it will be entirely human. She paused, gathering her thoughts, or perhaps gauging his response. Or, we could forego genetic selection. This method would be much faster and yield many Zerg offspring. Her voice dwindled to barely audible whispers by the end, her body curling inward as she dared not meet his gaze. One human child, many Zerg children. Two paths lay before him, and for a moment Chen Yang fell silent. His rationality commanded him to choose the human path. It was the only viable choice. In a federal society hostile to cross-species unions, only a human child could grant Chen Yang and Anya a semblance of normalcy. Yet, what of the alternative? What advantages did it hold? System, he called within his mind. Instantly, the familiar blue holographic display materialized before his eyes. Offspring gestation progress, 51. Condition met. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the passive talent, bloodline empathy. Bloodline empathy, you will be able to perceive and acquire the bloodline traits possessed by all offspring, including Zerg units. Boom. Chen Yang could feel his body undergoing an extremely gradual transformation. Piercing cuts, impenetrable carapaces, lightning-fast movement, immense strength, claws that rend space, glands that spray corrosive acid, cells capable of morphological camouflage, neural networks spanning entire colonies. Nearly 10 million, perhaps countless more genetic traits belonging to the vast Zerg lineage converged into his very DNA at that moment. Though he couldn't yet wield these abilities, he already understood them. Chen Yang's breathing grew ragged, his heart hammering wildly. He raised his hand, examining his 5 fingers, and in his mind's eye he could almost see the mechanisms beneath. Structures capable of deploying razor-sharp blades in an instant. This was the true power of the system. No need to birth insects. As long as the incubation threshold is met, they'll be recognized as having offspring. Could it be their consciousness? Gathering himself, he looked at the anxious Anya before him and made his decision. Wife, I still want only one, a human child. Hearing this, Anya visibly relaxed, tension melting from her face as a relieved smile finally broke through. But immediately after, a dangerously ambitious and quite greedy thought surfaced in Chen Yang's mind. The system's rewards are tied to both the quantity and quality of offspring. An SSS bloodline human child would yield substantial rewards, but the gestation period would be lengthy. But what if? Anya, he said, gazing at her as he carefully measured his words, when nurturing human offspring, is it possible to also produce other Zerg children? His question sprang purely from the perspective of system rewards. One more heir meant one more reward. If Anya could serve as a mobile arms factory, nurturing the finest god-tier equipment, while simultaneously generating gold coins, his rate of growth would accelerate beyond all imagination. Yet when those words fell upon Anya's ears, their meaning transformed entirely. With a sudden whoosh, a rush of heat surged from her nape to the crown of her head, and Anya's entire face flushed as red as a ripe apple in an instant. She had misunderstood. She assumed Chen Yang thought it wasn't enough that he wanted her to ceaselessly. I can. Anya buried her face into the blanket, her muffled voice carrying a note of shyness and something unspeakably suggestive. My species can reproduce continuously. Seeming to fear Chen Yang might not comprehend, she peeked half her head out from beneath the blanket, her dewy ruby eyes darting a swift glance at him as she added, So long as I wish, I can take the genetic material from each union and use it to strengthen our human babies. As long as you come to me every day. At the very end, she added in a small voice, so long as your body can endure it. Chen Yang's mind ground to a complete halt with a deafening buzz. This was actually possible. Every single day, he could come. Every day's genetic contribution could be judged by the system as a new heir. Did this not mean he could receive a system reward each and every day? An irrepressible surge of euphoria instantly drowned out all rational thought. He gazed at the girl in the blanket, who peeked out only a pair of eyes watching him with shy anticipation, and could no longer restrain himself. He rolled over and mounted her. That night, the temperature within the warehouse burned hotter than the exhaust fumes from the smelting furnaces outside. When Chen Yang awoke once more from the exquisite exhaustion and bliss, the world beyond the window remained shrouded in darkness. Sleepless, he immediately opened his system panel. However, the anticipated reward notification failed to appear. He turned his gaze to Anya's information panel. Offspring gestation progress, 51. The human child had increased by merely 0. 1. And the icon representing a new heir had not appeared. What was happening? Could it be that what Anya had said was wrong? Just as doubt gnawed at him, a line of small text slowly materialized at the bottom of the panel. New offspring genetic material is currently fusing with the maternal body. It is projected to be officially recognized as a new offspring unit by the system in 23 hours and 59 minutes. So that was how it worked. At least an entire day was required. Chen Yang's understanding dawned upon him, and the faint disappointment in his heart dissolved like morning mist. One reward per day was already heaven-defying enough. He cast a glance at Anya sleeping beside him. At this moment she resembled a little cat sated with food and drink, her slumber peaceful and serene. A fiery excitement blazed within Chen Yang's heart. He felt as though he could already see the broad and glorious avenue stretching toward ultimate supremacy. At that very moment, his personal terminal suddenly emitted a series of urgent vibrations, reminding him that it was time to head to work. C-34 Mechanical District 7th Waste Processing Plant. The sky had barely begun to lighten when a shrill steam whistle tore through the tranquility before dawn, goading the slumbering workers toward their respective posts. Chen Yang donned a work uniform stained with oil and grime, one he had salvaged from the scrap heap in the warehouse. He lowered his gaze to the still slumbering Anya. She was covered by a relatively clean canvas cloth, her long lashes trembling faintly, as though she were lost in some beautiful dream. He tiptoed out of the warehouse. The iron door closed behind him, sealing away that small world belonging solely to the two of them from the clamorous, chaotic steel jungle outside. A considerable number of workers had already gathered outside Gate 3 of the processing plant. Most wore numb expressions and hollow eyes, their bodies reeking of the sour stench of mingled sweat and machine oil. Chen Yang's appearance stirred a small ripple among the crowd. New here? Looks pretty young. TCH, another unlucky bastard. At that age he's either an F rank or he's offended the wrong people. Chen Yang paid no heed to their murmuring. He simply stood silently at the rear of the line, awaiting entry into this steel purgatory. A foreman with a face full of brute flesh and a cheap cigar dangling from his lips strode over. He roughly shoved aside those blocking his path, his gaze sweeping through the crowd before settling on Chen Yang. You're Chen Yang? That would be me. The foreman sized him up from head to toe, a sinister curve twisting his thick lips. Kid, I heard you're quite the fighter. Even dared to lay hands on a B rank. News traveled fast indeed. The Gowling family's influence truly seeped into every crack and crevice. Chen Yang remained impassive. Merely self-defense. Self-defense. The foreman laughed exaggeratedly, baring a set of teeth stained yellow from smoke. Here, I am the law. Listen, well, newcomer. Today's assignment for you is to clean out sewage pipe A7. No sooner had his words fallen than a subdued chorus of sharp intakes of breath rose from the surrounding workers. Several veterans now regarded Chen Yang with undisguised sympathy. Boss, pipe A7. Didn't it just get clogged last week? Someone even died. One bolder worker ventured in a quiet voice. So what if someone died? The foreman spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground, grinding it beneath his heel. It's precisely because it's a hard job that I'm sending our hero there. Let him learn that this isn't a place where he can throw his weight around. He hurled a rust-spotted tool pack at Chen Yang's feet, then jabbed a finger toward a massive, bottomless pit in the distance. Tools are yours now. If that pipe isn't cleared by noon, don't even think about eating. You hear me? I hear you. Chen Yang calmly picked up the tool pack, without uttering another word, and turned toward that stench-emitting abyss. That very composure conversely stirred an inexplicable irritation in the foreman, who had been preparing to enjoy his pleas or rage. Sewage pipe A7 was one of the oldest and most labyrinthine conduits in the entire C-34 district. Decades of untreated industrial refuse and chemical toxins had accumulated within their fumes, potent enough to sear through human lungs. Chen Yang descended a slick iron ladder. The deeper he went, the more piercing and cloying the stench grew, nearly coalescing into something tangible. He activated the searchlight on his head, its beam illuminating only a few meters ahead. The pipe's interior was cramped and oppressive. The surrounding walls were coated with a thick, ceaselessly writhing viscous substance that emitted a faint, ghostly luminescence. He had not walked far before he spotted the blockage. A mass of solidified, unidentifiable metallic compounds and chemical sediment had sealed the entire pipe airtight. This was the bane of every ordinary worker. With no heavy machinery available, they could only rely on human muscle and rudimentary tools to chip away inch by inch. Worse still, these compounds were highly prone to violent chemical reactions upon external impact, generating extreme heat or even outright explosions. The worker who perished last week had been suffocated alive by instantly vaporized toxic fumes. Chen Yang set down his tool pack and retrieved the cutting saw and crowbar within. He made no haste to begin, for an instinct reaching back to the very bedrock of his genes told him that the genetic talents inherited from his Zerg offspring could handle the present predicament. Chen Yang closed his eyes and gathered his focus. That power born of the Zerg bloodlines, shared consciousness flowed gently through his consciousness. In an instant, the world around him transformed into an entirely different vision within his mind. The composition of various elements in the air, the chemical makeup of the slime coating the walls, the internal metallic structures and stress distributions within the blockage. Everything appeared before him in vivid chromatic clarity. So this was how the lower Zerg perceived the world. A weak point that would take an ordinary person hours of painstaking, life-threatening labor to locate now lay brazenly exposed before his very eyes. He opened his eyes, seized the crowbar, and aimed it at an inconspicuous corner in the lower left of the blockage. That spot was the structural seam formed when different chemical substances solidified, the most fragile point of the entire obstruction. He summoned the strength within his body and drove the crowbar in with tremendous force. Crack! A crisp sound of something splitting. From the point where he had struck the rock-solid blockage developed a web of cracks that rapidly spread outward. Immediately afterward, he switched to a cutting saw and precisely sliced along those fractures. There was no violent reaction, no lethal toxic fumes. Those wastes that others considered exceedingly dangerous became as docile as tofu in his hands. In less than half an hour, boom! As the final solidified chunk was pried loose, the entire obstructed stretch of waste was swept away by the accumulated sewage behind it, surging into the depths of the pipe amid a tremendous roar. It was clear. A task dangerous enough to cost an old worker half his life had been resolved by him with effortless ease. Chen Yang packed up his tools and retraced his path. When he climbed out of the opening, the foreman was chatting and smoking with several of his men not far away. Upon seeing him, they were all stunned. You? How did you get back up? Slacking off. Chen Yang tossed his tool bag onto the ground and dusted off his hands. It's clear. What? The foreman thought he had misheard. I said the pipe is clear. Instantly, the entire work site fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Chen Yang as though he were some kind of monster. The foreman's expression shifted again and again. Refusing to believe it, he rushed to the opening himself and peered down. From deep within the pipe came the rumbling sound of rushing water, proving that the blockage had indeed been removed. This is impossible, the foreman muttered to himself. He spun around abruptly, fixing Chen Yang with a hard stare, his small eyes brimming with astonishment and a trace of barely concealed fear. How could a worthless F-class trash possess such ability? Chen Yang paid no heed to his shock and merely asked calmly, "Now can I eat?" Lunch was a poor-quality nutritional paste difficult to swallow. Yet Chen Yang finished every bit of it. He needed to replenish his energy. The foreman did not come looking for trouble again, but watched him from a distance with an appraising gaze as though trying to see right through him. The afternoon's work was much easier, merely sorting some simple components. The way the surrounding workers looked at him had changed as well, from the initial pity and contempt to reverence and wary distance. In this place where the strong devoured the weak, displaying abilities beyond ordinary did not earn friendship, only more suspicion. Finally, the end of the shift arrived. Chen Yang headed straight for the warehouse. He pushed open the heavy iron door. The familiar musty smell and the scent of rusted metal he had expected did not rush toward him. Instead, there was a comparatively fresh breeze carrying the aroma of soil and plants. Chen Yang froze. The sight before him made him think he had wandered into the wrong place. The mountains of garbage and scrap parts that had once been piled everywhere had been cleaned out, completely sorted, and stacked neatly on either side of the warehouse, leaving a broad, tidy aisle down the middle. Though the floor was still a pitted sheet of metal, the oil stains and dust upon it had been thoroughly swept away, revealing the dull, original sheen of the metal beneath. What astonished him even more was a brand new wall, rising up outside the modest living area they had sectioned off before. That wall was assembled from discarded metal plates of varying sizes. At the seams, a translucent, faintly glowing gelatinous substance bonded them together, perfectly forming a sturdy, unified whole. Anya stood before that wall, her dainty bare feet lifted on tiptoe as she pressed the final metal plate into place. From her fingertips, that peculiar biological adhesive was being secreted, and upon touching the metal it held it firmly in place. She seemed to be humming a tuneless melody, her movements light and focused like a fairy building her own nest. Hearing the door open, she turned her head. The instant her ruby-like eyes fell upon Chen Yang, they sparkled with radiant light. "Hubby, you're back." She ran over joyfully and threw herself straight into his arms. "You? What is all this?" Chen Yang held her, his mind still struggling to catch up. In less than a single day, the entire warehouse had been transformed beyond recognition. "I cleaned the place up a bit." Anya lifted her little face, speaking as though seeking credit. "I thought we should have a living area and a working area. That way it'll feel like a real home." She pointed toward the top of the warehouse. "I also fixed that broken ventilation system. The air is much better now." Home. That word spoken once more by her lips struck Chen Yang's heart with profound weight. He looked at the girl who was earnestly building a home, then down at his own filthy, oil-stained body, and an immense wave of guilt and tenderness welled up within him. He had believed he had given her a refuge, yet never expected that it was she who was building a true home for him. "Oh right." Chen Yang suddenly recalled something. He rummaged through the pile of scraps and pulled out a booklet caked in oil. "I found this at the junkyard today. Looks like some kind of habitat module construction manual. Maybe it'll be useful to you." Anya took the thick manual and curiously opened it. She flipped through the pages at an astonishing speed. Within her ruby-like eyes, countless streams of complex data flickered past at lightning speed. Chen Yang felt his vision blur, yet she had already turned to the very last page. "Hubby, there are a lot of problems with the designs in this manual." Anya closed the manual and said earnestly, "Huh. Look here," she said, pulling Chen Yang over to the wall she had built. Tracing her fingers along it, she explained, "Here it uses a cross-brace structure for load-bearing. But if we change it to a hexagonal honeycomb structure, we can save 20% on materials, and the structural strength would actually increase by over 40%. She pointed again toward the ventilation ducts. "And its energy recycling system is far too wasteful. All we need is to add a thermal energy conversion module here. Then we can use the waste heat from the pipes to provide basic lighting for the entire warehouse. We won't have to tap into the external power grid anymore." Chen Yang listened utterly dumbfounded. What he held in his hands was a third-generation habitat module blueprint discarded by a Federation military-industrial enterprise. Though obsolete, its technical content was more than enough to keep a professional construction engineer occupied for months. Yet Anya had mastered it entirely within minutes, and pointed out its flaws and optimization plans. So this was the potential of an SSS bloodline. It was not merely combat power and reproductive capability, but a near-miraculous power of creation and evolution etched into her very genes. He had struck gold. No, he had picked up a god. "Hubby, what's wrong?" Anya gazed at his dazed expression and gently tugged at his arm in confusion. "And nothing." Chen Yang came back to his senses. Looking at Anya's little face, which seemed ever more exquisite in her moment of concentration, his heart blazed with heat. "Your face is so dirty," Anya said, suddenly rising on her tiptoes. She took a clean cloth from her pocket and carefully wiped the oil stains from his face. Her movements were very gentle, very tender. Chen Yang could clearly smell the faint, fresh fragrance about her, like the scent of grass after rain. He could hold back no longer. He swept her into his arms in a single motion and bent down to kiss her. Anya's body stiffened for a moment, then melted into his embrace, returning the kiss clumsily. That kiss was filled with the solace of exhaustion and the gratitude of having narrowly escaped death. Only when both were somewhat breathless did they slowly part. Anya's cheeks flushed as though they might drip water. Her ruby-like eyes were veiled with a mist of longing. "Hubby," she called softly. That soft call ignited the last shred of reason within Chen Yang. He swept her up around the waist and strode toward the makeshift bed, fashioned from canvas and a mattress, crude yet warm. The night once again became long and blazing. When everything had settled, Chen Yang held the sleeping Anya in his arms, a profound sense of fulfillment saturating every limb and bone. In his mind, that familiar blue holographic screen materialized on schedule. Progeny incubation mission complete. Genes are merging. Congratulations, host. Reward. However, this time the reward notification was entirely different from before. The text on the holographic screen flickered briefly before undergoing a dramatic shift. Nest structure detected, preliminary mother hive established. Progeny incubation progress, 51.2%. Hive conditions met. Special reward awarded, mother's halo. Congratulations, host. Unlocked special unit from mother faction worker drone. The moment the words left his lips, a completely new virtual image suddenly manifested before Chen Yang's eyes. It was a tiny creature no larger than a fingernail, its entire body a dark golden hue resembling some kind of mechanical bee. It possessed 6 slender jointed legs, a pair of metallic wings as thin as cicada wings, and at the tip of its abdomen a miniature drill bit that glinted with cold light. It hovered motionless at the center of the holographic screen, yet radiated an aura of cold, efficient precision. Wait, mother's halo. Can it really work like this? Chen Yang's heart pounded wildly. A nest. Worker drones. This system could actually function this way. He fixed his gaze intently upon the miniature dark golden mechanical entity displayed on the screen. Every structural element exuded a cold beauty born purely of efficiency. Worker drone primary engineering unit directly catalyzed from maternal genetic material, equipped with basic construction collection and reconnaissance capabilities. Can establish mental link with host. Production cost 0.01% maternal genetic material. Production command consume resources to create worker drone X1. The resources consumed were negligible. Chen Yang's heart thundered in his chest as he looked down at Anya sleeping peacefully in his arms, her serene and lovely expression making him hesitate. But the temptation was simply too great. He could not bear to wait another second. He gently shook Anya's shoulder and whispered as softly as he could into her ear, "Anya, wake up, my dear." Anya murmured a soft in her sleep, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she half opened her eyes. Bleary-eyed, "Husband. What's wrong?" Seeing her drowsy expression tinged with a hint of languid dependence, Chen Yang's heart softened, and he nearly abandoned the thought. Yet steeling himself, he pressed a kiss to her forehead and explained awkwardly, "In your eye. I need a small amount of your genetic material, just a tiny bit. It will not harm you." Though she had no idea what Chen Yang intended, Anya obediently nodded and extended her fair, slender index finger. At her fingertip the skin rippled faintly, and a droplet of luminous silver liquid like quicksilver slowly seeped forth, hovering above her finger and emitting a soft glow. This was the maternal genetic material. Anya flicked her finger, and the silver droplet landed lightly on the ground, without splashing or making a sound. The next moment, an unbelievable sight unfolded. The droplet writhed, stretched, and transformed rapidly across the metal floor. Countless microscopic metallic particles materialized from the void, absorbed and reorganized by it with ravenous efficiency. In just a few seconds, a dark golden worker drone identical to the virtual image emerged silently upon the floor. Anya watched this scene in utter shock, her ruby-like eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. She quickly turned to Chen Yang and explained hurriedly, "Husband, I do not understand what is happening. I simply do not fear." Chen Yang gently interrupted her, drawing her back into his embrace as he whispered reassurance, "This is not anything wrong with you. It is a change that occurred after we became one. Observe." No sooner had he finished speaking than the worker drone flapped its paper-thin metallic wings, producing an almost imperceptible hum before rising gracefully and positioning itself obediently before Chen Yang, awaiting his command. Its size and form bore an almost exact resemblance to the mechanical insects ubiquitous throughout District C-34, used for cleaning ventilation ducts. Unremarkable in appearance, it nevertheless constituted the foundational cornerstone of his growing power. Mental link established. Connect to worker drone visual feed. Connect. A sudden rush of sensation surged through him as his consciousness descended, and immediately a brand new 360-degree spherical perspective unfolded within his mind. The world fragmented into countless tiny hexagonal grids. Dust particles in the air, water droplets dripping from distant pipes, the degree of metallic corrosion at the corners, all of it was clearly marked in data format. He could even detect the concentration of various metallic elements in the air. This was the worker drone's world, a cold, precise realm saturated with data. With a mere thought, Chen Yang directed the worker drone, which responded instantly. Its wings vibrated at high frequency, transforming into a barely visible streak of light as it slipped silently through a gap in the warehouse's ventilation duct. Beyond lay an intricate network of pipes, rusted steel, icy steam, dim lighting. This was the hidden underworld of the machinery district, a realm inaccessible to ordinary people. The worker drone deftly navigated between massive pipes, sidestepping valves that erupted with scalding steam, and skirting abandoned conduits draped with eerie fungal growths. A vast unknown subterranean world gradually unfurled within Chen Yang's mind. Mission Directive Map, the underground pipe network of District C-34, marking all high-value resource nodes and special zones. Chen Yang issued the command. The worker drone immediately commenced its mission, flying at high speed along a main sewage pipeline, while recording everything in its path, generating a real-time updated three-dimensional map. As it passed an abandoned underground transfer station, several suspicious figures emerged within its detection range. This was an extremely secluded corner concealed behind a massive discarded turbine fan. 3 individuals in flowing cloaks were engaged in a transaction. One of them opened a briefcase filled with crystals emitting a faint blue luminescence. The latest batch of stardust, absolute purity guaranteed. Standard terms only, high-grade alloys or credits. Contraband trade. Chen Yang's interest peaked. The worker drone's compound eye structure clearly recorded both the crate of crystals and the faces of both traders hidden beneath their hoods, tagging them with a red high-risk designation. He made no move to disturb them, merely instructing the drone to quietly log the location before continuing its deeper exploration. Intelligence. In the chaotic District C-34, information was the greatest wealth. With the worker drone at his disposal, he now possessed eyes capable of piercing through the darkness. The moment Chen Yang issued the command, the freshly born worker bee vanished in a flash of dark golden light, too swift for the naked eye to track. Unlike the stingers of ancient bees designed to repel intruders, the worker bees under Chen Yang's control had long since evolved their stingers into ultra-miniature drills. Upon rotation, they emitted a faint buzzing sound. It made no attempt to touch those massive terrasteel wreckage. It was far beyond what its tiny frame could accomplish. Its target was the fine, dust-like particles scattered across the surface of the wreckage, fragments that had flaked away due to the intense heat of smelting. These particles were equally high-purity terrasteel, but due to their scattered nature, they were deemed impractical to collect and abandoned. For human recycling equipment, the cost of gathering them far exceeded their value. But for the worker bee, none of this posed a problem. It hovered precisely above the wreckage, its tail drilled gently, extending, tapping rapidly against the metallic surface like a nimble woodpecker. Each strike dislodged a small cluster of terrasteel powder, which it then gathered with its tiny legs. And so it repeated, efficient beyond measure. Through the mental link, Chen Yang perceived every detail, and seeing the collection truly succeeding, he breathed a sigh of relief. Continue collecting until it's full, Chen Yang ordered. The night passed uneventfully. By morning, when the processing yard's whistle sounded once more, Chen Yang was already dressed in his work uniform. He glanced at Anya beside him. She slept deeply, a trace of satisfied smile lingering at the corner of her eyes. Last night, she had been thoroughly curious about that peculiar little creature capable of materializing objects from nothing, questioning Chen Yang at length. Only after confirming that the worker bee completely obeyed Chen Yang's commands and posed no threat to her did she feel at ease. She even gave it a name, Xiaojin. When Chen Yang stepped out of the warehouse, the sky remained shrouded in that familiar dull gray. The first worker bee had already returned silently, its chest brimming with terrasteel powder, deposited the collected material, and immediately took off again. Truly a model of industriousness. Meanwhile, within Anya's body, a new, offspring gene was gestating. By tonight, he would have a second worker bee at his command. Everything was progressing in the right direction. At Gate 3, a broad-featured foreman was being berated by a tall, middle-aged man. Fatso, this is my territory. I don't care who you took money from. Stop targeting those workers. Hear me. Yes, brother who? I won't dare again. Get your lazy self to Sector 8. Yes, yes. The foreman scrambled away on hands and knees. Chen Yang guessed he would hardly be seen around here again. By the time Chen Yang arrived, the middle-aged man was leaning against a rusted pillar, a cigar dangling from his lips. You must be the new kid. Come here. He beckoned Chen Yang over. Chen Yang walked forward, his expression calm, mimicking how others addressed him. Hello, brother who? My name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang, right. You did well yesterday. Lin Hu exhaled a ring of smoke. Through the swirling haze, his expression was difficult to read. That job on Pipeline A7 requires real skill. No amateur could pull that off. You're hiding your abilities well. Just luck. Chen Yang stuck to his usual response. Luck? Lin Hu sneered, stepping closer and lowering his voice. The pungent mix of cheap cigar smoke and sweat washed over Chen Yang. I've worked this place for 20 years. I've seen lucky breaks, but never one fast enough to clear A7 in half an hour. Don't think you're fooling me. Chen Yang remained silent. He knew his performance had clearly surpassed what an F-rank individual should achieve. But the senior foreman before him seemed to harbor no ill will. This felt more like a test. All right, I'm too lazy to probe your background. Lin Hu, seeing his silence, waved him off. Even if you're a dragon, you still have to stay coiled in this mud. Today, report to Decomposition Platform 3 in the west. There's a batch of scrap newly dismantled from a decommissioned starship. The work isn't heavy, just dirty. Your job is to extract the energy conduits inside. With that, he no longer looked at Chen Yang and turned to reprimand other late arrivals. Chen Yang understood this was Lin Hu's way of looking out for him. Cleaning sewage pipes was the most dangerous and least desirable task here. The decomposition platform work, though filthy and exhausting, at least carried no risk to life. More importantly for Chen Yang, this location offered access to genuine mechanical parts rather than mere scrap junk. The new work site was a vast open-air yard piled high with mountains of metallic waste. The screeching of cutting torches and the clang of metal echoed endlessly, and the air hung thick with the acrid smell of scorched steel. Chen Yang's task was to extract intact energy conduits entangled within crushed and twisted hull fragments. This job demanded both strength and skill. An experienced worker had labored for half a day with hydraulic cutters, unable to sever a single thick conduit before cursing and giving up in frustration. Chen Yang approached and took a look. Through a faint intuition rooted in his genes, he could see the stress structure within the wreckage pile. Instead of relying on brute force, he identified several key support points and gently pried with a crowbar. Creak. The entire pile groaned with an ear-splitting sound, and the conduit, previously locked tight, finally loosened. He gripped one end of the conduit, took a deep breath, and engaged his core. His body, reinforced by the initial constitution enhancement, erupted with strength far beyond that of ordinary humans. Rised. That massive conduit, which would have required several men to drag, was pulled free from the wreckage pile bit by bit, all by himself. The workers nearby stopped their labor and stared in dumbfounded astonishment. What the hell? Is this kid some kind of monster? This strength. Even C-rank enhanced individuals aren't this powerful. Isn't he F-rank? What's going on? Chen Yang ignored the stunned murmurs around him and simply continued his work in silence. A task that normally required an entire crew a full day, he accomplished more than half by noon. The easier he made it appear, the more awe and wariness filled the eyes of those watching him. Here, strength was the simplest, most direct currency. At lunchtime, Chen Yang collected his nutrition paste and found a corner to sit. He had barely taken 2 bites when a tall figure sat across from him. It was Lin Hu. Without a word, he took the single piece of synthetic meat from his own meal and dropped it onto Chen Yang's tray with his fork. Eat. Look at you, skin and bones. Eat up. You've got heavy work this afternoon. Lin Hu's voice remained gruff, betraying no emotion. Thank you, brother Hu. Chen Yang didn't decline and immediately popped the meat into his mouth. Lin Hu grinned broadly, dropping down onto the grease-stained ground without caring. Kid, that strength of yours. Is it natural, or did you train it? Both, I suppose. I've been able to carry heavier loads than others since I was a child. Chen Yang answered vaguely. Lin Hu studied him for a long moment, then dropped the subject, returning to his own nutrition paste in silence. After finishing his meal, Chen Yang offered a polite greeting and departed. For days passed in a flash. Each day, Chen Yang received a bottle of the initial constitution enhancer, as usual. He had considered sharing half with Anya, but she had firmly refused, insisting that since she stayed home and didn't work, she had no need for it. Chen Yang was the one earning a living outdoors. His health was the foundation of the entire family. Hearing this, Chen Yang felt a surge of warmth in his chest. Though each successive dose grew weaker, he could sense his physique was being subtly yet steadily improved. At the very least, he should now possess the strength of a mid-level star apprentice. In the evening, the end-of-shift whistle blared long and clear. Chen Yang casually brushed the metallic dust from his hands, preparing to clock out. The work here now held no challenge whatsoever for him. The scrap that others struggled to dismantle with clever technique and brute force was in his eyes nothing more than assembled building blocks. He could always effortlessly locate the critical joint that would bring it all crumbling down. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar figure stepped into his path. It was Lin Hu. Brother Hu. Chen Yang came to a halt. I've been watching your performance these past few days. Lin, who exhaled a plume of cigar, smoke, his sharp gaze sweeping up and down. If you keep it at boy, there won't be a single job left on this platform for anyone else to do. He blew out a smoke ring and spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. Tomorrow don't go to the dismantling platform. Come with me somewhere new. Tomorrow morning, come with me somewhere. Chen Yang's heart stirred, and he nodded. Yes, brother Hu. Hearing their exchange, the other workers nearby looked at Chen Yang with undisguised envy in their eyes. Without a doubt, this newcomer Chen Yang had truly caught the boss's eye. The next morning, Lin, who led Chen Yang away from the raucous waste processing yard and into a comparatively quiet sector. Row upon row of massive warehouses stood here. The air no longer carried the sour stench of garbage, but instead the rich scent of machine oil and metal. Lin, who opened the door to one of the warehouses, revealing a fully equipped private repair workshop inside. All manner of tools and components that Chen Yang could not name were arranged in neat order upon the shelves. From now on, come here in the afternoons. Lend me a hand. Lin, who tossed him a thick manual from the shelf, every page filled with intricate blueprints. First, make sure you understand this completely. When you can recite the structural diagrams from the first 30 pages by memory, then come talk to me about learning the craft. Chen Yang took the manual and flipped it open, his pupils contracting slightly. The -3 Malawian kwacha's military power arm maintenance and calibration manual. This was absolutely not something a foreman of a junkyard should possess. Brother Hu, you. Cut the nonsense. I told you to read it, so read it. Lin, who cut him off, impatiently turning away to tinker with a half-dismantled engine. If you can't understand it, get back to digging through garbage. Don't get in my way here. Chen Yang gazed at Lin, whose rugged back, his heart stirred by surging waves of emotion. This seemingly ordinary foreman was unquestionably no simple man. He asked no further questions, merely walking silently to a corner. In the dim light, he began devouring the impossibly complex manual page by page. He knew a whole new world was opening its doors to him. Chen Yang himself had no idea just how many insectoid abilities had now fused into the very foundations of his genes. The system offered him no quantification. He only knew that whenever the need arose, he could always summon forth a variety of strange abilities. For instance, right now he sensed he had instinctively activated something akin to the constructive memory ability of an ant. Drawing upon the gifts woven into his genetic foundation, the contents before him posed no challenge at all to Chen Yang. Though admittedly he was still not quite at the level of Anya's photographic speed reading. Meanwhile, at the far end of the workshop, Lin, who quietly observed Chen Yang through a reflective metal panel. When he saw that young man finish the first 30 pages in less than an hour, a contemplative expression settling upon his face, a gleam of inscrutable light flashed through those clouded, narrow eyes. This boy was absolutely no ordinary soul destined to remain in a small pond. Nightfall descended once more upon Sector C-34. The clamor of the steel jungle showed no sign of abating. If anything, it grew more raucous as the night shift commenced. When Chen Yang dragged himself back to the warehouse reeking of machine oil, Anya had already prepared hot water and clean clothes. Husband, you're home. She bounded forward like a kitten greeting its returning master, joyfully taking the things from his hands with practiced ease. I'm back. Chen Yang looked at her, and the weariness of the day melted away like mist. Several days passed, and new changes had come to their warehouse. Using her miraculous biological adhesive and various discarded soundproofing materials, Anya had wrapped their modest living quarters into a fully enclosed, relatively airtight room. The noise from outside was largely shut out, leaving only a faint, distant rumble, like tides rolling in from afar. How was today? Are you tired? Anya asked softly as she wiped the grime from his body. Not tired. Chen Yang shook his head. He caught Anya's cool little hands in his own, bringing them to his lips to breathe warm air upon them. Learned something new today? It was quite interesting. He said nothing about the maintenance manual, but Anya seemed to perceive the subtle excitement woven into his mood. That's good then. She curved her eyes, her ruby-pupilled gaze brimming with tenderness. After dinner, Chen Yang lay upon their simple bed, his mind still wandering through the maintenance manual he had pored over that day. Every structural diagram, every data parameter upon those pages seemed etched into his mind with crystalline clarity. He realized the abilities bestowed by the insectoid genes were truly wondrous beyond measure. Husband, look. Anya suddenly tugged at his hand, gesturing toward her lower abdomen. Chen Yang looked down and saw upon her flat belly the skin shimmering with a soft silvery halo that rippled outward like water waves. Hive Mother Halo activated. Consume 0.01 of maternal genetic material to produce 1 worker bee. It had come. Joy surged in Chen Yang's heart, and without hesitation, he chose yes. Over the past few days, Anya had come to understand what Chen Yang was doing. Once again, a silvery droplet seeped from her fingertip, falling deftly to the ground. The liquid upon the metal floor writhed and reshaped itself, rapidly absorbing the surrounding metallic dust. Seconds later, the 5th dark golden worker bee appeared upon the floor. It's the 5th one already. Anya covered her small mouth in astonishment. Let's give this one a name too, Chen Yang suggested. Anya's little face scrunched up, and she said plaintively, we're running out of names. How was I supposed to know that besides coming every day, you'd also be able to birth one every day? Little gold, little silver, little copper, little iron. By the time we get to this one, there's nothing left to rank them by. Fine. From now on, let's just number them little gold no. 1 onwards. Chen Yang burst out laughing. Haha, alright. Rename. He established a spiritual link with the 5th worker bee and issued the same command as with the others, to gather Taylor's steel powder. 5 worker bees and efficiency climbed once more. He could already envision fortunes beckoning to him with beckoning fingers. But he was also acutely aware that the pace of 1 per day was still far too slow. He needed more worker bees, a true swarm, to establish his own intelligence network and resource-gathering chain within this chaotic sector. And all of it hinged upon Anya. He lowered his gaze to the girl in his arms who was curiously poking at little gold no. 5, his heart blazing with fervent warmth. Wife. Anya shyly nodded, then deftly gathered up her hair. The next afternoon, Chen Yang arrived at Lin, whose repair workshop once more. Finished the manual. Lin, who did not look up, tightening a massive bolt with a Gauss wrench. Finished. Oh. Lin, who paused his work and turned around, fixing Chen Yang with an amused, appraising look. Let me test you then. What is the standard pressure value for the 3rd hydraulic joint of the -3 Malawian Quach's power arm? And what happens if it exceeds the threshold by 15%? The standard pressure value is 3.7 megapascals. Exceeding the threshold by 15%, that is anything above 4.255 megapascals, will cause the internal T7 seal to undergo irreversible physical deformation due to overpressure, leading to hydraulic fluid leakage. In the best case, the power arm malfunctions. In the worst case, the hydraulic fluid ignites upon contact with high temperatures and causes an explosion. Chen Yang answered without pause, flawless and fluent. The smile on Lin, whose face slowly faded. For the first time, genuine astonishment surfaced in those narrow eyes. This boy hadn't merely achieved photographic memory. He had truly understood it all. Unbelievable. Was this still even human? Then, in a battlefield environment without a spare T7 sealing ring, what method would you use for emergency sealing to keep it holding for at least another half hour? Lin, who posed an even more tricky question, one that had no answer in the manual whatsoever. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment. His mind raced, piecing together the structural diagrams and materials science knowledge from the manual. I don't know what the standard procedure is, Chen Yang answered honestly. But if it were me, I'd try using fire lizard biogel combined with high-strength spider silk fiber for a temporary seal. The gel could fill the leak point, and the elasticity of the spider silk fiber would offset some of the internal pressure. It certainly wouldn't hold forever, but half an hour. That should be manageable. Fire lizard gel. Spider silk fiber. Lin, who was completely dumbfounded. Where did you hear about these random things? These were materials only available on the black market. Ordinary people had never even heard of them. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. He knew he had let something slip. This information came from the worker bee's reconnaissance. He had seen these details in the underground black market trade records over the past few days. I saw it in some street magazines before, he bluffly lied. Lin, who stared at him intently, as if trying to see through him. The atmosphere in the workshop grew tense in an instant. But on the surface, Chen Yang maintained his composure, meeting Lin, whose gaze without the slightest hesitation. It wasn't until a full half-minute had passed that Lin, who suddenly broke into a grin, a hint of approval in his smile. Damn it, you kid really are a genius. He patted Chen Yang on the shoulder, the force considerable. Your thinking is exactly the same as what I did back during the Bloodstar campaign. He paused, his eyes growing distant. Except back then I used my comrades' intestines and bandages. Chen Yang's heart clenched. Alright, stop standing around, Lin, who said, as if shaking off a bad memory. He grabbed a brand new set of tools from the rack and tossed them to Chen Yang. Theory is done. Time to get your hands dirty. Take apart that scrapped cleaning robot. Remember, I want every part intact. If one is missing or broken, you skip dinner tonight. Yes, brother who? Chen Yang took the tools, the heavy stone in his heart finally settling. He knew he had passed Lin Hu's test. He began focusing intently on dismantling the robot. His movements were initially a bit awkward, but soon bolstered by his powerful spiritual sense and photographic memory, he grew increasingly proficient. Every screw, every wire, he remembered clearly. Lin Hu watched from the side, the smile on his lips growing wider and wider. He had found a treasure. This young man with F-grade genetics possessed a physical quality comparable to a B-grade, and his learning ability far surpassed even A-grade prodigies. What was his true background? Lin Hu felt his curiosity thoroughly ignited. Days passed one by one. Chen Yang's life became remarkably disciplined and fulfilling. By day, he showcased astonishing strength at the waste disposal site, efficiently completing the dirtiest, most grueling work in exchange for a meager salary and the reverent glances of his co-workers. By afternoon, he would appear punctually at Lin Hu's repair workshop, absorbing mechanical knowledge far beyond what someone of his station could normally access like a dry sponge. From basic part identification and tool usage to complex circuit analysis and engine structure, Lin Hu poured out everything he knew, while Chen Yang's learning speed repeatedly shattered Lin Hu's understanding. This old veteran seemed to genuinely regard him as his successor, not only teaching him skills, but also frequently sharing survival rules for staying alive in District C-34. Kid, remember this here: never trust anyone easily and never provoke anyone lightly. If money can solve a problem, don't use your fists. But if you must use force, make sure you hit them so hard they can never get back up again. These words were filled with the cruelty of blood and fire, yet incredibly practical. And when night fell, the warehouse became Chen Yang's secret base. Anya produced a new worker bee for him every day. By the end of another week, he already had 12 worker bees. This small reconnaissance unit, directed by his spiritual link, moved through the underground like ghosts in the dark, exploring and mapping every inch of the complex pipeline network in District C-34. Wherever abandoned energy blocks lay, wherever smugglers' secret warehouses hid, wherever gang turf wars had left behind weapons. All of it was recorded by the worker bees, forming a vast, ever-expanding underground intelligence network. Meanwhile, the worker bees had accumulated nearly a kilogram of Terra steel powder for him. This was an extremely precious strategic material. Even in powdered form, it could fetch a staggering price on the black market. Chen Yang did not rush to sell. He was waiting for the right moment and for himself to gather enough strength. Anya, pampered by Chen Yang and supplemented with the nutritious food he occasionally brought back, was thriving. The pale flush of her face gradually regained color, and those ruby-like eyes no longer always held timidity and unease. Occasionally a glimmer of confidence would shine through. Using scavenged materials and her miraculous biotechnology, she made their home increasingly comfortable. She even used a salvaged basic plant cultivation manual to set up a small vegetable patch in the corner of the warehouse, using culture media and LED lights to grow fast-maturing vegetables. When the first emerald green sprouts broke through the soil, Anya was as happy as a child. Watching her satisfied smile, Chen Yang felt that everything he had done had meaning. That day, Chen Yang worked at the waste yard as usual. Today's task was to clear an old freight pipeline located on the 5th underground level. The pipeline was half abandoned, but transport vehicles occasionally passed through, so periodic cleanup of the rocks and debris falling from cracks above was necessary. Lin, who assigned him 2 helpers both around his age and also F-grade, Hosey and Achong. They were filled with reverence for Chen Yang, addressing him as Brother Yang at every turn. Brother Yang, this place is too dark. It gives me the creeps, Hosey said, shining his flashlight, somewhat frightened. What's there to be afraid of? We've got Brother Yang, Achong said, full of confidence in Chen Yang. Cut the chatter and get to work, Chen Yang frowned. He had a feeling something was wrong. The rock strata overhead seemed to be emitting an extremely faint cracking sound. His spiritual sense allowed him to perceive his surroundings far more keenly than ordinary people. Brother, who said the structure of this pipeline is unstable, so we need to finish quickly, Chen Yang warned, speeding up his movements. However, the accident still occurred. Just as they were clearing the middle section of the pipeline, the cracking sound above suddenly intensified. Bad news. Chen Yang's face turned pale. He looked up and saw a massive crack rapidly spreading across the concrete ceiling overhead. Run! Boom! A thunderous roar instantly swallowed the shouts of the 3 men. Before they could take more than a few steps, both the path ahead and the passage behind them were simultaneously blocked by an avalanche of shattered rock and concrete. Damn it! Chen Yang cursed furiously. Their escape route, both forward and backward, was completely sealed. Above them, the shadow expanded with terrifying speed. A massive slab of concrete the size of a truck cabin plunged downward with horrific momentum, hurtling straight toward their heads. We're done for. Monkey's legs gave way beneath him. He collapsed onto the ground, staring up in hopeless despair at the death looming above. Don't give up. Yang, I'll hold with you. Achong's eyes were nearly bursting from their sockets. Though fear gnawed at him, his survival instinct drove him to summon every ounce of strength. He lunged forward in a single bound, positioning himself beneath the falling slab, arms raised in a stance of desperate resistance. In that heart-stopping instant, Chen Yang arrived beside him. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Achong, he too thrust his arms skyward. Hold it together. A beast-like snarl tore from Chen Yang's throat. Every muscle in his body bulged to its absolute limit, veins surging beneath his skin like coiling dragons. Arg! Achong roared in unison, straining with every fiber of his being. Thud! A muffled, heart-stopping crash echoed through the tunnel. That enormous concrete slab, capable of crushing a hovercar into scrap metal, was held aloft by the raw flesh and bone of 2 men suspended through sheer impossible will. Guy off! Both men's arms trembled violently, the ground beneath their feet groaning as if unable to bear the weight. Chen Yang felt his internal organs shatter beneath an unseen hammer, a tide of coppery blood surging up his throat. But he could not let go. If he did, all 3 of them would almost certainly be sealed in forever, never to escape. Monkey, crawl through and find help. Chen Yang forced the words through gritted teeth, summoning every last reserve of strength. Wyong. Now. Monkey jolted to his senses, scrambling through the gap on hands and knees. Wyong. I can't hold on anymore. Chen Yang watched as a thin line of blood began to seep from the corner of Achong's mouth. Just hold on. Wait for Brother Hu. Though he spoke those words, Chen Yang could feel that the strength within his own body was approaching its absolute limit. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, something inside him seemed to shatter, and then a torrent of immense power surged forth from within. The system's voice rang out abruptly. Bloodline resonance talent activated. Offspring bloodline trait unlocked, carapace hardening. The moment the words fell silent, beneath the skin of his arms a dense layer of keratin-like biological carapace materialized and hardened in an instant. The strength that had been on the brink of collapse received an unimaginable amplification at that very moment. Achong, get ready to dodge the debris. What? Now, Chen Yang bellowed once more. The savage, domineering power coursing from his insectoid genes erupted in full force. His arms thrust upward in a violent heave. Boom! That multi-ton concrete slab was actually hurled sideways by his brute strength. The massive block slammed into the tunnel wall with a thunderous crash, the entire passage shuddering from the impact. A shower of rubble and steel rebars rained down. Both men dove to the side, simultaneously, debris clattering around them. Having accomplished all this, Chen Yang could endure no longer. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air in great heaving gulps. The sleeves of his arms had been completely torn apart. Beneath them, the dark carapace shimmered with a metallic sheen, gradually fading away. He lowered his gaze to his arms, his mind utterly blank. Would this expose him? His strength far exceeding F rank, and those inhuman transformations of his body. Just then a flurry of urgent footsteps echoed from the far end of the tunnel. A piercing beam of flashlight swept across him. Lin, whose anxious voice called out, "Chen Yang, Ah Chong, how are you? Are you alright?" The old foreman stared at Chen Yang, who knelt on one knee gulping for air, then at Ah Chong nearby, who had coughed up blood and passed out from exhaustion. His gaze finally fell upon that car-sized chunk of concrete the two had hurled aside. For the first time, an expression of genuine shock broke across that perpetually roguish face. "You too?" Lin, who opened his mouth to speak, his Adam's apple bobbing, yet not a single word emerged. "Brother who?" Chen Yang's voice had grown hoarse. He attempted to rise, but the searing pain and bone-deep exhaustion that coursed through his body caused him to sway once more. Lin, who collected himself. Rather than pressing for answers, he stepped forward at once and gripped Chen Yang's arm to support him. But the moment his hand made contact, Lin, whose body visibly stiffened. The sensation was cold and hard. Nothing like human skin. Yet he said nothing. He only spoke in a low, measured voice. "Save your words. I'll get you out of here first. Monkey, take Ah Chong to the treatment center. Give them my name. Tell them there was an accident, but we can handle it ourselves. Don't need them poking their noses in. And what happened today? Nobody is to speak a word of it." "Why, yes, teacher." Having said this, he half-carried Chen Yang, using his tall, broad frame to shield him from the curious eyes of the workers trailing behind. "The hell are you all staring at? Nobody's dead, so get back to work." Lin, who snarled over his shoulder. The battle-hardened aura of an old soldier silenced everyone on the spot. No one dared take another step forward. Half-carrying Chen Yang, he swiftly led them out of that treacherous stretch of tunnel. After stuffing Chen Yang into a battered surface transport vehicle, Lin, who pulled a black emergency spray from his coat and pressed it firmly against Chen Yang's arm. PSSSH. A gust of cool mist burst forth. The searing pain across Chen Yang's arm immediately eased considerably. Even more astonishing, the blackened tint still lingering on his skin began to soften rapidly upon contact with the spray, fading back to a normal complexion without leaving a single trace. Chen Yang's heart lurched. What in the world was that? Genetic mimicry suppressant. Military grade supplied by the Federation. Lin, who replied without looking up, one hand on the wheel, as if reading Chen Yang's thoughts. Used to deal with shape-shifting alien species. It can also temporarily suppress unstable genetic mutations. He paused, his tone growing complicated. Could I need an explanation? Otherwise I can't answer to the Security Bureau, nor can I answer to myself. Silence filled the vehicle's cabin. Chen Yang's mind raced at breakneck speed. He knew there was no way to bluff his way out of this one. An adrenaline rush. Such nonsense wouldn't fool even himself. Should he really come clean? Just as Chen Yang raised his head to speak, Lin, who beside him, suddenly burst into laughter. "You were actually thinking about how to explain yourself." As he spoke, his expression gradually shifted, growing melancholy and wistful. "Tell me, isn't it absurd? We humans branded the alien species as criminals, including the insects from back then. But look at us now. Don't we routinely cooperate with certain insects? Some of them are alien species, some aren't. Is there really any difference between insect type A and insect type B? Those labels are nothing more than tags affixed to serve the interests of certain people in high places. Relax. All I saw just now was a man saving lives. That is the best answer you could have given me." Gazing at the brilliant smile spread across Lin, whose face, a sudden surge of warmth bloomed in Chen Yang's chest. The car sped along without returning to the waste disposal site or Lin, whose repair workshop, instead driving deeper into District C. 34, to a more dilapidated and desolate abandoned industrial zone. Finally, the car came to a halt before a massive spherical structure, its exterior encrusted with rust. "Get out." Lin, who led Chen Yang inside. The interior of the building was eerily vast. Above, the dome was crisscrossed with complex piping and rows of extinguished indicator lights. At its very center stood an enormous circular shaft, bottomless and dark. This is the earliest Stargate experimental base in District C. 34, a later abandoned. Lin, whose voice echoed through the vast hall. "An ideal place to talk. No one will come bother us here." Lin, who let out a sigh. "I can smell it on you. That scent. The exact same one I encountered 30 years ago in the Scorpio system meat grinder amongst the bugs I slaughtered." Chen Yang froze. He could tell by scent. He had killed bugs. "Brother who? So you are Sergeant First Class Lin, who retired of the Federal 7th Fleet's direct affiliation Ghost Special Operations Unit." Lin, who stated his identity with precision. My former duty was to identify and eliminate all Xenos infiltrators threatening the Federation. That is precisely why I could recognize you and single you out on your very second day. Chen Yang pressed his lips together, never having imagined his flaw could be so glaring. After speaking, Lin, who took a cigar from his pocket, lit it and drew a deep drag. But you saved that person. A pure bug would never care about human life or death. So what exactly are you? A human harboring bug genes? Or perhaps a bug raised by humans? Lin, whose curiosity had clearly reached its peak. Chen Yang fell silent for a long while, then finally spoke. Brother, my name is Chen Yang. I am simply a human. He lifted his head, meeting Lin, whose gaze with unwavering resolve. My parents were human, and I grew up within human society. Everything I have done has been to protect my family and survive. Upon hearing this, Lin, who nearly dropped his cigar. Damn it, kid, don't suddenly get philosophical on me. Relax, I believe you. As if making some momentous decision. From today onward, you no longer need to go to the scrapyard. Lin, whose voice deepened. Your schedule here will also be changed to full-time. Your talent is too great to be wasted. I will teach you everything I know. Brother, who you? Chen Yang was stunned. I know what you're about to ask. Lin, who broke into a broad grin. I simply despise wasting talent. Damn it, in this godforsaken place, surrounded by mediocrity, all my skills have no one to pass them on to. What a joke. By the way, there's one more thing I want you to promise me. Chen Yang nodded solemnly. Tell me, brother, who? No matter how powerful you become in the future, no matter what you truly are, remember the words you spoke today. You are human. Your power may be used against the Federation, but never against the human race. Can you do that? Chen Yang looked at him and nodded heavily. I can. Good. Lin, who burst into laughter and clapped Chen Yang hard on the shoulder. From today onward, you are my personal disciple. Come, master will show you somewhere special and let you witness true mechanical repair. He turned and walked toward the bottomless shaft. At an inconspicuous console beside the shaft, he entered a long, intricate password. Rumble. The entire hall began to tremble as a hidden elevator platform slowly rose from within the shaft. Resting upon the platform was unmistakably a battle-scarred, yet undeniably terrifying military mech. It was a heavy assault mech with a shoulder height exceeding 10 meters. The Tyrant Model 3, a model Chen Yang had only ever seen in military magazines. Its armor was covered in scorched burn marks and gruesome pockmarks. Its left arm's particle cannon was missing entirely, leaving only a twisted metallic stump. Yet even so, it still radiated the aura of a slumbering steel behemoth, overwhelming and awe-inspiring. This is... Chen Yang was utterly dumbfounded by the sight before him. Privately possessing a military mech was a capital offense under Federation law. Well, now you've seen my secret too. A hint of pride crossed Lin Hu's face. This is my old companion from back in the day. When I retired, I sneaked it out of the battlefield scrap heaps. What do you think? Cool, right? Chen Yang could find no words to respond. This veteran was simply audacious beyond belief. Come here, kid. Lin Hu beckoned him and jumped onto the platform first. Don't think that knowing how to dismantle a robot makes you skilled. Today your master will open your eyes and teach you how to properly repair this thing. From that day forward, Chen Yang's life underwent a earth-shattering transformation once more. He completely bid farewell to the scrapyard, spending every day immersed in Lin, whose secret base, mastering the most cutting-edge mechanical repair techniques in the world. Lin, who seemed like a different person. Not the lazy foreman anyone knew, but an instructor so strict he bordered on merciless. Steady your hands. This is a neural conduction line. One broken strand, and half this mech is useless. Where's your brain? The stress point on this armor is clearly right here. Prying from that angle. Are you trying to scrap the whole thing? Recite. Write out those 100 incorrect part parameters another 100 times. No dinner until you're done. Chen Yang's days were almost entirely filled with roars and reprimands. Yet far from complaining, he embraced it all with gratitude. Because he could feel himself growing at an astonishing pace. The complexity of a mech was thousands of times greater than civilian machinery. Every component, every line of code embodied the Federation's most pinnacle technology. Under Lin Hu's guidance, Chen Yang not only learned to repair, but also began to comprehend the underlying principles behind these mechs. Energy, conduction, materials, mechanics, artificial intelligence, spatial warp engines. These once distant university-level subjects now lay clearly before him, and his system-enhanced brain granted him nearly monstrous learning ability. Any complex blueprint or data stream once seen was locked permanently in his mind, allowing him to draw analogies and apply knowledge flexibly. Within a mere week, he could already independently perform inspection and calibration on partial mech systems. Such progress shocked even Lin Hu. Damn it, I spent a whole 3 years learning this stuff when I was your age. You kid. You're something of a monster. Lin Hu sighed more than once. And Chen Yang attributed everything to his mutated F-grade genes. Seeing such talent in Chen Yang, Lin Hu taught even more diligently, as if determined to pour his lifetime's accumulated expertise into this sole disciple. During this period, Chen Yang could feel his own strength had reached the peak of mid-stage stellar being, and the number of worker drones under his command had increased to 20. Every night when Chen Yang finished his day of study and returned to the warehouse, the first thing he did was connect to the worker bees' vision to review the harvest they had gathered throughout the day. The squad of 20 worker bees had become true phantoms of the underground world in District C, C-34. The map they had charted now spanned the underground pipe network covering dozens of square kilometers densely annotated with all manner of information. District A-3, concealed military supply crate, discovered containing high-energy nutrient bars X50 and purified water X20 liters. District F-9, Axe Gang, arms depot containing pulse pistols X12 and concussion grenades X5. District G-1, entrance to the Scavengers Alliance, underground black market operating from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. nightly. Intelligence is wealth. Intelligence is power. Chen Yang gazed upon this ever-expanding intelligence network, his heart swelling with the intoxicating sensation of absolute control. The beryllium steel powder had also accumulated to 6 kilograms, which he had carefully sealed away in a salvaged lead case. He knew the moment had arrived to visit the so-called underground black market and claim his first fortune. That evening, after bidding farewell to Lin, who he did not return directly to the warehouse, he donned an oversized black cloak, pulling up the hood, and a face mask until he was shrouded completely from sight. Then, through their psychic link, he left 5 behind to guard his and Anya's home, and directed the remaining 15 worker bees to converge upon the black market entrance at District G-1 from every direction. Some were tasked with high-altitude reconnaissance, monitoring every stirring in the surrounding area, while others infiltrated the black market's interior to map the terrain and personnel distribution. Others remained concealed in the shadows around him, poised to respond to any sudden crisis. It was an entirely novel experience. He felt as though he possessed 20 pairs of eyes capable of perceiving the situation in any place, at any moment. The black market's entrance was a massive iron door disguised as a drainage outlet. 2 hulking bristlers stood guard at the threshold, inspecting every person who sought entry. Chen Yang replicated the signals he had observed through the worker bee's eyes and gained entry into the black market without incident. The reality of the black market proved even more bustling than what he had witnessed through their vantage. Beneath the dim glow of scattered lights, throngs of people pressed together. Grotesque stalls of every description lined the vast underground space. There were vendors of smuggled weapons, dealers in contraband pharmaceuticals, and even merchants hawking dismembered organs of aberrant species. The air was saturated with a peculiar miasma of alcohol, tobacco, and the metallic tang of blood. Every patron, much like Chen Yang, concealed their face beneath hoods and masks, their haggling voices rendered hoarse and indistinct. This was District C-34's Twilight Realm, a lawless domain beyond the reach of order and legislation. Chen Yang did not linger. Guided by memory, he made straight for a corner stall that specialized in the procurement of rare metals. The proprietor was a vulgar, middle-aged man whose weasel-like features twitched with cunning, a pair of beady eyes darting about with calculated shrewdness. "Boss buying." Chen Yang lowered his voice, letting it rasp with deliberate hoarseness. "What goods?" "Let me see them," the proprietor replied, lazily lifting his eyelids. Chen Yang drew a small lead case from within his cloak and placed it upon the table. The proprietor opened it dismissively, but the moment his gaze fell upon the silver gleaming metallic powder within, fine as grains of sand, those lazy eyes ignited with sudden feverish brilliance. "Beryllium steel? High-purity powder, no less," he cried out before catching himself, hastily lowering his voice as he cast a furtive, thief-like glance about the surroundings. He pinched a sample of the powder and subjected it to analysis with his professional instrument. Purity at 97.3. What a find. What an extraordinary find. The proprietor rubbed his hands together with barely contained excitement. "Brother, how much are you asking for this?" Chen Yang's heart sneered coldly. Before arriving, he had already used the worker bees to thoroughly investigate the metal prices throughout the entire black market. Of course, he had not brought the entire stock this time, taking only half a kilogram to sell. Such a treasure was far too conspicuous. "Take it or leave it. 200,000 Federation credits," he declared. 200,000. The proprietor leaped to his feet. "Brother, are you robbing me? It's fine merchandise, true, but it's powder form. The refining losses alone are enormous. At most 100,000. 150,000, Chen Yang retorted without ceremony. "No deal, and I'll find another buyer." He made to reclaim the lead case as he spoke. Now, don't be hasty, brother." The proprietor hurriedly pressed down his hand, forcing onto his face a smile more wretched than tears. "The price is always negotiable after all. 130,000. How about 130,000? That's absolutely the most conscientious price. 150,000, not a credit less." Chen Yang's tone brooked no argument. "Furthermore, I don't want cash. Trade it for 3 vials of the intermediate physique enhancer and enough mid-grade nutritional paste to sustain 2 people for a month. Give me the remainder in cash." Every item he requested carried a clearly marked price on the black market, and their total value amounted to roughly 150,000. But given the quantities he demanded, once the proprietor sourced them at wholesale rates, a tidy profit would still remain. The proprietor's beady eyes flickered in calculation before he finally clenched his jaw in resolve. "Done. Brother, wait right here. I'll fetch your goods." Several minutes later, the transaction was complete. Chen Yang's personal terminal reflected a deposit of 10,000 Federation credits, while his pack now held 3 vials of the enhancer capable of transforming an ordinary person into something formidable overnight, along with a substantial crate of premium nutritional paste. He did not linger, turning to melt away into the crowd the moment he departed. After his departure, that very proprietor immediately produced a communicator and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Snake. A newcomer just left my stall offloading a batch of premium beryllium steel powder. Yes, he looked like a greenhorn. Sure to have more goods on him. Alright, I'll send you his physical description right now. He remained oblivious that his every movement had been observed in perfect clarity by a dark golden worker be perched upon the ceiling piping. A glacial curve crept across Chen Yang's lips. He had been yearning for an opportunity to test his newly acquired abilities. Chen Yang carried his weighty pack, abandoning the ventilation ducts through which he had originally come. Drawing upon the worker bee's reconnaissance, he selected a more concealed route through an abandoned drainage channel. Several worker bees wove themselves into an inescapable net within his psychic network. 5 took point in a triangular formation, funneling real-time intelligence of every movement within hundreds of meters ahead directly into his consciousness. 5 brought up the rear, tasked with rearguard vigilance and sealing off any escape route. The remaining 5 dispersed and circled overhead, monitoring for threats descending from above. Under such omnidirectional surveillance, no ambush could escape detection. Sure enough, after he rounded a bend, the vanguard bees transmitted a vivid image directly to him. 3 men lay in wait at a junction of pipes. Their leader was a bald man, a vicious green serpent tattooed across his neck, cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression one of petulant impatience. Beside him stood none other than the weasel-faced stall owner who had just sold him the goods. Brother Snake, will that kid really come this way? The weasel-faced proprietor asked with uncertain hesitation. Damn right, Bald Snake spat. I know these underground passages better than my own home. Some newbie trying to dodge the patrols has only this route open to him. The moment he rounds the bend, you two seal him off from both flanks. Remember, don't kill him. What I want is the goods on his person. Understood, Brother Snake. Chen Yang stared at the footage transmitted back by the worker bee, his heart turning to ice. He neither detoured nor retreated, but continued walking forward. He even slowed his pace, allowing his footsteps to echo clearly, as though he were a defenseless prey walking step by step into a trap. He's coming. At the fork in the passage, the stall owner caught the sound of footsteps and immediately grew excited. Snake Brother crushed out his cigarette, licked his lips, and a gleam of greed flickered in his eyes. The footsteps drew ever closer. Just as Chen Yang's silhouette was about to appear around the corner. Move! Snake Brother roared. Like a hunting leopard, he lunged violently from the shadows, his hand seizing at Chen Yang's throat in a vicious throat lock. The other 2 men swept in from either side, cutting off every avenue of escape. Yet at the very instant they struck, Chen Yang moved as well. As if eyes had grown on his back, he never looked around. His body simply dropped sharply to the left at an impossible angle. Snake Brother's killing grab met only empty air. The tremendous force robbed of its target left his body momentarily rigid. And now, Chen Yang's body exploded outward like a compressed spring. He employed no fancy technique whatsoever, only one simple direct strike, an elbow strike. His right elbow, driven by the rotation of his body, carried a force condensed to its absolute essence and slammed brutally into Snake Brother's ribs. Boom. A muffled impact. The savage grin on Snake Brother's face froze instantly. A terrifying force beyond his comprehension detonated beneath his ribs and surged through his entire body in an instant. He felt his ribs struck head-on by a battering ram meant for siege walls. His whole body flew sideways, uncontrollably crashing heavily against the hard pipeline wall. A mouthful of fresh blood mingled with shards of viscera sprayed wildly from his lips. The entire sequence unfolded with the speed of lightning. The other 2 thugs hadn't even seen what had happened before their boss already lay crumpled on the ground like a heap of rotten mud. The excitement on their faces instantly turned to terror. Why you? The stall owner pointed at Chen Yang, too frightened to finish his sentence. Chen Yang paid him no heed. He slowly turned around, his eyes hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, so cold they held not the slightest trace of emotion. He walked step by step toward the stall owner. Don't come any closer. The stall owner screamed, stumbling backward until he fell on his bottom, a stream of foul, acrid fluid quickly spreading across his crotch. I was wrong. Brother. Sir. Spare me. I'll never do it again. Snot and tears streaming down his face, he kowtowed frantically for mercy. Chen Yang walked up to him and stopped. He slowly raised his foot, then brought it down hard. Crack. The crisp sound of bone shattering rang out with jarring clarity in the silent pipeline. Arg. The scrawny stall owner clutched his crushed right hand, letting out a pig-slaughtering shriek of agony. This is your lesson. Chen Yang's voice was ice itself. Next time you dare to scheme against me, what shatters won't be your hand. It'll be your skull. With that, he spared the worthless fools no further glance, turned, and vanished into the dark depths of the pipeline. Only the pig-like howling and another thug, now paralyzed with terror, were left behind, trembling in place. When he returned to the warehouse, it was already late at night. Anya had not slept. She sat at the doorway with her knees hugged to her chest, waiting for him. The moment she saw Chen Yang return, she ran over at once, her ruby-red eyes brimming with worry. Hubby, are you alright? I think I smell blood on you. I'm fine. Chen Yang set down his pack and gathered her tightly in his arms. Breathing in the familiar, soothing fragrance that clung to her, the killing intent in his heart gradually subsided. I brought you a gift. He took from it a large crate of nutritional paste and 3 vials of mid-grade body enhancement serum. When he handed one of the serums to Anya, she shook her head. "Hubby, I don't need this," she said earnestly. "As long as I have enough energy and your genes, my body can evolve on its own. These are all for you. You need to become even stronger." A warmth stirred in Chen Yang's heart. "Fine, no body enhancement serum then. But you have to eat the nutritional paste, right? Come on, eat more." That I can do." He opened a box of mid-grade nutritional paste and handed it to Anya. Its sweet fragrance made her eyes light up instantly. He took out what remained in his pack. It was a brand new white dress. He had bought it with the money left over from selling the Terra steel from a black market stall that specialized in luxury garments. Though the price had been steep, he believed his girl deserved the finest things this world had to offer. "Go try it on." Anya gazed at the beautiful garment, her gaze shimmering with delighted surprise. She accepted it carefully and darted into the room they had partitioned off with canvas. Minutes later, when she stepped out again, Chen Yang's breath caught in his throat. The pure white dress accentuated her skin, making it appear even fairer and more crystalline. Her smooth black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Those pristine ruby eyes, touched with a hint of shyness, became all the more captivating. She looked like a sprite who had accidentally descended into the mortal world. Pure, beautiful, untouched by even a speck of dust. Is it pretty?" Anya fidgeted shyly with the hem of her dress, asking in a small voice. "It's beautiful." Chen Yang stepped forward and praised her sincerely. "You look beautiful in anything." He reached out and gently caressed her cheek. Anya's cheeks instantly grew scorching hot. She lifted her head to meet Chen Yang's gaze, and in those dewy eyes stars seemed to be twinkling. "Hubby." She rose on her tiptoes and kissed him of her own accord. The kiss was clumsy yet brimming with passion. The night stretched long, and she was especially warm. The following morning, Chen Yang awoke in a state of pure bliss. He glanced at the woman beside him. Anya was curled against him like a little kitten sound asleep. The white dress she wore had rumpled and bunched up from her sleeping posture, yet it still could not conceal her beauty. Chen Yang did not rise immediately. Instead, he opened the system panel. "New offspring gene has been successfully fused. Congratulations, host. Reward acquired 1 vial of primary gene optimization fluid." Something had actually changed. Chen Yang took it out without hesitation and used it. A warm yet powerful current surged once again from deep within his body, coursing through his limbs and meridians. He could clearly sense those once dim segments of his genetic chain being illuminated, repaired, and reorganized, bit by bit. The process was far gentler than the previous body enhancement, but the transformation it brought was far more profound. If body enhancement was like swapping a more powerful engine into an old machine, then gene optimization was a complete overhaul of that machine's entire underlying architecture. When the warm current subsided, Chen Yang felt as though the entire world had become new. His 5 senses had grown sharper. He could even hear the footsteps of patrol robots on the street outside the warehouse. At the same time, his thinking had become clearer and more agile. Those complex mecha structural diagrams Lin had taught him yesterday could now be disassembled and reassembled freely in his mind like 3D models. The higher a person's genetic grade, the faster a Star Walker levels up. For a mech pilot profession like Lin, this would manifest as a higher degree of coordination in piloting mechas. Just then, a new notification appeared on the system panel. Detected that host gene activity has reached a critical threshold. Gene rating breakthrough. Current gene rating D. Finally a breakthrough. Chen Yang's heart surged with indescribable excitement. However, the surprises had not yet ended. Gene rating reached D level, meeting the conditions for talent unlock. Host has obtained the first Zerg talent, hyperdimensional perception. Hyperdimensional perception beginner. Your spiritual consciousness can now reach higher dimensional information streams, allowing you to make vague predictions about the movement trajectories of lower dimensional beings, such as humans, within an extremely short time frame. Prediction. Chen Yang's breathing quickened. Wasn't this a form of precognition? Though only a vague prediction, in the rapidly changing battlefield, those fractions of seconds could determine life and death. He could not wait to test this new talent. He concentrated his spirit, slowly drawing forth that power from deep within his genes. In an instant, his world changed once again. Everything around him seemed to slow down. The dust particles dancing in the air traced faint, predictable lines within his perception. He gazed at Anya sleeping in his arms. The timing and amplitude of her next eyelash flutter appeared before his mind in hazy probabilities. This was incredible. So this was the power of the Zerg. Chen Yang's heart filled with awe. 2 more days passed. The number of worker bees under Chen Yang's command had increased to 21. His life remained a routine between the warehouse and Lin, whose secret base. But everyone could see he had changed. A certain indefinable quality had settled over him, noticeably more composed, more self-assured. That afternoon, under Lin, whose guidance, he was calibrating the fire control system of the Tyrant mech. "Hold on," Lin, who suddenly interjected, setting down his tools. His sharp eyes swept over Chen Yang. "You kid. Did your genes upgrade?" Chen Yang's heart stirred, surprised by the man's perceptiveness. He nodded. "I feel it too. I knew it." Lin, who sighed with complex emotion. "I have never seen a genius like you, who fell to rock bottom and still rose again. You are destined to escape this place. He patted Chen Yang's shoulder. Have you decided on your career path? I want to learn all of them. Chen Yang answered without hesitation. Lin, who paused then laughed. You are insatiable. But his eyes held deep approval, appreciating that ambition. He grew serious. The main paths are Starwalkers, those who wield physical might and stellar energy in combat, and mechanists like myself, masters of machinery and firepower, are humanity's original foundation. His expression darkened further. There is a third path that emerged only in the last century from the mother galaxy called Spirit Readers. Mysterious and extraordinarily powerful. Noticing Chen Yang's eager gaze, Lin, who quickly waved his hand. Don't look to me. I am just a mech mechanic. I have taught you everything I can. For other paths you will need proper training. Chen Yang frowned. So I have to go to school. Lin, who nodded. School is certainly the best route. I recall your spring recruitment gene test failed, but there is also the military academy's summer recruitment that tests compatibility. They are far less concerned with genetics. Go try that. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. That might actually work. Suddenly Lin, whose personal terminal rang. He glanced at the caller ID, frowned slightly, and stepped into a corner to answer. What is it? His voice reverted to that gruff foreman tone. Brother, who it is me. A shoe from the black market. A sycophantic yet fearful voice came through the communicator. It was the stall owner whose hand Chen Yang had crushed days earlier. Spit it out. Lin, who grew impatient. Brother, who something happened. Brother Snake. He was crippled on your territory a few days ago. What? Lin, whose voice shot up. Who did it? Though Brother Snake was merely a low-level thug, this had occurred on his patch, so he owed the man's backers some accountability. I do not know, a shoe stammered tremblingly. 2 nights ago Brother Snake took men to ambush a newcomer, but he got counter-killed. 7 of Brother Snake's ribs were broken, his internal organs hemorrhaged. He is still in the medical bay. Another brother had his leg shattered too. Before Brother Snake lost consciousness, he mentioned. The person seemed to be a newcomer as well. His strikes were ruthless beyond measure. He took out Brother Snake in a single move. Lin, whose expression turned grave. Instinctively he glanced back at Chen Yang, who was absorbed in his work. A single strike kill? Ruthless combat style? A newcomer. He knew everyone's abilities in this area. Currently only one person could pull off something like this. His disciple. Brother who? Are you still there? I got it. Lin, who hung up, then walked over to Chen Yang with a smile feigning casualness. Kid, where were you 2 nights ago? Chen Yang's hands adjusting the program paused briefly before resuming their work. Nothing much. After saying goodbye to you, I went straight back to the warehouse, he replied without looking up. Lin, who shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, I just want to ask, are you clean? Did you leave any traces? Chen Yang paused then smiled. Don't worry, brother who. I always keep things clean. That is good. Lin, who nodded approvingly. In this place you have to be ruthless to survive. You did right. He paused. But Brother Snake was backed by the Daiga Society. Since you crippled him, they will not let it go. Be careful when you go out, and carry the weapon I gave you. I am worried they will target every newcomer if they cannot find you. Chen Yang's heart tightened. I understand. The master and disciple shared a knowing smile, saying nothing more. Yet neither expected the Daigu Society's retaliation to come so swiftly and directly. That same evening Chen Yang had barely returned to the warehouse, had not even had time to embrace Anya. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the warehouse from outside. Then the heavy iron door, reinforced by Chen Yang, was blasted open from the outside. Over a dozen burly men wielding shock blades poured in, surrounding the entire warehouse. You kid is a newcomer, right? Get your ass out here. At the forefront stood a man with a ghastly knife scar running across his face. He surveyed the warehouse, his gaze settling on the beautiful girl with panic etched across her features, and the young man who stood protectively before her, and a cruel smile curled upon his lips. So you're the one who crippled my brother. The Scarface's voice echoed through the cavernous warehouse, carrying with it an overwhelming aura of menace. Earlier they had systematically rooted out every newcomer in this sector, dealing with each one cleanly and efficiently. Beyond any doubt, the only ones who posed a problem were this pair standing before him, a husband and wife distinct from all the rest who had rented their quarters alone within the warehouse. At this moment the assembled members of the gutter gang fixed Chen Yang and Anya with the playful predatory gaze of cats toying with mice circling their cornered prey. In their estimation this battle was already over. What chance did some unknown newcomer have, no matter how capable a fighter, against more than a dozen of them wielding shockwave blades? Anya's face had gone deathly pale. She clutched tightly at the hem of Chen Yang's shirt, her body trembling beyond her control. Chen Yang gently patted her hand, silently reassuring her to stay calm. He turned to face Scarface, his expression utterly devoid of fear, only an icy, fathomless calm. Yes, he acknowledged quietly. Excellent. You've got spine. Scarface sneered. They call me the Butcher, second in command of the gutter gang. My brother's medical bills plus compensation for my emotional distress. Call it around 500,000 Federation credits. And hand over all the Terra steel you're carrying. He paused, his gaze, laced with naked desire, ravaging Anya's figure with brazen impunity. Furthermore, have your girl here keep my brother's some company. Then we can call this matter settled. The instant the words left his lips, Chen Yang's eyes transformed in an instant. Where before there had been cold detachment, now there burned the unmistakable fire of pure murderous intent. There was one transgression he could never tolerate, anyone daring to set their sights upon Anya. You're courting death. Chen Yang's voice carried not a trace of emotion. Huh, me courting death. The butcher erupted as though hearing the most preposterous jest, his laughter swelling with theatrical excess. Kid, you haven't grasped the situation you're in, have you? Right now my boys have a dozen blades that could carve you into 80 pieces. Ha ha ha. The gang burst into collective jeering laughter. Heh. Chen Yang's smile was glacial. Not a single one of you will walk out of this warehouse alive. Consider it my loss if I'm wrong. These words reeked of insufferable arrogance. The butcher's laughter died in his throat. His features contorted with fury as he bellowed the order. Damn you, you just won't take a hint. Hack him into minced meat. Keep the woman alive. Chen Yang retrieved a blue short-barreled blaster from behind his back and pressed it into Anya's hands while he himself gripped an identical ion shockwave blade. Wife, if they get close, pull the trigger. Leave the rest to me. Husband, please be careful. Chen Yang smiled with quiet confidence. Trust me. Hyperdimensional perception activated. The entire world within his perception suddenly dilated into crystalline slowness. Those dozen thugs, the arc of their blades, the contraction of every muscle fiber. Every prediction materialized in his mind's eye with the clarity of projected imagery. His body moved without conscious thought, driven entirely by primal instinct. His toes struck the ground in a thunderous pivot. His entire form dissolved into an afterimage the naked eye could scarcely track. Whoosh! His target from the very outset had never been the underlings. It was their leader, the butcher. The butcher's malevolent grin had barely begun to fade when a figure expanding with terrifying velocity reflected in his pupils. He instinctively raised his blade to parry, but in Chen Yang's eyes that motion unfolded with laughable sluggishness. The ion shockwave blade traced an imperceptible arc through the air, gracefully circumventing the butcher's guard. Squelch! A flash of cold steel. The butcher's expression froze, then twisted into disbelief. He clutched at his throat as a crimson line erupted across it. He tried to speak, but only a gurgling wheeze escaped him before he crashed heavily to the ground. The gutter gang members who had been jeering moments before fell silent, as though a hand had seized their throats mid-cackle. Their second-in-command, a peak early-stage Stellaris apprentice, dead, just like that. No good. This kid's a stargazer for sure. Even stronger than our second-in-command. The overwhelming majority here were F-grade genetic humans, barely awakened, let alone ascending to become stargazers. The might of a stargazer had been etched into their minds long ago. Run, run for your lives. Someone's blood-curdling cry pierced the air, and the remaining thugs instantly crumbled, spinning around to flee toward the warehouse doors with desperate abandon. Trying to run, Chen Yang's silhouette vanished from where he stood, once more weaving through the fleeing mob at blistering speed. With each flicker of his movement came a brief scream and the wet sound of steel meeting flesh. They didn't even have time to turn and glimpse what had struck them down before collapsing one after another. The final thug had nearly reached the door, his fingers just brushing the handle, when a cold sensation crept up the back of his neck. His body stiffened, then slid limply to the floor. In less than 2 minutes the warehouse had returned to a deathly stillness. Scattered haphazardly across the floor lay a dozen contorted corpses. Blood had dyed the entire ground crimson. Chen Yang stood amidst the carnage, yet not a single drop of blood had soiled his person. He turned to face the girl who was slowly lowering her gun, watching as the fear in her eyes gradually gave way to worshipful admiration. Don't be afraid, it's over. Husband, you're incredible. From that night forth a legend began to circulate through the underground world of Sector C-34. A legend about the newcomer Reaper. It was said that he could shatter a man's skull with a single punch, moved like a phantom, and slaughtered men as one might slaughter dogs. The butcher's second-in-command of the gutter gang, along with his dozen-odd elite subordinates, had been wiped out in a single night. Corpses obliterated without a trace. The gutter gang became quite literally gutter oil. Among the newcomers who had recently arrived, only a handful could be considered, and anyone with sense could guess that the young man trailing beside Lin, who was the new uncrowned sovereign of these underground territories. With the most direct and blood-soaked methods imaginable, Chen Yang had carved out his infamous reputation upon this chaotic land. As for the remnants of the gutter gang, upon learning of the butcher's total annihilation, they neither sought vengeance nor lingered. They packed their belongings under cover of night and vanished from Sector C-34 entirely. Sector C-34 was precisely such a place, where death came daily and powers rose and fell with each passing hour. Provided one possessed sufficient strength and ruthlessness, no one would dare provoke them. Such was the unvarnished reality of this world, where only the strong survive and the weak are devoured. Chen Yang tossed the corpses into the abandoned smelting furnace, erasing all traces of their existence. The weapons, meanwhile, were concealed deep within the warehouse. These would become the first stockpile of resources for his future faction. Days seemed to have returned to their proper course. Chen Yang continued his daily training under Lin, whose rate of progress having long since left the man numb with disbelief. He could now independently perform deep maintenance and modification on more than half of the systems within the Tyrant mecha and master all of its operational procedures. Lin, who even began teaching him specialized piloting techniques. Kid, remember this: a mecha is not a pile of cold steel. It is an extension of your very body. You must feel it, understand it, and become one with it. Lin, who sat within the cockpit demonstrating a series of high-difficulty evasive maneuvers while bellowing instructions at Chen Yang beside him. Chen Yang, empowered by the cheat-like gift of hyperdimensional perception, could always anticipate Lin, whose next move in advance and respond with flawless precision. Damn it, am I teaching some kind of monster? Lin, who found himself questioning his own existence more than once. Yet Chen Yang's strength continued to surge at a breakneck pace. His swarm of worker bees had now grown to nearly 30. This vast reconnaissance network granted him unprecedented dominion over the entirety of Sector C-34. Through these worker bees, he discovered several forgotten resource caches, acquiring vast quantities of rare metals and materials. He no longer ventured to the black market himself. Instead, he employed a middleman he had subjugated through force, converting these resources into a steady stream of currency and supplies. The balance in his personal terminal had reached an astonishing 1.3 million credits. Catalyzed by abundant high-grade nutrients and a precious mid-tier genetic optimization solution, his genetic rating finally achieved another monumental leap. Genetic rating breakthrough. Current genetic rating C. Grade C. This signified that he had officially crossed from the ranks of inferior genes into the threshold of passable genes. Yet less than a month had passed since his coming-of-age ceremony. Husband, you're so incredible. Anya clung to him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. With ample nutrition and a secure environment, her body was recovering splendidly. Her skin had grown supple and luminous, and those ruby-like eyes shone with ever greater brilliance. More importantly, the offspring of humanity nestled within her womb had reached 53 in its gestation progress. Chen Yang could sense that this small life was absorbing the genetic essence of both himself and Anya at a remarkable rate, growing ever stronger with each passing moment. Everything was unfolding in the most favorable direction possible. Yet Chen Yang knew he could not remain in Sector C-34 forever. This place was merely his starting village. His ambitions stretched across the vast cosmos. He intended to uncover the truth of Anya's origins, to avenge her, and to shatter the accursed genetic class barriers so that no one could ever again dictate the fate of him and his family. To achieve all this, the first step was to obtain a legitimate identity that would grant him entry into upper society. The Federal Military Academy's summer recruitment, colloquially known as summer intake, represented his sole opportunity. Should he pass the summer intake and enter the Federal Military Academy, he would shed his status as a bottom-tier citizen and gain access to vast resources and elevated social standing. Teacher, I wish to participate in this year's summer intake. On the day that marked exactly 1 month since his arrival, Chen Yang revealed his decision to Lin, who, after concluding their daily training. Lin, whose hands paused mid-motion as he cleaned the mecha. He turned to face Chen Yang, his gaze complex and unreadable. Have you thought this through? I have. Chen Yang's tone was unwavering. Lin, who remained silent for a long while before finally heaving a sigh. Very well. You were never meant for a small pond. This little Sector C-34 cannot hold you. He reached into his garments and produced an aged metal dog tag, which he handed to Chen Yang. This is my old identification tag. Once you pass the Military Academy entrance exam, come find me again. I'll see if I have any contacts at the academy you attend. Perhaps I might be of some assistance. Chen Yang accepted the heavy tag engraved with the words, Ghost, Lin Hu, and felt a warmth blossom within his chest. Thank you, teacher. Thank me for nothing. Lin Hu waved dismissively and turned away, his voice somewhat muffled. Before you get lost, give the energy core of this mecha a complete overhaul. If anything goes wrong, I'll break your legs. Chen Yang smiled. He knew this was the old veteran's unique way of bidding farewell, fierce words concealing a tender heart. That evening, Chen Yang shared his decision with Anya. You're leaving? Wife, I told you I would never abandon you. We leave together. Upon hearing Chen Yang's mention of departure, Anya's ruby eyes, which had moments ago shimmered with starlight, immediately dimmed, betraying a flicker of panic and unease. She instinctively clutched at the hem of his clothing, her voice trembling with barely perceptible fear. Where are you going? Will you be gone for a long time? In her small world, Chen Yang was everything. They had only just established a proper home, only just begun to taste the sweetness of stability. She could not imagine life without him. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Chen Yang looked at her expression, so close to tears, and felt an ache of tenderness mixed with amusement. He reached out to gently pinch her soft cheek, his voice utterly sincere. Wife, I told you I would never abandon you. We leave together. Together. Anya was momentarily stunned. She raised her head, her dewy eyes brimming with confusion. But I don't have an identity. I can't leave this sector. They'll capture me. Who says you have no identity? Chen Yang drew her into his embrace, soothing her gently. Silly girl, from the moment you became my wife, your identity was already registered in the federal system. Have you forgotten how I treated your wounds? Chen Yang opened his personal terminal and brought up a page displaying Anya's official identification information with his own name prominently listed as her spouse. In the system's records, Anya Chun was Chen Yang's legitimate and lawful wife. I will never let you face any danger. Chen Yang held her tighter. When the time comes, you will be my lawful wife. No one will be able to take you away from me. Listening to Chen Yang's explanation and gazing at the authentic identification document, the suspended fear in Anya's heart gradually began to dissipate. Her eyes reddened slightly. It turned out he had long since arranged everything for her. Husband. She buried her face deep against his chest, her voice muffled. You're so good to me. Silly girl, you're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who else would I? Chen Yang laughed as he ruffled her hair. So don't be afraid. Wherever we go in the future, we'll go together. Even if the sky falls, I'll be there to hold it up for you. Anya nodded firmly. At that moment, all her anxiety and fear dissolved into nothing, replaced by an unprecedented sense of security and sweetness. As long as she could remain by his side, anywhere would be the same. 2 days later, deep into the night, Chen Yang made one final trip to the black market, selling the confiscated tremor blade and nearly all the terabyte powder he had acquired, exchanging them for a massive sum of cash. In his personal terminal, his account balance had directly surpassed the 2 million mark. Having done all that, he sealed the remaining 3 kilograms of terabyte steel powder in a lead container. Changing into brand new casual clothes with Anya, he paid a final visit to the training ground to bid farewell to Lin Hu. The farewell was brief. The veteran merely waved his hand without even turning his head. Chen Yang took Anya's hand without the slightest hesitation and purchased 2 space vessel tickets from the official ticket counter bound for Colony World 2343 in Sagittarius. Wife, hold on tight. We're about to witness an entirely new world. The vessel ignited and a tremendous acceleration pressed them back into their seats. Anya gripped Chen Yang's hand tightly, turning her head to gaze through the porthole at the dilapidated blocks racing past her eyes, still lingering with regret for that warehouse. The vessel quickly traversed the wormhole and arrived above a planet, then pierced through the thick cloud layer, entering the upper atmospheric zone. When the colossal city, suspended in the heavens aglow with radiant lights like a divine miracle, came into view, Anya could not help but let out an astonished exclamation. Countless flying vehicles shuttled between the densely packed skyscrapers, and dazzling holographic advertisements bloomed across the night sky, a spectacle of prosperity she had never before witnessed. So beautiful. Anya pressed her face against the cold porthole, her ruby-red eyes reflecting the city's resplendent lights, brimming with awe and wonder. Is this truly humanity's upper world? Compared to the filth, chaos, and suffocation of District C-34, it was nothing short of paradise. Let's go find a place to stay first. Before arriving, Chen Yang had already arranged their accommodation. Without stinting on expense, he had rented a 120 square meter apartment in an upscale residential compound within the main city area, one renowned for its tranquil surroundings and rigorous security. When Anya stepped into the bright, immaculately furnished apartment equipped with an array of smart home appliances, she was utterly stunned. Soft carpets, comfortable sofas, spacious and sunlit bedrooms, and a viewing balcony overlooking the distant city skyline at night. Everything here felt like a dream. Is this really our new home? Anya stepped cautiously onto the plush carpet as though afraid that even a heavy footstep might shatter the dream. Yes, our new home. Chen Yang embraced her from behind, resting his chin atop her head, and whispered softly, do you like it? I love it. I love it so much. Anya nodded vigorously, her eyes growing moist once more. She turned around and clung tightly to Chen Yang's waist, burying her face in his chest, as she felt the warmth of his body and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Thank you, husband. We're husband and wife. No need for thanks. Chen Yang stroked her long hair, a profound sense of fulfillment filling his heart. Wife, there's also a smart cooking machine here. Just tell it what you'd like to eat, and as long as there's a recipe in the database, it can prepare it for you. Would it? Could it make nutritional paste? Anya asked almost instinctively. Chen Yang chuckled and pinched her cheek affectionately. Silly, we won't be eating that stuff anymore. There are tens of thousands of delicious dishes here. I'll take you to taste them all one by one. Really? Anya's eyes lit up instantly, her ruby-red pupils sparkling with anticipation. In District C-34, simply being able to eat one's fill was the greatest happiness. She had never imagined that food could be differentiated by taste. Of course it's true. Chen Yang gently flicked her nose. Come on, change into some clothes, and I'll take you out to explore. Let me show you the places where I used to live. Over the following days, Chen Yang virtually canceled all his cultivation plans and devoted himself wholeheartedly to accompanying Anya. He took her to the most bustling commercial district and bought her many beautiful new outfits. Whenever Anya emerged from the fitting room in various styles of dresses, her pure and captivating demeanor always drew admiring glances from passers-by, filling Chen Yang with an overwhelming sense of pride. He took her to savor every manner of delicacy, from molecular cuisine that melted upon the tongue to exquisitely fresh seafood feasts, and even those tiny street-side cakes, so sweet they reached straight to the heart. Each time Anya devoured her food like a little hamster discovering a new world, her eyes gleaming, cheeks puffed out, her face radiant with the purest happiness. He also took her to the park to watch the fountains rode on hover vehicles, and even attended a hilariously cheesy romance film at a holographic cinema. Anya was like a child newly arrived in this world, curious about everything around her. She gradually became more talkative, her smiles growing brighter and more brilliant, no longer the timid, fragile girl who had always lingered timidly behind Chen Yang. She would link arms with Chen Yang, chattering away with questions, and when she spotted something she liked, she would eagerly drag him over. She had even learned to act coquettishly. Chen Yang thoroughly relished this feeling. Watching the girl he cherished grow more open and joyful each day gave him a greater sense of accomplishment than any increase in his own power ever could. That evening after strolling through the night market, the two returned home. Anya lounged on the sofa like a satisfied kitten burping contentedly, a large pile of snacks clutched to her chest. Chen Yang sat beside her opening his personal terminal to browse an encrypted online store page. Anya curiously leaned her head over. "Husband, what are you looking at?" "Something that will help us live better in the future," Chen Yang said, pointing to a product image on the screen. It was a blue liquid sealed in a silver metal tube with a line of small text beneath: intermediate physique optimization solution. Price, 200,000 Federation credits. 200,000. Anya covered her mouth in astonishment upon seeing the figure. In District C, 34, 200,000 Federation credits was enough for an ordinary working-class family to desperately save for 10 long years. "So expensive," she murmured softly. "Yes, very expensive." Chen Yang closed the page, leaned back against the sofa, and his expression grew complicated. He thought of his parents. They were the most ordinary repair workers, honest and diligent throughout their lives, frugal in every way, and even now their savings might not reach 100,000. For them, 200,000 was an astronomical sum. How could children from ordinary families, no matter how gifted, compete with the sons of wealthy families born with silver spoons in their mouths when they lacked resources? A single vial of this optimization solution alone was enough to keep countless people from stepping across the threshold of greatness. One might reach the initial stage of a star cultivator through perseverance and luck, but to advance even one step further, every step was built upon piles of money. The 2 million plus credits he currently held seemed substantial, but in truth it would hardly survive several such expenditures. "Husband, what's wrong?" Anya, sharp in her perception, sensed the shift in Chen Yang's mood. Setting aside her snacks, she leaned over and looked at him with concern. "Nothing." Chen Yang snapped back to reality, offering a smile as he drew her into his embrace. "I just feel we need to grow stronger." Chen Yang opened another page which displayed the registration portal for the Federal Military Academy's summer recruitment. "Once summer recruitment begins, I need to be in peak condition. So this money must be spent." He said, his gaze growing resolute. He intended to purchase 2 vials, determined to push his strength to the absolute peak of the late star apprentice stage before the assessment commenced. Anya nodded with only a vague understanding. She knew nothing of summer recruitment nor of the late star apprentice stage. She only knew that whatever decisions her husband made were undoubtedly the right ones. She nestled obediently in Chen Yang's arms and whispered softly, "Husband, no matter what you do, I'll always support you." Chen Yang responded, warmth flooding his heart as he lowered his head to place a gentle kiss upon her brow. As long as he could grow stronger, as long as he could protect the girl who belonged to him, let alone 400,000. He would fight to earn 40 million or even 400 million if necessary. He opened the shop page and without the slightest hesitation added 2 vials of intermediate physique optimization fluid to his cart before proceeding to payment. On his personal terminal, the balance plummeted instantly from over 1.6 million to barely 1.2 million. Chen Yang gazed at those numbers, feeling not a shred of heartache. Instead, a surge of heroic resolve welled up within him. Money lost could always be earned anew. Strength was the sole hard currency of this world. He closed the terminal, gathered the somewhat drowsy Anya into his arms, and strode purposefully toward the bedroom. Wife, a moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold pieces. We cannot afford to squander such precious time. Husband, I just ate so much I'm a bit sleepy. Perfect then. A little exercise will help digest that food. I find this sofa looks rather suitable. The following morning the doorbell chimed. The apartment's intelligent butler delivered a package encased in a cryogenic preservation container through the dedicated physical delivery channel. Chen Yang opened the container, revealing 2 metallic vials resting within their surfaces, shimmering with an ethereal blue luminescence. These were the intermediate physique optimization fluid, worth a staggering 400,000 federal credits. Husband, is this what you purchased? How lovely, Anya remarked. Clad in an adorable nightgown, she shuffled over, rubbing her sleep-laden eyes, gazing at the 2 vials with childlike curiosity. Indeed, lovely as it may be, it certainly burns a hole in one's wallet. Chen Yang chuckled, picking up one of the vials. Without a moment's hesitation, he twisted off the cap and drained the viscous blue liquid within in a single gulp. A stream of liquid, chill yet tinged with a hint of sweetness, slid down his throat. Immediately thereafter, an indescribable, terrifying surge of heat erupted violently from his stomach, instantly engulfing his entire being. Ugh! Chen Yang let out a strangled groan. His skin flushed crimson in an instant while veins writhed beneath the surface like wriggling earthworms. His entire body felt as though it had been plunged into a cauldron of molten lava. Husband! Anya cried out in alarm, rushing forward to support him. Don't touch me. I'm fine. Chen Yang forced the words through gritted teeth. He could sense that every single cell within his body was being torn asunder by this violent surge of energy, only to be reconstituted anew. His genetic chains trembled and exulted, ravenously devouring this foreign energy as they underwent profound optimization. It was that familiar sensation, yet this process proved incomparably more agonizing than his previous use of the primary physique enhancement agent. Chen Yang clenched his jaw tightly, sitting cross-legged upon the floor as he channeled the stellar energy within him with all his might. He could feel his bones fracturing inch by inch, then healing instantaneously, emerging harder and more resilient than before. Muscle fibers snapped apart only to be rewoven anew, growing more supple and explosively powerful. The might inherited from the Zerg genome also began its gradual awakening. When he opened his eyes once more, a razor-sharp glint flashed through his gaze. He felt as though the entire world had transformed into something altogether different. The motes of dust drifting through the air traced paths, so exquisitely clear. The faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Anya was so utterly enchanting. His five senses had once again undergone a monumental enhancement. More importantly, he could perceive that the surging, inexhaustible stellar energy within him had grown manifold more formidable than before. Every gesture and movement now brimmed with explosive power. Physique greatly enhanced. Stellar energy ceiling elevated. Current realm late, star apprentice. Success. Elation bloomed within Chen Yang's heart. He rose to his feet, savoring the surging power coursing through his body, experiencing a sense of exhilaration unprecedented. Husband, are you alright? Anya, who had remained vigilantly at his side, hastened to hand him a towel the moment she saw him return to normal. I'm fine, better than fine actually. Chen Yang accepted the towel, wiping away the grime from his body before planting a kiss upon her cheek with a smile. I feel like I could punch a bull to death with a single blow. He picked up the remaining vial of intermediate physique optimization fluid and handed it to Anya. Wife, you should dilute this one according to the instructions before using it. Anya, however, shook her head and spoke earnestly. Husband, didn't I tell you before? I don't need this. As long as my body receives sufficient nutrients, it can evolve on its own. You're about to participate in that summer recruitment. You should devote all your resources to yourself. Chen Yang gazed into her sincere eyes, his heart warming once more. He knew Anya spoke the truth. As a Zerg Empress bearing SSS bloodline, her growth potential far surpassed anything the human imagination could conceive. These agents engineered for human genetic optimization would likely yield her lesser results than a single high-energy feast. Alright, as you wish. Chen Yang did not insist, further draining the second vial of optimization fluid in a single gulp. This time, however, armed with experience, he endured the ordeal with far greater composure. When he completed the absorption once more, he could clearly perceive that his late Star Apprentice foundation had been thoroughly consolidated. They even showed signs of touching upon the threshold of its absolute peak. For 100,000 well spent. He indulged in a refreshing shower, donned a set of clean clothes, then settled onto the sofa and powered on his personal terminal. The registration page for the Federal Military Academy's summer recruitment remained open on the screen. Today marked the final day of registration. Chen Yang drew a deep breath, no longer hesitating. He entered his personal information field by field. Name Chen Yang. Age 18. Genetic rating F. Upon completing the final entry, his finger hovered above the Confirm Submission button for a brief moment. He knew that once he pressed this button, his life would once again arrive at a momentous turning point. He would return to that place which had once cast him into the abyss to face anew those who had once mocked and scorned him. But this time things would be different. He was no longer that waste whom anyone could trample at will, but a fierce tiger cloaked in sheep's pelt. He turned his gaze toward Anya, who was humming a tune in the kitchen, enthusiastically tinkering with the intelligent cooking appliance. His eyes softened with infinite tenderness, yet burned with unshakable resolve. For her sake, for the future that belonged to them both, he must tread this path. He would prove to the entire world that a genetic rating could never determine the ceiling of a person's potential. He would make all those who had looked down upon him pay dearly for their foolishness and arrogance. Beep. He pressed the button. Registration successful. Candidate Chen Yang, candidate number RMC 2343-775821. Please proceed in 3 days to the Central Stadium of District C. 45, Colonial Star 2343 in the Sagittarius constellation to attend the first round of assessment. Gazing at the notification that had popped up on his terminal, the corner of Chen Yang's mouth curved into a subtle arc. Husband, come quick. This machine actually made a cake. Anya came running over, proudly presenting a plate bearing a rather charred cake, as though offering a precious treasure. Chen Yang smiled, picked up a piece, and popped it into his mouth. The taste was somewhat peculiar, but his heart tasted sweeter than honey itself. Delicious, he praised with genuine sincerity. Really? Then I'll make it for you every day from now on. Anya beamed, her eyes narrowing into happy crescents. Chen Yang gazed upon her pure, radiant smile, and the fires of battle within his heart blazed ever brighter. That smile, he would dedicate his entire life to protecting it. 3 days later, the Central Stadium of District C. 45, Colonial Star 2343 in the Sagittarius constellation. A sea of people had gathered here, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Beneath the colossal floating dome, tens of thousands of young examinees from across the city had congregated. Each of them radiated the vigor of youth and yearning for the future, clustering in small groups of 3 or 5, eagerly discussing the assessment that was about to begin. Did you hear? Even the admissions office of the Federal 1st Military Academy's branch campus sent someone this time. Really? That's the crown jewel of the Federation's 3 great military academies. If they take a liking to you, it's a one-way ticket to the top. Boss, stop dreaming. That kind of place only accepts geniuses above A rank. What's it got to do with the rest of us? True enough. We'd be blessed just to get into a second-rate military academy. By the way, what's your gene rating? C. U. I'm only D rank. I'll probably get eliminated in the first round. Similar exchanges echoed from every corner of the venue. Gene rating. The eternal topic among them, and the most direct standard for dividing circles and status. Those B-rank and C-rank examinees were always surrounded by crowds, their faces radiating undisguised arrogance. Meanwhile, the D-rank and E-rank examinees mostly lingered silently in corners, appearing somewhat inferior and out of place. Chen Yang, dressed in an ordinary tracksuit, walked into the venue alone and was instantly swallowed by the surging crowd. He found a spot in a corner, quietly awaiting the start of the assessment, while subtly surveying those around him with his spiritual sense. He had to admit the genetic caliber of the upper districts was indeed leagues above that of the lower regions. Looking around, C-rank and D-rank examinees were everywhere, and he could even sense the formidable aura of several B-rank individuals. Just then an arrogant voice rang out not far from him. "Make way. Don't block young Master Gao's path." A ripple of commotion passed through the crowd as they automatically parted to form a corridor. A young man, tall and handsome in appearance, but with a haughty glint in his eye, strode forward amid a retinue of followers swaggering as he walked. He wore an expensive designer tracksuit, the latest model personal terminal adorning his wrist, his entire being exuding the aura of wealth and power. It's Gao Lang, the B-rank genius, and his father is Senator Gao Cheng of our planet. Wow, he's so handsome. I heard he was pre-admitted by the 3rd Military Academy long ago. Whispers and the suppressed squeals of girls rose from the surrounding crowd. Gao Lang thoroughly savored the feeling of being the center of attention. A smug smile played on his lips as his gaze swept casually around him like a lion king surveying his domain. Chen Yang's gaze met his for a fleeting moment by accident. This was the very man who had once humiliated him in every conceivable way at the gene testing center. Chen Yang's expression remained utterly placid. He calmly shifted his gaze away as though he had merely glanced at some insignificant passerby. But Gao Lang bristled instantly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He had recognized Chen Yang. Though Chen Yang's bearing had undergone a transformation as drastic as heaven and earth, that face, he would recognize it even if the man were reduced to ash. How could this waste, who had once been rated F rank, whom he had ground beneath his heel, possibly be here? What right did he have to show his face at this place? A nameless fury instantly surged up from the depths of Gao Lang's heart. What he despised most was that look in Chen Yang's eyes, so calm, so indifferent, as if he himself were no different from the air. Well, if it isn't our once famous prodigy Chen Yang. Gao Lang halted his steps and called out with exaggerated theatricality, his voice pitched at just the right volume for everyone around to hear. His entourage immediately took the cue and surrounded him, sizing up Chen Yang with mocking gazes. The surrounding examinees were drawn by the commotion and turned curious glances their way. Chen Yang? Which Chen Yang? Sort of rings a bell. Isn't he that unlucky sod who was once hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy, but tested as F rank? Oh, I remember now. That's him. What a joke. Does he really have the nerve to show up for the summer recruitment? Discussion and derisive laughter rippled through unrestrained. Chen Yang furrowed his brow. He had no desire to invite trouble, yet trouble had come knocking at his door of its own accord. Something you need, oi? He lifted his eyelids and asked coolly. Nothing much. Just spotted an old classmate and thought I'd say hello. Gao Lang replied with a smile that never reached his eyes. What happened? Weren't you assigned to scavenge garbage in District C-34? Is the food there really that good? It's even fattened up an F-rank piece of trash like you into something almost presentable. Ha ha ha. His retinue erupted in raucous laughter. Young Master Gao, why waste so many words on a piece of trash? It's beneath you. Exactly. An F-rank coming here is just wasting a slot. Get back where you came from. Humiliation and mockery surged in like a tide. Chen Yang's countenance remained composed. He could not even be bothered to lift his eyelids. Seeing Chen Yang so utterly impervious, Gao Lang felt as though he had struck cotton with his fist, his mood souring further. You son of a... Keck out your tongue. He cursed furiously, stepping forward with the intention of laying hands on him. Just then a commanding broadcast voice rang out across the venue. Attention all examinees, the assessment is about to begin. Please proceed immediately to your designated zones for identity verification and grouping. Gao Lang's movement froze mid-action. He cast Chen Yang a vicious glare, grinding out the words through clenched teeth. You trash, consider yourself lucky. You'd better pray I don't run into you during the assessment. Having spoken, he let out a cold snort, and flanked by his entourage, turned and headed toward the exclusive passage reserved for B-rank examinees. Chen Yang never once glanced his way again from start to finish. He straightened his attire and followed the throng toward the standard verification channel for Fed-rank examinees. A line formed. Identity verified. When he pressed his palm onto the verification device, the screen above immediately displayed his information. Name Chen Yang. ID RMC 2343-775821. Gene rating F. That vivid scarlet F was so glaringly offensive to the eye. The staff member in charge of verification was a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat weary. Upon seeing that rating, he was momentarily taken aback, then a flicker of undisguised contempt and impatience crossed his face. Next, he could not be bothered to say so much as another word, waving Chen Yang through with a dismissive gesture. The examinees waiting in line nearby also cast mocking glances his way. Holy crap, he's actually F rank. This guy's got some nerve. Nerve. I'd say he's got a screw loose more like. Meanwhile, in a VIP room somewhere in the stadium, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit with meticulously combed hair stared at the surveillance feed. He was none other than Gao Lang's father, Senator Gao Cheng of Colonial Star 2343 in the Sagittarius constellation. When he spotted that F rank, Chen Yang on the screen, his brow furrowed tightly. How did this piece of trash end up here too? He muttered to himself, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. He recalled how his son Gao Lang had once become psychologically twisted from jealousy over Chen Yang's innate talent. He had thought the matter was laid to rest once Chen Yang had fallen from grace at last. Never did he expect that this persistent specter would rear its head once more. No, absolutely not. He could not be allowed any chance of a comeback, no matter how slim. Even a 1 in 10,000 possibility had to be snuffed out completely. With that thought, Gao Cheng dialed a number. Hello, is this Director Wang? This is Gao Cheng. There's an F-rank examinee named Chen Yang at the summer recruitment assessment site. Give him a little special attention. Yes, have him eliminated in the first round. I don't want to see his face again. Counselor Gao, rest assured. It's a trivial matter. From the other end of the communicator came a voice both subservient and obsequious. The man addressed as Director Wang was one of the persons in charge at the summer recruitment assessment site. He hung up the communication, glanced at the list of examinees in his hand, found the name, Chen Yang, and a scornful sneer curled the corners of his mouth. A pathetic F-rank waste dares to offend Counselor Gao's eyes. Truly reckless with his life. Getting him kicked out in the first round is far too simple. He walked over to the equipment control console in the physical testing area and instructed the staff member who was calibrating the devices. When examinee 775,821 steps onto the platform directly increased the pressure parameters on that gravity equipment by 30%. Huh, Director Wang, this violates the regulations. If the pressure increases so suddenly, something could go wrong. The staff member looked deeply troubled. Cut the nonsense. Just do it. Director Wang's eyes widened, and he lowered his voice. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. You dare defy Counselor Gao's orders. At the mention of Counselor Gao, the staff member's face turned pale, and he dared not utter another word. He could only nod repeatedly. Yes. Yes, I understand. Director Wang patted his shoulders satisfactorily, and turned to leave. In his eyes, this matter was now foolproof. An F-rank genetic examinee on equipment with an additional 30% gravity, surviving 3 minutes would already be considered a miracle. And at this moment, Chen Yang had no idea about any of this. He had already arrived at his waiting area according to the group assignments, quietly waiting. Meanwhile, in different places across the Centaurus galaxy, others were also paying attention to the upcoming assessment. In Sector C-34, within Lin, whose secret base cluttered with parts. Beside the enormous Tyrant mecha, a holographic screen was glowing, displaying exactly the live broadcast feed from the central stadium. Lin, who had a cigar dangling from his lips, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, these hosts talk way too much nonsense. When will it start? I'm getting impatient. Though his words were full of complaints, his eyes never blinked, fixed intently on the screen as he searched for that familiar figure among tens of thousands of examinees. When he saw Chen Yang surrounded and mocked by Gao Lang's group, his brows furrowed, and he cursed, "You bunch of arrogant young brats. You'll be crying soon enough. Humph, daring to bully my apprentice." Although he had confidence in Chen Yang, a hint of worry still lingered in his heart. After all, the summer recruitment assessment was not merely about strength. Behind it lay a tangle of entrenched interests. He was afraid the boy's stubborn temper would land him in trouble. "You brats, show them what you're made of? Slap those bastards in the face." Lin, who exhaled a ring of smoke, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in the main city, Anya sat nervously on the sofa, her small hands tightly clasped together. The holographic television in front of her was also broadcasting the live assessment feed. The screen showed a sea of faces, making it impossible for her to find Chen Yang anywhere. "My husband will definitely make it. He's the best," she whispered in prayer for Chen Yang, her ruby-red eyes filled with worry and tension. She couldn't understand the assessment rules, nor could she distinguish genetic ranks. She only knew that her husband was in an important place fighting for their future. All she could do was silently cheer for him from here. Farther out in the starry expanse above the Centaurus galaxy's primary world, within the admissions office of the Federation's first military academy, several officers in crisp military uniforms bearing general stars upon their shoulders were idly gazing at the enormous light screen before them, divided into thousands of tiny frames. Each small frame on the light screen corresponded to a planet within the 3,000-plus colonial worlds of the Centaurus galaxy that was currently conducting its summer recruitment assessment. "There's nothing remarkable this year." A somewhat languid-looking Major General yawned. "I've been watching for ages, and there are only a dozen or so S-rank candidates. I haven't even seen a single SSS rank, and the S-ranks number only in the thousands. It's truly getting worse every year. There's no helping it. The truly top-tier geniuses have already been snapped up by those monster academies on the capital star long ago. What chance is left for us?" Another colonel responsible for data analysis shook his head, speaking with resignation. "Air. Report. Abnormal data detected on colonial planet No. 2343. A technical soldier responsible for monitoring suddenly spoke with an odd expression. "Abnormal data." The Major General perked up with interest. "Go on." "Reporting, sir. The planet's registration system shows that a candidate with an F-rank genotype has successfully registered and passed the review. Uff. The Major General spat out the tea he had just sipped. F-rank. Are you certain you didn't misread it? He asked in disbelief. Doesn't the summer recruitment registration system automatically filter out F-ranks? How could such a fish slip through the net? Reporting, sir, we've investigated. It is not a system vulnerability. The colonel pulled up Chen Yang's records, his expression equally peculiar. This examinee named Chen Yang was assessed as having A-rank talent at birth 18 years ago on record. But during the adult genetic evaluation a month ago, he was reclassified as F-rank. The system allowed him to pass the registration review based on his A-rank record from birth. From A-rank dropping to F-rank. How interesting. The Major General stroked his chin. A piece of trash fallen from the heavens usually has fragile mental fortitude. And yet he has the courage to enter the summer recruitment. I'd like to see what he can pull off. He added with keen interest, giving the technical soldier instructions. Pull up the live feed from planet 2343 and enlarge it. Yes, sir. The enormous light screen rapidly magnified a frame belonging to Centaur's colonial planet No. 2343, positioning it prominently in the center. In the frame, the broadcasting announcement had just sounded and tens of thousands of examinees began streaming toward their respective testing zones. No one knew that this utterly ordinary assessment on a remote colonial planet had already drawn widespread attention because of an F-rank examinee. A colossal storm was quietly brewing. Inside the central stadium, guided by the announcements, Chen Yang arrived at the designated area for physical testing. Thousands of examinees were divided into 10 batches, 100 per batch, taking the test simultaneously. The testing items were straightforward, yet unforgiving. Examinees were required to don specially engineered gravity suits and endure within a gravity field. The suits would begin at 1.5 times standard gravity, increasing by 0.1 times each minute. The longer you could endure, the higher your score. This test evaluated not only physical strength, but also willpower and stamina. 4-star swordsman, the profundity of stellar energy, also played a crucial role. First batch of examinees enter the testing zone. At the examiner's command, the first batch of 100 candidates, including Chen Yang, stepped into the circular testing arena, separated by energy shields. The staff began fitting them with gravity suits, tight black combat uniforms crisscrossed with intricate energy circuits. They felt heavy on the body. When the staff member was helping Chen Yang put on the equipment, his eyes caught the number 775,821 on Chen Yang's chest, and his movements noticeably faltered, a flicker of sympathy and pity flashing in his gaze. But he said nothing, silently fastening the last buckle for Chen Yang before quickly walking away. Chen Yang keenly noticed the man's strange look, but did not dwell on it. He moved his body around, feeling the constriction of the gravity suit, his mind perfectly calm. This weight meant nothing to him. It was as if he wore nothing at all. Not far away, Gao Lang and his lackeys watched this scene from the exclusive rest area for B-class candidates. Young Master Gao, that good-for-nothing, is in the first batch. We can really enjoy watching him humiliate himself. Humph, an F-rank, he won't last 2 minutes before collapsing on the ground like a dead dog. A cruel smile spread across Gao Lang's face. He could hardly wait to see Chen Yang crushed by the gravity, kneeling and begging for mercy. He even activated the recording function on his personal terminal, determined to capture this wonderful moment forever. Outside the testing arena, countless eyes were fixed on the first batch of candidates. Round 1 physical assessment begin now. As the electronic synthetic voice sounded, the entire testing arena hummed, and an invisible gravity field activated instantly. A crushing pressure surged toward them from all directions. 5 times gravity. The moment the pressure descended, all 100 candidates in the arena sank slightly. The expressions of most D-rank and E-rank candidates changed instantly. They felt as though a small mountain had been placed on their backs, their breathing growing difficult, forcing them to circulate the scarce star energy within their bodies to resist. Chen Yang, however, merely swayed slightly before adapting immediately. This pressure was to him no different from a gentle tickle. He didn't even bother activating his star energy, standing perfectly straight through sheer physical strength alone. His gaze swept calmly over those around him. Most candidates had already begun gritting their teeth, fine beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Only a handful who appeared to be at the peak of D rank could maintain a relatively relaxed demeanor. Time ticked away. Gravity increasing to 1. 6x. Gravity increasing to 1. 7x. Gravity increasing to 1. 8x. The pressure in the arena grew ever greater. Ugh. Finally at 1. 9 times gravity, an E-rank candidate with a frail build could no longer hold on. His legs buckled, and he was the first to fall to his knees. The warning light on his chest immediately flashed red, and 2 medical robots swiftly entered the arena to drag him out. Once there was the first, there came the second, the third. When gravity broke through the 2x threshold, more than 30 candidates had already been eliminated from the arena. The remaining competitors all wore twisted expressions, their bodies trembling violently, clearly nearing their limits. Huh, look at that F-rank trash. How is he still standing? Gao Lang's lackeys suddenly pointed at Chen Yang on the screen and burst into exaggerated laughter. Gao Lang looked over as well, and the smile on his face froze instantly. On the screen, Chen Yang stood perfectly straight, not trembling in the slightest. His breathing was untroubled, and not a single drop of sweat marred his face. His calm and composed demeanor made it seem as though he were not enduring a brutal gravity assessment, but rather taking a leisurely stroll in a park. How could this be possible? Gao Lang rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. How could a waste of F-rank genetics remain so at ease under 2 times gravity? Those D-rank candidates beside him were already on the verge of collapse. He must be cheating, one lackey stammered. Right? His gravity suit must be malfunctioning. Gao Lang glared fiercely at Chen Yang, his face dark enough to drip water. Cheating. Cheating at the Federal Military Academy's summer recruitment exam. Impossible. Every piece of equipment here was connected to the military's central AI, and any anomaly would be detected instantaneously. But if it wasn't cheating, how could this be explained? Could this waste actually possess physical qualities stronger than a D rank? No. Absolutely impossible. There must have been some mistake. Gravity increasing to 5x. Fewer than 300 candidates remained in the arena. All of them had pushed their star energy to its absolute limit, struggling desperately to endure. A D-rank candidate vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed stiffly to the ground. Chen Yang, however, remained exactly where he stood, motionless. He was beginning to find it somewhat boring. This pressure was hardly enough to serve as a warm-up. He glanced around at those still struggling to hold on, then began doing warm-up exercises right where he stood. Chest expansions, leg stretches, torso twists. Movements standard and effortlessly graceful. This scene was transmitted clearly through the live broadcast to everyone's eyes. The entire stadium fell into an immediate suffocating silence. All those watching the broadcast, whether candidates and examiners present in the arena, Anya guarding the apartment, or even the generals in the 1st Military Academy's admissions office, were utterly stunned. What the hell is going on? Doing warm-up exercises in 5 times gravity. What's his number? Check it quickly. Which family's genius is he? 775821. Genetic rating. F. When Chen Yang's glaring F-rank rating appeared on the public screen, the entire stadium erupted into chaos. F-rank. Am I seeing this correctly? An F-rank doing warm-ups in 5 times gravity. What interstellar joke is this? This is more absurd than pigs flying. The equipment must be malfunctioning. Yes, his gravity suit must be broken. Questions, shouts of disbelief, and exclamations rose one after another. Director Wang, responsible for equipment operation, was drenched in sweat, with a deathly pale face. Malfunctioning. How could it be broken? He had personally watched the staff increase the pressure on Chen Yang's unit by an additional 30%. In other words, the actual gravity Chen Yang was bearing was not 5 times but 25 times. An F-rank doing warm-up exercises under 25 times gravity. Director Wang felt his entire understanding of the world being utterly overturned. Watching the composed young man on the screen, a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. What waste was this? This was clearly a freak wrapped in an F-rank exterior. Counselor Gao, what manner of monster have you gotten me involved with this time? In Sector C, 34, the cigar fell from Lin Hu's lips with a soft clatter to the ground. Staring at the familiar figure on the screen, his murky eyes blazed with an unprecedented gleam. Good lad. Good lad. Huh. He must have already reached the late stage of Star Disciple, hasn't he? Kept that well hidden. This is going to be quite the show. He slapped his thigh in excitement and burst into a deafening, unrestrained laugh. In the apartment, Anya couldn't decipher those complicated gravity readings, but she could see clearly. Everyone else on the screen had fallen while her husband remained standing tall and unyielding like a sturdy pine. A radiant smile of pride and triumph lit up her delicate features. I knew it. My husband is the best. The gravity increased to 0 times. Chen Yang continued stretching his legs. The gravity increased to 0 times. Chen Yang began doing push-ups one-handed with effortless ease. The gravity increased to 0 times. Only Chen Yang remained on the field. Inside the stadium, every person's mind went blank. The Federal Summer Recruitment had always refrained from testing Star Awakeners' rank, for the 2 months between Spring Awakening and Summer Assessment were equal for all. No meaningful gap could be created within that time frame. The military academies cared only for your present capability, even if you had accumulated it through family wealth and resources that still counted as part of your own strength. Thus, when an F-rank candidate rose to the forefront, people only marveled at the fortune behind him rather than questioning the rules. Yet everyone understood one iron law: the fundamental limits imposed by genetics were an insurmountable chasm. Piling mid-tier constitution elixirs upon a student with F-rank genes could never match the effect of a single low-tier elixir consumed by a B-rank student. But now, the ordinary student bearing the F-rank label on the screen was clearly shattering that iron law to pieces. This was no longer a matter that resources alone could explain. This young man had used sheer strength to prove to everyone that he was the exception himself. At the 1st Military Academy admissions office, the languid-looking Major General smiled and waved. Interesting. Can an F-rank achieve something like this? Patch me through to the field director on planet 2343. Keep a close watch on this kid. Yes, sir. The gravity increased to 0 times. Chen Yang finally ceased his movements. He could feel the first whispers of pressure upon his body. It was time to bring this to an end. He flashed a grin at the surveillance camera overhead, then raised his hand. I yield. His voice rang out clearly through the microphone of his gravity suit carrying across the entire venue. The entire stadium fell deathly silent. It was only after a few seconds that thunderous applause and cheering erupted all at once. Though they did not understand why this F rank was so overwhelmingly powerful, strength wherever it was found deserved reverence. Soon the results of the first cohort were compiled and displayed upon the massive light screen. First place, Chen Yang ID RMC, 2343-775821, duration, 45 minutes, final gravity 6.0 times. Second place. The second place score reached only 4.6 times gravity, failing to break through the threshold of 5.0. This was an absolute gap-spanning domination. Immediately afterward, the data on the light screen refreshed once more. Candidate Chen Yang places first in the physical fitness assessment on colonization planet 2343 of the Sagittarius constellation. Overall ranking within the Sagittarius galaxy, 298th place. Boom. The entire stadium boiled over once again. First on the planet. Top 300 across the entire galaxy. An F-rank candidate upon a third-tier frontier colony, Star had achieved results that rivaled those of the A-rank geniuses from the main planets. This was a miracle. A legend without precedent. Gao Lang slumped into his chair, his face ashen, staring at the glaring name and score on the light screen. His cheeks burned as though someone had slapped them hundreds of times with the sole of a shoe. He was finished. From this day forward, he would be utterly reduced to mere background for the very waste he had despised most. A colossal joke. The first day's physical assessment continued uninterrupted until dusk before finally concluding. In the end, Chen Yang secured first place in the Sagittarius colony planet 2343 physical fitness assessment without a shadow of doubt, thanks to his overwhelming 6.0 times gravity advantage. His overall ranking across the 3,000-plus planets of the entire galaxy also settled at 298th place. This achievement alone was sufficient to throw open the doors of any top-tier military academy. As Chen Yang stepped out of the testing ground, he was no longer met with mockery and disdain, but with countless gazes filled with awe, admiration, and curiosity. Those candidates who had previously mocked him now wished they could find a crack in the earth to crawl into, lacking even the courage to meet his eyes. See Chen Yang, fellow student. A middle-aged man in an examiner's uniform approached with a beaming smile. It was Director Wang, who had been responsible for operating the equipment earlier. Greetings. I am Wang Ping, the on-site supervisor for this assessment. He bowed and fawned, adopting an extremely humble posture. Congratulations on your remarkable achievement. You are truly the pride of our planet 2343. As he spoke, he secretly watched Chen Yang's expression, his heart pounding with unease. He could only pray that this formidable figure had not discovered the underhanded maneuvers he had orchestrated previously. Otherwise, not even Counselor Gao nor anyone else in the heavens could save him. What do you want? Chen Yang glanced at him indifferently. No, nothing. Startled by Chen Yang's gaze, Wang Ping hastily waved his hands. I just wanted to ask whether you might be free tonight. One of our planet's administrative officers would like to invite you to a modest dinner to celebrate your success. An administrative officer of the planet. For any other candidate hearing such an invitation would likely have reduced them to incoherent excitement. But Chen Yang merely wrinkled his brow. Something feels fishy. Please extend my apologies to that officer. I am far too exhausted today, and my wife is waiting for me at home. To Chen Yang, dining with unfamiliar officials paled in importance compared to returning home to keeping you company. With that, he paid no further heed to the stupefied Wang Ping and strode directly through the crowd, leaving the stadium. Leaving Wang Ping alone, standing bewildered in the wind. Just like that, he was rejected. How blunt. As Chen Yang exited the stadium, he immediately spotted a low-profile black hovercar parked by the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Hu's rugged face. Teacher, what are you doing here? Me. I come when I wish. Get in. Chen Yang opened the door and climbed inside. You damn kid, you're impressive. Lin Hu punched him hard on the shoulder, full of force. You kept that well hidden. 6 times gravity. That's the physique of a star disciple at the peak, isn't it? How on earth did you train? His face bore unmistakable excitement and pride. Just luck. Chen Yang smiled, offering no further explanation. Bullshit. Can luck give an F rank the physique of a peak star disciple? Lin Hu cursed, but did not press further. He understood that everyone harbored their own secrets. Bravo. He clapped Chen Yang firmly on the shoulder. You gave those snobbish bastards a proper slap in the face. Satisfying. Damn satisfying. He handed Chen Yang a chilled metal flask. Here to celebrate your triumphant start. Chen Yang uncorked it and inhaled a rich, robust aroma of malt. It was liquor. He did not hesitate, tilting his head back for a generous gulp. The fiery liquid slid down his throat, bringing a scorching sensation of pure satisfaction. By the way, Lin Hu seemed to recall something. Earlier, the 1st Military Academy's admissions office contacted me. Chen Yang paused. Contacted you? Lin Hu nodded, a hint of smugness crossing his face. Back in my day, I was at least affiliated with the Ghost Unit. I still have a few brothers in arms over there. They saw your results, found my contact information in your file, and reached out. Chen Yang's heart tightened. What did they say? I hope it doesn't affect you. What else is there to say? They were probing you, trying to recruit you early. Lin Hu chuckled. I turned them down for you. I told them my disciple's ambition reaches for the stars themselves. Some mere first-rate military academy wouldn't necessarily be worthy of his gaze. Chen Yang listened, caught between laughter and exasperation. That was quite the boast. Don't you dare doubt it, kid. Lin Hu saw through his thoughts. Your potential far surpasses such things. The first military academy may be elite, but the waters there run deep as well. A person of F rank with no backing, no matter how talented, would easily be ostracized and suppressed by those scions of noble houses. The assessment isn't over yet, so don't rush into any decision. Look around more, consider your options. Chen Yang nodded, a warm feeling blooming in his chest. He knew Lin Hu was genuinely looking out for his best interests. Thank you, teacher. Save the thanks and get lost already. Don't keep me from my drink. Lin Hu waved impatiently, shooing Chen Yang out at the foot of the apartment building. Chen Yang watched the hovercar fade into the distance, smiled, and turned to enter the apartment building. The moment he opened the door to his home, a fragrant, soft figure threw herself violently into his embrace. Hubby, you're home. Anya clung to him tightly, her little head nuzzling against his chest like an affectionate kitten seeking attention. Her voice brimmed with excitement and joy. Chen Yang held her close, breathing in the delicate fragrance of her hair, and felt the day's exhaustion melt entirely away. Hubby, you're amazing. You took first place. Everyone was cheering for you. Anya lifted her head, and those ruby-red eyes sparkled with little stars, shining with absolute adoration. This is only the beginning. Chen Yang pinched her cheek gently. I know my husband is the best. Anya tugged him toward the dining table. The table was laden with a lavish spread of dishes. Though some looked rather peculiar in their presentation, every single one had been prepared by Anya's own hands. Quick, try it. I practiced for so long. Anya watched him with eager anticipation. Chen Yang sat down and took a bite. The taste defied all description. Yet seeing the hopeful gaze in the girl's eyes, he still raised his thumb in approval. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Really? Anya's eyes instantly curved into crescents. Then eat more. She kept serving him dish after dish, her smile more radiant than the neon lights outside the window. Chen Yang gazed at her, his heart softening with tenderness. With a wife such as this, what more could a man possibly ask? He ate the meal with complete contentment. After dinner, the two nestled together on the sofa watching television. Anya seemed to have endless things to say, chattering away about her feelings watching the live stream alone at home that day. Hubby, you have no idea, when you first stepped onto the field, I was so nervous my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. And then when I saw all those people fall, and you were the only one still standing, I just knew right then that my husband was the most incredible hero in the whole world. Later they said you were F rank. I don't know what that means, but I know they were definitely just jealous of you. Chen Yang listened quietly, nodding in response from time to time. He loved listening to her speak. Her voice was like the most beautiful music, capable of soothing away all his weariness and killing intent. As she chattered on, Anya's voice gradually faded into a murmur. She nestled against Chen Yang's chest, her cheeks faintly flushed, her gaze slightly hazy. Hubby, are you tired today? She asked in a small voice. Chen Yang lowered his gaze to look at her. Those glistening eyes seemed to hold a pool of spring water within them, alluring and seductive. How could he possibly misunderstand this little enchantress's meaning? His dazzling performance during today's assessment, the overwhelming power he had displayed, had thoroughly awakened within her genes the deep-seated adoration and submission toward the strong. Not tired at all. Chen Yang's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his voice turning hoarse. Not even a little. My whole body is brimming with strength, and I was just worrying about where to put it all. Then, Anya's cheeks flushed an even deeper crimson. She reached up to hook her arms around Chen Yang's neck, her breath warm as orchid blossoms. Then, shall we rest early? I'm afraid you won't have any energy tomorrow. Chen Yang could restrain himself no longer. With a swift motion, he flipped her beneath him. Don't worry. Your husband's vigor exceptionally robust. He lowered his head and claimed those enticing crimson lips. The night outside the window grew ever deeper, while the temperature inside the room continued to climb. Anya had initially worried that Chen Yang was too tired and wanted him to rest early. But the result? She realized she had been wrong, spectacularly wrong. The man who had returned from the assessment resembled a beast whose seal had been broken, brimming with ferocity and explosive power. She felt like a small boat tossed in a storm, carried again and again to the crest of the waves. In the end, she lay utterly spent upon the bed, unable to move, even a single finger, whimpering in broken little gasps like a helpless kitten. Hubby, no, I can't. Please have mercy. Chen Yang gazed at the girl who had melted into a puddle of tenderness in his arms and let out a long, satisfied sigh. The next morning, Chen Yang awoke feeling thoroughly refreshed. After a night of passionate battle, his spirit was invigorated. He glanced at the woman beside him. Anya clung to him like an octopus sleeping soundly. A crystalline trace of tears still lingered at the corner of her eye, yet the corners of her lips curved slightly upward as though she were dreaming something sweet. He opened the system panel, and the smile on his lips deepened. New progeny gene fusion complete. Exceeding completion threshold for progeny gene detected. Congratulations, host. Reward upgraded. Spiritual power enhancement elixir intermediate X1. Spiritual power enhancement. Now this was a fine treasure indeed. Wait a moment. The more times he was with Anya, the greater the reward. Chen Yang looked at the still sleeping Anya on the bed, and a wicked grin curled at the corner of his lips. Tonight, we continue. Chen Yang rose quietly from bed, careful not to disturb her. He walked into the living room and unhesitatingly retrieved the system's reward, the spiritual power enhancement elixir. It was a tube of colorless transparent liquid appearing entirely unremarkable. Chen Yang downed it in one gulp. Instead of the pain he had imagined, a cool, refreshing stream flowed down his throat and surged directly into his brain. Buzz. Chen Yang felt as though his skull had been struck by a heavy hammer. Darkness engulfed his vision for an instant, but immediately following, an indescribable clarity spread through him like a sudden awakening, an epiphany descending upon his mind. His thoughts in that very moment became sharper and more agile than ever before. Those maddeningly complex mecha structural diagrams Lin who had taught him previously no longer appeared as flat blueprints in his mind. They transformed into three-dimensional models that could be disassembled, assembled, and rotated at will. The construction of every component, the path of every circuit, all appeared with such clarity as though he had manufactured them with his own hands. He felt his spiritual power extending outward like an invisible web spreading in all directions. Outside the apartment, on the street, the footsteps of pedestrians, the engine roar of aircraft piercing the air, the construction sounds from a distant worksite. Everything reached his ears with crystalline clarity, automatically sorted and organized by his mind into neat, orderly categories. So this was what spiritual power enhancement felt like. Chen Yang was stunned in his heart. If physical enhancement was upgrading the hardware, then spiritual enhancement was upgrading the CPU. This sensation of mastering everything felt goddamn glorious. He had a premonition that today's second round of assessment would bring him an enormous surprise. After finishing the loving breakfast prepared by Anya, Chen Yang arrived at the Central Sports Stadium once more. Today he received treatment entirely different from yesterday. As soon as he stepped through the door, the verifier from yesterday who had given him the cold shoulder approached with a sycophantic grin. Student Chen Yang, you've arrived? Right this way, we've prepared an independent VIP lounge for you. The other examinees around them looked at him with eyes full of awe and envy. No one dared show any disrespect toward him for his grade F status anymore. In this world, strength was the best passport. Chen Yang paid no mind to those people's eagerness to please, merely nodded faintly and walked straight toward the resting area from yesterday. He disliked being treated specially. His actions only made those examiners and examinees hold him in even higher regard. Neither arrogant nor impetuous, calm and low-key. This was truly the demeanor of a genuine powerhouse. Far away, Gao Lang watched Chen Yang surrounded by the crowd, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked, his eyes filled with jealousy and venom. After returning home yesterday, he had been fiercely scolded by his father, Counselor Gao Cheng, who told him that today, no matter what, he must outperform Chen Yang during the second round of assessments to save face. What use is physical strength? He's nothing but a simple-minded brute. Gao Lang comforted himself. Today's virtual combat assessment is where true strength is revealed. I'm a mid-rating B-star disciple with star gene. How could I possibly lose to an F-grade loser like him? Soon the second round of assessment officially began. Today's assessment project was virtual combat. Examinees would enter the virtual battlefield through neural connection and challenge stages of varying difficulty, according to the profession they chose. There were three mainstream profession choices. The first was Star Warrior, who relied on powerful physique and star energy for combat, with the assessment consisting of battling various formidable virtual alien beasts. The second was Mech Pilot, who specialized in mechanical control and piloted mechas into battle, with the assessment consisting of challenging combat robots of different models. The third was the Sci-Mage, who fought using spiritual power, with the most mysterious assessment said to involve resisting mental attacks within a virtual space. On the large screen, the professions chosen by each examinee began to appear. Gao Lang rating B, chosen profession Star Warrior. Li Mo rating C, chosen profession Star Warrior. 99% of examinees chose Star Warrior. This was the most mainstream profession and the easiest one to achieve outstanding results with. Only an extremely small number of examinees who possessed special talent for machinery or extraordinary spiritual power would choose Mech Pilot or Sci-Mage. All eyes focused on Chen Yang's name. They all wanted to know what profession this physical freak and F-grade monster would choose. He definitely chose Star Warrior. With such an incredible physique, it would be a waste not to. That's right, I bet he can reach the 15th stage in the Star Warrior assessment. 15th stage. That's a result only achievable at the peak of rating B. You're putting too much faith in him. No matter how strong he is, he's still just F-grade. His star energy definitely won't keep up. People chattered excitedly. Inside the admissions office of the 1st Military Academy, the Major General also stared fixedly at the screen. This kid will definitely choose Star Warrior. With physical quality reaching the peak of rating B, as long as his star energy isn't too poor, he'll absolutely give us a surprise. Just when everyone assumed Chen Yang would choose Star Warrior, two words slowly appeared after his name on the big screen, making everyone's eyes pop out of their heads. Chen Yang rating F, chosen profession Mech Pilot. What a Mech Pilot. He chose Mech Pilot. Am I seeing this correctly? A physical monster like him going for Mech Pilot. Has he lost his mind? The entire stadium erupted instantly. Everyone was utterly stunned. They completely failed to understand this move, turning his strongest physical advantage into nothing, choosing the completely unfamiliar mech pilot, profession that extremely tests control skills and spiritual power. What else could this be if not brain damage? Gao Lang was first dumbfounded, then burst into wild laughter. Huh, this is hilarious. This piece of trash actually chose mech pilot. Does he think piloting a mech is some video game? What a complete idiot. He seemed to already see the comical scene of Chen Yang being thoroughly crushed by a robot at the very first stage. This fool is seeking his own demise, so don't blame me. In District C, 34, a Lin who saw this choice and slapped his forehead hard. Damn it, this brat. What is he doing? I only taught him the basics for a few days. Where did he get the confidence to take the mech pilot assessment? It's over. Now we're going to make a fool of ourselves. My face is completely ruined by him. In the first military academy admissions office, the Major General's expression instantly turned extremely grim. What reckless nonsense. Pure recklessness. He slapped his hand on the table, passing up such a fine Star Warrior prospect to choose mech pilot. A gross waste of natural talent. Absolutely wasteful. He had already labeled Chen Yang as mentally abnormal. Amidst everyone's puzzled mocking and regretful gazes, Chen Yang calmly walked into the neural connection pod dedicated to the mech pilot assessment. He lay down, and the pod door slowly closed. Darkness enveloped him, and then he entered a pure white virtual space. Welcome to the Virtual Combat Assessment System. Detected your chosen profession, mech pilot. Assessment content: Mech 20 win streak challenge. You will pilot the standard light mecha Ranger and continuously challenge 20 combat robots of different models. Each victory earns corresponding points. Complete all victories for full marks. Begin first stage. A smile curled at the corner of Chen Yang's mouth. Star Warrior. In that test, one had to engage in physical combat, and he hadn't forgotten how close he came to exposing himself last time when saving people. If it weren't for Lin who letting it slide, he would have long been captured and dissected. But mech pilot was different. This profession would never expose his insectoid gene. More importantly, after his spiritual power was enhanced today, everything Lin who had taught him was beginning to click together seamlessly. He had his hyperdimensional perception, his enhanced spiritual power, and that tyrant mech he had dismantled and reassembled until it was familiar to his very bones. These were his true confidence. Begin, he said calmly. Almost instantly, the pure white space before him transformed into a colossal metallic combat arena. A 5-meter-tall light mecha, the Ranger, appeared before him. Neural connection starting. Synchronization rate 10, 30, 70, 99. Connection successful. Welcome, pilot Chen Yang. A strange sensation coursed through him. Chen Yang felt as though his body had merged entirely with this cold machine. The mecha's arms were his arms. The mecha's legs were his legs. With a mere thought, the mecha performed a fist-clenching motion. Smooth, natural, with zero delay. This feeling. Chen Yang's eyes erupted with excitement. Stage 1 opponent, Sentinel, Type 1 combat robot. Quantity 1. Across the arena, a 3-meter-tall robot wielding an alloy cleaver slowly rose to its feet, its crimson electronic eyes locking onto Chen Yang. Come, let me see what you scrap metal are capable of. Chen Yang whispered, commanding the Ranger mecha into a standard combat stance. Battle was imminent. Kill. In the virtual battlefield, a Sentinel Type I robot emitted a cold electronic cry, swinging its alloy cleaver as it charged fiercely at Chen Yang's Ranger mech. Its movements were swift and its swordplay intricate, programmed according to the military's most standard combat techniques. Any novice facing such attacks would likely be thrown into disarray in an instant. But Chen Yang merely watched calmly. Under his hyperdimensional perception, every movement and attack angle of his opponent was foreseen in advance. Just as the Sentinel's blade descended toward the cockpit, Chen Yang moved. He piloted the Ranger mech with a razor-thin lateral slide, an impossible adjustment that defied conventional logic. The alloy cleaver sliced through the air with a vicious whistle, grazing the mech's shoulder, but striking nothing but empty space. Now was the moment. A flash of brilliance sparked in Chen Yang's eyes as he seized the brief window between the enemy's spent and renewed force, thrusting the mech's right arm forward like a viper emerging from its lair. The mech's hand clamped precisely onto the Sentinel's weapon-bearing wrist. Then its left alloy fist descended with thunderous force, smashing into the robot's chest. Boom. A deafening explosion. The Sentinel's chest armor crumpled inward, leaving a massive indentation as its internal energy conduits erupted in blinding sparks. The entire sequence unfolded like water flowing downstream, swift as lightning. Before the spectators could even register what had happened, the Level 1 boss lay critically damaged from a single blow. Level 1 cleared. Time 12 seconds. Points earn 100. As the cold electronic voice echoed through the stadium, an uncanny silence descended once more. Everyone gaped at the main screen in sheer disbelief. 12 seconds. A one-strike victory. This was a newcomer. What kind of joke was this? Even seasoned mech pilots couldn't execute moves with such precision. He just used the Phantom Step. The Federation's elite special forces combat style. An observant examiner exclaimed in shock. Impossible. How could a rookie possibly master an S-class technique like that? But that sidestep, that explosive movement, it matched the textbook examples exactly. The euphoria on Gao Lang's face froze, instantly replaced by profound disbelief. He had assumed Chen Yang was an idiot, but now he realized he himself was the fool. This guy was no reckless brute. He was a mecha genius hiding at a monstrous level. District C, 34. Lin, whose wine bottle crashed to the floor with a clatter, shattering into pieces. He stared fixedly at the screen, his clouded eyes filled with shock and euphoria. The phantom step. And the inch punch technique. This kid. He trembled with excitement, his words tumbling out incoherently. He had only taught Chen Yang the most basic theories, with these advanced combat techniques being little more than casual demonstrations during operation. This kid had somehow comprehended it all through reading and dismantling parts on his own. What terrifying comprehension and talent this was. Monster. I've struck gold. This is a true monster. Ha ha. Lin, who couldn't contain himself anymore, throwing his head back in wild laughter, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Within the virtual battlefield, Chen Yang paid no mind to the astonishment surrounding him. A flicker of surprise crossed his own face as well. The movements had come almost instinctively. Guided by hyperdimensional perceptions, foresight, his body, or rather the mech he controlled, automatically executed the most perfect, most effective counterattack. This sensation was like playing an action game with auto-counter cheat enabled. Absolutely exhilarating. Level 2 opponents, Sentinel Type 3 combat robots. Quantity 2. Two larger robots armed with high-frequency oscillating blades appeared on either side of the battlefield, launching a pincer attack. Perfect. With fighting spirit surging, Chen Yang advanced rather than retreated, meeting them head-on. A spectacular slaughter began. Level 3 cleared. Time 25 seconds. Level 4 cleared. Time 40 seconds. Level 5 cleared. Time 58 seconds. On the large screen, Chen Yang's clearing records were rapidly refreshing. Piloting that unremarkable ranger mech, he danced and weaved through the robot's coordinated assault. Each movement carried the beauty of raw violence, every punch striking with pinpoint accuracy at critical points. He was like a master battlefield artist, transforming slaughter into a mesmerizing performance. The spectators outside were utterly spellbound. They had forgotten to gasp or debate, simply staring blankly at the screen, watching the mech pilot carve through obstacles with devastating ease. Level 10. The opponents were 5 Punisher robots equipped with energy shields and pulse rifles. Chen Yang executed an unbelievable zigzag maneuver, closing distance instantly on one robot, and using it as a shield against the other's concentrated fire, then launched it over his shoulder into another machine. Boom. The two robots collided and exploded in a massive blast. Level 15. The opponents were 3 extremely fast hunter robots. Chen Yang avoided prolonged engagement, instead exploiting the brief stun from their high-speed turns. Appearing behind them like phantoms, he used the mech's knee strikes and elbow blows to cleanly destroy their rear energy cores. Level 19. The opponents were 2 heavy defense robots named Fortress. Abandoning frontal assaults, Chen Yang leveraged the ranger mech's agility, bouncing across their thick armor with rapid strikes focused on the same joint connection point. Finally, after hundreds of precise blows, the Fortress robot's arm was torn free. The entire sequence left everyone's blood boiling and their hearts racing with adrenaline. Is this even human? His operations completely exceed human reaction limits. He's too strong. Absolutely terrifying. Is he really F-rank? I feel like S-rank geniuses couldn't do much better. The 1st Military Academy Admissions Office. The Major General could no longer maintain composure, gripping the railing before him with both hands, fire blazing in his eyes. Genius. Unparalleled genius. This control over the battlefield, these supernatural maneuvers. Quick. Contact the administrator of Planet 2343. Priority attention. Tell admissions to secure this person at all costs. Whatever conditions he demands, will agree. If he dares let another school take him, I'll flay him alive. An F-rank with peak star disciple physique was already astonishing enough. Now this F-rank had demonstrated mech operator talent surpassing even S-rank. This went beyond finding treasure. It was uncovering a divine mind. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Yang reached the final level. Level 20 opponent Destroyer, Type 2 War Machine. Quantity 1. Rumble. Tremors shook the ground as a colossal war machine, standing over 10 meters tall, slowly emerged from the earth. Its body was sheathed in heavy armor, and 2 particle cannons were mounted upon its shoulders. The terrifying pressure it exuded stole the breath from every spectator. A destroyer. A military-grade war machine. How is anyone supposed to fight that? The Ranger is just a light mecha. It can't possibly break through its defenses. This trial difficulty has gone way beyond insane. Every soul in the audience clenched their hearts for Chen Yang. Yet Chen Yang, gazing upon the gargantuan beast before him, harbored not the faintest flicker of fear in his eyes. Instead, they gleamed with the fire of exhilaration. The Destroyer Type 2. Its energy conduits, the vulnerabilities in its armor, its attack patterns. Every datum crystallized with perfect clarity within his mind. For the design blueprint of this machine had been distilled from a simplified version of his very own Tyrant Mark III. To him, this was no battle at all. It was a vivisection. Come on, big fellow. Let me give you a proper tune-up. With a guttural roar, Chen Yang piloted the Ranger mecha like an arrow loosed from its bowstring, hurtling headlong toward the steel behemoth. Faced with the destroyer bearing down upon him like a mountainside, Chen Yang betrayed not a shred of hesitation. The instant the enemy raised its particle cannon muzzles, he dropped low and executed a blistering sliding tackle. The entire mecha skimmed the earth like a swallow in flight, gliding with surgical precision between the destroyer's massive legs. Boom, boom. Two thick particle beams lanced past his scalp, searing two bottomless charcoal black furrows into the ground. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. That maneuver was tantamount to dancing upon a blade's edge. One infinitesimal misstep, and both pilot and machine would be reduced to annihilation. The instant he slid behind the destroyer, Chen Yang wasted no heartbeat of time. He seized the mecha's arms and clamped them onto the machine's thick ankles. Then with engines howling into overdrive, he unleashed every erg of power. Fall. Before the eyes of every disbelieving soul, that diminutive Ranger mecha wrenched the multi-ton destroyer off balance, tearing it into a staggering stumble. Seizing the opening, Chen Yang's Ranger became an agile simian, scaling the destroyer's back with ferocious velocity. The destroyer's AI had evidently never anticipated such unorthodox brigandage. Its colossal arms clumsily groped backward, grasping nothing but empty air. Within seconds, Chen Yang had ascended to the nape of the destroyer's neck. Here lay the thickest external armor, yet also the densest convergence of its primary energy conduits. A cold glint flashed in Chen Yang's eyes as the mecha's alloy fist zeroed in on a well-concealed heat vent at the nape, unleashing a tempestuous barrage. Thud, 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 thud. The muffled percussion rang out like a relentless drumbeat, echoing across the entire battlefield. Every fist struck with unerring precision upon the very same point. Under the sustained onslaught of over 100 high-frequency blows, that thick plate of armor finally groaned in torment, surrendering to a hairline fracture. Now, Chen Yang guided the mecha's right-hand fingers drawn together into a blade and drove it savagely into that fissure. Screech. Accompanied by a metallic shriek that set teeth on edge, he wrenched that section of armor aside by sheer force. Beneath lay a tangled labyrinth of energy conduits pulsing with arcing electricity. It's over. Chen Yang murmured, then guided the mecha's left hand to draw a spare high-frequency combat dagger from his back, driving it in without a moment's hesitation. A frenzy of savage twisting. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. The destroyer's hulking frame shuddered violently. Every indicator light on its body began to flicker in mad succession, and its shoulder-mounted particle cannons fired wildly into the heavens. Then its crimson electronic eyes dimmed into oblivion. Crash. The colossal steel beast dropped to its knees, then slammed heavily into the earth, sending a maelstrom of dust billowing skyward. Level 20 cleared. Time 2 minutes 13 seconds. Congratulations. You have completed the 20 consecutive victories challenge. Perfect score achieved. Final score 20000 points. When the system's announcement rang out, the entire world seemed to fall into a hushed void. Every soul stared blankly at the figure standing atop the destroyer's corpse on the screen, a silhouette demonic and divine, while their minds reeled in utter blankness. He won. He actually won. With the most basic light-class mecha, he had decimated a military-grade war machine without sustaining a single scratch. This was no longer mere piloting. This was a miracle. Clap, clap, clap. No one knew who initiated it, but the first applause rang out. In the next instant, thunderous ovation and ecstatic cheers surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire arena. Chen Yang, Chen Yang, Chen Yang. Countless examinees spontaneously chanted his name, their voices saturated with fervent adulation. In this moment, he was the undisputed sovereign of the arena. Gao Lang's face drained of all color as he collapsed onto his backside in a heap. He knew he had been utterly vanquished, defeated so thoroughly that even the last vestiges of his dignity had been ground into dust. The B-grade talent he had once prided himself upon was nothing but a cosmic jest before this F-grade monstrosity. Within the virtual space, Chen Yang exhaled a long breath and severed the neural connection. That sequence of extreme maneuvers had drained an enormous reservoir of his spiritual power. Yet just as he prepared to exit the system, an unexpected notification abruptly materialized. Detected challenge completed with performance far exceeding all limits. Hidden stage triggered. Hidden stage level 21. Challenge objective: pilot the Ranger mecha and endure for 5 minutes against the Tyrant Mark III prototype. Note this stage is an extra credit challenge and will not affect your already perfect score. No penalty for failure. Success yields additional points based on performance. Accept challenge. The Tyrant Mark III. Chen Yang's pupils contracted sharply. It was none other than the prototype of Lin, whose prized darling. His blood instantly reached a rolling boil. What greater exhilaration could there be than sparring with one's most intimate mentor? Accept, he confirmed without a shred of hesitation. In a heartbeat, the scenery before him transformed once more. A heavy-class mecha, its shoulders towering beyond 10 meters, appeared opposite him, its armor scarred with grotesque battle marks radiating an aura of terrifying lethality. It was the Tyrant. Though merely virtual data, that iron-blooded miasma born of genuine combat assailed his senses like a tidal surge, making the very soul quiver. Come on, old friend. Chen Yang bared his teeth in a grin. Show me just how powerful you truly are. The instant Chen Yang's words fell, the tyrant moved. Without superfluous gestures, it launched a single direct charge. Yet that speed, that momentum was more than 10 times greater than the previous destroyer. Chen Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately maneuvered the Dragoon into a lateral evasion. However, at the very moment he initiated his movement, a concealed micromissile launcher on the tyrant's shoulder silently opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 tracking missiles arranged in a triangular formation sealed off every possible escape route. This was bad. A chill ran through Chen Yang's heart. He instantly understood that employing his experience against those dim-witted robots against the tyrant was a grave miscalculation. This mecha's combat AI had truly been forged in seas of blood and mountains of corpses. He immediately abandoned evasion, pushed the mecha's engine power to maximum, crossed both arms before him, and braced himself to take the hit head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions instantly engulfed the Dragoon. Within the cockpit, alarms blared relentlessly. Warning. Hull integrity compromised by 38. Left arm transmission system has failed. Chen Yang felt a thunderous ringing in his mind. The psychic backlash transmitted from his damaged mecha. Before he could even regain his bearings, the tyrant's colossal alloy fist pierced through the smoke of the explosion, charging straight toward his cockpit. Fast. Far too fast. Chen Yang's hyperdimensional perception had been pushed to its absolute limit, yet he could still only barely trace the trajectory of the incoming attack. He had no time whatsoever to execute a complete evasive maneuver. Was this defeat? No. I cannot lose. A flash of wild frenzy ignited in Chen Yang's eyes. Under the crushing pressure of this life-or-death moment, his recently enhanced psychic power seemed to shatter some invisible barrier. The entire world within his perception slowed once more, far slower than ever before. He could even discern every minute scratch upon the tyrant's iron fist. Psychic power breakthrough. Talent, hyperdimensional perception, has advanced to intermediate. Now, Chen Yang roared, channeling his breakthrough psychic power without reservation into the mecha's operating system. He commanded the Dragoon's sole intact right arm, twisting it at an angle utterly impossible for any human, and swept it upward with explosive might. Using the mecha's fist, he struck with pinpoint precision at the wrist joint of the tyrant's incoming iron fist. Concentrated force against a broad attack. Deflection. Thud. The tyrant's ostensibly inevitable punch had its trajectory forcibly diverted by a hair's breadth, grazing past the Dragoon's cockpit. But simultaneously, the Dragoon's right arm, unable to withstand such tremendous force, emitted a teeth-grinding screech of contorting metal and was utterly destroyed. Both arms of the Dragoon were now ruined. Yet Chen Yang smiled. Seizing this fleeting instant of opportunity, he piloted his armless mecha like a madman, crashing headlong into the tyrant's embrace. Then he activated the mecha's self-destruct sequence. Energy Core Overload 1098. By the time the tyrant reacted and attempted to push him away, all was already too late. 3, 2, 1. Boom. A resplendent mushroom cloud rose slowly within the virtual battlefield. Challenge concluded. You endured 1 minute and 28 seconds against the Tyrant Mark III prototype. Comprehensive rating S. Bonus points awarded 5000 points. Final total score 25000 points. When this ultimate result was displayed upon the public screen outside, the entire stadium had fallen into absolute silence. Everyone stood as though struck by a binding spell, gazing dumbfounded at those numbers, feeling their minds had been utterly overwhelmed. The maximum score was 20,000. He had scored 25,000. Was this even an examination? Within the VIP chamber, Counselor Gao Cheng stared at the screen with the pallor of death, knowing he was finished. He had sought to expel Chen Yang, yet Chen Yang answered with a score unprecedented in history, and perhaps never to be surpassed, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Wang Ping beside him observed this score, then glanced at the deathly pale Gao Cheng, a flash of resolve crossing his eyes. He quietly opened his personal terminal and dialed the Federal Surveillance Department's reporting hotline. Hello, is this the Surveillance Department? I wish to file a real name report. Counselor Gao Cheng of Sagittarius Colony 2343 has abused his authority in an attempt to manipulate the military academy's enrollment examination. With the virtual examination concluded, the atmosphere throughout the central stadium had grown extraordinarily peculiar. Every examinee regarded Chen Yang as though beholding a monster that had emerged from the realm of myth, awed, terrified, and tinged with a trace of fanaticism. Those who had mocked him earlier now wished they could bury their heads in the earth. They dared not even meet Chen Yang's gaze, fearing this mercurial monster might remember them and settle scores later. Gao Lang had long since slunk away through the rear entrance, unwilling to endure a single second longer in this place, where he had lost all face. The examiner's attitude toward Chen Yang also transformed, from their previous eagerness to cautious, almost reverent deference. They clustered around Chen Yang, solicitously inquiring after his needs, serving tea and water, behaving like a retinue of eunuchs attending an emperor. Chen Yang, you've worked hard. Would you like to rest for a while? Chen Yang, this is an A-grade nutrient solution specially prepared for you. It can rapidly restore psychic power. Chen Yang, our colony's administrative chief, has already arrived downstairs and wishes to meet you in person. Chen Yang was giving these people a splitting headache. My apologies, I'm fatigued and wish to rest. He furrowed his brow. Though his voice was soft, it carried an undeniable imperious authority. The examiners instantly fell silent, obediently parting to clear a path. He was but an examinee, yet this excuse left them with no grounds to persist in their pestering. Chen Yang was indeed somewhat exhausted, a weariness of the spirit. Thus, ignoring all invitations, he strode directly out of the stadium. Now he desired only to return home, embrace his fragrant soft wife, and slumber soundly. The moment he stepped through the main entrance, he beheld 2 squads of federal soldiers clad in black uniforms, their expressions solemn, descending from 2 hovering vehicles and proceeding directly toward the VIP corridor. The officer leading them held an arrest warrant. Chen Yang's gaze met that of the officer for an instant. The other nodded toward him in apparent goodwill, as if conveying some form of gratitude. Chen Yang understood at once. It appeared that Counselor Gao, who had previously targeted him, was about to meet his misfortune. Gao Ling truly was a worthy son of his father. Chen Yang did not linger. He hailed a self-driving taxi and returned to his apartment. The moment the door opened, Anya, just as she had the day before, shrieked and threw herself at him. "Husband, you're so handsome, so amazing." She clung to him like an adoring fangirl, her flushed little face aglow with excitement. "That giant robot was so cool. And that explosion you pulled off at the end, it was so gorgeous. Just like a superhero from the movies." Chen Yang laughed and held her close, savoring the girl's adoration. "Of course. Do you even know who your husband is?" My husband is the most amazing man in the whole world." The two were lost in their sweetness for a while before finally settling back onto the sofa. Chen Yang had expended an extraordinary amount of spiritual sense today and was truly weary. He leaned back against the couch, while Anya, like a little kitten, nestled herself into his arms. Her small head pillowed on his thigh as she obediently massaged his temples. Her fingertips were warm and supple, her touch gentle, carrying a soothing coolness that made Chen Yang's exhaustion swiftly dissolve. "By the way, hubby," Anya murmured between presses, "you got that? 25,000 points today, right? Was that very impressive?" "It was alright, I suppose." Chen Yang replied offhandedly, eyes still closed. "Then, does that mean you can get into a really good academy?" Probably. That's wonderful." Anya cheerfully shook her little head. "So, does that mean we'll be living a better life very soon?" Chen Yang opened his eyes and gazed at the girl, at those ruby eyes shimmering with longing. His heart warmed. "Yes, very soon." He took her small hand in his and spoke earnestly. "Once I get into the military academy and have the status and resources, the first thing I'll do is investigate your background for you. Help you find your way back home." Anya's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. The smile on her face faded slightly. "Husband, actually, it doesn't matter whether I go back or not." She lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. "As long as I can stay with you. Anywhere is home." She was afraid. She was terrified that once her people were truly found, Chen Yang would no longer want her. She feared that her identity as the Zerg queen would bring danger upon Chen Yang. Far more than revenge, far more than rebuilding her kind, what she wanted now was simply to live this quiet, peaceful life with him. Chen Yang saw through the unease hidden in her heart. He reached out gently, lifting her small face so she would look into his eyes. "Silly girl, have you forgotten what I promised you?" His voice was infinitely tender, infinitely resolute. "I told you, no matter who you are my wife. Even if the heavens fall, I will hold them up for you. Helping you uncover your past is not so you can leave me. It's so that those who once hurt you, who once betrayed you, will pay the price they deserve. No one is allowed to bully the woman of Chen Yang. Not in the past, not now, and never in the future." A powerful aura of confidence and dominance radiated from him. Anya stared at him blankly, gazing into those deep, earnest eyes until her own gradually reddened. She could no longer contain her emotions. She flung herself into his arms and burst into loud sobs, as if she needed to cry out all the grievances, all the unease, all the fear she had been carrying. Chen Yang said nothing, simply holding her tightly, allowing her tears to soak through his shirt. He knew this girl carried far too much bitterness within her heart. From this day forth, he would make her the happiest, most carefree girl in the entire world. New progeny gene fusion complete. Progeny gene detected. Exceeded completion. Congratulations, host. Reward upgraded 1 vial of spiritual sense enhancement elixir intermediate. After consuming it this time, Chen Yang noticed the effect had grown much weaker. Then again, it would have been a problem if every dose were that potent. He smiled, shook his head, hailed a cab, and headed toward the arena. Today was the final assessment of the summer enrollment. The simplest, most perfunctory one of all the genetic tests scoring. This assessment left no room for maneuvering. It simply converted a candidate's genetic rating directly into a corresponding score. F rank 0 points. E rank 100 points. D rank 200 points. And so on. S rank was 600, OSS rank was 800, and the legendary SSS rank would be the full 1000 points. This score would be added to the results of the previous 2 rounds to produce the final total, serving as the ultimate basis for admission into the major military academies. By the time Chen Yang arrived at the arena, the previous 2 days' clamor had long since faded. Most candidates, having endured the brutal elimination of the first 2 rounds, had already departed. Those who remained were the elite among the elite. Upon seeing Chen Yang, they all proactively bowed in greeting, their attitudes reverent to the extreme. Chen Yang, still wearing that casual, unhurried air, found a seat in a corner. Soon the scoring began. Candidates' names scrolled one by one across the screen, followed by their final scores. Gao Lang B rank, genetic score 400. Total score 18950. A result that in previous years would have placed him among the top 5 on the entire planet. But this year set against Chen Yang's monstrous 25000, it seemed almost laughable. Moreover, many people noticed that next to Gao Lang's name a red marker had appeared labeled, pending review. Everyone understood perfectly well. This arrogant young master of the Gao family, along with his counselor father, were likely finished. Finally, it was Chen Yang's turn. Every gaze in the venue converged on the great screen. Chen Yang F rank, genetic score 0. Final total 25000 points. The moment that glaring 0 appeared, the entire hall erupted in astonishment. Though everyone knew this would be the outcome, seeing it with their own eyes still struck them as utterly absurd. A monster whose physical prowess and weapons mastery could only be described as demonic had ended up with a genetic score of 0. This was nothing less than the greatest farce in the entire history of federal education. What a pity, truly such a pity. With results like these, even if his genes were C rank, his future would have been limitless. A genetic score of 0. I wonder if the top academies even look at that. The crowd buzzed with discussion, all lamenting on Chen Yang's behalf. However, before their words had even faded, a change occurred on the great screen that made every jaw in the room drop. Beside Chen Yang's name, one after another dazzling golden emblems began to pop up. The First Federal Military Academy extends a special recruitment invitation to candidate Chen Yang. The Third Federal Military Academy extends a special recruitment invitation to candidate Chen Yang. The Sagittarius Galaxy Royal Military Academy extends a special recruitment invitation to candidate Chen Yang. Blue Shield Heavy Industries Military Academy. The Galactic Fleet Command Academy. In an instant, the emblems of well over a dozen of the Federation's finest top-tier and supreme-tier military academies crowded densely across the entire screen. Each one of them was the dream sanctuary countless candidates would break their necks to enter. Yet now, like vendors scrambling for cabbage at a market, they were shamelessly extending their most sincere invitations to the very same F-rank candidate. And it was a special recruitment. Ignoring scores entirely, direct admission. The entire arena fell silent as a tomb. Everyone was dumbfounded. They stared at the wildly flashing crests on the screen, feeling as though 10,000 star beasts from the void had trampled across their minds. What the hell kind of situation was this? A candidate with a genetic rating of 0 being fought over by more than a dozen elite military academies. Has the world gone mad? Inside the stadium, after a deathly silence, erupted a thunderous uproar. My God, what am I seeing? Dozens of top military academies are fighting over him. There's special recruitment, bypassing the score requirements entirely. This treatment is absolutely excessive. A candidate with a genetic rating of 0. Has there ever been such a precedent in Federation history? Precedent? This is nothing short of a miracle. This guy has literally rewritten history. The remaining candidates were completely numb with shock. They watched the names surrounded by countless golden school emblems on the big screen, feeling as though Chen Yang was participating in an entirely different examination. The gap between people truly exceeds the distance between human and beast. Chen Yang himself was stunned. He had anticipated some attention for his results, but never imagined such a spectacle. The Federation's first military academy, the third military academy, plus numerous institutions he had never even heard of before were now lining up to extend invitations. How to describe this feeling? Just one word: satisfaction. At that moment, his personal terminal erupted with frantic vibrations. Glancing down, he realized someone had added him to an admissions group chat, and the group call chimed in an instant. Every caller ID was an unfamiliar encrypted number, each bearing the insignia of different military academies. Student Chen Yang. Hello. I'm Li Zhen, Director of Admissions at the Federation 3rd Military Academy. We deeply appreciate your extraordinary talent. Should you choose to join our institution, you will have unrestricted access to resources below the S-class tier. We can also assemble a dedicated mech research team specifically for you. Get lostly. Student Chen Yang, don't listen to him. I'm calling from the Sagittarius Royal Military Academy. Our principal has declared that upon your arrival, he will personally take you on as his final disciple. The star furnace of our academy will remain at your disposal indefinitely. Everyone stop arguing. Student Chen Yang, Blue Shield Heavy Industries. Our galactic fleet. In an instant, Chen Yang's personal terminal devolved into chaos comparable to a bustling market. These influential figures, whose mere presence could shake entire star systems, were now engaged in a heated dispute over securing a single student, their faces flushed with barely contained frustration, on the verge of coming to blows. Chen Yang felt like his head was splitting from the cacophony. He finally grasped why elite athletes always retain agents. Respected faculty members, honored seniors. Chen Yang cleared his throat to interrupt their bickering. I am deeply grateful for your generous consideration. However, I need a moment to deliberate. Please allow me to consult with my family first, and I will provide you with my response shortly. All right. Student Chen, don't worry about us. Just check your private messages when you have a chance. After terminating the communication, the world finally fell silent once more. His composed and dignified demeanor once again earned him the respect of the surrounding examiners and candidates alike. Maintaining such composure and inner strength when faced with such overwhelming temptation was a quality few could match. Chen Yang now only desired to rush home and share this incredible news with Anya while also seeking Lin Hu's counsel regarding his school selection. That veteran soldier possessed extensive experience and wisdom, making his guidance invaluable for such a significant decision. Chen Yang walked straight through the crowd, departing the stadium beneath countless gazes of reverence. The moment he left, the entire venue's order dissolved into immediate chaos. Quick! Have you located Chen Yang's home address? Confirmed. It's at Starlight International Apartments in the main city district. Dispatch personnel immediately. No, I'm going personally. We must beat those bastards from the 1st Military Academy. Prepare the vehicle. Hurry. Representatives from over a dozen military academies surged out of the stadium like sharks detecting blood in the water, heading straight for Chen Yang's residence with desperate urgency. An intense battle for talent had officially begun. Meanwhile, the very catalyst of this conflict, Chen Yang, had already boarded a taxi home. Leaning back against the seat, he watched the cityscape blur past the window, his emotions still turbulent. Just a month prior, he had been deemed an F-rank individual, contempt by all, exiled to the waste processing grounds as nothing more than trash. Yet today he stood as a genius, pursued obsessively by over a dozen premier Federation military academies renowned throughout the entire star system. The transformation between these two extremes felt like an illusion, almost dreamlike. He understood that everything stemmed from his choice to accept that girl. It was Anya with her Zerg Empress lineage who had granted him rebirth. He activated his personal terminal and retrieved Lin Hu's communication frequency. With so many prestigious military academies vying for him, which one should he ultimately choose? The 1st Military Academy boasted the greatest prestige and served as the cradle for Federation military officers, yet as Lin Hu had cautioned, its internal politics ran deep with competing factions. Would it truly be wise for someone with no connections and an F-rank background to enter such an environment? The 3rd Military Academy offered the most compelling terms, with unrestricted access to S-class resources below and a dedicated research team, which sounded exceptionally appealing. The Sagittarius Royal Military Academy promised the title of direct disciple to the principal, carrying considerable prestige as well. Each option represented a brilliant path forward, yet determining which road truly suited him best required careful consideration. He needed someone trustworthy to help him weigh the advantages and disadvantages. Lin Hu was undoubtedly the ideal confidant. The moment the call connected, Lin Hu's characteristic voice boomed through the receiver. Hey, you damn kid. Have you finally finished your exams? I've been waiting for your call until the flowers wilted. Lin Hu's signature booming voice erupted from the earpiece, making Chen Yang's ears ring. Teacher, I saw everything. 25,000 points. Brilliant work. You've made me proud. Lin Hu's tone brimmed with barely contained excitement and pride. Tell me, have those bastards gone crazy trying to recruit you? Have you decided where you're going? Not yet, that's why I wanted to ask for your advice, Chen Yang said with a wry smile. You're asking me? At least you've got some sense. The sound of pouring wine came from Lin Hu's end, and after what seemed like a hearty gulp, he continued. This really needs careful deliberation. Tell me everything. The conditions those schools offered you word for word, don't leave anything out. Chen Yang nodded and faithfully recounted all the promises made by those admissions directors, relaying every detail without omission. A profound silence fell on the other end of the line. Only Lin Hu's heavy breathing could be clearly discerned. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Hu spoke again, his voice unusually grave. Kid, this situation is far more complex than I imagined. Listen carefully. Every word I'm about to say you must etch into your memory. Teacher, please proceed. Chen Yang immediately sat up straight, his expression turning serious. He knew that whatever Lin Hu was about to say next must be of great importance. First, eliminate the 3rd Military Academy from consideration. Lin Hu said in a low voice. Their offer may be the most attractive, but it is also the most perilous. S-class or below resources. A dedicated mecha research team assembled for you. Do you think this is a pie falling from the sky? They want to use you as a lab rat, dissecting you inside and out. Chen Yang's heart gave a chill. He had previously thought the 3rd Military Academy showed the most sincerity, never expecting such calculations behind it. An F-rank gene, yet possessing talent far exceeding S-rank. That itself is an anomaly. The mad scientists at the Federal Academy of Sciences would be more interested in a special case, like you, than anyone else. Once you enter the 3rd Military Academy, board their combat armor and let them scan your data. At that moment, every secret about you, including your Zerg companion, will be exposed. Lin Hu's words fell upon him like a bucket of ice water. Chen Yang's back instantly broke into a cold sweat. He had only been thinking of those generous conditions, completely overlooking the tremendous risks concealed beneath. Indeed, if he were targeted by those with ill intentions, the consequences would be unfathomable. What about the Sagittarius Royal Military Academy? Chen Yang asked quickly. That won't work either. Lin Hu rejected it without hesitation. Direct disciple of the Academy president. Sounds impressive, but you'd be chained to his single war chariot. All glory shared, all ruin shared. Moreover, the Sagittarius star system is merely a Tier 3 frontier sector. Its Royal Military Academy is in essence a regional institution, a too shallow pool to nurture a dragon like you. Once you go there, your ceiling becomes locked. Climbing higher afterward would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Lin, whose analysis struck precisely at the heart of the matter. Chen Yang nodded repeatedly, his previously vague thoughts gradually becoming clear. The other second-rate academies need not even be considered. They compete for you merely to use you as the school's flagship, showering you with honors and titles, but unable to provide what you truly need. Protection. Protection. Chen Yang seized upon this keyword. Exactly, protection. Lin, whose tone grew more serious than ever before. Boy, you are now an outlier. The more monstrous your prowess, the more people will desire your demise. During this assessment, how many geniuses did you trample beneath your feet? Their backing families, the old factions that treat genes as iron law, would they allow an anomaly like you to ride atop them? What you need most right now is neither resources nor reputation, but a place where you can develop in peace, where no one dares to touch you lightly. Chen Yang's breathing grew somewhat rapid. He finally understood his present predicament. He had thought he was soaring to greatness, but in reality, he was roasting himself upon the fire. The towering tree catches the wind's destructive force. He understood this principle well. Then, teacher, are you saying, go to the first military academy? Lin, who stated unequivocally, the first military academy. Chen Yang froze. But didn't you earlier say that place has the deepest waters, and is the most dangerous? That place is indeed a dragon's pool and tiger's den, but it is also your only path to survival. Lin, who smiled. First, the first military academy is the federal military's direct descendant, subordinate solely to the supreme command. No family clans dare to act recklessly there. It has the most comprehensive student protection regulations. As long as you remain its student, no one will dare to make a move against you openly. Second, and most importantly, Lin, who paused, lowering his voice. I have several sworn brothers at the first military academy. Though those old fellows hold minor ranks, their words still carry weight. Once you arrive, I'll have them watch over you. With them around, they can at least shield you from most troubles lurking in the shadows, and help conceal certain secrets you'd rather keep hidden. Chen Yang's heart leapt suddenly. He knew that the secrets Lin, who mentioned, referred to the Zerg gene within him. Teacher, wouldn't this be too much trouble for him? Trouble my ass. I once took 3 antimatter bullets for him back then. Could he dare refuse to look after my disciple? Lin, who muttered grumpily, yet his tone revealed a deep warmth. After you go there, study normally, train normally. Stay low-key whenever possible. Don't constantly seek the spotlight. Your talent is already evident. There is no need to prove anything to anyone. Develop in a humble manner, understand? I understand. Chen Yang nodded heavily. Lin, whose words had completely illuminated his direction. One more thing, remember this thoroughly. Lin, whose tone grew severe again. Your gene rating will forever be F. No matter what medical examinations the Academy requires, do not undergo deep gene sequencing or updates. Simply say that when you plummeted to the bottom, the trauma left you with psychological barriers towards such tests. No coercion will avail. Your gene is highly unusual. Even I cannot fully perceive it. Until we ascertain what it truly is, until you possess absolute self-defense capabilities, you must never let anyone discover its true nature. Otherwise, not even a deity could save you. Teacher, I understand. Chen Yang's voice also became exceedingly solemn. He knew this was Lin, who imparting his most crucial lesson through life experience. Enough, I've said all that needs saying. Decide for yourself. Lin, who seemed somewhat weary, his voice softening. Remember, whichever path you choose, never forget there stands a grizzled old man behind you. Anyone who dares to bully you, tell me. I'll drive the tyrant to flatten their homeland. Thank you, teacher. Chen Yang's eyes grew warm. This tough-talking yet soft-hearted veteran, though cursing constantly, held genuine goodwill toward him. This debt of gratitude he etched into his heart. After hanging up the phone, a taxi happened to pull up outside his apartment. Chen Yang took a deep breath, his eyes now imbued with unwavering resolve. He knew exactly how to choose. He opened his personal terminal and amidst a dozen military academy recruitment invitations precisely located the golden emblem composed of a sword and an eagle. Federal First Military Academy. He extended his finger and lightly tapped the accept invitation button. Confirm acceptance of the Federal First Military Academy's special recruitment invitation. Confirm. Operation successful. Congratulations, examinee Chen Yang, you have become a special recruit of the Federal First Military Academy's class of 2377. Please fill in your personal contact information and address. 1 month hence our academy will dispatch personnel to escort you. Done. Chen Yang closed the terminal and entered the apartment building. As soon as he opened the front door, an enticing aroma of food greeted him. Anya, wearing an adorable apron, bustled between the kitchen and dining area like a diligent little bee. Seeing Chen Yang return, she immediately dropped what she was holding and ran over with delight. Hubby, you're back. Hurry, wash your hands, dinner's ready. I made your favorite braised pork today. Her face beamed with happiness, those ruby-like eyes reflecting only joy at her husband's return, as though utterly unaware of the tempests raging outside. Chen Yang gazed at her, and all the turmoil and tension in his heart melted into boundless tenderness in that instant. Screw the dragon's pool and tiger's den, screw the conspiracies and calculations. To protect this smile, even if it means battling deities themselves, I'll slaughter them before your eyes. The moment Chen Yang officially confirmed his acceptance of the special recruitment invitation from the Federal First Military Academy, On his personal terminal, public opinion across the entire star system exploded into a frenzy. It's settled. The F-class genius has chosen the first military academy. Shocking. Is this a distortion of human nature or a collapse of moral values? Let us delve into the inner world of Chen Yang, the greatest dark horse in history. What does the future hold for him? The headlines of every major news outlet were dominated by this news. The recruitment representatives from various academies who had nearly come to blows downstairs at the Starlight International apartments fighting over him were all left utterly dumbfounded the instant they received the news. What? He chose the first military academy. Damn it. I knew it. Those bastards moved the fastest. Shit, a wasted trip. Should have known better than to stand around bantering with you lot, and just rush straight up there. A group of important figures beat their chests in frustration, overcome with bitter regret. Especially the representatives from the 3rd Military Academy and the Sagittarius Royal Military Academy. Their faces had turned green with rage. They had offered such lavish terms, yet without even getting the chance to meet the young man in person, they had been directly dismissed from the running. This was a face quite thoroughly lost. Let's go. Why are we still hanging around here? Haven't embarrassed ourselves enough. The dejected crowd boarded their respective hovercars and slinked away with their tails between their legs. Meanwhile, the admissions office of the Federal 1st Military Academy was in an uproar of celebration. We've secured him. Ha ha ha. I knew it. No one can refuse our 1st Military Academy. Beautifully done. Old Zhang, you've performed a great service this time. When that kid arrives, I'll personally recommend you for commendation. The previously languid Major General, now flushed with excitement, was vigorously clapping the shoulder of his brother who had shared life and death with him. Zhang Zhun, a burly steel-jawed man of middle age, also wore a rare smile upon his face. This kid was recommended to me by Old Lin. I merely made the introduction. It was primarily his own strength that sealed the deal. Old Lin. Which Old Lin? The Major General paused, momentarily puzzled. Lin who? That madman from the Ghost Squad back in the day. Zhang Zhun's eyes flickered with a trace of reminiscence. Him. The Major General drew a sharp breath. Didn't he vanish from the scene entirely after that campaign? So he had been hiding away in some godforsaken backwater after all. Zhang Zhun nodded. I've reviewed this kid's file. There's something rather intriguing about him. Demoted from A to F, and within a single month, he pulled off such a heaven-defying performance in the summer recruitment trials. Old Lin asked me to keep an eye on him. The Major General stroked his chin, a glint of sharp interest flashing through his eyes. How intriguing. Increasingly intriguing indeed. I am eager to see just how tremendous a surprise this F-class youngster can bring us. He immediately issued an order, send a message to the Administrative Chief of Planet 2343. Inform them that Chen Yang is now a member of our 1st Military Academy, and instruct them to treat him well on their end. There must be absolutely no mishaps. Additionally, dispatch the escort frigate Li Jian in 1 month's time with Major Zhao Hai personally sent to receive him. The reception must be of the highest caliber. We want everyone to know how seriously our 1st Military Academy values true talent. Yes, sir. Inside the apartment, Chen Yang was contentedly being fed by Anya, his mouth glistening with grease. Honey, slow down. You'll choke if you eat that fast. Anya placed food into his bowl as she spoke, tenderly dabbing the oil from the corner of his lips with a napkin, the very picture of a virtuous little wife. Just then the doorbell rang. Who could that be? So late at night? Anya asked curiously. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Even his little toe could tell him exactly who had come calling. It was undoubtedly either those who refused to give up or those coming to curry favor. Pay no attention. Keep eating, he said without even lifting his head. However, the doorbell persisted relentlessly. Student Chen Yang, are you home? I am Qian Ligua, the administrative officer of Sagittarius Colony Planet 2343. I bear no ill will. I've merely come on behalf of our planet to congratulate you and to present you with a small congratulatory gift. A respectful and deferential voice sounded from beyond the door. An administrative officer. Anya was startled and nervously clutched at Chen Yang's arm. Within her limited understanding, this was no less than a heavens-high official. Don't be afraid. Chen Yang patted her hand, silently reassuring her. After a moment's thought, he rose to his feet and walked over to open the door. After all, the man was effectively the highest authority on this planet, and he had brought his regards right to the doorstep. To turn him away at this point would be somewhat ungraciously impolite. Standing outside was a man of 50-odd years, his hair thinning slightly, with a warm and affable smile upon his face. It was none other than Qian Ligua, the very man whose earlier request for a meeting Chen Yang had refused. Behind him trailed 2 attendants, each bearing a silver metallic case. Student Chen Yang, at last I have the pleasure of meeting you. I am Qian Ligua. I apologize for the presumption of this uninvited visit. The instant Qian Ligua laid eyes on Chen Yang, he eagerly extended both hands in greeting. Chen Yang merely gave a faint nod, shook his hand perfunctorily for the sake of appearances, and then stepped aside to let him in. Officer Qian, please come in, and we'll talk inside. Yes, of course. Unfazed by Chen Yang's coolness, Qian Ligua beamed broadly as he stepped inside. When his gaze fell upon the girl in the dining room who was wearing an apron and was far too beautiful for words, a flash of admiration flickered through his eyes, though he quickly composed himself. This must be student Chen Yang's family, I presume. What a perfect match. A gentleman and a lady blessed by heaven themselves, he remarked with a smile. Anya, somewhat self-conscious beneath his gaze, blushed faintly and ducked behind Chen Yang. Chen Yang disliked the way this man was eyeing Anya. Frowning slightly, he got straight to the point. Officer Qian, if you have business, let's hear it. I'm still in the middle of a meal. Ah, how forgetful of me. Qian Ligua slapped his forehead and promptly signaled his attendants with a glance. The two attendants stepped forward, at once placing the two silver metallic cases upon the living room tea table before respectfully retreating to one side. Student Chen Yang, your unprecedentedly outstanding performance in this summer's recruitment examination on our planet has brought immense honor to Colony Planet 2343. This is a modest token of appreciation from our planet. A mere trifle, and we earnestly hope you will accept it. As Qian Ligua spoke, he opened one of the cases. Click. An entire case neatly stacked with crisp new Federation currency lay revealed before the three of them. Anya's little mouth fell open into a perfect O. She had never in her life seen so much money. This is 5 million Federation credits, Qian Ligua announced with a smile, a hint of barely concealed smugness coloring his tone. 5 million. Even Chen Yang's heart gave an involuntary lurch. He had toiled for an entire month in Sector C. 34, dealing in resources, robbing the robbers, and his savings had barely scraped past 2 million. And now this man had casually produced 5 million in cash. So this was the taste of power. This is too much, Chen Yang said, though tempted he betrayed no outward change in expression. Not at all, not at all. Qian Ligua hurriedly waved his hand. Compared to the honor you have brought to our planet, what is such a paltry sum? Moreover, this is merely the reward granted by our planet's government. Just now the admissions office of the 1st Military Academy contacted me as well. They were extremely impressed with your performance, and have specially approved a talent development fund of 10 million credits. It will be deposited directly into your account upon enrollment. 10 million. This time Chen Yang was genuinely taken aback. In total that was 15 million. With money one truly could do as one pleased. His thoughts drifted to his parents, who had toiled with diligence their entire lives only to end up unable to afford even a single apartment in the main city district. Whereas he simply by sitting for an examination had acquired a fortune beyond anything they could have ever imagined. This world was truly steeped in bitter irony. Then thank you, Director Qian. Chen Yang did not hesitate any further and accepted it openly. At this moment he truly needed the money. Whether it was to provide Anya with a better life or for his own future development, money was absolutely essential. It is my duty, truly. Seeing that he had accepted it, a broader smile spread across Qian Ligua's face. Student Chen Yang, as you are aware, that scoundrel Gao Cheng has been taken away by the supervisory department for investigation due to abuse of power. Once he falls, a seat will open up on our planet's council. That is precisely why I have come today, to hear your thoughts on the matter. He rubbed his hands together eagerly, his eyes fixed on Chen Yang with anticipation. Director Qian, I am merely a student with no interest in politics, Chen Yang replied with a smile. I simply wish to study peacefully at the military academy. Regarding their proposals, I believe the workers in District C34 are already working quite hard. Perhaps that father and son could continue contributing their efforts there instead. Qian Ligua nodded in understanding. Wonderful, wonderful. This aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. Having said this, Qian Ligua quickly changed the subject. Then, I won't disturb you any further during your meal. If you need anything throughout this month, please feel free to contact me at any time. Whether it's cultivation resources or any other matter, our planetary government will do everything we can to assist you. With that, he tactfully took his leave with his companions. Anya still seemed unable to fully grasp the situation as she gazed at the two heavy suitcases. Husband, do we really have this much money? Yes, Chen Yang replied with a smile, gently pinching her cheek. From now on, whatever my wife wishes to purchase, she shall have it. Yet as he looked upon the 5 million, two weathered and weary faces surfaced in his thoughts. It was time to return and see them. The following day, Chen Yang rose early. He withdrew 1 million from the 5 million in cash and packed it into an ordinary travel bag. He then woke Anya, who was still lingering in bed. Wife, wake up. I'm taking you somewhere special today. Where are we going? Anya rubbed her sleepy eyes and pouted. To meet my parents again. She instantly became wide awake. Off. And meet your parents. She sat bolt upright in bed, clutching the blanket nervously. Do I? Should I change into different clothes this time? Should I put on makeup? Will they like me? Yeah. Seeing her so flustered and anxious as though she were heading into battle, Chen Yang felt both amusement and tenderness. Silly, you look beautiful just the way you are. They'll surely like you. He drew her into his arms and comforted her. Don't be nervous. My parents are simple people with kind hearts. Besides, I'm here with you. Anya buried her face in his chest, though some anxiety remained. Every daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. Besides, she certainly wasn't an ugly daughter-in-law. Chen Yang took Anya by taxi to an old residential area on the outskirts of the main city. This was the place where he had grown up since childhood. Narrow streets, mottled walls, and a tangle of wires and pipes overhead stood in stark contrast to the gleaming floating towers in the heart of the main city. His parents were ordinary mechanical repair workers who had lived their entire lives here. Following memories from his youth, he located that familiar apartment building. Before he could even knock, the door swung open from within. Standing there was a slightly overweight middle-aged woman with a sharp, somewhat caustic demeanor, his elder brother's wife. Well, isn't this our great genius? What, exiled to the garbage dump, and still have the nerve to come back? His sister-in-law sneered the moment she spotted Chen Yang. Clearly they were unaware of what had transpired during the summer recruitment. Chen Yang frowned, slightly disinclined to engage with her. Where are my parents? Inside. His sister-in-law curled her lip, her gaze drifting past Chen Yang to land on Anya. Upon seeing Anya's breathtaking beauty and elegance, her eyes instantly filled with jealousy and disbelief. How did this worthless fellow manage to bring home such a stunning woman? And who is this? My wife, Anya. Chen Yang introduced her casually. Wife? His sister-in-law's eyes nearly popped out of her head. You're married? To someone with an F-rank assessment who digs garbage, anyone would willingly marry you. Her words were cruel and vicious. Anya's delicate face turned pale, and she lifted her chin defiantly toward her. Chen Yang's expression darkened as well. Move. His voice carried no emotion whatsoever. You? His sister-in-law opened her mouth to retort, but when she met Chen Yang's icy gaze, something shifted within her. The rest of her words died in her throat. Reluctantly, she stepped aside. Chen Yang led Anya inside, entering a home that was both familiar and strangely foreign. The living room was small, its furnishings worn and dated, the air thick with the mingled scents of machine oil and cooking. His father, Chen Yang, an elderly man with silver hair and a face lined with wrinkles, sat on the sofa sighing heavily. His mother, Zhang Zuelan, moved about in the kitchen, her figure slightly stooped. His older brothers and sisters were seated nearby, their expressions heavy with worry. Mom, Dad, I'm back, Chen Yang announced. At the sound of his voice, everyone looked up. When they caught sight of Chen Yang alongside Anya, who seemed like a fairy descended from heaven, their faces registered pure shock. Xiaoyang. Anya? What are you doing back? Mother Zhang Zuelan recovered first, wiping her hands on her apron as she rushed forward with a mixture of joy and sorrow. Child, why didn't you let us know you were coming back? Are you eating properly out there? Taking care of yourself? I'm doing well, Mom. Chen Yang felt a warmth spread through him as he met his mother's worried eyes. Nonsense. Father Chen Yang slammed his palm on the table and rose to his feet, his face flushed with anger. You should be working hard out there to support this family, not slacking off and running back for no reason. Laosher, were you fired? Elder brother Chun Bin frowned as he spoke. Jobs are hard to come by these days. Your brothers and sisters will do our best to help you find something, but you need to put in the effort as well. One of his sisters quickly pulled Anya aside to sit down. And you're right. Don't worry. If Xiaoyang lost his job, you two can stay with us and eat for now. Anya glanced at the leftover black nutrient paste on their table, then looked over at Chen Yang. Chen Yang understood what she meant. He nodded slightly and placed the travel bag filled with cash on the coffee table, then unzipped it. A bundle of crimson banknotes was laid bare before everyone's eyes. The entire living room fell into an oppressive silence. Every person present held their breath, their eyes locked on that bag of money, their pupils practically burning red with greed. This is... Mother Zhang Zuelan's voice trembled. 1 million, Chen Yang said with a smile. Mom, Dad, take this money. Buy whatever you want. Get a bigger house. Stop doing that backbreaking labor. 1 million. The figure detonated through the Chun household like a bombshell. Where did you get all this money? Father Chen Yang asked in utter disbelief. Have you gotten involved in something illegal? Dad, I earned this honestly through my own abilities. Chen Yang looked at him and spoke each word carefully. I participated in this year's summer recruitment and placed first on our planet. I was specially admitted to the Federation's top military academy. What a... First place. The top military academy. Chen Yang Zhang Zuelan and all his older brothers and sisters stood frozen in place as though struck by lightning. Their minds could no longer process the relentless barrage of information that was shattering everything they had believed. Wasn't their younger brother supposed to be a worthless F-grade genetic specimen? How could he have taken first place in the summer recruitment and been admitted to the top military academy? Was this some kind of mythological tale? Seeing the doubt in everyone's eyes, Chen Yang's personal terminal projected a holographic screen. Displayed upon it was the dazzling gilded special admission notice from the Federation's first military academy. The name, Chen Yang, was emblazoned upon it with unmistakable clarity. The evidence was irrefutable. Chen Bin's jaw dropped wide enough to stuff an entire egg inside, and the rest of his words died unspoken upon his lips. Good, wonderful. Their father Chen Yang trembled from head to toe with emotion, tears of joy streaming down his weathered face. My son has made something of himself. My son has truly accomplished greatness. Ha. Their mother Zhang Zuelan was likewise weeping tears of sheer happiness. She clutched in Ya's hands with such overwhelming emotion that words failed her entirely. Good child, come here quickly. Let your mother have a proper look at you. She took Ya's hands in hers, gazing at her from every angle with growing satisfaction. For our little Yang to have won himself such a wonderful wife, he must have cultivated incredible fortune across 8 lifetimes. Anya, somewhat at a loss while being thus held, could only turn to Chen Yang with a pleading look. Chen Yang smiled at her and gave a reassuring nod. Reassured, Anya shyly called out in a small voice, Mom. Oh, what a wonderful child. Zhang Zuelan beamed, her smile stretching from ear to ear. The atmosphere in that moment grew immeasurably warm and tender. Those elder brothers and sisters now felt profound gratitude that they had held their tongues earlier and instead racked their brains for ways to help their younger brother. After sharing a lunch with his parents at home and patiently answering their countless questions, Chen Yang took his leave with Anya. Before departing, his mother Zhang Zilong clasped Anya's hands, offering 1,000 admonitions and 10,000 instructions for her to take good care of herself and of Chen Yang. She also secretly slipped a treasured family heirloom jade bracelet onto her wrist. Anya was overwhelmed by the gesture, her delicate cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Throughout the entire journey, she gazed with unrestrained joy at the bracelet adorning her wrist. Husband, your mother is truly so kind to me. Of course she is. My mother has always had the same excellent eye for daughters-in-law as her son. Chen Yang laughed and gently tapped the tip of her nose. Watching the radiant smile that blossomed from the depths of her heart, Chen Yang felt that this journey home had been worth every moment. With this sum of money, his parents' twilight years would be a little more comfortable, and Anya would feel the warmth of family. For him, that was enough. After leaving his parents' home, Chen Yang did not return directly to his apartment. Instead, he brought Anya to find Lin Hu. The current Lin Hu had rented a place in the suburbs, spending each day in blissful indulgence of fine liquor and short videos. He was scrolling through them with unrestrained glee. Hearing approaching footsteps, he cursed without even looking up. You stinking brat, and here I thought you'd actually come back. I assumed that once you became the top scholar you'd forgotten this old master of yours. How could I possibly forget? Chen Yang chuckled, setting a case of top-grade malt liquor upon the floor. I specially brought fine wine to visit you, old man. At least you have a conscience, you little punk. Lin Hu set down his communicator, and the moment he spotted the case of liquor, his eyes lit up with unrestrained glee. He casually seized a bottle, popped the cap with his teeth, and gulped down half of it in mighty swigs. Huh. Magnificent. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then his gaze fell upon Anya. Those piercing eyes swept back and forth across her form, measuring her with deliberate scrutiny. Anya grew somewhat tense beneath his scrutiny, instinctively gripping the hem of Chen Yang's jacket. Master, this is my wife, Anya. I'm not bad. Lin Hu nodded, a flicker of imperceptible surprise crossing his gaze. She's a fine girl. Treat her well. He could tell at a glance that the race to which this girl belonged was no simple matter. That pure and formidable aura of life force emanating from her was something he had never before encountered. Yet he asked no questions. Every person harbored their own secrets. Enough of the reminiscing. Cut the sentimental chatter. Lin Hu waved a dismissive hand, then picked up a black data chip from the table beside him and tossed it to Chen Yang. What's this? Chen Yang caught it and asked with curiosity. Some combat data I recorded back when I was with the Ghost Squad, along with a few mecha modification blueprints. If something like this were to appear on the black market, it would be an absolute priceless treasure. It represents the blood, sweat, and experience of Lin Hu's entire life. Master, this is far too precious. Chen Yang tried to return it. Precious my ass. I'm not going to have any use for it. What, take it into my coffin with me? Lin Hu glared at him fiercely. If I tell you to take it, then take it. What are you blabbering about? If you truly feel indebted, then once you've made something of yourself, just burn a few cases of fine liquor for me during the holidays each year. A warm surge rose in Chen Yang's heart, and he silently tucked the chip away. By the way, how do you plan to use that 5 million reward? Lin Hu asked. I gave 1 million to my family. As for the rest, I haven't decided yet. Chen Yang answered truthfully. Haven't decided, eh? Lin Hu cursed with the frustration of a mentor whose student refuses to learn. Is your skull filled with paste? What is money for? It's for spending. For investing in yourself. What do you lack most right now? Strength. From now until the day you report to the military academy, you have exactly 1 month. Not a single day of this month can you afford to waste. Go to the best gravity training chamber in the Central City District. Rent a VIP private room and crank the gravity to its absolute limit. Squeeze every ounce of potential out of your body until you hit your absolute breaking point. Buy the highest grade nutritional supplements, the most expensive physical enhancement serums. Don't you dare skimp on the cost. Every single credit you spend now will return to you tenfold, 100-fold in the future. At the military academy, everything is determined by strength. Even if you enter carrying the title of #1 in the planet, if your strength fails to keep pace, you'll be trampled beneath others' feet just the same. Only your own iron fist speaks the hardest truth. Understand. Each of Lin Hu's words struck Chen Yang's heart like a heavy hammer. I understand, master. Chen Yang nodded with solemn gravity. If you understand, then get the hell out of here. Go back and keep pushing yourself. I'll likely be heading back tonight as well. Lin Hu laughed and waved his hand in farewell. Master, you're returning to District C-34. You won't travel with us. Chen Yang could not help but ask. Given Lin Hu's strength, should he ever wish to leave District C-34, it would be the easiest feat in the world. Leave? And go where? All this old man has left is this little hobby of scavenging for junk. Those scheming and plotting affairs out there, I can't be bothered to get involved. That junkyard suits me just fine. He paused, then added, you, my boy, have a long road ahead of you. Don't end up like me, spending your whole life guarding a pile of broken metal. Your stage is among the stars and the boundless sea. Go forth and walk your own path. Chen Yang fell silent. He knew that Lin, who had already made his choice. He did not attempt to dissuade him further. Everyone has their own path to walk. He bowed deeply toward Lin Hu. Master, take care. Having spoken, he took Anya's hand and turned to bid Lin Hu farewell. In the light of the setting sun, their two shadows stretched long across the ground. Husband, that old man. He's a good person, Anya said softly. MME's my teacher. A truly wonderful teacher. Chen Yang nodded. In 1 month's time, he would set foot upon an entirely new journey. And during that month, there was only one thing he had to do. At any cost, grow stronger. Returning to the apartment, Chen Yang immediately activated his personal terminal and began executing the devil training plan that Lin Hu had devised for him. Main City Area Star Temple Gravity Training Center VIP Room 1 monthly subscription. Source of Life High-Grade Nutrient Solution Order 100 vials. Star Energy Catalyst Mid-Tier 20 vials. Oh right, and my wife's dress. Looking at the deduction notifications for her purchases on the terminal, Anya winced. Husband, my dress is far too expensive. Never mind, spend it on yourself instead. It's nothing, why should I feel bad spending money on my beautiful wife? Chen Yang's gaze was utterly resolute. He glanced at his terminal, seeing less than 3 million remaining in his balance, and felt no hesitation whatsoever. Of course, beyond all this there existed another more direct and more pleasant path to becoming stronger. Anya had already prepared a steaming bath and a lavish dinner. Under the girl's meticulous care, Chen Yang's exhaustion was swiftly dispelled. In its place surged vibrant energy and an untamed fire waiting to be unleashed. He gazed at the little enchantress before him, her luminous russet skin glowing from the bath, her eyes swimming with allure, her alluring fragrance filling the air, and could no longer contain himself. Wife, we should begin our cultivation. Husband, you trained so intensely today, shouldn't you rest first? Anya murmured her protest. Not tired at all. Chen Yang swept her into his arms. Just right, some exercise will aid sleep. Tonight you choose the location. And then, they waged war throughout the night. The following morning, Chen Yang awoke refreshed and invigorated. He opened the system panel, unable to suppress the smile curving his lips. A new offspring gene has been successfully fused. Offspring gene detection exceeded expectations. Congratulations, host. Reward upgraded: 1 medium-grade mental strength enhancement liquid and 1 medium-grade physique reinforcement agent. As expected, gene fusion with Anya was truly the fastest path to his strengthening. Moreover, as his physique improved, Anya's body received even better nourishment, and the quality and quantity of system rewards naturally increased in tandem. This was an absolutely perfect virtuous cycle. Chen Yang looked at Anya, still sound asleep in bed, exhausted like a little kitten, recalling the waves of last night, his eyes filled with tenderness and a trace of guilt. It seemed that to grow stronger his wife would have to bear the hardship. Beyond his own cultivation, Chen Yang had not forgotten his side business. The number of worker bees under his command had quietly risen to 50. These tireless little creatures, following his instructions, dispersed in small groups and infiltrated the major garbage processing sites and scrap recycling stations throughout the main city. Their target was singular terra steel and other rare metals. The garbage in the main city was far richer than that in District C-34. Every day, massive quantities of discarded machinery and decommissioned flying craft were transported here. Within them lay enormous reserves of precious resources awaiting recycling. Under the efficient collection and refining efforts of the worker bees, the lead box in Chen Yang's warehouse used to store terra steel powder was visibly filling up bit by bit. Time always flies fleetingly. With the dual boost of vast wealth and system rewards, Chen Yang's strength experienced another explosive surge. Half a month later, inside the Star Temple Gravity Training Center VIP Room 1. Boom. Chen Yang launched a punch, the ferocious force of his fist causing the very air to emit a piercing crack. The special alloy target in front of him, worth millions and designed to measure strength, shuddered violently, and the screen instantly displayed a staggering figure. Fist force 15800 kilograms. Phew. Chen Yang slowly retracted his fist and exhaled a long breath of stagnant air. For this past month, he had trained himself mercilessly as though he were nothing but livestock. By day, under 10 times gravity, he underwent various extreme physical regimens, squeezing out every ounce of his body's potential. By night, upon returning home, there remained his dual cultivation, with Anya utilizing the system's rewards for deep-level gene optimization and repair. Under this nearly inhuman cultivation regimen, his strength skyrocketed like a rocket. Host Chen Yang. Gene rating C+. Realm peak of Star Apprentice. Talents: hyperdimensional perception, intermediate racial divine power, beginner. In just 1 short month, his gene rating had advanced from C class to C+. The breakthrough to B class was merely 1 step away. His realm had firmly reached the peak of Star Apprentice. Only needing a single opportunity, he could condense the Star Core and formally enter the ranks of Star Envoy. Such an improvement rate, if spread abroad, would surely terrify a host of so-called geniuses. Not enough yet. Chen Yang looked at his fist, his brows slightly furrowed. His physique and star energy had indeed reached the limit of Star Apprentice, and any further improvement would require breaking through to Star Master realm. Yet he always sensed that within his body a more powerful force remained partially dormant. That force was mental strength. Over these past half months, with hyperdimensional perception advancing to intermediate and the system bestowing several doses of mental strength enhancement liquid, his mental strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. Now even with his eyes closed, he could perceive the exact position of every person within the entire training center, their heartbeats, their breaths. The sensation was akin to wielding a God's eye map hack. He had even attempted to use his mental strength to interfere with reality, such as levitating a water cup upon the table. Though he could barely make the cup tremble a few times, this already proved that his mental strength had grown potent enough to exert a subtle influence upon the material world. Wasn't this precisely the third of the three major professions that Lin Hu had once mentioned, the psionic? Chen Yang's heart quickened. Star Master Mechanic Psionic. He had told Lin Hu back then that he wished to learn all of them. It seemed he truly possessed the capital for such ambitions. I must get tested to determine the true level of my current mental strength. Chen Yang made up his mind. He took a shower, changed into clean garments, and left the training center. Instead of returning home, he hailed a taxi directly to Eye of the Firmament, a professional mental strength testing facility located in the main city. Certified by the Federation authorities, this establishment specialized in providing testing and training services for those aspiring to become psionics. Upon entering the hall, Chen Yang immediately sensed an atmosphere utterly distinct from the outside world. It was remarkably quiet here. Everyone spoke in hushed tones, each exuding a distinctive aura, whether refined, profound, or ethereal. Their eyes shimmered with exceptional brightness, as though capable of penetrating the human heart. Were these the legendary psionics? Chen Yang observed quietly. Approaching the front desk, a young woman in a white uniform, appearing both intellectual and graceful, offered him a warm nod. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "I would like to take a mental strength rating test," Chen Yang replied. "Certainly. Please present your identification and pay the testing fee of 10,000 Federation credits." The woman stated matter-of-factly. 10,000. That is quite expensive. Chen Yang muttered inwardly, but paid without hesitation. "Very well, Mr. Chen Yang. Please follow me." The woman led him down a pristine white corridor suffused with a futuristic technological ambience. Along either side of the hallway stood a series of independent testing chambers. Through the transparent glass walls, one could see figures seated in quiet meditation, their heads encased in an array of intricate instruments. Mr. Chen Yang, the spiritual affinity rating of a psion is divided into 7 tiers ranging from F to S, from lowest to highest. Grade F represents the level of an ordinary person. To become a true psion, one must attain at least grade D, the threshold known as spiritual awakening. Upon reaching grade D, you may attempt to wield psychic force to manipulate physical matter. At grade C, you will be able to employ psychic power with proficiency for both offense and defense. At grade B, you shall be considered a seasoned psion master, capable even of brief flight through the projection of psychic force. As for grades A and S, they belong to the realm of legend. Beings whose psychic might is said to warp the very fabric of space and alter the flow of time itself. The woman walked alongside him, offering her explanations. Chen Yang listened, his heart trembling with awe. Warp space. Alter time. The power of a psion was truly terrifying beyond imagination. Presently, the woman guided him into an unoccupied testing chamber. "Mr. Chen Yang, please take a seat in the sensing chair at the center and put on the Neuralink helmet. Throughout the test, please remain as relaxed as possible and do not resist. The system will automatically evaluate the intensity and potential of your psychic power. The entire procedure should take roughly 10 minutes. Understood." Chen Yang complied without hesitation, settling into the chair and donning the frigid helmet. Darkness swallowed his vision, and his consciousness felt as though it had been drawn into an endless starry expanse. Countless points of luminescence swirled and danced around him. A gentle yet formidable force began to scan his mind, delving into the very depths of his spiritual sea. Chen Yang offered no resistance, allowing that power to drift freely through the deepest reaches of his consciousness. The sensation was remarkably pleasant, akin to soaking in the warm embrace of a tranquil ocean. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. When Chen Yang removed the helmet and stepped out of the testing chamber, the white-clad woman who had escorted him earlier stood waiting, a report clutched in her hands, her face aglow with astonishment. She gazed upon Chen Yang as though beholding some impossible creature. What is it?" Chen Yang felt a faint chill crawling up his spine beneath her stare. "And Mr. Chen Yang." The woman's voice trembled. Your psychic rating is grade C." "Grade C?" Chen Yang blinked in mild surprise. "Is that considered high A?" "High A?" The woman nearly lost her composure. High doesn't even begin to describe it. This is nothing short of miraculous. She gesticulated wildly at the data on the report, her words tumbling over one another. "Your psychic intensity has reached a value of 128, and your psychic activity stands at a staggering 95%. This is already the peak of grade C. You're but a single step away from breaking through to grade B. But the most crucial finding of all." She drew a deep breath, fixing him with a gaze that seemed to behold a deity. "The system has detected that your psychic power remains in an unaware primal state. In other words, you possess an innate grade C psion talent. You require no artificial awakening whatsoever. An innate grade C." Chen Yang found himself momentarily speechless. He had always known his psychic power was formidable, but never had he imagined it to extend to such an extraordinary degree. Mr. Chen Yang. The woman's beautiful eyes shimmered with an almost feverish light, her gaze blazing as she fixed upon him. Would you consider joining our organization, the Eye of the Celestial Dome? We are prepared to offer you the finest mentors and the most exceptional resources available. All you need do is nod in agreement, and within 3 years we guarantee you shall ascend to become a grade B Psion Master. Here we go again. Chen Yang observed the woman who appeared ready to press herself against him, and the faces of those military academy admissions officers surfaced unbidden in his mind. I'm afraid I've already been claimed, he replied, subtly withdrawing his arm with practiced calm. CL claimed. The woman froze in astonishment. The Federal First Military Academy. The excitement upon her countenance crystallized into stunned stillness. She opened her mouth as if to speak, yet in the end could only release a long, lingering sigh brimming with regret and unwillingness. So, it's you. Recognition dawned upon her. Half a month prior, that legendary prodigy, who despite possessing merely grade F genes had achieved extraordinary results during the summer recruitment and been specially enlisted by the First Military Academy. Also named Chen Yang. So it was not only in physical prowess and mechanist arts that he was a monster. In the realm of psions as well. He was nothing less than a monster. Could there truly exist such an all-encompassing genius in this world? The woman watched Chen Yang's retreating figure, feeling her entire worldview crumble once more. Chen Yang, for his part, found his spirits greatly uplifted upon confirming the extent of his psychic talent. Astral warrior, mechanist, psion. 3 paths lay open before him, and any of them he could walk. Moreover, each path seemed to hold the promise of reaching its very pinnacle. He could hardly contain his eagerness to behold that so-called gathering place of geniuses, the First Military Academy. He longed to discover just how formidable those self-proclaimed grade A and grade S prodigies truly were, and whether any of them could withstand even a single blow from his fist. Upon returning to his apartment, Chen Yang shared with Anya the news that his psychic power had reached the peak of grade C. Hubby, you're amazing. But what exactly is a psion? Anya blinked her large, curious eyes, the very picture of an eager little student. Chen Yang smiled and gently tapped the tip of her nose before patiently offering his explanation. Upon hearing that the mightiest of psions could warp space and alter time, Anya's petite mouth fell open in utter astonishment. Then does that mean you'll become that powerful someday, too, hubby? Of course, Chen Yang replied with a confident smile. With a wife as beautiful as mine, I must grow ever stronger to keep you safe, to ensure no one could ever take you away from me. That won't happen. Anya's cheeks flushed crimson as she shook her small head with the vigor of a rattledrum. I'll only ever love you, hubby. No one could ever take me away. She leaned in of her own accord and pressed a delicate kiss upon his lips, then darted away like a startled little rabbit. Chen Yang watched her adorable, bashful retreat, his heart swelling with contentment. Over the following week, Chen Yang did not return to the gravity chamber. His physique, having reached the peak of stellar apprentice, had hit a bottleneck. No amount of further exertion could yield meaningful gains. He resolved to shift his focus toward the cultivation of his psychic power. He invested a considerable sum to purchase the complete set of introductory psion training manuals and instructional videos from the Eye of the Celestial Dome's online store. It must be said, the work of true professionals speaks for itself. Following the methods outlined in the manuals, Chen Yang swiftly mastered the art of manipulating his psychic power with greater precision. He was no longer content with merely causing a glass of water to tremble. He now pursued more intricate feats. For instance, using his psychic force, he would disassemble a dinner knife into its individual components, then reassemble them with flawless precision. Another exercise saw him condensing his psychic power into an invisible hand that would caress Anya's flowing hair. Each successful attempt filled him with quiet exhilaration. Anya in turn became his finest training partner. She seemed to delight in being harassed by his psychic touch. At times, Chen Yang would employ his power to stealthily lift the hem of her skirt. At other times, while she was absorbed in watching television, he would use his power to snatch the snacks right from her hands. Each such escapade earned him a flurry of playful scolding and chasing. Their little life together unfolded in a sweet and delightful rhythm. Amid this light and joyful atmosphere, Chen Yang's psychic power grew at a remarkable pace. He could sense that the threshold of grade B drew ever nearer. Meanwhile, in his warehouse, the stockpile of Terra steel powder had finally reached 10 kilograms. This would constitute the very first capital for the mecha core he intended to assemble in the future. All things were unfolding in the most favorable manner imaginable. At last, the one-day deadline arrived. That morning, Chen Yang and Anya had just finished breakfast when a thunderous rumble suddenly erupted beyond the window. What's happening? An earthquake? Startled, Anya ducked into Chen Yang's embrace. Chen Yang walked to the window and looked outside. There above the city, the thick clouds were being torn asunder by an invisible force. A colossal interstellar warship. Over 1,000 meters in length, its hull a dark silver emblazoned with the insignia of a sword and a soaring eagle, emerged slowly from the wormhole and came to a halt directly above the city. The gargantuan vessel blotted out the very heavens. Countless smaller escort craft circled about it like loyal sentinels. All aerial traffic across the city ground to a halt at that moment, with every aircraft forced into an emergency landing. From rooms, from offices, from the streets, countless citizens lifted their gazes staring in stunned disbelief at the Leviathan hovering in the sky. Good heavens. It's a Federation warship. Such a massive vessel. It must be a main-class escort frigate. What could it possibly want with a third-grade planet like ours? Look at that emblem. The sword and the eagle. It's the crest of the Federation's first military academy. A warship from the first military academy. Could it possibly be? 4. The same name surfaced in every mind. Chen Yang, the once intermillennium prodigy who a month ago had shocked the entire star system with nothing but an F-grade physique. Only he could merit such an extravagant reception. The Jinhao. It has come for me. Chen Yang gazed at the familiar vessel, murmuring to himself. He had not expected the first military academy to orchestrate such a grand spectacle. Keeping a low profile was no longer an option. Just then his personal terminal chimed. An unfamiliar encrypted number. Chen Yang accepted the call. On the holographic screen appeared a young officer clad in a crisp major's uniform, his countenance stern and his gaze piercingly sharp. Upon seeing Chen Yang, a smile instantly broke across his face. Greetings, Chen Yang. I am Zhao Hai, captain of the escort frigate Jinhao of the Federation's first military academy. I have been dispatched by my superiors to escort you to the academy. Please gather with your family members on the landing pad atop your apartment building within 15 minutes. We depart on schedule. Having said this, he terminated the communication with crisp efficiency. Honey, are they here for us? Anya peeked her small head out from behind Chen Yang, gazing at the colossal warship beyond the window with a hint of apprehension. Yes. Chen Yang turned around, gently tousling her hair, and said with a smile, don't be afraid. Today it's our personal chariot. Taking Anya by the hand, he began to gather their belongings. There was in truth little to gather. This home they had occupied for barely a month held almost nothing worth taking, save for a few newly purchased garments. Most crucial were the leaden case containing 10 kilograms of Terra steel powder and the data chip Lin, who had given him. Chen Yang secured both items close to his person. Then taking Anya's hand, he cast one final glance at the new home that had gifted them so many sweet memories. Come, my love, let us venture forth to witness an entirely new world. The two rode the elevator up to the landing pad atop the building. A sleek black military shuttle exuding streamlined elegance already stood waiting in silence. The hatch opened, and 2 rows of fully armed soldiers lined either side. The major, who had introduced himself as Zhao Hai, stood at the doorway beaming at them. As his gaze fell upon Anya, a flicker of imperceptible surprise crossed his otherwise stoic features. What an exquisite girl. Moreover, she seemed to carry a peculiar aura about her, one that stirred a faint unease within him, even though he was a battle-hardened stellar warrior. He swiftly withdrew his gaze, however. A soldier's sacred duty is obedience. What should not be asked is left unasked. What should not be seen is left unseen. Chen Yang, miss, and you please board. He gestured for them to proceed. Chen Yang nodded, and taking Anya's hand stepped aboard the shuttle. Behind them, countless heads pressed against the windows of the entire apartment building. Every resident watched the young couple, escorted by Federation forces with the highest possible honors, with gazes brimming with envy, jealousy, and reverence. They knew that from this day forth this young man who had once lived among them would be irrevocably separated from their world. The shuttle lifted off, smoothly soaring toward the colossal warship suspended in the heavens. Anya clutched Chen Yang's hand nervously, her small face pressed against the porthole as she gazed down at the ever-shrinking city below, her eyes alight with wonder and a trace of anxiety. Honey, will we ever come back? We will, Chen Yang murmured, drawing her into his embrace. Once I grow strong enough, the entire universe shall be ours to roam. Wherever you wish to go, I shall take you there. The shuttle swiftly entered the internal hangar of the Jinhao. The hangar was immense, housing over 100 assorted combat mechs and aerial vehicles. Countless ground crew in work uniforms bustled about their tasks. An aura of solemn, efficient, iron-blooded discipline washed over them like a wave. Welcome aboard the Jinhao, Chen Yang. Major Zhao Hai guided them forward. From here to the primary planet, the journey will take approximately 7 days. During this period, your movements are confined to the residential quarters. Do not venture into the restricted military zones. These contain classified matters beyond your clearance, as you have not yet enrolled. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement. This was the military. Discipline above all. Zhao Hai led them to a luxuriously appointed private suite, briefing them as they walked. This shall be your residence for the next 7 days. 3 meals daily will be delivered to your door by dedicated personnel. Should you require anything, you may contact me directly through the terminal in your room. For now, please rest well and prepare for your enrollment in 7 days. Understood. Thank you, Major. Think nothing of it. Zhao Hai nodded with a smile and turned to leave, but then paused mid-stride as if remembering something. He turned back and said, I nearly forgot to mention. The soundproofing here is excellent, and the vessel's hull is designed to block psychic scanning. Rest assured, nothing will disturb you two lovebirds. With that, he snapped his fingers and departed. Upon hearing this, Anya buried her face against Chen Yang's back in shyness, blushing crimson all the way down her neck. Honey, come, let's go inside. Chen Yang laughed. Come, let's see our new room. The suite was vast. A living room, a bedroom, an in-suite bathroom, and even a compact simulation training chamber, all fully equipped. Through the enormous panoramic porthole, the deep and boundless cosmos stretched into infinity. Countless stars glimmered in the distance, each like a brilliant diamond. Wow, how beautiful. Anya pressed her face against the porthole, once more her eyes filled with awe. It was her first time beholding the magnificence of the universe from so close a vantage. Chen Yang embraced her from behind his chin, resting gently atop her head. Do you like it, eh? From now on I'll show you this every day. 7 days of voyage, tedious and endless. For the soldiers aboard the Blade, this was nothing more than a routine escort mission. But for Chen Yang and Anya, it was a journey both wondrous and sweet. They spent most of their time in that luxurious suite, toiling away. Chen Yang wasted no time. Utilizing the compact simulation training chamber in his room, he continued to consolidate his strength. He connected the data chip Lin who had given him to the chamber system. In an instant, countless real combat data, mech engagements, brutal battlefield skirmishes, flooded into his mind. These were invaluable experiences Lin who had traded his life for upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Chen Yang absorbed them with insatiable hunger. Again and again within the virtual battlefield, he simulated the combat scenarios stored on the chip. From one-on-one mech duels to small-scale encounters, and onward to large-scale positional warfare. His operational skills, his combat awareness, his strategic vision all advanced at a terrifying pace. Anya meanwhile stayed obediently by his side. Sometimes she would sit nearby quietly watching Chen Yang, train her eyes filled with little adoring stars. Sometimes she would experiment with the room's intelligent cooking machine, concocting all manner of delicacies for Chen Yang. Though most of the time the results were difficult to describe. But Chen Yang always cleaned his plate, praising the food with sincere enthusiasm. This filled Anya with a deep sense of accomplishment and kindled in her a passionate interest in the culinary arts. Of course, beyond training and culinary experiments, the two never neglected their most important, dual cultivation. Amid the vast starry heavens aboard a premier warship, they engaged in the most primal, yet intimate of exercises. The sensation was thrilling and romantic alike. The system's rewards, too, never tarried. Perhaps owing to their prodigious nightly exertions, on the third day of arrival, Chen Yang received an unexpected surprise. Congratulations, host. Reward acquired: Gene Optimization Elixir Intermediate, 1 vial. Gene Rating Breakthrough. Current Gene Rating B. Gene Rating has reached B level, satisfying the talent unlock condition. Congratulations, host. Reward acquired: Zerg Talent, Mimicry Beginner. Mimicry. Chen Yang's eyes lit up at the sight of this new talent. Mimicry Passive Beginner. You can simulate the aura of any organism whose gene level does not exceed your own, and without genetic detection, this cannot be discovered. This talent was practically tailor-made for him. With it, he could flawlessly disguise his Zerg genetic aura as that of an ordinary human. Henceforth, he need never again worry about being exposed by those powerful star warriors or psychic adepts. This was nothing short of a life-saving divine skill. Chen Yang activated the passive talent without hesitation. A wondrous energy coursed through his entire body. He could feel that noble and powerful aura emanating from his Zerg royal bloodline, becoming perfectly enveloped by an invisible membrane. In its place, an utterly ordinary, unremarkable human aura emerged. To all appearances, he looked exactly like a genuine F-rank. Husband, your scent seems to have changed. Anya twitched her little nose and said curiously, Really? Changed into what? Anya thought for a moment, then replied, It became more pleasant. Like grass after the rain, fresh and comforting. Chen Yang laughed. So it seemed this mimicry talent could not only disguise one's aura, but also add a touch of refinement. Not bad at all. Student Chen Yang, the chief instructor, asked me to inform you that your enrollment procedures have been fully completed. Furthermore, Zhao Hai said with a smile, considering your unique circumstances, the chief instructor has specially approved your use of the ship's A-rank gravity training chamber and virtual combat pod before arriving at the main planet. An A-rank gravity training chamber. Chen Yang's eyes instantly gleamed. That was a top-tier training facility reserved exclusively for officer-grade personnel. Reportedly, the maximum gravity within could reach a terrifying 50-fold. Thank you, Major Zhao. Please convey my gratitude to Chief Instructor Zhang as well. Chen Yang said sincerely. No need for thanks, it's what you deserve. The chief instructor says he hopes to see your performance at the Freshman Grand Competition 1 month from now. The Freshman Grand Competition. Chen Yang's brow arched. Might I ask, what exactly is this Freshman Grand Competition? The Freshman Grand Competition is a tradition of the First Military Academy. All incoming students 1 month after enrollment take part in a comprehensive combat tournament. It aims to assess their strength and the results of that month's training. The top 10 finishers will receive massive credits and resource rewards, and may even have the chance to enter the elite sequence and receive the Academy's focused cultivation. Among this year's freshmen at this branch campus, there are 3 S ranks and over a dozen A ranks. They are all heaven's favorites from the great clans of the Federation, extremely powerful. Zhao Hai looked at Chen Yang, a faint, unfathomable glimmer flashing through his eyes. The chief instructor's meaning is that he hopes you can claim first place in this competition. First place. Chen Yang smiled. A challenge. I love it. His smile was confident and radiant, brimming with a powerful, infectious magnetism. Watching that smile, Zhao Hai felt his own heart kindle with a surge of passion. Perhaps this fellow truly could create a miracle. The training chamber is in Sector D. I'll grant you access. If you're ready, you can head over now. Good. Chen Yang said a few words to Anya, then followed Zhao Hai towards Sector D. Traversing a long, metallically textured military corridor, the two arrived before a thick alloy door. This is the A-rank gravity training chamber. Zhao Hai entered his authorization code into the door panel. You may use any of the equipment inside, but mind your safety. 50-fold gravity is no laughing matter. Even a full-fledged Star Warrior struggles to endure it. Understood. Chen Yang stepped into the chamber. Zhao Hai, however, did not leave. Instead, he stood outside the door watching through the observation window. He wanted to see with his own eyes what this F-rank was truly capable of. Chen Yang stretched his body briefly and walked directly up to the gravity control console. Without the slightest hesitation, he adjusted the gravity directly to 20-fold. A hum resonated through the air. Invisible pressure descended instantly. Chen Yang's body plunged downward with a heavy lurch. He felt as though a mountain had been laid upon his back, and every bone in his frame groaned beneath the unbearable burden. Good heavens! The gravity of an A-rank chamber truly lived up to its reputation. It was more than a grade beyond the 10-fold gravity of the Star God Temple. Chen Yang clenched his teeth, furiously channeling the star energy within his body to resist that terrifying pressure. His skin flushed crimson in an instant, veins writhing beneath the surface like earthworms. Outside the door, Zhao Hai's pupils contracted sharply. 20-fold. He had opened it to 20-fold the moment he entered. This madman, did he have a death wish? One must remember, even he himself on his first time entering this chamber had dared only begin with 5-fold and gradually adapt. Yet this F-rank actually. However, what came next shocked him even further. After a brief period of adjustment, Chen Yang began doing push-ups under 20-fold gravity. 1, 2, 3. Though his movements were slow, they were remarkably precise, each one brimming with raw power. Zhao Hai felt his jaw nearly drop to the floor. Push-ups under 20-fold gravity. Was this fellow still a star apprentice? Even an early-stage star envoy body cultivator couldn't make it look this easy, could they? What on earth was this monster? Gazing out the window, he was completely dumbfounded. He watched in disbelief as Chen Yang completed 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and 100 pull-ups under 20 times the normal gravity. Then that madman actually walked over to the control console and adjusted the gravity to 25 times. Zhao Hai felt his own heart nearly stop beating. He desperately wanted to rush in and stop this reckless fool, but he restrained himself. For on Chen Yang's face, he detected not a trace of suffering or strain, only exhilaration. This guy was actually relishing this extreme sense of pressure. He was using this self-torturous method to forge himself into something stronger. Madman. Truly a complete madman. Zhao Hai muttered, yet his eyes brimmed with admiration. He finally understood why Commander Zhang placed such high value on this F-rank recruit. Such willpower, such perseverance, such relentless drive to push himself beyond his limits. This was something ordinary geniuses could never match. His future accomplishments would be utterly immeasurable. Zhao Hai ceased watching. He knew his presence here had lost all purpose. Over the following days, Chen Yang remained sealed within the A-grade gravity training chamber. Like a sponge, he voraciously absorbed the pressure and converted it into energy. His body, through repeated cycles of destruction and reconstruction, grew increasingly formidable. He could feel his inner star energy being continuously compressed and refined. The final step toward condensing his star core was drawing ever nearer. Meanwhile, Anya had also found her own source of joy. She discovered that the warship's database was an enormous treasure trove containing not only countless recipes, but also a vast wealth of knowledge about human civilization. History, culture, art, technology. She approached everything with the wide-eyed curiosity of a child who had just entered school. Each day she clutched a data tablet, devouring its contents with keen interest, sometimes frowning in thought, sometimes gasping in amazement, sometimes breaking into a foolish smile. Her world was expanding and enriching at a breathtaking pace. She was no longer the timid girl who knew only to hide behind Chen Yang's back. Her horizons were broadening, and so too was her mind. Chen Yang watched her transformation with deep satisfaction. He knew this was precisely the demeanor befitting an SSS bloodline insect queen, wise, elegant, and erudite. Of course, before Chen Yang, she remained the same playful wife who would pout, blush, and cling to him affectionately. The 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, the warship's speed noticeably decreased. Student Chen Yang, Lady Anya, we are approaching our destination, the First Federal Military Academy. Please prepare accordingly. Zhao Hai's voice crackled through Chun Xiu's communication device. Chen Yang ceased his cultivation and stepped toward the window. Anya also set down her data tablet and leaned in curiously. Beyond the window, a completely different superplanet emerged in the starfield. Calling it a planet was somewhat misleading, it resembled more an independent continent suspended in the cosmos, surrounded by countless floating islands of varying sizes. Upon the highest island stood a white spire piercing the clouds, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Countless buildings of diverse styles were meticulously arranged across these floating islands, some exuding classical Gothic grandeur, others emanating futuristic, streamlined aesthetics. Countless aircraft shuttled continuously between the islands. Could this be the Centaurus branch of the First Federal Military Academy. Anya was utterly staggered by the divine spectacle before her. A planet-sized institution. Even Chen Yang's heart swelled with profound awe. He had previously viewed images and videos of the First Military Academy online, but only with his own eyes could he grasp that the magnificence and grandeur far exceeded anything any recording could fully convey. This was the Federation's most prestigious military academy. This was the sacred ground where countless prodigies desperately vied for admission. From this day forward, this would be his new starting point. The Jinli warship slowly docked at one of the specialized spaceport islands designed for large vessels. As Chen Yang and Anya stepped out under Zhao Hai's guidance, they were immediately captivated by the scene before them. The spaceport was vast and bustling, teeming with cadets and instructors in various military uniforms. Some moved with urgent purpose, seemingly engaged in important missions. Others gathered in clusters, engaged in boisterous conversation. Each person radiated an unmistakable confidence and vitality. Truly the First Military Academy. Pluck any single cadet and place them in an ordinary school outside, and they would undoubtedly be top-tier scholars. Major Zhao, you have returned. A young officer in the rank of captain stepped forward to greet them. Zhao Hai nodded. Where is Commander Zhang? The commander awaits you at the Mech Academy. He asked you to bring student Chen Yang directly to him. The captain's gaze swept curiously over Chen Yang. Is this the legendary F-rank special recruit? He doesn't seem particularly remarkable. Understood. Zhao Hai turned to Chen Yang. Let us go. The commander wishes to see you. Chen Yang nodded, taking Anya's hand as they followed. Along the way, his appearance stirred considerable commotion. It was evident that news of an F-rank gene student being specially recruited into the First Federal Military Academy had spread throughout the entire Centaurus sector within the past month. As cadets of the First Military Academy, they could hardly help but take notice. Look, isn't that Chen Yang? Which Chen Yang? Who else could it be? That F-rank special recruit. Damn, it really is him. Why is he here at our Mech Academy? I'm not sure. Could he have chosen the mech specialization? Impossible. Didn't he place first in physical fitness? If he didn't choose the star path, why is he here causing a stir? Gossip rippled through the crowd. Most eyes were filled with curiosity and bewilderment. A smaller fraction, however, betrayed undisguised contempt and hostility. An F-rank. Even if he got in through sheer luck, it doesn't change the fact he's trash. Exactly. When the freshman tournament arrives in a month, he'll have plenty to cry about. I heard those S-rank geniuses from the star path have already declared they'll make sure to take good care of him during the tournament. Chen Yang listened to every word, having long anticipated such a scene. Yet his expression remained utterly impassive. There was only one way to silence these people. Punch them until they shut up. Soon the three arrived before a magnificent building shaped like a colossal mech. This was the Mech Academy, the most expensive, most hardcore, and one of the most powerful institutions within the entire First Military Academy. Crossing the threshold, a spacious and brilliantly lit hangar unfolded before their eyes. Inside the hangar stood over 100 combat mechs of every variety. From lightweight rangers to heavy fortresses to experimental models with peculiar designs Chen Yang had never encountered before. Each one radiated cold metallic brilliance and an overwhelming sense of oppression. Chen Yang's eyes instantly brightened. This was simply a paradise for mech enthusiasts. At the very center of the hangar, a burly middle-aged man with a stern countenance stood with his hands behind his back before a jet-black, fearsome-looking mech. Chen Yang recognized that mech at a glance. Tyrant. Though differing in certain details from Lin, whose unit, that familiar iron-blooded aura born from the battlefield, was unmistakable. Commander, the person has arrived. Zhao Hai stepped forward and saluted. The middle-aged man slowly turned around. He was none other than Zhang Jin, the chief commander of the Mech Academy. His gaze struck Chen Yang like a razor-sharp blade, piercing directly into him. Chen Yang felt as though his entire being had been laid bare in an instant. What overwhelming pressure! This Zhang Jin's strength was absolutely far beyond Zhao Hai's. At minimum Star King, perhaps even Star Deity level. Rank system Star Apprentice, Star Envoy, Star King, Star Deity. So you are Chen Yang. Zhang Jin spoke at last, his voice resonating like a great bell that echoed throughout the entire warehouse. Yes. Chen Yang met his gaze with calm composure, neither servile nor overbearing. You've got some nerve, kid. No trace of joy or anger could be discerned on Zhang Jin's face. Do you know who I am? Chen Yang shook his head. This student does not know. Zhang Jin could not help but chuckle, his expression softening by a fraction. That old bastard Lin never mentioned me to you, did he? We came out of the same foxhole together. He told me you were a troublemaker born under a disaster star and asked me to keep a closer eye on you, lest you get beaten to death by someone. However, in my domain, connections mean nothing. Only strength counts. He pointed to a brand new ranger mecha standing beside him. A ripple stirred in Chen Yang's heart. Lin Hu and Zhang Jin truly shared a bond forged through life and death trials. He offered no further words, simply listening in quiet stillness. He pointed to the brand new ranger mecha beside him. This is the most fundamental training model in the academy. You will be spending a great deal of time with it in the future. It is also the starting point of your journey into this military academy. He understood clearly that Zhang Jin's words carried no idle meaning. Nothing less than a reminder that even with Lin Hu's backing, he would still have to rely on his own abilities here. Zhang Zhun continued, his voice no longer booming yet imbued with an indisputable weight. Kid, although old Lin pulled you in and asked me to look after you, you must understand. The first military academy is nothing like the garbage heap you've come from. This is the Federation's preeminent institution of learning, a place where dragons and tigers lie in wait. Those scions from great families and powerful financial conglomerates. Which of them is not a favored child of heaven? They possess the finest genetic legacies, the most elite resources and backgrounds tangled deep as gnarled roots. You with your F-grade genetics, no matter how dazzling your performance in the assessment, will only ever be seen as an anomaly in their eyes, a nouveau riche, without any foundation to stand upon. Chen Yang understood perfectly well. Zhang Zhun was sounding a warning bell for him. He knew his own circumstances, and he knew that Lin, who had chosen the first military academy precisely to seek shelter for him. But shelter does not mean peace of mind. On the contrary, it may draw even more scrutiny and envy. I'm sure you understand the principle that when a tree stands taller than the forest, the wind will surely break it. Zhang Zhun's gaze deepened. Right now you are that tree, an aberrant tree, born of F-grade genetics no less. The more extraordinary your talent appears, the less the old powers will tolerate your existence. They will stop at nothing to drag you down, even dissecting you to uncover whatever anomalies lie hidden within your body. A chill ran through Chen Yang's heart. Lin, who had previously mentioned the third military academy's desire to treat him as a lab rat, now with Zhang Zhun raising the same specter, Chen Yang gained a far deeper understanding of the complexities lurking within the first military academy. He knew that the royal Zerg genes he and Anya shared were both their greatest secret and their greatest vulnerability. Should they ever be exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Therefore, once you step into this academy, you must remain vigilant at all times. A note of deadly gravitas crept into Zhang Zhun's voice. Don't think that being admitted to a military academy means everything will be fine. The waters here run far deeper than you imagine. Open rivalry is one thing, but the scheming in the shadows is what should truly be feared. You have no family background, no powerful patrons. Every step you take must be taken with the utmost caution. Of course, the military academy has its own rules. Zhang Zhun shifted his tone. As long as you remain within its walls and commit no violation of Federation law or academy regulations, the institution will protect you to the greatest extent possible. This is the academy's bottom line, the red line that those family powers dare not cross lightly. But even such protection has its limits. You must be able to stand on your own 2 feet before you can stand firm. Chen Yang nodded. He knew that every word Zhang Zhun spoke was the unvarnished truth. The academy's protection was like a hardened outer shell, capable of deflecting most open attacks and concealed arrows. Yet if one's inner core was not strong enough, or if one drew too much attention, that shell would gradually corrode or be breached by an even greater force. Old Lin asked me to look after you, and I will. A trace of warmth, barely perceptible, flickered beneath Zhang Zhun's tone. But first you must prove yourself worthy. You came here to grow stronger, to prove yourself, not to bask in privilege. Do you understand? This student understands. Chen Yang replied earnestly. He knew that everything Zhang Zhun had said was what Lin, who had wished him to understand. The fundamental laws of survival within this military academy. Very good. Zhang Zhun nodded with evident satisfaction. Since you understand, then remember it well. In this place, strength is the only credential that matters. You earned your special admission through strength, and through strength alone will you earn the respect of everyone here. Don't let old Lin, and don't let me misjudge you. Yes. Chen Yang's reply rang out with iron resolve. He understood in his heart that Zhang Zhun's words were both a rebuke and a form of encouragement. He had to become stronger here. Strong enough that no one would dare provoke him, lightly strong enough to protect Anya, strong enough to safeguard everything he held dear. Enough. I've said all that needs to be said. Zhang Zhun waved his hand in dismissal. Zhao Hai, take him to complete his enrollment procedures and settle him into his quarters. Then send him to report to his class advisor. Yes, Chief Instructor. Zhao Hai responded, snapping to attention. Zhao Hai led Chen Yang and Anya out of the hangar. Along the way, Zhang Zhun's words continued to echo through Chen Yang's mind. He understood that the burden resting upon his shoulders was far heavier than he had imagined. Zhao Hai spoke as they walked. Everything the chief instructor said came from the heart. You do well to take it to heart. The first military academy is indeed complex, but it is also a place that forges people. Still, since the chief instructor himself has spoken, at the very least no one here will dare bully you openly. Thank you for the reminder, Major Zhao. Chen Yang said. Don't mention it. Zhao Hai smiled. By the way, regarding your instructor, at our first military academy, instructors also serve as class advisors. Unless an instructor specifically selects you, most are assigned at random. However, your situation is rather special. The chief instructor has personally arranged one for you. A flicker of curiosity stirred in Chen Yang's heart. Your class advisor is Instructor Lin Yueshi. Zhao Hai said. She is a newly promoted instructor at our academy. Very young, very beautiful, and exceptionally capable. You'll find out for yourself when the time comes. Lin Yueshi. A newly promoted instructor. Young, beautiful, and capable. She sounded like a fine teacher indeed. As for your quarters, they are assigned based on enrollment scores. Zhao Hai continued explaining. Your overall score was very high, but your genetic score was 0. As a result, your composite ranking among new mecha pilot cadets is the lowest. Therefore, your dormitory will be located in a more remote area and the conditions will be relatively modest. Chen Yang had foreseen as much. His F-grade genetics remained an inescapable stain in this gene supremacist federation. No matter how astonishing his talent, certain hard regulations could not be bent. However, Zhao Hai's tone shifted. Although it's more remote and modest, all dormitories at the First Military Academy are single rooms, each with an en-suite bathroom and a soundproofed mini training room. So there will be no problem at all with you and your wife living together. A quiet sigh of relief eased the tension in Chen Yang's heart. This was the matter he had been most concerned about. As long as he could be with Anya, the remoteness of the dormitory and the modest conditions mattered not in the slightest to him. Then Anya can stay with me in the school dormitory, correct? Chen Yang asked. Yes. The military academy has strict regulations regarding family members' residency, but you qualify as a special recruit and can apply for an expedited process. Zhao Hai nodded. I have already submitted the application for you. As your family member, Ms. Anya is permitted to reside with you. However, she cannot freely access military restricted zones nor participate in the academy's training or courses. Her movements will be primarily restricted to your dormitory and living areas. Thank you, Lieutenant Zhao, Chen Yang said sincerely. This was the most important arrangement for him. You are welcome. Zhao Hai smiled. Very well. Let us first go through the enrollment procedures. Then you can accompany Ms. Anya to settle into the dormitory. Once that is done, report to Instructor Lin Yueshi. Chen Yang nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation for the military academy life about to begin. The enrollment process proved far simpler than Chen Yang had imagined. As a special recruit, he had dedicated personnel handling every detail. He merely needed to sign a series of documents, provide his fingerprints and iris scans, and then collect his cadet identification card and dormitory keys. The moment he held the identification card, Chen Yang knew he had truly become a member of the First Military Academy. After completing the procedures, Zhao Hai escorted Chen Yang and Anya to the dormitory area. As Zhao Hai had mentioned, Chen Yang's dormitory was indeed somewhat remote, situated at the far edge of the dormitory complex. Yet when he opened the door and saw the interior, he felt deeply satisfied. Though modest in size, the room was clean and neatly arranged. It contained a comfortable single bed, a desk, a wardrobe, an en-suite bathroom, and a small training area equipped with basic fitness equipment. Most importantly, beyond the window lay a sprawling expanse of green lawn with a splendid view. Wow, husband, this is so beautiful! Anya exclaimed joyfully as soon as she stepped inside. She hurried to the window, gazing at the lush green grass outside, with eyes full of wonder. Do you like it, eh? Chen Yang asked with a smile. I love it. It is even better than our old apartment. Anya said happily. Chen Yang's heart warmed. Anya's contentment was always so simple, which only strengthened his resolve to provide her with a better life. All right, Anya, rest here for a while. Chen Yang told her. I still need to report to Instructor Lin. If you are tired, take a nap or read a book. I will be back soon. Husband, go ahead. I will wait for you obediently. Anya nodded understandingly. Chen Yang patted her head, then turned and left the dormitory, heading toward Lin Yueshi's office. Chen Yang stepped out of the dormitory and took a deep breath. Rich, stellar energy flooded into his lungs. He glanced at the cadet ID card in his hand, which contained not only his personal information, but also a detailed campus map. He located Instructor Lin Yueshi's office on the third floor of the Mecha Academy teaching building. The teaching building was a magnificent structure radiating a strong sense of technology and futurism. He took the elevator to the third floor and found Lin Yueshi's office. The nameplate on the door read, Instructor Lin Yueshi's office. The door was half open and faint voices could be heard from within. Just as Chen Yang was about to enter, the office door was pushed wide open. A tall figure walked out. Chen Yang's gaze involuntarily fell upon the person. It was a young woman with a well-proportioned figure wearing a tailored military academy uniform that accentuated her graceful silhouette. Her features were delicate with sharp contours, her long black hair pulled up high, giving her a heroic and valiant appearance. Most striking were her eyes, clear and bright, carrying an innate aloofness. Upon seeing Chen Yang, she did not pause, merely casting a casual glance before walking away directly, exuding the efficient decisiveness characteristic of a soldier. After the woman left, Chen Yang approached the office door and knocked gently. Come in. A clear voice with a hint of fatigue came from inside. Chen Yang pushed the door open and entered. The office was small but cozy. The bookshelves were filled with various mecha models and professional books, while the walls displayed mecha design blueprints and certificates of merit. A young woman sat behind the desk wearing a military academy uniform similar to the one just seen, but with a softer design, less angular, more refined and intellectual. Lin Yueshi's features were indeed delicate, her fair skin complemented by long hair flowing over her shoulders, her large eyes radiating vitality and curiosity. She appeared somewhat younger than Xia Qingying, yet possessed a mature charm. When Lin Yueshi saw Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. A bright smile graced her face, tinged with surprise. You must be student Chen Yang, correct? Lin Yueshi rose from her seat, walked around the desk, and warmly approached him. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Please have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Chen Yang was somewhat taken aback by Lin Yueshi's warmth. He had expected to face some coldness as a special recruit with F-class genes, but this instructor proved to be remarkably cordial. Greetings, instructor. I am Chen Yang, reporting for duty. Chen Yang said, handing over his cadet identification card. Lin Yueshi took the card, glanced at the information, and a flicker of understanding passed through her eyes. She was aware that Chen Yang possessed F-class genes, and also knew of his extraordinary performance during the summer recruitment. Over the past month, rumors about Chen Yang had spread throughout the military academy like wildfire. I have heard much about you long ago. Lin Yueshi returned the identification card to Chen Yang, and said with a smile, I have watched the video of your summer recruitment examination. Your performance was outstanding, particularly in the mecha operator assessment, which was nothing short of textbook-level execution. Being able to drive the Ranger to such an effect, you are the first I have ever seen. Chen Yang felt somewhat embarrassed inside. He knew his performance had indeed been remarkable, but being praised so directly by an instructor was still uncomfortable for him. You flatter me, instructor. Chen Yang said modestly. I was merely fortunate. Fortune is also a component of strength. Lin Yueshi waved her hand, indicating for Chen Yang to sit down. However, your choice of the mecha operator major has caught me somewhat by surprise. After all, you ranked first in the physical fitness test as well, and many believed you would choose the stellar operator major. Chen Yang smiled, without offering further explanation. He had chosen the mecha operator path to conceal his Zerg genes. Had he selected the stellar operator route, the sheer physical combat involved would likely have exposed the abnormalities within his body. Conversely, the mecha operator discipline placed greater emphasis on operational technique and spiritual power, making it comparatively safer for him. I have a strong interest in mechas. Indeed. Interest serves as the best teacher. Lin Yueshi nodded, then pointed toward a massive mecha design blueprint on the wall. Since you have chosen the mecha operator major, let me first introduce you to our academy's curriculum. She approached the blueprint and began providing a detailed explanation, gesturing toward the various modules depicted upon it. Her voice was clear and melodious. Chen Yang listened attentively, discovering that Lin Yueshi's understanding of mechas was profoundly deep, far more professional and theoretical than Lin, whose practical perspective. Lin Yueshi addressed every aspect methodically, from the foundational structure of mechas through their energy systems, weapon configurations, operational controls, to various tactical applications. Chen Yang was fully engrossed. He found that much of what Lin Yueshi explained corroborated the knowledge contained within the data chip Lin, who had provided him. In certain aspects, her instruction proved even more comprehensive and systematic. A measure of respect blossomed within Chen Yang toward this young instructor. Indeed, only those of exceptional caliber could serve as instructors at the first military academy. So the courses at our Armament Academy are mainly divided into two parts: theoretical courses and practical training courses. After finishing one section of her explanation, Lin Yueshi faced Chen Yang and asked, Do you have any other questions? Chen Yang nodded, having gained a general understanding of the Armament Academy's curriculum. Instructor, I have a question. Chen Yang pondered for a moment, then asked, Would it be possible for me to take courses from other academies simultaneously? At those words, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yueshi's eyes. You've quite the appetite, kid, she remarked with a graceful flutter of her beautiful lashes and a playful smile. You should know that our Armament Academy's coursework is already exceedingly demanding, and you still wish to study courses from other academies as well. Chen Yang silently calculated his plans in his mind. With the rewards from his system, and in Yu's gene fusion, his rate of improvement far surpassed that of ordinary people. He had no intention of confining himself solely to the armament domain. He wished to develop in a well-rounded manner. Yes, instructor. Chen Yang spoke with great earnestness. I want to learn as much knowledge and master as many skills as possible. I am also deeply interested in the physical training at the Astrologer Academy and the spiritual power cultivation at the Psychic Academy. Lin Yueshi gazed at Chen Yang, her eyes filled with an odd expression. After all, that S-rank gene bearer Chen Yang had asked the very same question earlier. How had the students of this generation become so utterly audacious compared to their predecessors? Our military academy does indeed have regulations regarding cross-disciplinary studies. Lin Yueshi deliberated for a moment before continuing. As long as you have accumulated sufficient credits within your primary department this semester, you may apply to take courses from other academies. However, it will be exceedingly arduous and will pose a tremendous test of both your talent and your stamina. Are you truly certain you wish to do this? I am certain, Chen Yang answered without the slightest hesitation. Very well. Lin Yueshi nodded. Since you have made your decision, I shall support you. However, you had better not disappoint me. Should your performance in your primary department's courses prove lacking, or should it impede your regular training, I will not hesitate to revoke your qualification for cross-disciplinary study. Rest assured, instructor, I will give my utmost effort. Chen Yang replied. Lin Yueshi smiled and shook her head. Earlier, there was a female student who asked precisely the same question. She is also an S-rank gene prodigy named Chen Yang. She too wishes to simultaneously study courses across multiple academies. It seems the new students this year all possess quite ambitious aspirations. Chen Yang's heart stirred. So that girl from earlier was named Chen Yang. By the way, Chen Yang, there is another very important matter I must discuss with you. Lin Yueshi spoke with solemn gravity. The universal currency employed within our military academy is called star energy credits. All facilities, provisions, and training resources within the academy must be exchanged for using star energy credits. Your dormitory lodging requires credits, your meals at the cafeteria require credits, and your access to training grounds likewise requires credits. Chen Yang listened attentively, committing every detail to memory. The academy deposits a base allowance of credits into your card each month, sufficient to cover your daily expenses, Lin Yueshi continued. However, if you wish to acquire additional credits, you must participate in various competitions and events or undertake external missions. All of these offer generous credit rewards. Furthermore, the Academy's resource repository contains a wealth of precious cultivation resources, mecha components, and weaponry equipment, all exchangeable for credits. Here, credits are the most useful currency imaginable, surpassing even Federation currency in value. Understood, instructor. Very well then, Chen Yang, let us conclude today's session. Lin Yueshi glanced at the time. You have only just arrived at the Academy, so take some time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Classes officially commence tomorrow. Yes, instructor. Chen Yang rose to his feet and offered a salute. Off you go. Lin Yueshi waved her hand in dismissal, then added as an afterthought, by the way, your current dormitory is situated in a rather remote area, so you must work diligently. Once you grow stronger in the future and your credit balance increases, you will be able to exchange for superior dormitory accommodations equipped with more abundant star energy formations, enabling far more rapid cultivation. So other dormitories actually possess star energy formations. A warm feeling welled up in Chen Yang's heart. Thank you, instructor. He nodded once more, then turned and departed from the office. Lin Yueshi's attitude had afforded him a promising commencement to his life at the military academy. She harbored no prejudice whatsoever on account of his F-rank gene and had instead displayed genuine appreciation toward him. This granted Chen Yang a sense of respect he had not experienced in a considerable while. As he made his way back along the corridor rather than returning directly to his dormitory, Chen Yang resolved to first acquaint himself with the military academy surroundings. He retrieved his student identification card and summoned up the campus map. At the very least, he must first familiarize himself with the various training grounds, laboratories, library, and life service areas. Let me first visit my favorite physical training base. He proceeded in the direction indicated on the map, traversing the campus until he arrived at a grand physical training hall. The training hall resonated with the din of human activity, with the clashing sounds of various apparatus echoing in unceasing succession. The moment Chen Yang stepped into the training hall, he was immediately enveloped by that fervent atmosphere. There existed both open public arenas and exclusive private facilities requiring considerable expenditure. After circumnavigating the training hall, he had already formed a general understanding of the place. In any case, star energy credits would unquestionably constitute the most vital element of his future endeavors. When he returned to his dormitory, Anya had already awoken from her slumber. She was seated at the desk, curiously browsing through the student handbook Chen Yang had brought back. Husband, you're back. The instant Anya caught sight of Chen Yang, she joyfully bounded over to greet him. The military academy is so enormous. So many people wearing military uniforms. They all look so impressive. Of course. Chen Yang smiled and gently stroked her head. This is the finest military academy in the entire Federation. Naturally, it would be impressive. Husband, I looked through this handbook, and it says the military academy has many libraries and laboratories and lots of delicious food halls. Chen Yang said with a smile, the place is quite vast, so when the time comes I shall be the one to take you on a tour. I know? I'll be a good girl. Without you to guide me, I absolutely won't step outside. Anya nodded, then asked with a hint of concern, husband, will things be very hard for you here? Not hard at all. Chen Yang drew her into his embrace, murmuring softly, for your sake, no hardship could ever feel like hardship. Anya nestled her head against his chest, savoring the warmth of his embrace. Husband, I came across something in the handbook today. It mentioned that the military academy holds a great deal of research material on genes. Anya said in a small voice, do you think they might be able to research ways to help those with F-rank genes become even stronger? Chen Yang's heart stirred. Anya's thought caught him somewhat off guard. He had not anticipated that she had been worrying about his F-rank gene all along. The truth is, nobody particularly cares about F-rank gene bearers. Otherwise, everyone would not have been so astonished by my arrival. Therefore, henceforth, I must carve out my own destiny with my own fists. Upon hearing these words, Anya gazed at Chen Yang with eyes brimming with adoring stars. Husband, you're so handsome. Anya's eyes shone with utter adoration as she nestled softly against Chen Yang. Chen Yang regarded Anya in his arms, his gaze growing profound and unfathomable. Without warning, he exerted his strength and swept Anya up into his arms. Up! Anya cried out in surprise, her arms instinctively wrapping around Chen Yang's neck. Husband, what are you doing? Her voice carried a hint of bashful shyness. Chen Yang lowered his gaze to the person in his arms, the corners of his mouth curving into a roguish smile. First we deliver today's tribute, then we head to the cafeteria for a meal. Husband. Anya's face flushed crimson in an instant, her voice thin as a mosquito's hum. It's still broad daylight. So embarrassed was she that she buried her face in Chen Yang's chest, too shy to lift her head and look at him. Chen Yang carried Anya toward the bedroom, his low voice murmuring against her ear, so what if it's daytime? Hasn't my little Ya always been rather fond of it? You brute. Anya gave him a coquettish thump, but the force behind it was so feeble as to possess absolutely no intimidation whatsoever. That place can't be eaten. Husband, I can't take it anymore. Ah, husband. Could you perhaps find another one, The next morning Chen Yang opened his eyes and felt utterly refreshed. Anya was wrapped around him like an octopus fast asleep, her lips slightly pursed, long eyelashes casting tiny shadows in the morning light. Chen Yang leaned down to kiss her forehead, then carefully shifted her arms and legs off him before quietly slipping out of bed. The previous night had gone somewhat late and compounded by Anya's current physical conditioning, which was merely at the initial stage of a star apprentice. She simply could not sustain Chen Yang's demands. As a result, she remained unaware when he rose. After a quick wash, he donned the fresh cadet uniform he had received the day before. The deep blue uniform was expertly tailored, lending him a sharp and upright bearing. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Yang had to admit he actually resembled a warrior. He stepped out of the bedroom just as Anya rubbed her eyes and woke. Husband, are you going to class today? Yes, it's the first day. I can't be late. Chen Yang walked over and smoothed her slightly disheveled hair. What do you want to do today? You can read in the dorm or visit the library in Commercial Street in the residential zone. But be sure to carry your cadet card whenever you go out. It's also your official identification. I think I will just wait for you in the dorm. Anya pondered for a moment, still lacking courage. Without you accompanying me, I dare not go out alone. That works. Chen Yang smiled, knowing Anya would need time to adapt to the new environment. If you get hungry, use the smart kitchen unit in the room. I have already downloaded all the recipes. Just select whatever you wish to eat. Goodbye, husband. Anya rose on her tiptoes, kissed him on the lips, and waved her small hand as she saw him to the door. Watching Anya's reluctant posture warmed Chen Yang's heart. Mecha Academy Classroom C3. Following the information on his identification card, Chen Yang located his assigned class. By the time he arrived, the classroom was already quite full, with over 20 students, both male and female, all wearing the same uniform as him. These individuals would be his classmates for the coming years. Chen Yang's entrance immediately captured everyone's attention. Is that Chen Yang? That special recruit with the F-rank genetic rating. He doesn't look particularly impressive. Just ordinary. Should keep it down. I heard he topped both the physical fitness test and the mech pilot assessment. He is a monster. The murmurs were faint, but Chen Yang's enhanced hearing caught every word distinctly. Long accustomed to such scrutinizing gazes, he calmly sought out an empty seat near the back. He could sense that within those looks lay curiosity, bewilderment, and evaluation, but predominantly a subtle, yet unmistakable aura of rejection. In this gene-worshipping world, an F-rank designation was an original sin. No matter how many first-place finishes he secured, it could not alter their initial impression of him. Chen Yang disregarded these whispers. He now only desired to study quietly and elevate himself. Soon the class bell chimed. The classroom door opened, and a striking figure stepped inside. It was Lin Yueshi. Dressed today in a more streamlined instructor's uniform, her elegant hair tied high, she radiated an impeccable heroic bearing. The moment she appeared, all chatter in the classroom vanished instantly. Every student sat up straight, their gaze converging on her in unison. Hello everyone, I am your homeroom instructor Lin Yueshi. Lin Yueshi walked to the front of the lectern, her gaze sweeping across the room, her voice clear and crisp. Starting today, I will be responsible for all your courses and training at the Mecha Academy. My requirements are simple yet strict. In my class you may raise questions and offer challenges, but laziness and negligence will absolutely not be tolerated. If anyone cannot keep pace, I advise you to seek an alternative path for your life as soon as possible rather than wasting everyone's time here. Her opening remarks were straightforward and direct, brimming with military rigor. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly turned solemn. Lin Yueshi's gaze swept through the crowd, finally lingering for a brief moment on Chen Yang. Enough preamble. Let us begin our first lesson. Lin Yueshi activated the holographic projection on the lectern. Those seated here are all elites who have passed rigorous screening processes aspiring to become mech pilots. So I wish to ask everyone, what do you believe is the most crucial element in becoming an outstanding mech pilot? The moment the question was posed, the classroom immediately animated. It is mental energy. Only powerful mental energy allows us to control mechas with extreme precision. A bespectacled boy immediately stood up to answer. Incorrect, it is reaction speed. Combat opportunities are fleeting. Without superhuman reflexes you cannot seize them at all. Another girl with short hair retorted. I believe it is tactical literacy. An individual's strength is limited. Only through cooperation can one unleash maximum combat effectiveness. Everyone spoke in confusion, each expressing their own views. As the noise in the classroom gradually subsided, Lin Yueshi smiled and spoke. What you all said is correct. Mental energy, reaction speed, tactical literacy. These are all necessary conditions for becoming an excellent mech pilot. But she shifted her tone, her expression growing serious. These are not the most fundamental aspects. The most fundamental aspect is your physical body. She pointed to her own chest, articulating every word deliberately. Remember, a mecha is the extension of your body, the amplifier of your strength. If you cannot even control your own body, well, how could you possibly control a mecha that is 100 times larger and 1,000 times more complex than yourselves? Therefore, to become an excellent mech pilot, first and foremost, you must possess a powerful physique, an absolute control over your own strength. This is the content of our first lesson today, basic martial arts. Lin Yueshi's words left most of the cadets present frozen in astonishment. Yet Chen Yang's eyes lit up. Lin Yueshi's words perfectly echoed the philosophy master Lin who had initially taught him. It appeared this beautiful female instructor was indeed a person of substance. I know many of you do not understand feeling this is something only a Star Master Academy should teach. Lin Yueshi saw through the student's thoughts. It does not matter. Facts will tell you that I am correct. Everyone stand up and follow me to the combat training hall. Today I will personally test the changes in each of your physical data, as well as your degree of control over your strength. By the time you reach the final comprehensive evaluation, these metrics will all be assessed. Having spoken, she led the way out of the classroom. The students, though harboring doubts, could only obediently follow behind. Chen Yang walked among the crowd, a faint anticipation stirring in his heart. He also wanted to know what level his current physique truly possessed. Lin Yushi led the 35 freshmen of Class C, 3 to a testing area reserved exclusively for them. Pointing to the array of instruments, she said, the first part is a basic physical data test. It covers strength, speed, neural reaction, and more. This comprehensive quality detector will automatically generate your ratings. The second part is a practical combat skills test. You will engage in one-on-one combat against designated battle robots. The robots will automatically adjust the difficulty according to your abilities and provide technique scores. Finally, the sum of both scores determines your grade for each physical training session. Upon hearing the rules, the students displayed varying expressions. Some students who appeared robust and clearly possessed physical fitness strengths rubbed their hands, eagerly ready to compete. Others, slender and evidently technically inclined, wore worried frowns and sighed despairingly. All right, the testing begins now. Proceed in order by student ID. Lin Yushi held a data tablet and stated crisply. The testing commenced swiftly. The first to step forward was a tall male student whose genetic rating was B-level, placing him in the upper mid-tier among freshmen. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the comprehensive quality detector. The light screen flickered, and soon a series of data points appeared. Student Wang Hao, genetic rating B. Not bad. Lin Yushi nodded. Wang Hao, your foundational qualities are excellent, meeting the outstanding standards for B-level genetics. Next, proceed to the practical combat skills test. Wang Hao smiled triumphantly and walked into the fighting arena. A battle robot ran out from the edge of the field, its red electronic eyes locking onto Wang Hao. Combat begins. At the command from Central Control, Wang Hao let out a low growl and charged at the robot. His fists moved with fierce momentum, clearly demonstrating trained technique. But that battle robot was exceptionally agile. It easily dodged Wang Hao's attacks, then extended a mechanical arm, precisely exploiting his opening, and slammed him to the ground with a devastating shoulder throw. Wang Hao struggled to his feet and charged again. Within less than 3 minutes, he was taken down 7 or 8 times by the robot using various techniques, finally collapsing from exhaustion and conceding defeat. Wang Hao, practical combat skills rating C-. Lin Yushi recorded on her data board, commenting bluntly, your strength is adequate, but your technique is far too crude. You rely solely on brute force. Your stance is unstable with numerous openings. Return and practice your fundamentals. Wang Hao's face turned a deep purplish red in an instant. He had hoped to make a good impression before the beautiful instructor, but instead suffered a humiliating defeat and had to walk off the field in disgrace. The subsequent tests followed a similar pattern. Most students' basic data aligned with their genetic ratings, but their practical combat skills were universally poor. Those who achieved a C-level rating were truly rare exceptions. This was hardly surprising. They were all pampered prodigies raised in greenhouses, lacking any substantial combat experience. Soon it was the turn of several A-level geniuses who had drawn considerable attention. Their performance clearly surpassed that of others. Their basic data completely dominated. In confrontations with battle robots, they could hold their own and even endure for over 10 minutes. This drew exclamations from other students and made them acutely aware of the enormous gap that genetic ratings create. Next, Chen Yang. When Lin Yushi spoke this name, the entire training hall fell silent instantly. All eyes focused on Chen Yang. They all wanted to see what abilities this legendary F-level monster possessed. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Yang calmly stepped onto the comprehensive quality detector. He was also calculating in his mind. His current strength, if fully unleashed, would produce terrifying data, but that would be far too shocking. He needed to hold back. He decided to display just slightly above an ordinary A-level standard. Chen Yang stepped onto the instrument, took a deep breath, and casually swung a punch at the force measurement target ahead. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The numbers on the light screen began to jump wildly. Finally, they settled on a figure that made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. Strength A+. Hiss! The entire training hall erupted with gasps of astonishment. Performance directly exceeding A-level geniuses. This guy almost doubled it. Is this really an F-level genetic rating? You call this F-level? Lin Yushi's beautiful eyes also flashed with sharp light. She stared intently at the light screen, her heartbeat accelerating. This young man was intriguing. She had anticipated Chen Yang's physical qualities would be strong, but never expected them to reach this level. This is no longer approaching A-level. It is entirely A+, even nearing S-level standards. How could an F-level genetic rating possess such terrifying physical power? This completely violated the iron law of genetics. Could the instrument be malfunctioning? After all, this was the military academy's most advanced detector calibrated every year. Lin Yushi's breathing began to quicken. She felt as though she had discovered an enormous treasure. The testing continued. Neural reaction A+. Every piece of data shattered everyone's understanding. When the final comprehensive score was announced, everyone was numb. Student Chen Yang genetic rating F, comprehensive score A+, F level genetic rating A+ score. Placing these two labels together created an unparalleled sense of absurdity and shock. Alright, go conduct the practical combat skills test. Lin Yushi forcibly suppressed her shock and spoke calmly. She now harbored unprecedented expectations for Chen Yang's practical combat performance. With such extraordinary physical qualities, what would his combat skills be like? Chen Yang nodded and walked into the fighting arena. Everyone held their breath, watching without blinking. The battle robot slid out its red electronic eyes, scanning Chen Yang. Then its body began to transform. The original battle robot rapidly extended and reshaped into a 2-meter-tall humanoid combat form with bulging muscles and an overwhelming sense of pressure. Damn, the robot transformed. This is the advanced combat mode. It only activates when facing opponents of a level or above. It seems even the robot acknowledges his strength. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Yang looked at the massive figure before him, his eyes growing serious. He could sense that this robot form was entirely different from the spherical one just moments ago. Combat begins. Lin Yushi's voice carried a slight tension. The moment the words left her lips, Chen Yang and the robot moved simultaneously. Man and machine collided like two flashes of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Fists and feet met with thunderous impacts. Chen Yang employed no fancy techniques, only the simplest straight punches, whip kicks, and knee strikes. The battle on the field instantly intensified to a fever pitch. Everyone watched in stunned silence. They had expected to see a complete domination. Instead, they witnessed a terrifying battle of evenly matched offense and defense. Chen Yang's strength was utterly ferocious. Every fist he threw seemed capable of punching through steel plating. The robot's technique, meanwhile, was exquisitely refined, like that of the most elite combat master. The ultimate collision of power and technique set everyone's blood boiling with excitement. Yet Lin Yueshi, serving as the chief examiner, found her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. She perceived what others could not. Chen Yang's physical capability was indeed at a monstrous level, but his martial technique was an absolute disaster. He possessed no technique whatsoever. He was relying entirely on his abnormal bodily instincts, trading blows head-on with the robot. Every attack he launched was riddled with openings. Every defense he mounted appeared clumsy beyond compare. Were any B-rank cadet to display so many vulnerabilities, they would have long been disassembled into spare parts by the machine. Yet he had forcibly compensated for every technical deficiency through that unreasonable power and speed of his. What could this even be called? One force overcoming 10 techniques. A child wielding a divine weapon, yet knowing only how to swing it wildly. Lin Yueshi felt her thoughts spiraling into chaos. What exactly was going on with this Chen Yang? An F-rank genetic profile possessing an S-rank physique, yet wielding F-rank combat technique. This defies logic. This defies all logic. Bang! Just as she was lost in thought, the battle on the field reached its conclusion. Chen Yang seized upon a momentary lapse in the robot's response. In an extraordinarily brutish fashion, he crashed directly into the machine's embrace, then locked both arms around its core with deadly grip, and exerted his full strength. Crack! A piercing shriek of twisting metal rang out. That A-rank combat robot had actually been torn apart by his bare brute force. The entire arena plunged into deathly silence. Gazing at the heap of components on the ground spitting sparks of electricity, everyone stood dumbfounded. Dismantling a mech with bare hands. Though it was merely a training robot, its shell was forged from specialized alloy. Is this guy a humanoid variant of some colossal beast? Chen Yang exhaled a breath of turbid air and shook out his somewhat numbed arms. That final move had demanded everything he had. That robot was indeed a formidable opponent. Its technique was exceptional. Had he not relied on his superior strength and speed, victory would have been far from certain. He turned his head toward Lin Yueshi, awaiting his score. Lin Yueshi regarded him, her expression impossibly complex. What score should she assign? To call him strong. His technique was utterly wretched, inferior even to Wang Hao from moments ago. To call him weak. He had forcibly dismantled an A-rank combat robot. What other student could claim such a feat? He was a contradiction pushed to its absolute extreme. After a considerable pause, Lin Yueshi finally entered Chen Yang's second score onto her datapad. Chen Yang practical combat technique rating E. Buffed. Upon hearing this rating, several cadets burst out laughing on the spot. E rank. Wasn't that just a hair's breadth above F rank? A fierce warrior who had crushed an A-rank machine, yet his technique score was E. Did the instructor make a mistake? Instructor, isn't this unfair? Several female cadets with a strong sense of justice couldn't help but step forward. Chen Yang clearly won. So why only an E? Yeah, that's way too low. Many others chimed in with agreement. Though they envied Chen Yang, they had also been won over by his display moments ago. Lin Yueshi swept them with a cold glance. What do you know? Martial technique is measured by the application of power, the refinement of form, the cadence of offense and defense. Besides brute force, what else did he display? His entire body was exposed. Were it not for his monstrous physical conditioning, anyone else would have been lying on the ground long ago. Giving him an E is already a courtesy considering he won. These words silenced everyone at once. Only then did they comprehend. The instructor had been judging from a purely professional standpoint. Chen Yang himself harbored no objections. He knew Lin Yueshi was speaking the truth. His combat technique was indeed his weak point. And this was only after he had integrated so many genetic enhancements his bodily instincts sharpened as a result. A month ago he likely wouldn't have even grazed the robot. Alright, today's testing concludes now, Lin Yueshi announced. I have recorded everyone's results. Starting tomorrow we will conduct specialized training targeting your weaknesses. Dismissed. After speaking she cast a profound glance at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, come with me for a moment. Everyone watched as Chen Yang followed Lin Yueshi away, their gazes brimming with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Being called aside alone by such a beautiful instructor. This fellow sure knew how to attract good fortune. Chen Yang followed Lin Yueshi to a private lounge adjacent to the training hall. Sit. Lin Yueshi gestured toward the sofa, and the two sat facing each other. Chen Yang, I'm very curious. Lin Yueshi got straight to the point. Your physical data is exceptional, even surpassing most A-rank cadets. Yet your martial technique bears no resemblance whatsoever to your powerful physique. This defies reason. She could no longer contain her curiosity. This mystery pawed at her heart like a restless cat, leaving her restless and unwell. Chen Yang had long prepared his explanation. He took a sip of water, a wry smile crossing his face. Instructor, to be honest with you, before coming to the military academy, I was nothing more than a repairman scraping by at a junkyard. A junkyard? Lin Yueshi was stunned. Chen Yang nodded, because my genetic rating is F rank. He embellished his life at the junkyard. Every grueling, backbreaking, filthy job, he had done them all. That was how he had forged his strength. As for combat technique, nobody at the junkyard could have taught me such things. The image of a young man struggling at the bottom of society, building brute strength through grueling manual labor, was thus firmly established. Lin Yueshi fell silent upon hearing this. She gazed at Chen Yang, a trace of sympathy and heartache entering her eyes. She could not fathom how a boy barely past his teens had endured such an environment. No wonder. No wonder his eyes carried a maturity and world-weariness far beyond his peers. So this was what he had been through. What then is a true seed of the Alliance Military Academy? This is precisely what a true seed of the Alliance Military Academy looks like. I'm sorry I didn't know. Lin Yueshi's voice carried a note of guilt. It's alright, instructor. It's all in the past now. Chen Yang smiled, appearing entirely at ease. Yet Lin Yueshi, watching his calm and composed demeanor, felt an even deeper pang of heartache. She drew a deep breath, restoring the professional bearing of an instructor. I now understand your situation. Your body is a flawless jade waiting to be carved, but right now it remains an uncut stone. If you wish to go further on the path of the mechanist, you must address the shortcomings in your technique. I understand, instructor. Understanding alone is insufficient. You must take action, Lin Yueshi said. I suggest you spend some star energy credits to visit the Martial Arts Academy and seek out a specialized instructor for private coaching, to study systematically. Given your physical gifts, so long as you're willing to put in the work, you'll catch up in no time. Seek out an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy. Chen Yang's heart stirred. That was indeed an option. However, he lifted his head, meeting Lin Yueshi's gaze with eyes clear and sincere. Instructor, may I learn from you? Learn from me? Lin Yueshi was stunned once more. She had not expected Chen Yang to make such a request. Yes. I trust in your teaching ability. You identified my problem at a single glance. I believe that studying under you would yield far greater results than under anyone else. These words struck just the right chord in Lin Yueshi's heart, bringing her considerable comfort. After all, what teacher does not cherish being admired and trusted by their student? More importantly, Chen Yang was still a peerless, unpolished gem of boundless potential. And deep down she truly harbored an intense curiosity about him. She suddenly found herself wanting to keep this mysterious F-rank student by her side to study him thoroughly inside and out. The moment the thought arose, Lin Yueshi's cheeks grew inexplicably warm. Ahem. She cleared her throat, attempting to mask her lapse in composure, but the suppressed smile tugging at her lips betrayed her. Since you trust me so, very well then. I agree, but my training is grueling. If you're afraid of hardship, it's not too late to back out now. I'm not afraid of hardship, Chen Yang replied immediately, his tone resolute. Good. Lin Yueshi nodded approvingly. As for payment, my rates will be on par with other physical combat instructors. Dependent on your end-of-term performance, the better you perform, the greater the discount I'll offer you. From today onward, after every class, come to my private training room for one-on-one coaching. I'll send you the address shortly. Yes. Thank you, instructor. Chen Yang rose to his feet and rendered a crisp military salute. Watching Chen Yang's vigorous enthusiasm, Lin Yueshi's mood brightened considerably. Leaving the combat training hall, Chen Yang was in remarkably good spirits. He had not only gauged his current combat capabilities, but also successfully struck up a connection with the beautiful instructor, gaining access to personalized coaching. A worthwhile exchange indeed. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Anya sprawled at her desk, utterly absorbed in a thick volume of Federal Comprehensive History. Hubby, you're back. Spotting Chen Yang, Anya immediately set aside her book and fluttered toward him like a little butterfly. How was class today? She gazed up at him with a concerned expression. Not tired at all. It was rather interesting. Chen Yang chuckled and flicked her nose gently. By the way, from today on I may be coming back a bit later after classes. Why is that? The instructor is giving me extra tutoring. Wow. Hubby, you're so amazing. The instructor is giving you individual lessons. Adoring stars sparkled once more in Anya's eyes. The afternoon session covered mech theory. Lin Yueshi stood at the podium effortlessly dissecting the various mech models, their specifications, and their developmental history. Chen Yang listened with rapt attention. Much of this knowledge had not been contained within the chip that Lin Hu had given him. Lin Hu had imparted practical combat experience and modification techniques, whereas Lin Yueshi was teaching a far more systematic and comprehensive theoretical framework. Combined, the two approaches elevated Chen Yang's understanding of mechs to a new level. The day's classes drew to a close rather quickly. The moment the dismissal bell rang, Chen Yang gathered his belongings and headed for Lin Yueshi's private training room, following the address she had sent. Her private facility was located on the top floor of the instructor apartment building. He located the door number and pressed the intercom. Soon the door opened from within. Standing on the other side was none other than Lin Yueshi. The moment he laid eyes on her, Chen Yang's heartbeat skipped a beat. The Lin Yueshi before him had discarded her instructor uniform, donning instead a sleek, form-fitting combat suit in solid black. The garment clung to her like a second skin, sculpting her flawless, curvaceous figure, with every contour accentuated to perfection. Long, shapely legs, a pert rear, a waist slender enough to grasp with one hand, and a breathtakingly full chest. In her usual loose uniform, she projected an air of intellectual grace, resembling a gentle older sister next door. But now clad in the combat suit, she radiated a wild, dangerous aura like a black panther poised to pounce. Intellect and savagery, two ostensibly contradictory temperaments, merged seamlessly upon her frame, forging an irresistible allure. Done staring, Lin Yueshi crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she observed the transfixed Chen Yang. "Ah, good evening, instructor." Chen Yang snapped back to reality, his face flushing as he hastily averted his gaze. "Come in." Lin Yueshi smiled and turned, walking into the training room. Chen Yang followed and discovered that this private facility surpassed even the public testing area from earlier in terms of luxury. Training equipment of every variety, some he recognized, others entirely foreign, filled the space. The walls and flooring throughout were constructed from a specialized energy-absorbing material capable of withstanding intense impact. "Change into this." Lin Yueshi tossed him a matching set of training attire from a nearby cabinet. "Understood." Without hesitation, Chen Yang slipped into the adjacent changing room and swapped into the gear within moments. When he emerged clad in the black compression suit, Lin Yueshi's eyes lit up noticeably. She noted that Chen Yang's physique exceeded her expectations. Broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, muscle definition flowing and proportionate, radiating explosive power. Especially those sharply defined 8-pack abs and the faintly visible V-line, making him a walking embodiment of virility. Nice figure. Lin Yueshi made no effort to conceal her appreciation. Looks like hauling scrap at the junkyard did have its benefits. Chen Yang felt unsettled under her gaze, as though he were the one being flirted with by a bold woman. Enough chatter. Let's begin the training. Lin Yueshi swiftly shed her playful demeanor, her expression turning serious. The foundation of combat technique lies in controlling one's body, and the first step of control is the standing meditation posture. She moved to the center of the room, spreading her feet shoulder-width apart, bending her knees slightly, and curving her arms forward as though cradling an invisible sphere. "Come observe." She beckoned Chen Yang over. Chen Yang approached. The standing posture emphasizes relaxation and sinking. Your body must stay loose while your center of gravity drops, as though your feet are roots driving deep into the earth. Your breathing should be deep and slow, synchronized with the rise and fall of your body. Lin Yueshi demonstrated as she explained. "Give it a try." Chen Yang mirrored her stance. "Not quite." Lin Yueshi shook her head and stepped forward. She extended a slender finger and tapped his shoulder. "Your shoulders are too tense. Relax and sink them." Her fingertip carried a cool touch, and the moment it made contact with Chen Yang's skin, Lin Yueshi paid it no mind as her hand glided along his arm to his elbow. "Don't raise your elbows. Let them hang as though weights are suspended from them." Then her hands moved to his waist. "Your lower back must stay straight, but not rigid. Engage your core to support it." She was standing close enough that Chen Yang could catch the faint orchid-like fragrance emanating from her skin. Her warm breath tickled his ear, sending an unexpected shiver through him. The atmosphere between them had, without either noticing, grown delightfully tense. Lin Yueshi seemed to sense something as well. A faint blush tinged her cheeks, and her hands, correcting his posture, grew stiff. "Ahem. Feel it yourself first." She quickly stepped back, creating distance. Embarrassed, she continued with the theory. "We mech users differ from star users. Star users pursue the ultimate explosive power, whereas we seek precise transmission of force. You must regard yourself and your mech as one entity. Every exertion of force begins at the soles of your feet, travels through your legs, waist, back, and shoulders, before finally reaching your fist or weapon. This is called unified force. Only by mastering unified force can you execute the most refined and effortless maneuvers within the mech." Chen Yang listened attentively, a dawning comprehension stirring within him. He began adjusting his breathing and posture according to Lin Yuexi's instructions. Slowly he felt the change. His body seemed to transform into a towering tree, roots delving deep into the earth, while branches reached toward the azure sky. A wondrous force began flowing within him. Lin Yuexi gazed at Chen Yang, astonishment flickering across her features once more. She hadn't anticipated his comprehension would be so remarkable. Horse stance practice is the most tedious and arduous hurdle for those beginning their martial arts journey. Many spend months upon months, yet remain unable to grasp that fundamental connection. Yet Chen Yang had only practiced for 10-odd minutes before he'd already touched the threshold. This young man truly is a prodigy, an uncharted genius buried beneath an F-rank label. A fierce impulse surged through Lin Yuexi's heart. She resolved to personally sculpt this supposed failure of F-rank into a priceless jade. Excellent, maintain this sensation, Lin Yuexi said, a barely perceptible excitement coloring her tone. Practice the stance for 1 hour today. With that, she moved to the side, started some music, and began her own warm-up routine. As Chen Yang held his stance, he kept stealing glances at her from the corner of his eye. Lin Yuexi's movements, stretching her legs, extending her body, each demonstrated a perfect harmony of strength and grace. Her supple waist, her long straight legs, her full figure shifting with each motion. Chen Yang felt as though a nosebleed was imminent. What was this but a sweet torment? An hour of horse stance would be agonizing beyond imagination for ordinary people. Yet for Chen Yang it was nothing. His physique far surpassed that of ordinary humans. After completing the hour, only a slight numbness persisted in his legs, and his breathing became deeper and more measured. How does it feel? Lin Yuexi approached after finishing her warm-up, offering him a towel. A fine sheen of perspiration adorned her forehead. A healthy flush graced her fair cheeks, making her all the more enchanting. It feels wonderful. Chen Yang accepted the towel, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. My control over my body has sharpened considerably. Excellent. Your comprehension is truly remarkable. Lin Yuexi nodded approvingly. Horse stance is foundational. Practice it daily. Now let us move to practical training. She activated the holographic projection system in the training room. A virtual human-shaped target materialized before them. The target displayed a dense network of red dots and lines. This maps the body's vital points, Lin Yuexi explained, pointing to the display. Close quarters combat demands precision, not wild flailing. Minimal force, maximum damage. These red dots mark the body's vital points, the temples, throat, heart, and others. Striking these can prove fatal with a single blow. Chen Yang studied the intricate diagram, furrowing his brow. The complexity was daunting. Trouble memorizing it all. Reading his thoughts, Lin Yuexi smiled reassuringly. Rote memorization won't serve you well. Remember just one principle. Strike where the snake's weakness lies, target the joints. She stepped beside Chen Yang and suddenly delivered a precise palm strike to the side of his neck. Instantly numbness spread through half his body and he nearly collapsed. Understand now. Lin Yuexi retracted her hand. The carotid sinus, when struck forcefully, it instantly deprives the brain of oxygen, causing brief unconsciousness. It's one of the most commonly employed stunning techniques. Rubbing his numb neck, Chen Yang felt a chill of apprehension. Had Lin Yuexi applied even greater force, he might have truly been finished. Again, Lin Yuexi commanded, delivering a swift side kick that landed precisely on the outer portion of Chen Yang's knee. The ligaments here, attacking from the side, compromises them most effectively, incapacitating your opponent. For the remainder, Lin Yuexi became his most patient instructor, personally guiding him through foundational combat techniques, joint locks, counterholds, submissions, and ground control. Each of her movements was crisp and precise. Naturally, their instruction required extensive physical contact. For the chokehold, Lin Yuexi positioned herself behind him, arms encircling his neck as she demonstrated the escape. And this is the crucifix hold. Wrapping her long legs around his waist to show proper application, their bodies pressed closely together. The soft warmth and faint fragrance continuously assaulted Chen Yang's senses. Chen Yang felt on the verge of eruption. He forced himself to focus entirely on Lin Yuexi's instructions, refusing to let his attention stray for even a moment. Lin Yuexi appeared equally absorbed in the lesson, oblivious, or perhaps willfully ignoring any inappropriateness in their close proximity. She discovered she relished the feeling of having Chen Yang entirely at her mercy. Watching the man who moved like a furious tiger across the training field render powerless under her control filled her with an inexplicable thrill and desire for conquest. That covers the fundamentals, Lin Yuexi said after an hour, her delicate features flushed. Now we'll practice actual combat sparring. You attack, I defend. Yes, instructor. Chen Yang drew a deep breath, suppressing his wandering thoughts. He assumed his stance recalled Lin Yuexi's techniques and launched a punch forward. His strike came fast and powerful, yet Lin Yuexi sidestepped with effortless grace. Seizing his wrist, she pivoted and executed a flawless shoulder throw, sending him flying. Chen Yang righted himself midair and landed safely. But internally, waves of shock crashed against him. So fast, Lin Yuexi's movements were beyond peak speed. Her technique diverged completely from his own. Without apparent brute force, she harnessed his momentum to throw him effortlessly. Was this truly unified force? Again, Refusing to accept defeat, Chen Yang charged forward. The result proved identical. The entire training room echoed with repeated thuds. He rose again and again despite the relentless takedowns. Lin Yueshi grew increasingly astonished. Initially Chen Yang's attacks were clumsy and riddled with openings. Yet within mere minutes his movements transformed, flowing with fluidity and purpose. He began learning to generate power from his core, conceal his intentions, and anticipate her defenses. Even more astonishingly, he could counterattack the very instant he was thrown. Several times Lin Yueshi nearly found herself exposed. How is this possible? How could a rookie with E-rank martial arts skills improve so phenomenally in such a short span? This learning capacity could only be described as monstrous. Lin Yueshi had trained countless students over the years, many of them S-rank geniuses. Yet even those prodigies required days, sometimes weeks of relentless practice to master a new technique. But Chen Yang needed only a single glance and 2 or 3 attempts to grasp the essence of any move, and could even extrapolate from it to create variations. It was simply beyond all reason. In truth, this was precisely the Zerg racial talent at work within Chen Yang. The Zerg, as one of the most elite combat species in the universe, possessed unparalleled adaptive and learning capabilities. The instincts for battle and evolution were etched into their very genes. Any combat technique placed before them could be swiftly analyzed, mimicked, and then surpassed. Combined with Chen Yang's already intermediate-level hyperdimensional perception, which allowed him to vaguely anticipate Lin Yueshi's movements, the two gifts birthed a learning speed that could only be called monstrous. All of this, however, was flawlessly concealed by his mimicry talent. In Lin Yueshi's eyes, there was nothing unusual whatsoever about Chen Yang. He appeared to be nothing more than a pure-blooded human, an absurdly gifted one at all. Stop! Lin Yueshi suddenly called a halt, fixing Chen Yang with a complicated gaze. That will be all for today's training. Instructor, Chen Yang protested, still eager to continue. What on? Get lost. Go back and properly digest what you've learned today. Lin Yueshi shot him an exasperated glare before turning on her heel and striding into the bathroom. She needed a cold shower to calm herself down. Everything that had transpired that day had struck her with far too great a blow. Chen Yang watched her somewhat flustered retreat, the corner of his lips curving into a self-satisfied smile. It seemed his performance had given this beautiful instructor quite a fright. Still, this feeling was rather pleasant. Over the following days, Chen Yang's life settled into a rhythm, both regular and fulfilling. By day, he sat in the classroom absorbing theories of mecha piloting and tactics. By night, he arrived at Lin Yueshi's private training room for one-on-one combat instruction. His progress could only be described as miraculous. In the span of a single week, his fighting skills had transformed from those of a brute force novice into those of a martial artist who had glimpsed the threshold of true mastery. He could now skillfully employ integrated force, twisting the strength of his entire body into a single rope to unleash devastating power. His grappling holds and joint locks had begun to take proper shape. In his sparring sessions with Lin Yueshi, he was no longer being utterly dominated. He could now trade blows with her. And though he still lost more often than he won, he possessed at last the strength to strike back. As for Lin Yueshi, what had begun as shock gradually dulled into numbness and finally blossomed into a genuine enjoyment of this peculiar, nurturing pleasure. The evening training sessions became the moment she most looked forward to each day. She loved watching the focused, earnest gleam in Chen Yang's eyes, loved watching how he would stubbornly pick himself up each time she threw him to the ground. But most of all, she adored watching him transform under her guidance. A raw jade slowly polished until it radiated dazzling brilliance. The sense of accomplishment that came from personally cultivating an unparalleled genius intoxicated her beyond all resistance. Her feelings toward Chen Yang, too, were undergoing a quiet metamorphosis through this daily closeness. She found that the way she looked at him was growing ever softer. The way she spoke to him was growing ever more casual. Even those inadvertent brushes of contact during training would cause her heart to inexplicably quicken its pace. And Chen Yang, of course, was not blind to Lin Yueshi's transformation. He was no clueless greenhorn. Whether a woman's gaze held affection for him was something he could readily discern, especially when that woman was a stunning beauty with a figure as fiery as her features were exquisite. To claim his heart remained unmoved would be a lie. That evening training proceeded as usual. Today, let's try something different, Lin Yueshi said, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips as she regarded Chen Yang. We're going to have a real combat sparring match. No rules, no restrictions on technique, until one side concedes. Do you dare? Is there any reason I shouldn't? A fighting spirit blazed to life in Chen Yang's eyes. He wanted to know precisely how vast the gap between his current strength and Lin Yueshi's still remained. Very well. Lin Yueshi stepped back several paces, settling into a defensive stance. You attack first. Then I won't hold back, instructor. Chen Yang let out a low roar, his body shooting forward like an arrow loosed from its string. This time he abandoned those basic techniques entirely. Instead, he fused together every ounce of power, speed, and technique within him. His fist tore through the air with a piercing whistle, driving straight toward Lin Yueshi's face. A flicker of surprise flashed through Lin Yueshi's beautiful eyes. So fast, so fierce. This fellow had grown stronger again. She dared not be careless, swiftly sidestepping and raising both arms to block his strike. Bang! A tremendous impact resounded. Though Lin Yuexi's form remained unmoved, her heart was struck with horror. Chen Yang's strength had already reached such an alarming degree. Instructor, watch out. Having landed his strike, Chen Yang pressed his advantage with the fury of a storm, his attacks pouring forth in relentless waves. Fists, elbows, knees, kicks. Every part of his body had become the most lethal of weapons. Lin Yuexi realized she had underestimated Chen Yang once more. This fellow's learning ability wasn't the only thing that was monstrous. His combat intuition was equally terrifyingly keen. He could always seize upon the weakest link in her defense to launch his most savage assaults. No good. She could not continue being pushed onto the back foot like this. A flash of resolve flickered through Lin Yuexi's eyes. With a fierce clench of her teeth, she abandoned defense entirely, seizing upon the gaps in Chen Yang's offense to answer attack with attack. Her strikes were insidious and ruthless, each one aimed at Chen Yang's vital points. The situation on the floor reversed in an instant, transforming into a breathtaking exchange of mutual assaults. The two traded blow for blow, their figures moving so swiftly they became almost impossible to track. The entire training room echoed with the muffled thunder of colliding limbs and ragged breaths. Chen Yang's excitement mounted with each exchange, feeling the blood throughout his body ignite into flame, while Lin Yuexi's heart grew ever more troubled with every strike. She had already deployed every basic combat technique she knew, yet still found herself able to do no more than fight Chen Yang to a standstill. This monster, how on earth did he cultivate himself? Just as their battle reached an impasse, an accident occurred. Lin Yuexi launched a high whip kick aimed at Chen Yang's head. Chen Yang dodged instinctively by turning his body sideways. But after Lin Yuexi's legs swept through empty air, her body briefly lost its balance mid-flight. In a duel between masters, victory and defeat are decided in but a single instant. Chen Yang seized upon this opportunity without hesitation. He surged forward in a single stride, closing the distance to execute a body check that would send Lin Yuexi flying. However, he had miscalculated one thing. Lin Yuexi was wearing a tight combat suit, and she had sweated considerably. It was very slippery. The instant Chen Yang's body collided with hers, he felt as though he had crashed into something both soft and springy. Then Lin Yuexi cried out in surprise, her foot slipping, and her entire body toppled backward. Chen Yang's heart lurched, and he instinctively reached out a hand to catch her. Instead, not only did he fail to catch Lin Yuexi, but he was pulled down by her unbalanced form, and the two of them crashed to the ground together. Worse still, Chen Yang was on top, and Lin Yuexi lay beneath. Their bodies fit together in flawless, intimate alignment. Chen Yang could distinctly feel the astonishing softness and supple elasticity beneath his chest. He was less than a centimeter away from those intoxicatingly crimson lips. He could even smell the warm breath drifting from her nose, carrying the delicate fragrance of orchids. In that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The air solidified. Time itself came to a standstill. The two remained frozen in that impossibly suggestive posture, gazing into each other's eyes. Neither moved. Neither spoke. All that could be heard was the drumming of their hearts, pounding ever faster like war drums beating in unison. Thump, thump, thump. An indeterminate span of time passed before a bewitching blush spread across Lin Yuexi's cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye. The training room was so silent that they could hear each other's heartbeats. Chen Yang stood frozen, his entire body rigid. Beneath him lay Lin Yuexi's warm, supple body. The tip of his nose was enveloped by her unique scent, a mixture of perspiration and orchid fragrance, while before his eyes hovered her exquisitely delicate face, flushed crimson from the intense exertion, so close he could nearly touch it. He could even discern the faint tremor of her long lashes and those luminous eyes rapidly being overtaken by an emotion known as mortified vexation. I'm done for. That was the sole thought ricocheting through Chen Yang's mind. Even leaping into the Yellow River would not wash away this disgrace. He had merely intended to execute a shoulder-against-mountain technique, yet now he had become the Mount Tai bearing down upon her. You? Lin Yuexi finally snapped out of her stupor, acutely aware of the tremendous pressure emanating from the body atop hers, as well as the searing, unfamiliar heat pressing against her from below. How long do you intend to lie on top of me? Her voice was equal parts embarrassment and fury, carrying a tremor she could barely conceal. Chen Yang jolted awake and scrambled off Lin Yuexi in a frantic tumble. Lin Yuexi rose slowly from the floor, not glancing at Chen Yang. Instead, she kept her head lowered as she straightened her disheveled combat suit. Chen Yang did not dare draw so much as a full breath. He was utterly doomed. Surely the beautiful instructor would obliterate him on the spot. This was a private one-on-one training room. He could scream himself hoarse, and no one would hear. An indeterminate span of time passed before Lin Yuexi finally finished arranging herself and rose to her feet. She lifted her gaze toward Chen Yang. The flush had faded from her cheeks, replaced by an unfathomable, inscrutable expression. There was no fury, no murderous intent, only a serenity that Chen Yang could not decipher. Instructor, Chen Yang began, attempting another explanation. Silence. Lin Yuexi cut him short. She then advanced toward Chen Yang, one deliberate step at a time. Chen Yang nervously swallowed. He had already resolved himself. The instant Lin Yuexi made a move, he would clamp his hands over his head and crouch in defense, neither striking back nor retorting. Yet Lin Yuexi made no move to strike. She simply stood before him, observing him in profound silence, those bright eyes seeming to penetrate him through and through. A moment ago she had experienced such feelings for the first time, a heart pounding beyond her will, cheeks ablaze, thoughts in utter disarray. Could this be the sensation of love stirring? Perhaps it was, and perhaps it was not. From childhood Lin Yueshi had known that she would only ever yield to the strong. And clearly the present Chen Yang was not yet that. She tilted Chen Yang's chin upward with a light touch of faint smile playing upon her lips. Your progress has been remarkable, beyond all my expectations. However, you have only just crossed the threshold. To become a true powerhouse, you still have an arduous journey ahead. Besides, you cannot even conquer your instructor yet. Such gestures, such words emboldened Chen Yang. He swallowed. Then what must I do to conquer you, instructor? A blush crept across Lin Yueshi's features. To conquer your instructor, you must first become a powerhouse yourself. Enough. Today's training ends here. Lin Yueshi waved a hand and turned toward the bathroom. I'm drenched in your stench. I need a bath. Oh, okay. Seeing that Chen Yang hadn't moved, Lin Yueshi glanced back with a teasing smile. What is it? You're still here, hoping to stay and bathe with me? No. Chen Yang did not dare linger another second. He fled the training room in utter disarray. Listening to that frantic slam of the door, Lin Yueshi leaned against the bathroom doorframe and could contain herself no longer. A laugh burst from her lips. She pressed a hand to her still-burning cheeks and felt the wild hammering of her heart. This little rascal. How unexpectedly endearing. Chen Yang jogged all the way back to his dormitory. It had been far too intense. Tonight's events were more exhilarating than his brawl with an A-class combat robot. His mind remained saturated with the image of Lin Yueshi's voluptuous figure, that astonishing softness against him, and her final teasing remark. That gorgeous instructor certainly knows how to play. One moment, she looked ready to murder him alive. The next, she had transformed into such an irresistible enchantress. He shook his head, striving to expel the tangled thoughts clouding his mind. Husband, you're back. A sweet, soft voice pulled him back to reality. Anya, clad in an adorable rabbit-patterned pajama set, dashed out from the bedroom and flung herself into his arms with her usual joyful abandon. Was the extra tutoring tiring today? She tilted her little face upward, her tone full of concern. And no, not at all, Chen Yang replied, his voice betraying a twinge of guilt. Moi. Anya's small nose twitched against his chest, her delicate brows knitting slightly. Husband, why do you carry the scent of another woman? Chen Yang's heart sank. Oh no, he had completely forgotten about this. Anya's sense of smell was extraordinarily keen. Having been pressed so close to Lin Yueshi moments ago, he was certain her fragrance clung to him. How was he to explain this? Claim the two of them had merely tripped and accidentally embraced. Not a soul on earth would believe such a tale. Anya, let me explain. Chen Yang's mind raced at breakneck speed, scrambling to devise a plausible excuse. Yet Anya's subsequent reaction proved utterly beyond his expectations. She did not grow angry, did not interrogate him, nor did she display the faintest hint of jealousy. She simply raised her head, gazing at him with those limpid, pristine eyes, and murmured softly, Husband, I know. Know what? Chen Yang was utterly bewildered. I know that someday you will not belong to me alone. Anya's voice was barely above a whisper, maintaining that same gentle, tender cadence. You are so capable, so exceptional. Many beautiful girls will inevitably fall for you. Just like our insect race is sovereign. The strongest males claim the most mates, for the prosperity of the entire clan. Chen Yang was dumbfounded. He had never anticipated such thoughts from Anya. Was this an instinct etched into the very genes of the insect race? And besides, Anya's petite face flushed a delicate pink, her voice growing even fainter, thin as a mosquito's hum. Besides, I've been feeling lately that I might not be quite enough for you. So I don't mind, as long as you tell me before you bring them home, that's all I ask. The more she spoke, the deeper she buried her head, too bashful to meet Chen Yang's gaze. Something struck Chen Yang's heart with tremendous force. He gazed at this girl in his arms, one who was hurting inside, yet still considering his feelings, and an inexpressible wave of tenderness and guilt surged through him. Indeed, as his constitution strengthened ever further, his needs grew more fervent as well. And though Anya's body had been nurtured alongside his, it remained in the end too delicate. After each bout of cultivation, she would be left exhausted like a weary little kitten. Yet he himself remained full of vigor. He had always assumed Anya was unaware, but never had he known that she understood everything all along. This foolish girl. Chen Yang could no longer contain his emotions. He swept Anya up into a princess carry and held her tightly against his chest. Husband, what are you? Anya gasped, her arms instinctively circling his neck. You silly little thing. Chen Yang lowered his head and planted a firm kiss upon her lips. Whatever wild ideas are running through that head of yours, I'm not overthinking anything. Anya protested in a tiny voice. Oh, you're not. Chen Yang cradled her as he strode toward the bathroom. It seems your husband hasn't been diligent enough lately. That's given you too much time to conjure such nonsense. Husband, I'm sorry. Anya immediately panicked. She knew exactly what was coming. Too late. With a mischievous grin, Chen Yang kicked open the bathroom door. Tonight I'll show you once and for all just how capable your husband truly is. Not in the bathroom. Please. Precisely in the bathroom. Soon the rush of water echoed through the bathroom, accompanied by the girl's breathlessly suppressed moans. That night Chen Yang exerted himself with exceptional vigor. He intended to use his actions to dispel every ounce of insecurity lurking in Anya's heart. He wanted her to know that even if other women were to enter his life someday, she would forever remain the one and only, the irreplaceable treasure of his heart. The next morning, when Chen Yang awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated, the system's notification sounded right on schedule. New offspring gene has been fully integrated. Offspring gene detected to have exceeded completion target. Congratulations, host. Enhanced reward gene optimization fluid intermediate X1. Another gene optimization fluid. Chen Yang used it without hesitation. A surge of warmth instantly coursed through every limb and meridian of his body. He opened the system panel and examined the data displayed. Host Chen Yang. Gene rating B. Realm Midstar, Emissary Peak. Talents Hyperdimensional Perception, Intermediate Racial Divine Power, Beginner Mimicry, Beginner. B already. In merely one short week his gene rating had leapt from B to B. Such a pace of improvement was nothing short of staggering. Moreover, Chen Yang discovered that beyond the elevation of his gene rating, something else seemed to have taken root within his mind. It was a wondrous sensation, as though some dormant region of his brain had been activated. Countless fragments of information, myriad combat models flashed, calculated, and assembled at tremendous speed through his consciousness. This is... Chen Yang's heart stirred as a bold conjecture surfaced in his mind. Congratulations, host. The Zerg royal talent, super deduction, has awakened beginner. Chen Yang's eyes blazed with sudden brilliance. Super deduction. This was the very talent for which the Zerg were most renowned. It was said that advanced Zerg could in the span of a heartbeat calculate countless possibilities of a war and thereby discern the optimal solution. This was nothing less than a supercomputer carried upon one's person. With this talent, would not everything he learned henceforth yield twice the result with half the effort? It seemed that diligent cultivation truly bore its rewards. He turned his gaze toward Anya, who still slumbered upon the bed with tear stains lingering at the corners of her eyes, and his gaze brimmed with tender affection. Why've I put you through so much? For the sake of our future, for the sake of avenging you, I can only ask you to endure a little more hardship. Time slipped quietly away amid such cycles of training and coursework. 1 week later, Lin Yueshi arrived at the Combat Arts Training Hall with the students of Class C3, as was her custom. Alright everyone. After a week of foundational training, I trust you have all gained improved control over yourselves. Lin Yueshi stood at the head of the formation, her voice crisp and clear. Today we will conduct the second practical combat technique assessment to gauge the results of your training. The rules remain the same as last time. You will engage the combat robots in confrontation, and the system will issue a score. I hope to witness genuine progress from each of you this time. Having spoken, she signaled for the assessment to commence. One by one the students stepped onto the combat arena. Compared to a week prior, their performance had indeed shown marked improvement. At the very least, when facing the combat robots, they no longer panicked or exposed openings at every turn. They had begun to understand how to channel their own strength and how to seek out their opponent's vulnerabilities. Although they were still thoroughly outmatched by the robots, the duration they held out had noticeably lengthened. Most of their technique scores had risen from last week's E or D to D or D. This drew a satisfied nod from Lin Yueshi. It appeared her teaching methods were indeed bearing fruit. Next, Chen Yang. The instant that name was spoken, every pair of eyes swiveled in unison, converging upon him. All were consumed by curiosity. How much further had that fierce warrior who had once torn apart an A-class combat robot through sheer brute force grown after another week? Everyone brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. Even Lin Yueshi was no exception. She watched the figure striding toward the combat arena, and her heartbeat quickened beyond her will. Chen Yang stepped onto the combat arena, his expression placid. Across from him, the combat robot once again transformed from its spherical form into that 2-meter-tall humanoid configuration. Its crimson electronic eyes locked onto him. Combat commence. At the command from the central control system, Chen Yang moved, his figure vanishing from where he stood like an apparition. Every student present felt their pupils contract sharply. So fast, even faster than last time. Before they could react, Chen Yang had already materialized at the robot's flank. He employed neither fist nor leg. Instead, his body sank slightly, and his shoulder drove forward in a violent lunge. Mountain-leaning strike. One of the most fundamental yet practical techniques of force application that Lin Yueshi herself had taught him. Thud. A muffled impact echoed, but unlike last time, the combat robot did not simply disintegrate. Instead, it leveraged the force of the collision to kick off the wall, its form darting back, like lightning, in a vicious counterattack. Chen Yang's gaze remained steady as this super deduction, within his mind, whirred at a frantic pace. Facing the robot's heavy fist, Chen Yang tilted his body, evading the gust of force by a hair's breadth, while his right hand smoothly delivered a most basic palm strike to the lateral side of the robot's elbow joint. Immediately after, his form trailed like a shadow, his twin fists dissolving into blurs, each strike landing with pinpoint precision upon the core nodes through which the robot channeled its strength. Upon the combat arena, two figures, one a flash of green, the other silver, wove and interweaved in relentless exchange. Chen Yang had pushed the foundational combat arts taught by Lin Yueshi to their absolute zenith. Blocks, dismemberments, counterattacks. His movements flowed like water through a seamless stream devoid of any wasted exertion. Though the combat robot's assaults were ferocious, it could not so much as graze the hem of Chen Yang's garment. Chen Yang fought like a master dismantler, ceaselessly and precisely dislodging the robot's crucial components and shattering its sensory apparatus. Finally, with a single drifting straight punch, he struck dead center upon the robot's master control chip in its head. A sputtering shower of electrical sparks, and the combat robot collapsed entirely into a heap of scattered parts strewn across the ground. Chen Yang slowly retracted his fist, his breathing perfectly even, his fighting style utterly transformed from that of his previous bout. At that moment, the luminous screen above the arena flickered violently. The final score materialized. Student Chen Yang. Practical combat technique score S. Hiss. The instant that glaring S appeared, a collective sharp intake of cold breath resounded once more throughout the training hall. S-Class. A technique score of S-Class. A student bearing an F-Class gene rating had achieved an S-Class score in the combat arts technique assessment. This world had gone utterly mad. At this moment, the gazes of every soul turned toward Chen Yang were stripped of the slightest trace of contempt or bewilderment. What remained was nothing but profound reverence. Within this military academy where might made right, Chen Yang had earned the respect of all through that unreasonable strength of his. Chen Yang himself, however, remained utterly composed. This outcome lay entirely within his expectations. Very well. The assessment continues. Lin Yueshi drew a deep breath as she spoke. The subsequent assessments grew dreary and uninspiring. Every mind lingered upon that heart-shaking spectacle from moments before. They gazed upon their own D-Class and C-Class scores, then recalled Chen Yang's glaring S-Class, and their hearts brimmed with a sense of utter helplessness. The gulf between one person and another truly exceeded that between man and hound. The private training room that evening. The atmosphere hung subtly strange. Lin Yueshi had changed into a form-fitting white combat suit, presenting a stark contrast to yesterday's black. Less wildness, now more a touch of sanctity, though her voluptuous figure still set the blood coursing. She did not, as was her custom, launch straight into training. Instead, she poured Chen Yang a cup of energy fluid. Your performance in class today was excellent. It's all thanks to the instructor's excellent teaching. Chen Yang replied with modesty. Cut the flattery. Lin Yueshi shot him a glance. I've taught so many people. How is it that none of them leapt from E-Class to S-Class in a single week? She paused, gazing at Chen Yang with an unreadable expression in her eyes, and asked, You absolute freak. Truly a monster. Having spoken, she rose and walked to the weapons rack beside her, retrieving a pitch-black alloy battle blade. That blade, some 1 2/10 meters in length, possessed a straight spine and fluid lines emanating a chilling miasma of murderous intent. Since your foundational combat arts have been largely mastered, from today onward, I shall teach you something new. Lin Yueshi flicked her wrist, and her battle saber carved a dazzling silver arc through the air. Weapons are an extension of the body. Martial arts are the foundation of weapon mastery. She held the saber in a single hand, its tip angled toward the ground, and in an instant her entire presence grew sharp and formidable. When we mechanists pilot mechs, the most commonly used melee weapon is the ion combat blade. Its techniques trace directly back to the saber and sword arts of the cold weapon era. Today I will teach you the most widely circulated and practical A-rank saber technique in the military, army-shattering 7 styles. With that, she ceased her words and began to demonstrate at the center of the training hall. First stance, cleave. She let out a low cry, her body surging forward in a sudden step, the battle saber in her grip, descending from above with the force of a thunderous avalanche. Where the blade passed, the air itself shrieked with a piercing sonic crack. Though it was merely an empty swing, Chen Yang could even feel an overwhelming saber wind rushing toward his face, stinging his very skin. What a fearsome saber technique. Chen Yang's eyes instantly gleamed with brilliance. His super deduction talent had quietly activated at this moment. Within Chen Yang's mind, Lin Yueshi's movements were instantly decomposed into countless individual frames. The saber's trajectory, the angles of force exertion, the circulation of astral energy. All of this appeared before him with crystalline clarity. At the same time, countless optimization schemes began to generate rapidly within his mind. Deduced, screened, refined. Second stance, rise. Lin Yueshi shifted her saber momentum, sweeping it upward from below at a treacherous and ruthless angle. Third stance, thrust. Fourth stance, collapse. Lin Yueshi executed the complete army-shattering 7 styles in one unbroken demonstration. Her saber art was bold and sweeping, brimming with a soldier's iron-blooded ferocity and dominance. Every strike laden with devastating lethality. Upon completing the demonstration, she stood with her saber sheathed, a fine sheen of fragrant sweat already beading on her brow. This A-rank saber technique placed an immense burden on both physical stamina and spirit. Did you understand it? She looked toward Chen Yang and asked. She did not expect Chen Yang to master it at a single glance. The complexity of A-rank saber arts far surpassed that of basic martial techniques. Even an S-rank genetic prodigy would require at least a week to grasp the fundamentals. Today she merely wished to give Chen Yang a general impression. Yet Chen Yang's next words left her stunned once more. I understood it. Chen Yang nodded, then asked with some uncertainty, "Instructor, may I give it a try?" "Of course you may, come and experience it for yourself." Chen Yang walked to the weapon rack and picked up an identical alloy battle saber. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flawless saber art model that had been deduced tens of thousands of times within his mind. Then he opened his eyes. His gaze instantly turned as sharp and cold as a blade's edge. He moved. It was likewise the first stance, cleave. Yet his saber was utterly distinct from Lin Yueshi's. Lin Yueshi's saber embodied dominance. His embodied the pinnacle of keenness. Without the slightest extraneous motion, without the slightest wasted force. Everything was devoted to pushing the act of cleaving to its absolute extreme. The blade descended soundless. Yet Lin Yueshi immediately sensed that something was amiss. This is... Before she could even react, Chen Yang's second stance had already been unleashed. Raised. His saber was faster, more eerie, more treacherous. Like an antelope hanging its horns, leaving no trace to follow. Thrust. Collapse. Twist. Chen Yang's army-shattering 7 styles flowed in a single unbroken breath. When the final stance, shatter, descended, Chen Yang stood with his saber sheathed. The entire training hall fell into dead silence. Lin Yueshi stood frozen in place, staring at Chen Yang as though gazing upon an aberration. She felt her mind had been rendered utterly insufficient. A single demonstration. He had truly only watched it once. And he had not only learned an A-rank saber technique, but actually optimized and deduced it to S-rank. This was simply a genius among geniuses. "Instructor." Chen Yang looked at the stunned Lin Yueshi and called out uncertainly, "Instructor, was my demonstration incorrect?" "That's damn well correct." Lin Yueshi exclaimed in shock. "WH. Who did you learn this from?" She refused to believe anyone in this world could achieve such a feat after a single viewing. He must have studied it before. Chen Yang scratched his head and continued with his sudden enlightenment theory. "I'm not sure either. I just watched you demonstrate once and felt as though this was exactly how it should be used. My body simply moved on its own." His body simply moved on its own. Does that even make any damn sense? Lin Yueshi was on the verge of madness. She rushed before Chen Yang seized his hand without hesitation and channeled her spiritual power, holding nothing back, as she probed into his body. She had to examine him personally. She had to see what secret this fellow's body was harboring. A surge of gentle, yet powerful spiritual power instantly poured into Chen Yang's body. Chen Yang was startled within, but did not resist. He knew Lin Yueshi was merely examining him. Fortunately, he possessed the passive talent of mimicry. The insect race aura upon him was perfectly concealed. Within Lin Yueshi's perception, Chen Yang's body appeared utterly perfect. No abnormalities whatsoever, no traces of any modification. He was simply a human of extraordinarily prodigious talent. How could this be? Lin Yueshi murmured to herself. She walked aside alone to contemplate. Chen Yang did not interrupt her thoughts. Lin Yueshi's willow leaf brows knit slightly as she muttered to herself, "My teacher once mentioned this kind of situation. Unless his spiritual sense is exceptionally powerful as well, which is why he learned so quickly. This fellow. He was not only a monster in martial arts and mechanistry, he was also a born prodigy of spiritual sense. Moreover, his spiritual power talent was even more terrifying than his martial arts talent. A T-triple system prodigy." Lin Yueshi's breath momentarily faltered. Within the academy and the military she had seen countless geniuses. There were no shortage of those who cultivated 2 systems in tandem. Yet without exception those individuals devoted the bulk of their focus to one primary discipline, with the other serving merely as a supplement. As for someone like Chen Yang, who could forge a path in martial arts, mechanistry, and spiritual sense alike, she had only heard of such beings within her own teacher's theoretical discourses. "Teacher, this world actually contains someone so unreasonably perfect." "Instructor? You. What's wrong?" Chen Yang gazed at her expression, one of having beheld a ghost, and asked gingerly, "You?" Lin Yueshi came back to her senses, looking at Chen Yang with a complicated gaze. After a few breaths, she spoke with solemnity. "You must possess talent and spiritual power as well. That is something I cannot teach you. I have decided to recommend a new instructor for you." "A new instructor?" Chen Yang was somewhat surprised. Lin Yueshi nodded. "She is the ace instructor of the Spiritual Sense Academy, and also my closest friend. In the research and teaching of spiritual power, she is the foremost expert of the entire branch academy. For her to guide you is the most fitting choice." Chen Yang understood. Lin Yueshi wished to find him a teacher more suited to his specialty. He felt a surge of gratitude within. "Instructor, thank you." "What's there to thank?" Lin Yueshi waved her hand. "I simply cannot bear to watch a once-in-an-age prodigy go to waste." She spoke thus with her lips, yet within her heart, she felt inexplicably sour. It was as though the prized cabbage she had painstakingly grown had not yet warmed in her arms, yet was already about to be uprooted by another swine. "No, we must first establish ground rules. However, let me make one thing clear first." Lin Yueshi looked at Chen Yang, her expression grave. "You may go to her for training, but your training with us cannot stop. From now on your time will be split evenly between the 2 of us." "Chen Yang, why does it feel as though I've been kept by 2 sugar mamas?" "Hold on, I'll contact her right now." Lin Yueshi spoke as she opened her personal terminal and dialed a number. Soon a breathtakingly beautiful and seductive face appeared on the light screen. She was a mature woman who appeared to be in her late 20s with a head of wine-red voluminous waves cascading casually over her shoulders. Her mesmerizing peach blossom eyes radiated an innate allure with every passing glance. She wore a deep V-black gown that accentuated her stunning curves and flawless hourglass figure to perfection. She was a true once-in-an-era enchantress. Well, Yueshi, has the sun risen from the west today? Taking the initiative to contact me. The woman on the other end of the screen spoke with a magnetic voice so honeyed it could melt one's bones. Cut the nonsense, Jiangli. I have serious business with you. For some unknown reason, a faint blush crept across Lin Yueshi's cheeks. Serious business? What serious business could you possibly have with me? The woman called Jiang Li lazily yawned. Could it be that the ice-hard art you've been cultivating for over a decade has finally failed you, and now you're seeking my guidance on the art of seduction? You talk absolute nonsense. Lin Yueshi's face flushed even deeper like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I found you a student. An absolute prodigy. Are you going to teach him or not? A student? A prodigy? Jiang Li seemed mildly intrigued. She leaned forward through the light screen, her gaze landing on Chen Yang, who stood behind Lin Yueshi. The instant her eyes fell upon Chen Yang, her peach blossom eyes blazed with sudden intensity. My, what a handsome young man. Yueshi, is this the prodigy you mentioned? He certainly looks delectable. She extended her tongue and ran it across her vivid crimson lips. A simple gesture, yet one brimming with infinite temptation. Chen Yang felt his throat go dry. This woman was impossibly bewitching. You behave yourself. Lin Yueshi snapped, utterly exasperated. Tee-hee-hee. Jiang Li burst into coquettish laughter, her body trembling with mirth. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Now tell me, what exactly is the situation? For someone as impossibly proud as Instructor Lin to call a prodigy, I must see for myself just how remarkable his abilities truly are. Lin Yueshi took a deep breath and briefly recounted Chen Yang's situation to Jiang Li. Upon hearing this, the laziness vanished completely from Jiang Li's face on the other end of the screen. What replaced it was an unprecedented mixture of gravity and excitement. Everything you said is true. Why would I lie to you? Tri-element versatility. Pristine state of spiritual sense. Jiang Li's gaze upon Chen Yang grew scorching hot, like a wolf starved for 3 days and nights beholding the most succulent of lambs. Yueshi, wait for me. I'm coming right over. With that, she decisively severed the communication. After the call ended, the atmosphere in the training room turned strange once more. Lin Yueshi looked at Chen Yang, hesitating, as if wanting to speak, yet holding back. She was beginning to regret her decision. Was it truly wise to deliver such an innocent little lamb as Chen Yang into the jaws of that seductive she-devil Jiang Li? That woman was notoriously indiscriminate, feasting on both flesh and spirit, devouring men and women alike. What if Jiang Li were to? Lin Yueshi dared not think further. Chen Yang. She cleared her throat and spoke with obvious discomfort. Instructor Jiang Li, her personality is just like that. Rather open. Don't let her startle you when the time comes. She's actually not a bad person at heart. Chen Yang nodded. I understand, Instructor. Open was quite the understatement. But if it meant growing stronger, taking a few risks was well worth it. After all, from what Lin Yueshi implied, this Jiang Li was truly top tier when it came to spiritual sense instruction. The two didn't wait long before the training room door was violently slammed open from outside with a resounding bang. A fiery crimson figure burst in with whirlwind energy. It was Jiang Li. She seemed to have come directly from some banquet, still wearing that seductive deep V gown, her face adorned with exquisite makeup. Her entire being exuded a faint, intoxicating blend of alcohol and perfume. The moment she entered, her gaze locked onto Chen Yang with unwavering intensity. Yueshi, you've truly found me a treasure this time. Jiang Li darted toward Chen Yang in a few swift steps, extending her slender jade fingers with no hesitation, attempting to pinch his cheek. Smack! Lin Yueshi's swift reflexes intercepted her hand, swatting it away. Jiang Li, mind yourself. He's my student. Lin Yueshi pulled Chen Yang behind her with maternal protectiveness, watching Jiang Li with wary vigilance. My, aren't you the petty one? Jiang Li cast her a coquettish glance through half-lidded eyes. What? You've been hiding him away all this time, and today you finally decided to share him with me. Share your head. Lin Yueshi's face flushed crimson in an instant. If you keep spouting nonsense, you'll what? You shut up. Lin Yueshi sputtered, caught between mortification and fury. Alright, I'll stop teasing you, my great ice mountain of a Lin. Seeing that Lin Yueshi was truly about to explode, Jiang Li finally schooled her expression and redirected her gaze toward Chen Yang. She circled him once, taking his measure. Then she bestowed upon Chen Yang a smile capable of toppling kingdoms. Hello there, handsome. My name is Jiang Li. From today onward, I am your spiritual sense instructor. She extended her hand. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, then reached out and shook it. Her hand was soft, boneless, carrying a faint coolness. The instant their hands clasped, a subtle electric current seemed to course from her fingertips through his entire body. Chen Yang's heart gave a jolt. This woman was testing him with her spiritual sense. Handsome, would you be willing to study spiritual sense under me? Jiang Li asked with a beguiling smile. I guarantee that within 3 months I will transform you into a true spiritual sense warrior. capable of both attack and defense. What about tuition fees? Chen Yang asked. He hadn't forgotten that any supplementary lessons at this academy came with a price. Tuition. Zhongli laughed as though she had heard the most amusing thing in the world, her laughter tinkling like bells. When I Zhongli train a prodigy, it's always been free of charge. She leaned close to Chen Yang's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, her tone laden with suggestion. All I ask is that you satisfy me. Chen Yang felt his ears nearly melting from the warm breath she exhaled. This seductress. Very well, since you've agreed, starting tomorrow evening you will come to me every night. Zhongli patted Chen Yang's shoulder, then arched an eyebrow at Lin Yueshi. Yueshi, I'm taking this one off your hands, you know. Oh, come on, who does that? The two women began arguing right in front of Chen Yang, fighting over ownership of him. Chen Yang stood between them, his face a portrait of hopeless resignation. What on earth was this? Finally, at Chen Yang's suggestion, the two reached a preliminary consensus. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings, Chen Yang would go to Lin Yueshi for combat arts and weapon master training. On Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday evenings, he would go to Jiang Li for spiritual sense cultivation. Sunday was for rest. After their discussion, Jiang Li smiled seductively and blew Chen Yang a kiss. Handsome, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow evening. Big sister will be expecting you. With that, she swayed her serpentine waist and departed with boundless allure. Only Chen Yang and Lin Yueshi remained in the training room. Chen Yang, you'll need to keep yourself in check over there. Lin Yueshi's face was still somewhat flushed. Chen Yang nodded in understanding. Tomorrow evening was shaping up to be less a lesson and more a banquet at Hongate. The following evening, Chen Yang arrived alone at Jiang Li's private training room. Unlike Lin Yueshi's chamber, which was brimming with technological sophistication, Jiang Li's domain embodied an entirely different aesthetic. The entire room was bathed in an intimate pinkish-purple luminescence. An exotic incense permeated the air, its fragrance alone enough to lull one's spirit into tranquil surrender. At the heart of the chamber stood no combat arena or training apparatus, but rather an expansive circular platform draped in luxuriously soft velvet carpeting. Suspended around the platform were cascading layers of translucent violet veils, their forms wafting between visibility and obscurity, exuding an aura of mystery and temptation. This is supposed to be a training room. One could easily mistake it for the VIP parlor of some exclusive club. Chen Yang felt his entire worldview shattered once more. You came here. A languid, captivating voice drifted from beyond the veils. Jiang Li emerged slowly from within. The instant his gaze met hers, Chen Yang's breath seized once again. Today, Jiang Li had not worn yesterday's alluring gown. Instead, she had changed into an outfit that was considerably more calculated to test the limits of male rationality. It was a set of sleepwear fashioned from deep crimson silk. In Chen Yang's estimation, its sole purpose was to amplify temptation, nothing more, nothing less. Jiang Li's porcelain complexion flickered between visibility and concealment beneath the red silk. Her breathtaking curves, her slender legs, her flat abdomen. Everything was laid bare to the atmosphere without reservation. She padded barefoot across the plush carpet, advancing toward Chen Yang one deliberate step at a time. With each stride, her voluptuous bosom swayed in heart-stopping, magnificent undulations. What? Stunned by big sister's beauty, Jiang Li approached Chen Yang, extended a finger, and gently tilted his chin upward, compelling him to meet her gaze. A playful smile graced her features while her peach blossom eyes brimmed with teasing intent. Speaking of which, you're the first male student I've ever given private lessons to. So how do you like the venue your teacher had custom-made overnight? Zhejiang. Instructor Jiang Li, aren't we supposed to be training? Chen Yang swallowed with tremendous difficulty, his throat parched, as if smoke might erupt from it at any moment. Indeed. Isn't that precisely what we're doing right now? Jiang Li's smile deepened. My method of training psionics differs entirely from that wooden block, Yueshi. She took Chen Yang's hand and led him to the center of the circular platform, gesturing for him to sit cross-legged. Come, let us begin directly. Close your eyes, relax, and do not resist. Jiang Li's voice seemed to carry a magical quality, compelling Chen Yang to obey her instructions instinctively. He settled into a cross-legged position and closed his eyes. The power of us psionics originates from the spirit and from the soul. Jiang Li's voice whispered intimately in his ear. Now, what is the most fundamental element of a person's soul? Is it instinct? Precisely. Hunger, lust, the will to survive, the urge to destroy. These are the most primal instincts engraved within our genes. They are also the most powerful wellsprings of soul force. The majority of psionics attempt to suppress and restrain their instincts and desires, believing them to be obstacles to cultivation. But they are all mistaken. Jiang Li's voice carried a bewitching, mesmerizing power. Desire is a flood that cannot be dammed. The more you suppress it, the more violently it rebounds. Therefore, my cultivation method operates on the exact opposite principle. We do not suppress it, we release it, master it, and ultimately transcend it. When you can maintain even a sliver of clarity within your spiritual core amidst the most extreme tempest of desire, your psychic power will undergo a qualitative metamorphosis. Now let Big Sister guide you in experiencing what the abyss of desire truly means. The instant her words faded, Chen Yang felt the surrounding atmosphere transform violently. That peculiar incense surged tenfold in intensity. An invisible, yet formidable psychic force field enveloped his entire being. Before Chen Yang's eyes, darkness was no more. Countless visions of light began to flicker through his consciousness. He saw Zhongli standing before him, slowly peeling away the already seductive silk sleepwear to reveal a figure as flawless as a masterpiece of art. She posed in various provocative stances toward him, soft marrow-melting moans escaping her lips. "Come here, handsome. Let's have some fun." "No, this is an illusion." Chen Yang's heart clenched as he frantically mobilized his psychic power, struggling against the seduction. Yet the scene shifted once more. This time the figure that appeared was Lin Yueshi. She wore that same black combat suit, yet her countenance bore an expression he had never witnessed before, demure and bashful. She stepped toward him one pace at a time, then slowly drew down the zipper across her chest. "Chen Yang. I'm so hot." Chen Yang felt his mind was on the verge of exploding. His reason insisted that all of this was false. Yet his body, his very instincts screamed with maddening fervor, yearning to rush forward and crush the beauty before him into a desperate embrace. The scene transformed again. This time it was Anya. She wore that adorable rabbit sleepwear, gazing at him with bashful shyness as she whispered, "Hubby. I want more." Boom. The final thread of sanity within Chen Yang's mind snapped completely. He could resist Jiang Li's enchantment for hers was naked, brazen seduction. He could barely withstand Lin Yueshi's temptation, for what he felt toward her was more akin to reverence and admiration. But Anya, this girl who had already become one with him, whom he had sworn to protect for a lifetime. Every glance, every gesture, every word from her could effortlessly breach all his defenses. A primordial, uncontrollable flame ignited from his abdomen and instantaneously engulfed his entire body. He felt as though he might explode at any moment. Do you feel it? This is your desire. The first step you must take now is to stop resisting. Feel it, embrace it. Jiang Li's voice, like the devil's whisper, lingered at his ear. Chen Yang's breathing grew increasingly ragged. His body began to surrender to an uncontrollable scorching heat. He finally understood why Lin Yueshi had said Jiang Li's training exacted such tremendous tolls. How could this possibly be called training? This was nothing less than spiritual violation. No wonder she had told him to keep himself in check. Within such illusions, who the hell could maintain control? Desire, like floodwaters breaching a dam, assaulted Chen Yang's spirit with frenzied fury. Within his consciousness, scene after scene of sensual imagery flickered past like a revolving lantern. Jiang Li's seductive allure, Lin Yueshi's demure shyness, and Ya's innocent purity. Three women, three distinct temperaments, yet each provoked his deepest primal instincts in the most direct, most primordial manner. As Jiang Li's voice concluded, that psychic force field intensified once more. Chen Yang felt his consciousness beginning to blur. He seemed to truly find himself immersed within a dreamscape suffused with tenderness and lingering affection. The next moment he reached out, striving to touch the phantom before him. The hand that Chen Yang had extended transformed into a fist, smashing down upon himself. Crack. A crystalline sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed through the realm of his consciousness. In an instant, every illusion crumbled into oblivion. Chen Yang's eyes snapped open with a jolt. His gaze blazed a furious crimson, threaded with countless blood vessels, yet beneath that violent exterior his pupils shone with a clarity that bordered on the divine. Huff, huff, huff. He drew in great ragged gulps of air. Every inch of his body was drenched in sweat, as though he had only just been fished from the depths of some bottomless lake. Those mere 30 minutes had taxed him far more severely than 10 grueling hours of training under 50 times the force of gravity. It was the simultaneous absolute exhaustion of both spirit and will. Across from him, Jiang Li sat cross-legged in meditation, her condition appearing to be scarcely better than his own. Her delicate countenance was flushed a deep, vivid scarlet, and her brow glistened with crystalline beads of perspiration. The silken nightgown she wore, already sheer at its finest, clung to the provocative contours of her voluptuous figure even more tightly, now soaked through as it was with sweat. She fixed her gaze upon Chen Yang, and within those mesmerizing, soul-stealing peach blossom eyes there swirled a tempest of astonishment, and a scarcely concealed flicker of excitement and raw desire. You actually broke free." Jiang Li's voice trembled at its edges, rough with incredulity. Her cage of desire was a technique she took considerable pride in having mastered. Though the intensity she had calibrated for Chen Yang was merely equivalent to an E-class trial, even a D-class spiritual practitioner once ensnared within its grip would find liberation through their own strength a near impossibility. Yet Chen Yang, a mere novice, had somehow. "Monster. You truly are a monster." Jiang Li murmured to herself, her exquisite eyes darting briefly toward the response that Chen Yang's body still stubbornly refused to relinquish. Rather than betraying even the faintest hint of embarrassment, she instead extended her tongue, tracing it slowly across her parched lips. "Sister hasn't had her fill just yet." Her words sent alarm bells clanging furiously within Chen Yang's mind. Did that enchantress truly mean to continue another round, and he could no longer be certain of withstanding it? But at that very moment the door to the training chamber swung open from the outside. The figure of Lin Yueshi materialized within the doorway. The instant she crossed the threshold, the thick, acrid perfume of desire, so potent it stung the nostrils, assailed her senses. Then her gaze fell upon the two occupants of the room, disheveled, drenched in sweat, and upon Chen Yang's unmistakably aberrant physical state. Lin Yueshi's countenance darkened to the hue of a thundercloud in an instant. Jiangli, you've resorted to that trick again. Her voice was frigid enough to crystallize frost upon the air. Oh my Yueshi, your timing is impeccable. Far from being even remotely contrite, Jiangli rose to her feet, with a bewitching smile swaying her hips as she glided forward to meet her. Care to join us? The three of us together would make it far more exhilarating. The three of us together will be far more thrilling. Lin Yueshi paid no heed to her coquettish provocations. She strode purposefully toward Chen Yang, reaching out to press her palm against his forehead. Scorching. She observed his crimson-rimmed eyes and the labored cadence of his breathing. Then she whirled about, abruptly fixing Jiangli with a gaze that could have bored through steel. Is this how you instruct your students? Are you teaching him or seducing him? Pray tell, is there truly a distinction? Jiangli replied with a dismissive shrug. So long as it forges him into something stronger, what difference does the method make? Besides, observe him closely. Does he not appear to be thoroughly enjoying himself? Here, take a look. You. Lin Yueshi cast a fleeting glance at Chen Yang, then hastily averted her flushed gaze, her bosom heaving with indignant fury. She knew full well she could never prevail against that shameless temptress in any verbal sparring. Chen Yang, how are you feeling? Is anything amiss? I'm fine, instructor. Chen Yang drew a deep breath, striving desperately to quell the surging tide of qi and blood still roiling within him. It's just, I'm rather exhausted. Exhausted, you say? Lin Yueshi seethed with a volatile mixture of rage and heartache. Her method of cultivation is nothing short of bankrupting your spirit and life force. The damage inflicted upon the body is catastrophic. Yueshi, I confess that remark rather offends me. Jiangli interjected lazily from the side. Bankrupting, you say? I prefer to term it destruction preceding rebirth. Unless one drives him to the very brink of his limits, how else might one awaken his fullest potential? Balderdash. Lin Yueshi retorted without the slightest courtesy. I brought him here so that you might instruct him in the proper methods of spiritual cultivation, not so that you might employ these heretical techniques and reduce him to your plaything. Jiangli beamed with unshakable confidence. He becoming your plaything would be rather delightful in truth. But fret not, his physical foundation surpasses anything you might anticipate. If you harbor doubts, why not inquire of him directly? She then redirected her gaze toward Chen Yang. Chen Yang faltered for a moment before turning his awareness inward to probe the ocean of his consciousness. To his astonishment, he discovered that following that ultimate ordeal of stretching and explosive exertion, though his spiritual force had been profoundly depleted, the totality of his reservoir appeared to have expanded by a discernible margin. Moreover, it had grown more condensed, more resilient, more unyielding. Much like crude iron refined through the forge 1,000 times, it was in the very process of transforming into tempered steel. It must be acknowledged Jiang Li's methods, however unorthodox, possessed genuine efficacy. Desire indeed was a blade that cut in both directions. Wielded with wisdom, it could wound one's enemies, and mishandled, it could devastate oneself. After a moment's deliberation, he chose to speak only the truth. Instructor, my spiritual force has indeed grown somewhat stronger. The instant those words escaped his lips, Lin Yueshi's expression underwent a subtle but unmistakable darkening. Jiang Li, by contrast, smiled with even greater triumph. Lin Yueshi clenched her teeth. Is there still training scheduled for today? None whatsoever. We're finished. Return another day. Chen Yang, we're leaving. Lin Yueshi seized Chen Yang's hand and propelled him toward the exit, unwilling to linger within those walls for even a single heartbeat longer. Adieu, wait. Jiang Li called out from behind them. What now? Lin Yueshi snapped back irritably. Jiang Li paid her no heed. Instead, she fixed her attention upon Chen Yang, blew him an impish wink, and gestured to him with a motion that mimicked holding a telephone to her ear. Handsome boy, should you find yourself missing your sister, you may come find me at any hour. Sister's door shall forever remain open to you. Lin Yueshi's countenance once again darkened to the shade of midnight. Without uttering another word, she dragged Chen Yang away from that den of iniquity, never once glancing back. Along the path of their return, Lin Yueshi maintained a silence so absolute and a demeanor so ominous that the very air seemed to thicken with dread. Chen Yang trailed beside her, equally unwilling to break that oppressive quiet. He could sense with unmistakable clarity that the beautiful instructor's disposition had plunged to depths most perilous. From this moment forth, keep your distance from her. After they had walked in silence for what felt like an eternity, Lin Yueshi at last spoke, each syllable dripping with venomous warning. I said that beyond the stipulated hours of instruction you are to maintain your distance from that she-devil. Lin Yueshi reiterated with unmistakable gravity. She is no woman of virtue. Should you linger in her company for long, you shall inevitably be devoured down to the very marrow of your bones. Understood. I shall comply. Chen Yang replied with dutiful obedience. Furthermore, Lin Yueshi halted her steps, pivoted to face him squarely, and fixed him with a gaze of utmost severity. Henceforth you are forbidden from permitting her to take any improper liberties with you. Do you comprehend me? Improper liberties. Chen Yang blinked momentarily bewildered. It means. Lin Yueshi's complexion suffused with color once more as the memory of what she had witnessed within that training chamber surged unbidden to her mind. It means you shall not permit her to lay a single unchaste finger upon you. Chen Yang observed her torn between fury and embarrassment, and a sudden irrepressible urge to laugh welled within him. He suppressed the impulse with great effort and nodded with feigned solemnity. Yes, instructor. I shall commit it to memory. Witnessing his compliance, Lin Yueshi's expression gradually softened. She released a long sigh, her voice gentling in tandem. I do not presume to govern your affairs. I simply worry for your well-being. You are still young, your resolve insufficiently tempered. It would be all too easy for her to lead you astray. I understand, instructor. Chen Yang regarded her with a gaze of sincere gratitude. Thank you for your concern. Beneath the weight of that earnest gaze, the treacherous rhythm of Lin Yueshi's heart accelerated once more, entirely beyond her capacity to govern. What a... Chen Yang observed the figure retreating in what could only be described as a flustered scramble and let forth a mournful wail. What madness had befallen him? Two women locked in their bitter rivalry, and yet somehow it was he who emerged the wretched casualty. The next morning, Lin Yueshi stood at the podium with an unnatural look on her face. She wore a crisp instructor uniform with her hair tied high, appearing no different from usual. But only she alone knew the truth. The events of the previous night had kept her awake the entire night long. Each time she closed her eyes, those blush-inducing and heart-racing scenes would surface in her mind. Ahem. She cleared her throat, making every effort to sound normal. Students, I have an important announcement to make. The classroom fell instantly silent, everyone raising their heads to look toward the podium. 10 days from now, the school will hold the freshman grand competition. The moment Lin Yueshi's words left her lips, the classroom erupted into an uproar. The freshman grand competition. It's finally here. I've heard the top-ranked students receive enormous credit rewards. The students buzzed with excitement, their eyes gleaming. At the first military academy, credits were everything. With credits, one could visit the school's resource vault to exchange for various precious cultivation resources, advanced martial techniques, and even top-tier mecha components. Quiet. Lin Yueshi tapped the podium. Once the classroom fell silent again, she continued, this freshman grand competition will use a credit system. The top 10 from each academy will receive generous credit rewards. First place, 10,000 credits. Second place, 8,000 credits. Third place, 6,000 credits. And so on. 10,000 credits. Someone drew in a sharp breath. After all the basic credits distributed by the school, each month amounted to only 1,000. 10,000 credits was equivalent to 10 months' total earnings. In addition to credit rewards, the top 3 will also earn qualification to enter the Gravity Cultivation Tower for a period of 1 month. Lin Yueshi continued. Gravity Cultivation Tower. The moment these 4 characters were spoken, the atmosphere in the classroom reached its peak. That was one of the most top-tier cultivation facilities at the first military academy, where the gravity environment could be freely adjusted, reaching up to 100 times normal gravity. Cultivating in such an environment for 1 month would yield results far surpassing a full year of hard training outside. Therefore, for these 10 days you must prepare well. Lin Yueshi swept her gaze across the room, and her eyes finally lingered briefly on Chen Yang. Their gazes met. Chen Yang noticed a faint flush rising on Lin Yueshi's cheeks. She quickly averted her gaze and turned to bring up a training plan on the light screen. For the next 10 days, I will create specialized intensive training programs tailored to each of your weaknesses. Anyone who slacks off will face my wrath. Yes. The students responded in unison, their voices loud and filled with fighting spirit. Chen Yang sat in his seat, but his mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. The freshman grand competition. This would be the perfect opportunity to test exactly how strong he had become. Moreover, that 10,000 credit prize and the Gravity Cultivation Tower spot. He would claim them both. In the following days, Chen Yang's life became even more fulfilling. During the day, under Lin Yueshi's guidance, he underwent intense physical and combat training. At night, he followed their prior arrangement, Lin Yueshi on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, Zhang Li on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Worth noting was that ever since that night, Lin Yueshi's attitude toward him had undergone a subtle shift. She no longer treated him merely as a student. During training sessions, she would occasionally cast complicated glances his way. Sometimes when their hands accidentally brushed against each other, she would recoil, as if electrocuted, her cheeks turning red. He knew that what happened in Zhang Li's cultivation room that night had left quite an impression on her. But both of them maintained a tacit understanding, never bringing it up. They simply kept an ambiguous and delicate distance between them. Chen Yang had noticed something rather interesting over the past few days. Every time he went to Zhang Li's for training, he would invariably bump into Xia Qingying at the doorway. That aloof S-rank genius would emerge from Zhang Li's cultivation room with a face flushed like a ripe apple, stumbling slightly with each step. Once Chen Yang couldn't help but asked Zhang Li, "Instructor, do you use the same training methods for all your students?" Zhang Li was lazily reclining on the sofa. Upon hearing this, she lifted her eyelids and shot him a flirtatious glance. Aren't you jealous, handsome? I'm just curious. Chen Yang scratched his head. What kind of illusions do you use for female students? Jiangli burst into giggles, her body trembling with laughter. Want to know? Well, I certainly can't tell you. She rolled over and lay on her stomach, chin resting on her arms, her smile even more enchanting. However, I can tell you one thing. What? You boys, when faced with desire, are all more or less the same. But girls are different. She extended her tongue and licked her lips. Girls' desires are far more complicated than yours. With that, she refused to reveal any more. Chen Yang could only drop the matter. That evening, it was Chen Yang's turn to train at Lin Yuexi's place. Inside the training room, Lin Yuexi was teaching him a new A-rank sword technique, the flame blade. This technique differed entirely from the earlier 7 forms of breaking army. The 7 forms emphasized overbearing power and ruthless slaughter. In contrast, the flame blade focused on speed and fluidity. Every slash resembled leaping flames so fast as to dazzle the eye. After demonstrating the technique once, Lin Yuexi sheathed her blade and stood still. She was wearing a form-fitting crimson training outfit that day, perfectly matching the name of the sword technique. Understood? Yes. Chen Yang nodded, picked up the combat blade, and began practicing. Inside his mind, his super deduction talent went into overdrive. Countless optimization plans materialized in an instant. Soon he had refined this A-rank sword technique to the level of S-rank. Sword light blazed like fire dancing through the training room. Watching his movements, Lin Yuexi's eyes once again revealed that complicated expression. This fellow was truly a monster. No matter what he was taught, he could master and optimize it to perfection in the shortest possible time. Just then, Chen Yang suddenly stopped. His complexion had grown somewhat pale. Chen Yang. Noticing something was wrong, Lin Yuexi immediately walked over. What's wrong? I feel a bit dizzy. Chen Yang held his forehead, feeling waves of stabbing pain in his head. Lin Yuexi reached out and touched his forehead. It wasn't hot, but she could sense that the star energy within Chen Yang's body was flowing chaotically. You've been cultivating too aggressively lately. Lin Yuexi frowned. The body may be as tough as iron, but the spirit is not. If you continue like this, problems are inevitable. She supported Chen Yang and helped him sit on the nearby mat. Let's call it a day. Meditate for a while and rest well. I'm going to take a shower. Saying this, she turned and headed toward the bathroom. Chen Yang sat cross-legged on the mat, closed his eyes, and tried to calm the chaotic star energy within his body. But for some reason his mind would not quiet down. The sound of running water drifted from the bathroom. Involuntarily, certain inappropriate images began to surface in his mind. Lin Yuexi's fiery figure, her fair skin, those long and graceful legs. Chen Yang shook his head vigorously, trying to drive those thoughts away. But the more he tried to suppress them, the clearer the images became. Gradually, he felt his consciousness beginning to blur. A wave of scorching heat rose from his dantian, rapidly spreading throughout his limbs and entire body. Something was wrong. Panic surged through Chen Yang's mind. Chen Yang tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as though they were weighed down with lead, refusing to obey his will. A moment later, his consciousness plunged into a haze of chaos. When he opened his eyes once again, he realized that he had been pulled into that accursed illusion realm yet again. It was identical to the one he had experienced at Jiangli's place. The training room took on a suggestive, alluring atmosphere. That familiar orchid-like fragrance lingered in the air. Then the bathroom door swung open and a figure stepped out. It was Lin Yuexi. Yet at the same time it was not. In this illusion, she wore no skin-tight combat suit. Instead, she was draped in a black lace nightgown as sheer as a cicada's wing. Her pale, luminous skin seemed all the more alluring against the dark fabric. She stepped toward Chen Yang, one foot at a time, a bewitching smile playing upon her lips. Being all alone here must be terribly lonely, isn't it? Her voice had taken on a magnetic quality, every bit as captivating as Jiang Li's. Chen Yang felt his heart threatening to leap from his chest. He willed himself to retreat, but his body refused to obey. He tried to speak, yet no sound escaped his throat. The illusory Lin Yuexi had already drawn close enough to stand before him. She leaned down, her warm breath brushing against his face. Let big sister take good care of you. Later in the bathroom. Lin Yuexi dried the droplets from her skin and wrapped a wide towel around her immaculate figure. She stepped out of the bathroom to check on Chen Yang's condition. However, the moment her gaze fell upon him, her countenance changed dramatically. Chen Yang remained seated in his cross-legged position, but his face had flushed a deep crimson, and an unnatural feverish hue suffused every inch of his skin. His body trembled faintly, veins bulging across his forehead. Most terrifying of all, a wave of searing heat radiated outward from him, spreading in all directions. Not good. Lin Yuexi's heart clenched. Chi deviation. This was the most dreaded, most fatal catastrophe that could befall any cultivator. If mishandled, it would result in the complete destruction of one's cultivation at best, or a body torn apart from within at worst. She had no time to deliberate. In a single bound, she rushed forward and pressed her palm against Chen Yang's back, intending to use her own stellar energy to guide the violent force rampaging within him. Yet the instant her hand made contact with his skin, a terrifying surge of heat assailed her. Scorching, blistering. It was as though she had laid her hand upon a branding iron fresh from the forge. And what horrified her even more was that upon her touch, Chen Yang's body shuddered violently. Then his tightly shut eyes flew open. Those eyes held not a trace of reason, only the most primal, most savage desire. Grrh. A guttural, inhuman growl tore from Chen Yang's throat. He seized Lin Yuexi's wrist in a vice-like grip with astonishing strength. Lin Yuexi felt her wrist clamped as though in an iron vice. Though her own strength could easily break free, Chen Yang's condition was clearly what mattered most at this moment. Chen Yang, snap out of it. Lin Yuexi cried out, her voice laced with alarm and urgency. But Chen Yang could not hear her at all. He had been utterly consumed by his inner demon. With a sudden forceful pull, he drew Lin Yuexi entirely into his embrace. Startled, Lin Yuexi lost her balance and tumbled into his lap. The towel wrapped around her body came undone amid the rough motion. A flawless, unclothed feminine form was thus laid bare before Chen Yang, without the slightest concealment. Chen Yang's breathing grew instantly heavier. Within those crimson eyes the flames of desire burned even more ferociously. He lowered his head and pressed his lips against those inviting rosy ones so close to his own. Lin Yuexi's eyes flew wide. She struggled to resist, but Chen Yang's arms locked around her like iron shackles, trapping her utterly still within his embrace. She felt a burning palm begin roaming brazenly across the smooth expanse of her bare back. An unprecedented tide of fear and mortification welled up within Lin Yuexi's heart. Who was she? She was the ace instructor of the first military academy. She was the pride of the Lin family. With her strength, she could easily break free from Chen Yang's hold, and could even strike this unhinged fool down with a single palm, leaving him gravely injured. But she gazed at Chen Yang's face, twisted in agony, at those eyes that burned with desire, yet still flickered with a trace of struggle. Her heart suddenly softened. She knew that Chen Yang had not meant to do this. He had simply fallen into chi deviation. If she pushed him away now, the violent force within him would have no outlet, and the end result would be his body bursting apart from within. Was a once-in-a-generation prodigy, one she had personally nurtured, doomed to perish like this? She could not accept it. And besides, Lin Yuexi's mind conjured up every moment she had shared with Chen Yang in recent days. His focus during training, the trust he placed in her, the youthful spirit he occasionally revealed. And that night, when he had been tormented by that vixen Jiang Li, the inexplicable ache and fury she had felt in her own heart. She realized that she had truly grown somewhat fond of this student who was several years her junior. Enough. Enough. A flash of resolve glinted in Lin Yuexi's eyes. Slowly she closed them. If this was the only way to save him, if she too was not entirely indifferent to him, then let it be the sacrifice she made to save a genius. She abandoned her resistance, her body gradually yielding against Chen Yang's embrace. His burning hands began to venture into unexplored territories. Before long, the training room echoed with the young woman's muffled cries, a sound steeped in pain, yet tinged with a strange sense of release. Those sounds rose and fell in waves. Lin Yuexi felt herself like a lone skiff on a storm-tossed sea, lifted again and again to the crest of towering waves. She could not say how long passed before that seemingly endless tempest finally began to quiet. The training room lay in utter disarray. Shredded garments were strewn across the floor. The air was thick with a heady, wanton atmosphere. Lin Yuexi lay limp across Chen Yang's chest, utterly drained of strength. She felt as though her body had been disassembled and reassembled, much like the mech she studied every day. But compared to her body's exhaustion, her heart was far more turbulent. Embarrassment, regret, bewilderment, and a peculiar sense of fulfillment she would not even admit to herself. She lifted her gaze to look at the man beneath her, who had already fallen into a deep sleep. His complexion had returned to normal, and his breathing had steadied into a slow, even rhythm. The violent stellar energy within him had been thoroughly calmed. It seemed her sacrifice had indeed proven effective. An inexpressible emotion welled up in Lin Yuexi's heart. She had thus become his woman from his teacher in a single breath. Everything had happened so quickly, so suddenly. Too fast for her to even fully process it now. She reached out and gently caressed Chen Yang's sharp, angular cheek. This fellow, when he was asleep, actually looked rather well behaved. Nothing like that tireless wild beast he had been just moments ago. The thought of those frenzied scenes from before sent a flush once more creeping uncontrollably across Lin Yuexi's cheeks. She reached out and gently stroked his hair. Fool. Her voice was soft, tinged with a sob. What you owe me, you will never be able to repay in this lifetime. Chen Yang's consciousness slowly drifted back from the haze of unconsciousness. The first sensation that reached his body was warmth. Then came softness, and a faint, pleasant fragrance of orchids. He slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a vision of pristine white, fair skin, delicate collarbones, and the gentle curve of rising and falling. Chen Yang's mind instantly short-circuited. Wait, what on earth was happening? He lowered his gaze and discovered Lin Yuexi lying on top of him without a single stitch of clothing. Her face, usually so resolute and spirited, was now nestled against his chest, sleeping soundly. One of her legs was draped across his waist. There was nothing between them, no barrier at all. Chen Yang felt his heart pounding as though it might burst from his chest. What in the world had happened last night? He racked his memories desperately, but only fragmented images surfaced in his mind. Chi deviation losing all reason, and then, damn it, Chen Yang's face instantly turned ashen. He couldn't possibly have, with the instructor, He dared not think further. Just at that moment Lin Yueshi, still lying on top of him, let out a languid murmur. She had awakened. Their eyes met. The atmosphere instantly froze solid. A crimson flush spread across Lin Yueshi's face with visible speed. You're awake. Her voice carried the husky quality of someone who had just woken. Instructor Chen Yang's tongue tied itself into knots from nervousness. Last night I didn't mean to. I suffered chi deviation. I truly didn't mean to. I'm sorry. His words tumbled out in a jumbled mess, and he wished he could find a crack in the floor to crawl into. What in the world had he done? He had slept with the instructor? If word of this ever got out, how could he ever show his face here again? Lin Yueshi watched his utterly helpless expression and couldn't help but laugh. The tension in her heart eased considerably. She pushed herself up and sat. The blanket slipped away, and the springtime scenery was briefly revealed. Chen Yang hastily averted his gaze, his face flushing as red as a boiled shrimp. What are you looking at? It's not as if you haven't seen it before. Lin Yueshi shot him a withering glance. Chen Yang, you. Her voice drifted almost ethereal. How do you intend to take responsibility? Chen Yang stood dumbfounded. I said, how do you intend to take responsibility? Lin Yueshi fixed him with an unwavering stare. Surely you're not thinking of having your way with me and then casting me aside. No. I will take responsibility. Chen Yang hastily assured her. I will definitely take responsibility. Then that's settled. Lin Yueshi let out a breath of relief. Chen Yang gazed at the beautiful and captivating Lin Yueshi before him, his throat growing increasingly parched. So instructor, what is our relationship now? She glanced at the youth's athletic sculpted physique and spoke in a soft measured voice. Chen Yang, I'm not some loose woman. What happened last night, I was willing. Even though you lost control at first, afterward, I didn't refuse either. Her face burned red as though it might bleed. So do I really need to spell out what our relationship is now, Chen Yang's heart pounded violently. He gazed at the beautiful instructor who was usually so valiant and dashing, now shyly lowering her head like a young girl. An indescribable emotion welled up within him. He reached out and gently took Lin Yueshi's hand in his. Instructor. No, Yueshi, Chen Yang said earnestly. I will take responsibility for you. Lin Yueshi's body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked into those clear, sincere eyes. Fool. Her eyes reddened slightly. The next moment, she leaned in of her own accord and pressed her lips to his. This time it was neither chi deviation nor loss of control. It was the meeting of two hearts in mutual affection. A long while later their lips parted. Lin Yueshi nestled against Chen Yang's chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Chen Yang, you're right now. She suddenly sensed something, and her face flushed once more. You rascal, you want more? Chen Yang was equally embarrassed. But his body's reaction was beyond his control. Lin Yueshi bit her lip, then suddenly flipped over and pressed Chen Yang beneath her. Since things have already come to this. A hint of allure flickered in her eyes. Then let's go again. Right now. Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. What else? Lin Yueshi leaned down and whispered near his ear. Her warm breath sent an irresistible tickle straight to Chen Yang's heart. You think last night was enough? I've held back for far too long. With those words she kissed him once more. The training room once again echoed with sounds of intimacy. Yueshi, this really is. 1 hour later, Chen Yang and Lin Yueshi exited the training room through two separate doors. To avoid being seen together, the two had agreed to head to the classroom at staggered times. Chen Yang walked along the path feeling as though he were still in a dream. Had he really conquered Instructor Lin? And not just once but twice. He touched his own face, confirming this was no illusion. It couldn't be more real. An idiotic grin spread uncontrollably across his face. In the classroom, Chen Yang stepped inside just as the bell rang. He had barely settled into his seat when he noticed Lin Yueshi walking in through another door. Their gazes met briefly in the air before both quickly looked away. A delicate blush rose to Lin Yueshi's cheeks. Xia Qingying, seated in the front row, keenly picked up on something amiss. She looked at Chen Yang, then at Lin Yueshi. She couldn't shake the feeling that something about the atmosphere between those two was off. Moreover, Instructor Lin's gait today seemed somehow a little unnatural. Xia Qingying furrowed her brow, then shook her head, deciding she was overthinking things. Chen Yang sat in his seat and secretly opened his personal terminal, intending to message Anya. But after some thought he decided against it. Some things were better said in person. When he looked up, he saw Lin Yueshi standing at the podium, her expression subtly strained as she gazed elsewhere. Her face was still flushed. Ahem. Lin Yueshi cleared her throat. Students, there is less than 1 week remaining until the freshman tournament. Starting today, every afternoon, we will conduct practical mecha piloting training. Additionally, registration for the tournament is now open. You may sign up for the events in which you specialize. No sooner had she finished speaking than Xia Qingying raised her hand. Instructor Lin, may I ask how many events we may register for? You may register for up to 3 events. Lin Yueshi answered. The competition will be held over 3 days with matches in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Any overlapping registrations will be automatically scheduled at different times to avoid conflicts. Understood, thank you, instructor. Xia Qingying nodded. A sharp gleam flickered in her eyes. Lin Yueshi continued explaining the tournament rules and important details. But her gaze never dared to linger on Chen Yang. Every time she accidentally caught sight of him, images from this morning's passionate encounter would flash unbidden through her mind. Her face would burn uncontrollably. This lecture was particularly grueling for Lin Yueshi to deliver. The afternoon mecha class was a trial piloting session, which posed no difficulty whatsoever for Chen Yang. Soon evening arrived. After dinner, Chen Yang made his way as usual to Jiang Li's cultivation chamber. He pressed the doorbell, and the door opened almost immediately. Xia Qingying stepped out, her face flushed. But as the two had met more frequently, they would occasionally exchange a greeting. Jiang Li was dressed in a wine-red silk robe, her hair cascading loosely about her shoulders, the very picture of languid, seductive charm. "Handsome young man, you're here." She smiled and stepped aside. "Come in." Chen Yang stepped into the cultivation chamber and sensed that the atmosphere today was somewhat different from usual. The usual alluring incense had not been lit today, nor did Jiang Li contrive her usual excuses to take advantage of him. She merely settled onto the sofa and gestured for Chen Yang to sit across from her. "Aren't we cultivating today?" Chen Yang asked in confusion. "We are," Jiang Li nodded. "But before that, I want to first test the current strength of your spiritual sense." She extended her hand, and an invisible ripple unfurled from her fingertips. Chen Yang sensed something probing the depths of his spiritual sea. Yet this probe was utterly unlike Jiang Li's previous invasive methods. This one was gentle, almost tender. Moments later, Jiang Li withdrew her hand. An expression of astonishment bloomed across her features. "Your spiritual sense. How has it suddenly surged so dramatically? I suggest you have it properly measured tomorrow to determine its exact grade." She fixed her gaze upon Chen Yang. "So what happened to you last night?" Chen Yang's face flushed crimson in an instant. I suffered a cultivation deviation," he stammered haltingly. "Cultivation deviation?" Jiang Li arched an eyebrow. "And then, and then it passed," Chen Yang replied vaguely. Jiang Li observed his hesitant, unspoken demeanor, and suddenly laughed. She rose to her feet, approached Chen Yang, bent forward, and leaned close to his ear. "Let me guess." Her voice dripped with seduction. "You wouldn't have had something happen with that little ice mountain, Lin Yueshi, would you, eh?" Chen Yang's body went rigid. "Tisk tisk tsk." Jiang Li straightened up and circled him slowly. "It seems I've guessed correctly." How did you know?" Chen Yang asked in astonishment. "Simple," Jiang Li replied with a smile. "Her scent clings to you. And today the way she walks is different from usual. After all my years at the military academy, what haven't I seen?" Chen Yang's face burned as though it might drip blood. "Well done, handsome." Jiang Li reached out and patted his shoulder. "Even Lin Yueshi, that eternal ice mountain, has fallen to your charms. Not bad at all." Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. "Though it hardly surprises me." Jiang Li's playful mien faded as she spoke earnestly. "Dual cultivation truly ranks among the swiftest methods of enhancing one's spiritual sense, especially during a cultivation deviation. If someone is willing to use her own body to help channel that violent, chaotic energy, the results would be remarkably pronounced." Chen Yang grasped her meaning. So the events of last night had not only saved his life, but had granted his spiritual force an enormous ascension. "Very well. Since your spiritual sense has already broken through to such an extent." Jiang Li returned to the sofa and seated herself cross-legged. "I'll teach you something practical today. Combat techniques for spiritual sense users." Chen Yang immediately straightened his posture and listened with full attention. The combat methodology of a spiritual sense user is in essence quite simple. Jiang Li extended her hand as an invisible ripple coalesced within her palm. It is the direct assault of an enemy's consciousness through spiritual force. Such attacks bypass physical defense and render shields meaningless. So long as your spiritual force is potent enough, a single strike can prove fatal. With a wave of her hand, that spiritual force transformed into a translucent spike that hurtled toward the training target nearby. The training target's surface sustained no visible damage whatsoever, yet the sensor within emitted a shrill alarm. "Do you see, Oi?" Jiang Li smiled. "This is the most fundamental offensive technique of a spiritual sense user, the spiritual sense drill. An A-rank skill, crude and direct, yet eminently practical." Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let me try." He closed his eyes, and following the method Jiang Li had just demonstrated, began to gather his own spiritual force. Presently, an invisible ripple also formed within his palm. Then, his eyes snapping open, he swept his hand forth. A translucent spike shot toward the training target. Boom. The training target detonated outright. Not the sensor's alarm, but the entire target, shattered from within, reduced to a heap of fragments. Jiang Li's eyes widened in an instant. This is..." She rose to her feet and strode to the pile of debris to examine it closely. "This is no A-rank spiritual sense drill," she murmured to herself. "This is at least S-rank. Know the power of SS rank." She whipped her head around and stared fixedly at Chen Yang. "Yueshi was right after all. You really can optimize your own techniques, you little rascal." Chen Yang scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. "I just slightly altered the method of channeling force and the way spiritual energy condenses." Jiang Li drew a deep breath, striving to compose herself. "Fine, you win." She waved her hand dismissively. "Enough for one day. Greed leads only to indigestion. That's it for today." Chen Yang was stunned. Already. Zhongli nodded, returned to the sofa, and sat down. She patted the space beside her. Come sit here. Chen Yang was somewhat puzzled but complied. The two sat side by side on the sofa. Zhongli said nothing, merely sitting quietly. An uncommon stillness descended upon the training room. After a long while, Zhongli at last spoke. Chen Yang, what do you think of me as a person? Huh? The sudden question caught Chen Yang utterly off guard. I mean, what do you think I'm? Zhongli turned to look at him. What kind of person am I? Chen Yang considered for a moment, then answered earnestly. Instructor, you're incredibly powerful, and your teaching ability is exceptional, and very scorching. Zhongli finished his sentence with a smile. I didn't say that. Chen Yang hastily waved his hands. Ha! Zhongli burst into laughter, her mirth rippling through her like blossoms trembling in the wind. Just then her communicator suddenly rang. Zhongli glanced at it, and her countenance changed instantly. She answered the call, and a cold, hard, masculine voice emanated from the device. Captain Zhongli, the frontline situation is dire. The 7th defense line has fallen. The military department is urgently conscripting all spiritual sense users above SS rank to proceed for support at once. Acknowledged. Zhongli's voice turned calm and professional. I will reach the teleportation point within 1 hour. Very good. The communication severed. Silence reclaimed the training room. Chen Yang gazed at Zhongli, an undercurrent of disquiet stirring within him. Instructor, you're going to the front lines. Zhongli nodded. Military orders are as immutable as mountains. This is our sacred duty. She rose, approached the weapon rack, took up an exquisite short sword, and affixed it at her waist. She moistened her lips. What do you think of this big sister of yours? Chen Yang froze. What on earth was the proper answer to this question? Zhongli approached him, extended her hand, and patted his backside. Seeing how Lin Yueshi can barely walk steady today, I'd wager you weren't half bad. If Big Sister manages to come back alive from the front lines. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, I might not be opposed either, you know. Having spoken, she turned and walked away, leaving Chen Yang standing alone, utterly dumbfounded. As Chen Yang departed from Zhongli's cultivation chamber, her parting words still echoed through his mind. It's not like it's out of the question. That enchanting vixen. Even on the eve of battle, she couldn't resist teasing him one last time. Chen Yang shook his head and quickened his pace toward the dormitory. The matter of the war at the front lines, he had caught glimpses of it occasionally in the news. The bug race, the mechanical church, the alien behemoths. These forces from other species would launch attacks against the Federation from time to time. With every war, countless warriors perished in the conflict. Though Zhongli may have seemed frivolous, she was after all a top-tier powerhouse. The urgency of her conscription to the front lines spoke volumes about how dire the situation truly was. He could only hope she would return safely. Chen Yang heaved a sigh and pushed open the door to his dormitory. Husband. Anya immediately sprang up from the sofa and threw herself into his arms. Was today's training exhausting? She tilted her little face upward, her large violet eyes brimming with concern. As Chen Yang held her close, a sudden intense wave of guilt washed over his heart. How was he to broach the events of last night with Anya? Admit that he had suffered a chi deviation and then bedded Instructor Lin. How could such words ever leave his lips? Husband. Anya sensed something amiss. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Anya, Chen Yang drew a deep breath. There's something I need to tell you. What is it? Last night. Chen Yang clenched his teeth and resolved to speak the truth. Last night during my training at Instructor Lin's place, I suffered a chi deviation. Anya's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. And then in order to save me, Instructor Lin, she used her own body to help channel the violent energy within you. Anya finished softly. Chen Yang was stunned. How did you know? Because I could smell it. Anya's voice was barely above a whisper. There's the scent of another woman on you, husband. And besides, when you just came back today, the fluctuations emanating from your body were far stronger than yesterday. She lifted her head and gazed at Chen Yang. What's that word again? Dual cultivation. That's right, isn't it? Chen Yang fell silent. Thank heavens he hadn't chosen to hide the truth. Anya apparently knew everything. Wi-Fi. Husband. Anya reached out and cupped his face. You don't need to apologize. I told you I don't mind. A tender smile blossomed upon Anya's face. As long as you still love me, that's all I need. Of course I love you. Chen Yang declared without hesitation. You will forever be the person I love most. I know? Anya rose on tiptoe and pressed a gentle kiss to his lips. Moreover, Instructor Lin only did it to save you. I should be thanking her instead. Anya. Chen Yang held her tightly, an inexpressible swell of emotion rising within his chest. How could this foolish girl be so incredibly good? But Anya suddenly shifted her tone, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Husband, I want it too. Her voice grew softer and softer. I want it too. Chen Yang's breathing instantly grew heavy and ragged. Right now, Anya nodded shyly. Husband has become stronger, so does that mean you're even more capable? Chen Yang felt as though his heart might burst from his chest at any moment. He swept Anya up into his arms in one fluid motion and strode toward the bedroom. You little enchantress, tonight I'll show you just how formidable your husband truly is. Husband. Be gentler. The bedroom door was kicked shut behind them. Before long, the girls' irrepressible moans rose from within. That night stretched on with exceptional length. New offspring gene fusion complete. Offspring gene quota exceeded. Congratulations to the host. Enhanced reward gene optimization, fluid intermediate X1. Morning. Chen Yang walked along the path toward the academy, his spirit refreshed and his mind clear. Jiangli had been right. Now that his spiritual power had grown stronger, his control over his body had improved as well. However, Anya's body was still delicate and fragile after all. He couldn't be too rough. At this thought, Chen Yang scratched his nose. Last night did seem to have been a touch excessive. When he was leaving, Anya could barely stand steady, left to lie softly upon the bed, watching him with those dewy, glistening eyes. That little gaze held both grievance and contentment at once. Chen Yang gave his head a shake, banishing these lingering, indulgent thoughts. There was still serious business to attend to today. He needed to test exactly what level his spiritual power had now reached. The Academy's Spiritual Power Testing Center was located on the first floor of Lingyan Academy's main building. Chen Yang swiped his student card and stepped into the testing room. Several students were already waiting in line. Among them was Xia Qingying. Their gazes met across the room. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Qingying's face, but she swiftly regained her signature aloof composure. She offered a nod by way of greeting. Chen Yang returned the nod. Soon it was Xia Qingying's turn. She stepped into the testing chamber, closed her eyes, and began to release her spiritual power. On the testing chamber's light screen, numbers flickered at a frenetic pace. At last they settled upon a figure that drew gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. Spiritual power rating B. Psychic intensity peak, star envoy. As expected of the young mistress of the Xia family. AB. Spiritual power. That's absolutely terrifying. I heard her primary cultivation path isn't even psychic arts. This freshman tournament is going to be quite the spectacle. The surrounding students buzzed with discussion. Xia Qingying emerged from the testing chamber, her face utterly impassive. The result appeared to come as no surprise to her whatsoever. As she passed by Chen Yang and recognized him as a classmate, her footsteps faltered for a brief instant. Do your best as well. She murmured the words before taking her leave. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. This Ice Mountain beauty was on occasion rather endearing. Next, Chen Yang. The staff member's voice pulled him from his reverie. Chen Yang stepped into the testing chamber and settled into a cross-legged position. He closed his eyes and began to release his spiritual power. An invisible ripple emanated outward from his body. Upon the testing chamber's light screen, the numbers began their frenzied ascent. E, D, C, B, B. At last the figure came to rest at B. Spiritual power rating B. Psychic intensity peak, star envoy. Chen Yang opened his eyes and gazed at the numbers on the light screen, a glimmer of astonishment flickering within his gaze. B. And his psychic intensity had likewise reached the peak of star envoy. One must remember that his genetic rating had only just reached B himself. This signified that he had attained equal heights in both physical constitution and spiritual power. A true dual-path cultivator. Chen Yang, congratulations. The staff member approached, their face alight with astonishment. Your talent and spiritual power is truly exceptional. Have you considered switching your focus to psychic cultivation? Thank you, I'll think it over. Chen Yang replied courteously. Switch to psychic cultivation. What a jest. He was a man destined to cultivate all three paths. As he stepped out of the testing center, his spirits soared with uncommon elation. AB spiritual power rating with psychic intensity at the peak of star envoy. He wondered just where such strength might place him among this cohort of freshmen. The afternoon mech combat training session. Over 30 standard C-class training mechs stood idle across the training grounds. These mechs, approximately 10 meters tall, were entirely silver white in color, their sleek contours brimming with an undeniable sense of power. For the remainder of this afternoon's training, we will be conducting mech combat exercises. Lin Yueshi stood before the formation, her voice crisp and clear. You will be paired off for practical sparring drills. Bear in mind that these training mechs are equipped with safety limiters, so the force of any attacks will not exceed what you can withstand. However, the sensation of pain itself will still be very much present. So I expect you to take this seriously. Yes, instructor. The students chorused in unison. Yet the faces of most were etched with nervous anticipation. Mech combat was no laughing matter. Even with the safety limiters in place, the impact forces transmitted when two mechs collided could still inflict considerable pain. Moreover, this marked their very first foray into genuine mech combat. Very well, let us begin the pairing. Lin Yueshi summoned a holographic display. First pair. She called out the names as the students filed into their respective mechs one after another. Before long, the thunderous roar of mech ignition systems reverberated across the training grounds. Those lumbering metal colossi rose unsteadily to their feet under the fumbling control of the novice pilots. Watch your balance. Keep your center of gravity stable. The left joystick controls movement. It is not meant for wild gesticulation. Are you dancing in there? Lin Yueshi shouted instructions from the sidelines, beads of perspiration already forming upon her brow. The mech piloting proficiency of this lot was nothing short of abysmal. She truly could not fathom how they had managed to pass the entrance examinations. Just then one mech suddenly powered on with remarkable fluidity. The movements of that mech differed entirely from the others. Not a trace of clumsiness or hesitation marred its motions. Every gesture was executed with precision and efficiency. It first rotated its joints in place, then performed a series of fundamental combat maneuvers. Jabs, sweeping kicks, level changes, rolls. The entire sequence flowed with seamless, effortless grace. The training grounds fell instantly silent. All activity ceased as every gaze turned toward that singular mech. That is Chen Yang. Holy crap, how is he so proficient? Master, what kind of mech did you use to pilot? Lin Yueshi smiled and nodded. She had witnessed Chen Yang's prior mech piloting assessments, truly exceptional, and his current display came as no surprise. Just then Xia Qingying suddenly raised her hand. Instructor Lin, I would like to request a sparring match against Chen Yang. Her voice carried a cool, resolute quality, and the gaze she directed toward Chen Yang burned with fierce martial ardor. Lin Yueshi was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Chen Yang and inquired, what do you think? That would be fine, miss. Instructor. A faint blush coloring her cheeks, Lin Yueshi stepped aside. Very well, then the two of you shall conduct your bout in the central arena. Everyone else retreat to the safety perimeter to observe. The students promptly piloted their mechs to the edges of the training grounds. Every pair of eyes remained fixed intently upon the two mechs standing in the center of the arena. Two identical C-class entry-level mechs stood 100 meters apart, facing each other across the distance. The atmosphere grew taut with tension in an instant. Combat commenced. At Lin Yueshi's command, Xia Qingying launched the first strike. Her mech surged forward in a sudden sprint, its speed astonishing. It was evident that she had invested considerable effort in mastering mech piloting. Yet Chen Yang's mech activated at virtually the same moment, charging headlong to meet her. The two mechs collided with tremendous force at the center of the training grounds. Boom. The deafening impact reverberated through the entire facility, making the ground tremble. Xia Qingying's mech was sent staggering backward several paces. Chen Yang's mech meanwhile merely swayed slightly before stabilizing its stance. When two mechs possessed equivalent capabilities, the force transmitted to their pilots upon impact remained equal. Whichever pilot possessed superior physical conditioning, the greater resilience, would hold the decisive advantage in such collisions. What formidable physical conditioning! Xia Qingying's heart jolted with surprise. Yet she refused to retreat. Instead, the martial ardor in her eyes blazed ever fiercer. She manipulated her mech and launched another assault. This time she eschewed direct confrontation, instead circling around to Chen Yang's flank. A vicious sweeping kick targeted his mech's midsection. But Chen Yang's reaction proved even swifter. His mech abruptly dropped into a crouch, evading the strike entirely. Then an uppercut drove directly toward the chin of Xia Qingying's mech. Crack! Xia Qingying's mech was sent flying backward, crashing onto its back. Holy hell! That's incredibly fierce. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the observing students. Xia Qingying's mech barely managed to steady itself, but she herself sat within the cockpit, her head swimming from the violent tremors. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself back to clarity through sheer willpower. She could not afford to lose. Once more, she piloted her mech forward, unleashing an even more ferocious assault. Fists, elbows, knees, kicks. She deployed every combat technique she had ever learned. Yet Chen Yang's mech stood like an immovable mountain. No matter how she attacked, she could not penetrate his defenses. Conversely, each of Chen Yang's counterattacks struck with pinpoint precision at her vulnerabilities. Minute by minute, the time slipped past. 10 minutes later, Xia Qingying finally reached her limit, sinking to one knee upon the ground. It was not that the mech had run out of energy, but rather that the pilot within had pushed her physical endurance to its absolute threshold. Within the cockpit, she was utterly spent, gasping for breath, her forehead drenched in sweat. Combat concluded. The victor is Chen Yang, Lin Yueshi declared. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted across the training grounds. Chen Yang piloted his mech before Xia Qingying and extended his mechanical arm toward her. The cockpit hatch opened. Chen Yang leapt down from the 10-meter-tall mech, landing steadily upon the ground. He walked to Xia Qingying's mech and extended his hand. With solemn sincerity he said, "This was a thoroughly exhilarating match, Miss Xia. You are remarkably skilled." Xia Qingying clambered out from her cockpit as well. Her complexion was somewhat pallid and her body still trembled faintly. But when she beheld the hand Chen Yang had extended toward her, a sudden flush of color rose to her cheeks. This marked the first time she had been so utterly defeated in combat, and the first time she had experienced such an inexplicable sensation toward a male. Reluctance, admiration, and a nameless, indescribable emotion. She reached out and clasped Chen Yang's hand. "Thank you." Her voice was soft, yet Chen Yang heard it with perfect clarity. "You're welcome." Chen Yang smiled. "You are already exceedingly strong." Xia Qingying shook her head. "I still have a long way to go." She gazed at Chen Yang, a flicker of resolve flashing through her eyes. "Next time I will defeat you for certain. Then I shall be waiting." Chen Yang released her hand and turned to walk toward Lin Yueshi. Xia Qingying remained standing in place, watching his retreating figure, her heart inexplicably quickening its pace. She had also witnessed Chen Yang's spiritual sense test, a B rating that surpassed her own. That was precisely why she had been moved to issue this challenge. She had not anticipated being bested in mech combat as well. Xia Qingying could not help but acknowledge that this young man was truly formidable. She even suspected that his F-grade genetic classification had been nothing more than an error in the testing apparatus. After class, Chen Yang and Anya finished their dinner at the dormitory. After soothing his slightly aggrieved little wife, who had been upset by the scent of Xia Qingying's sweat lingering on him, Chen Yang headed, as usual, to Lin Yuexi's personal training room. Now he found himself looking forward to the evening's special training with eager anticipation. Not merely because of the enhancement to his strength, but for a certain different kind of pleasure it promised. However, the moment he pushed open the door to the training room, his keen senses detected that something was decidedly amiss about the atmosphere that day. Lin Yuexi had already changed into a sleek black combat suit, standing at the center of the training room with her back to him, as she wiped down an alloy battle blade. She did not turn to greet him with her usual smile, nor did she even glance back. The entire training room was saturated with an icy, murderous aura. Yuexi. Receiving no response from Lin Yuexi, Chen Yang ventured cautiously, calling out once more. Instructor. Lin Yuexi slowly turned around. Her face was utterly expressionless, and those beautiful eyes betrayed not the slightest flicker of emotion. She simply regarded him in tranquil silence. Change your clothes. Her voice was glacial. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat at the sound, uncertain what he had done to displease her, but he dared not press the matter. Obediently, he made his way to the changing room and slipped into his training attire. By the time he emerged, Lin Yuexi had already returned the battle blade to the weapon rack. Today we will conduct unrestricted combat training. She flexed her wrists, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. I attack. You defend. Yes, ma'am. Chen Yang settled into his stance, though doubts nagged at his mind. What on earth had gotten into this woman today? Had she swallowed gunpowder? Begin. The instant Lin Yuexi's command faded, she was already in motion. A straight punch tore through the air with a whistling gale aimed straight at Chen Yang's face. Yet the latter merely leaned his body slightly aside, letting the blow whistle past him. In the next breath, she pressed forward with vicious momentum, a vicious elbow strike hurtling toward Chen Yang's chest. Chen Yang's heart lurched. He hastily crossed his arms to block. Bang! A tremendous force surged through him, sending Chen Yang stumbling backwards several paces, his arms numb from the impact. He stared at Lin Yuexi in genuine alarm. Something was terribly wrong. Today's Lin Yuexi was nothing like her usual self. She was not holding back in the slightest. Every strike, every technique was saturated with ferocious aggression. How could this possibly be training? This was nothing short of a beatdown intended to kill. Yuexi, you. Shut up. Focus. Lin Yuexi afforded him no opportunity to speak, her assault cascading like a relentless storm. Fists, elbows, knees. Chen Yang was driven back step after desperate step, able only to mount a desperate defense. He could not fathom what precisely had provoked this fearsome young lady. Could it be that he had been a little too forceful this morning? Bang! Chen Yang's attention wavered for a split second, and a whip kick connected solidly with his abdomen. His entire body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. HSSS. He felt as though his very insides had been rearranged. Before he could scramble to his feet, Lin Yuexi had already closed the distance with lightning speed, locking him in place as she seated herself squarely upon his chest. She gazed down at him from her position of dominance, her chest heaving violently, her forehead beaded with a fine sheen of fragrant perspiration. Do you yield? I yield, I yield. Chen Yang hastily raised his hands in surrender. Dear lady, I was wrong. I was truly in the wrong. Please get up first. Can we talk this through properly? Whatever offense I have committed against you, just give me a hint. Watching Chen Yang's pitifully aggrieved expression, the fury in Lin Yuexi's heart inexplicably dissipated by half. She bit her lips, squeezing the words out through clenched teeth. You bastard. You actually have a wife, and you never told me. Huh? Chen Yang's eyes went wide, frozen in stunned disbelief. He grasped it in an instant. The wife Lin Yuexi spoke of was Anya. Observing Chen Yang's dawning look of realization, a flush of crimson instantly bloomed across Lin Yuexi's cheeks. Only then did she become conscious of how utterly compromising their current position was. She was still straddling Chen Yang's body, the two of them pressed intimately together. What are you looking at? Confess everything this instant. Lin Yuexi snarled, her stern voice betraying her flustered embarrassment as she attempted to mask her discomposure. Gazing at her adorably flustered and indignant expression, Chen Yang's heart bloomed with irrepressible delight. So, she was jealous. Rather than feeling afraid, he found the Lin Yuexi before him impossibly endearing. Yuexi, hear me out first. Chen Yang hastened to explain. I didn't deliberately hide it from you. My situation with Anya is rather special. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to lay everything bare. Lin Yuexi was now his woman too, and he wished to keep nothing from her. Moreover, Anya's identity would inevitably come to light one day. Better that Lin Yuexi learn of it now, so she might be prepared. Anya is not in fact human. Chen Yang's words caused Lin Yuexi to freeze instantly. What did you say? She is of the Zerg race. Chen Yang gazed into her eyes, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. A branch of exiled Zerg that engages in trade with humanity. Boom. Lin Yuexi's mind went utterly blank. The Zerg. A queen. The sheer magnitude of this revelation struck her with devastating force. She stared at Chen Yang in dumbfounded silence, momentarily incapable of forming a single word. We met in the old lower districts through a routine allocation, Chen Yang continued. And I have already told her everything about you. She doesn't mind at all. She said. As long as I hold her in my heart, that is enough. But rest assured you both mean exactly the same to me. Lin Yueshi's face flushed a crimson, so deep it seemed on the verge of bleeding. When had she ever become his woman? This scoundrel spoke as though it were the most natural thing in the world. She longed to refute him, but the words died upon her lips. Everything that had transpired the previous night remained vivid in her memory. Watching Lin Yueshi's expression, simultaneously indignant, embarrassed, yet offering no rebuttal, Chen Yang's boldness swelled. He could feel with crystalline clarity just how soft, how supple the body seated upon him truly was. A surge of heat utterly beyond his control rose from deep within his abdomen. Lin Yueshi naturally sensed the alarming transformation beneath her cheeks instantly burning hot enough to fry an egg. You bastard. What do you think you're doing? Overwhelmed by mortification and fury, she raised her delicate fists poised to strike. But Chen Yang seized her wrist in a single deft motion. Yueshi. He gazed into her eyes, his voice grown hoarse. Since even Anya doesn't mind you. I mind. Lin Yueshi insisted stubbornly. Really? Chen Yang chuckled roguishly and suddenly began to grow restless. Lin Yueshi gasped as her body instantly turned to putty in his arms. She observed the predatory fire blazing in Chen Yang's gaze bit down upon her lip, her chest heaving with violent undulation. Enough. What's done is done. With this thought, Lin Yueshi suddenly leaned down, her breath warm as orchids against his ear. Very well. You claimed you would attend to both of us, didn't you? Her voice dripped with the most exquisite seduction. Then tonight let this elder sister see whether you possess the ability to pleasure two women in succession. Having spoken, she initiated the kiss herself. After their passionate encounter, the training room fell silent once more. Lin Yueshi slumped weakly against Chen Yang's chest, her delicate cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her gaze hazy and unfocused. This man was utterly a tireless beast. You bastard. Are you satisfied? Her voice came soft and tender, carrying not the slightest hint of intimidation. Not yet. Chen Yang held her smooth body, close, a roguish grin playing across his lips. You want to go again? Lin Yueshi startled. No. Chen Yang smiled, planting a kiss upon her forehead. I'm at the freshman grand tournament. Upon hearing matters of importance, Lin Yueshi gradually gathered some of her spirit. She propped herself up and leaned into Chen Yang's embrace, her expression turning grave. I nearly forgot to tell you. For this freshman grand tournament, you must be exceedingly cautious. You're only from Class C. Above you stand Class B and Class A. Many students there were recruited from across the major planets. Prodigies of the highest order, those bearing S-grade genes, even SS grade, are hardly uncommon. So don't push yourself too hard for placement. Give it your all, understand. Safety comes first. The worry in her voice was utterly undisguised. A warmth blossomed within Chen Yang's heart. Yueshi, are you concerned about me? Obviously. You're my man now. If I don't care about you, then who should I care about? Lin Yueshi shot him a withering glance, yet the corners of her lips unconsciously curved into a sweet, tender arc. Then, Chen Yang's eyes darted mischievously as he asked with a wicked smile, if I place in the top 3 at the freshman grand tournament, will you have some sort of reward for me? Top 3? Lin Yueshi reacted as though she had just heard the most preposterous jest. What daydream are you having? Do you have any idea how terrifyingly powerful those monsters in Class A are? Forget top 3. Even making it into the top 100 would be a blessing from the heavens. But what if? Chen Yang said indignantly. There's no what if. Lin Yueshi huffed, then feeling she shouldn't dampen his enthusiasm, casually said. Fine. If you truly manage to secure top 3, I'll grant you one request. Just one. She didn't believe for a moment that Chen Yang could accomplish it. Really? Any request at all? Chen Yang's eyes instantly blazed with excitement. A gentleman's word is his bond, impossible to take back. Lin Yueshi struck her own chest with bold, heroic resolve, declaring, the same holds true for women. No taking back. Then it's settled. Chen Yang chuckled slyly, leaning close to her ear. In a voice meant only for the two of them, he whispered, then when the time comes, you'll have to bring Anya along too. Ahem, to have tea together. The smile on Lin Yueshi's face instantly froze solid. The very next instant, her complexion flushed crimson from her neck to the tips of her ears at a speed visible to the naked eye. You better mean tea. Chen Yang. You shameless, despicable bastard. Go to hell. She shrieked, flipping herself upright and snatching the pillow beside her, hurling it viciously at Chen Yang's face. Chen Yang dodged in a sorry state, while laughing uproariously and pleading for mercy. The following day, news of Chen Yang's victory over the S-grade prodigy, Xia Qingying, spread on swift wings throughout the entire Mechanist Academy overnight. In an instant, Class C3 and the name Chen Yang became the focal point of everyone's discussions. Within the public mech training facility, several students from Classes A and B were engaged in simulated training while chatting idly. Did you hear? Yesterday that F-grade from Class C beat Xia Qingying in mech combat. A tall, burly student from Class A remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. Xia Qingying. That's impossible. She's S-grade genetic material, ranked among the strongest of our incoming class. How could she possibly lose to an F-grade? A Class B student beside him was utterly incredulous. Who knows? Probably Miss Xia through the match. After all, they're classmates. She had to save him some face. I think so too. How big could the gap be with C-grade training matches? If Xia Qingying had really gotten serious, that Chen Yang wouldn't have been able to touch so much as a hair on her head. Their chatter, neither too loud nor too soft, happened to drift into the ears of Xia Qingying, who was practicing her blade techniques, not far away. She halted her movements and cast a cold glance toward them. Their hearts turned cold beneath her gaze, and they sheepishly fell silent. Xia Qingying said nothing further, merely the corner of her lips curving into a faint, enigmatic smirk. Throwing the match. Those idiots had no inkling of just how freakishly powerful Chen Yang truly was. Combat intuition that seemed to predict every move, coupled with that absurdly monstrous physical constitution. If that was F-grade genetic material, then Xia Qingying would eat her words on the spot. Let alone them. Even those top monsters in Class A piloting mechs of the same grade might not necessarily be a match for Chen Yang. Just wait. When the freshman grand tournament arrives, there will come a time for tears. Xia Qingying withdrew her gaze and refocused her attention on the virtual training before her, yet the fighting spirit burning in her eyes blazed fiercer than before. Morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting scattered patterns across the dormitory floor. Chen Yang opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated, every fiber of his being brimming with inexhaustible vigor. He turned his head to see Anya curled up in his arms like a little kitten sleeping soundly. Crystal teardrops still clung to her long lashes, the corners of her eyes tinged with red, looking at once pitiful and utterly endearing. Last night, upon learning of Lin Yueshi's situation, this little jealous kitten, determined to prove her status, had clung to him and pestered him the entire night long. In the end, she realized she had made a terrible mistake. Her husband's combat prowess was simply maxed out. She could only weep and beg for mercy. Chen Yang tenderly stroked her silky long hair, pressing a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead. Anya drifted awake in his embrace, nuzzling against him like an affectionate little kitten, and whispered, "Husband, am I useless? Every time I can never last very long." As she spoke, a note of grievance crept into her voice. With Chen Yang growing ever stronger, she felt she could no longer keep pace with his output. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Yang lowered his head, planting a kiss upon her smooth forehead. "You're already wonderful, my little empress." His voice was tender and indulgent. Besides, plowing the fields is the oxen's labor. When has it ever been the field that tires? Anya was amused by his strange analogy, her tiny fists lightly thumping his chest. "Husband, you're terrible." Chen Yang deftly opened the system interface, gazing at the gene optimization fluid intermediate lying quietly within his inventory, and chose to use it without hesitation. A surge of heat more torrential than any before instantly flooded through every meridian and vessel in his body. He could not tell how long had passed before that torrent of warmth finally subsided. Chen Yang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling as though his entire being had undergone a complete metamorphosis. He opened the system interface. Gene rating A. Realm late stage, star envoy peak. Talents: hyperdimensional perception, intermediate racial divine power, beginner mimicry, beginner super deduction, beginner. A grade. His gene rating had finally shattered the shackles of B grade, ascending to A grade. This meant that purely from a genetic standpoint, he had caught up with the vast majority of so-called prodigies within the Federation. Just then the system's notification chimed once more. Genetic rating has reached grade A, unlocking new Zerg royalty talent. Will shock beginner. Will shock beginner, a spiritual attack talent exclusive to the Zerg royalty. It allows the user to condense their will into an invisible shockwave that strikes directly at the enemy's spiritual consciousness. Its power varies with the spiritual strength of the user. A spiritual attack. Chen Yang's eyes lit up instantly. This was nothing short of a divine technique tailor-made for a Psion. Between masters, the outcome of battle is decided in the span of a single instant. And that fleeting moment of mental blankness would be enough for him to accomplish so much more. "Husband, you've gotten stronger again," Anya said in disbelief. She could clearly sense that the mesmerizing aura emanating from Chen Yang had grown even more vast, even more profound. Chen Yang held her close and whispered in her ear, "So as my reward tonight." "No more, please." Anya's face flushed crimson in an instant, her body going limp as water. "Husband, I really can't anymore." Watching her so endearingly shy and fearful, Chen Yang burst into hearty laughter. He cast a glance toward the window. "The freshman grand competition, here I come." The opening ceremony of the freshman grand competition was the most magnificent annual event of the Federal 1st Military Academy's branch campus. On this day, not only the school's leaders and instructors, but also military high-ranking officials, political dignitaries, and reporters from major media outlets gathered from nearly 10,000 colonized stars across the Sagittarius constellation. Inside the colossal central arena, the air thrummed with deafening cheers, every seat filled to capacity. Tens of thousands of freshmen, organized by their respective academies and classes, stood in neat formation at the heart of the venue, a truly spectacular sight to behold. Chen Yang stood among the ranks of Class C3, gazing at the distinguished figures bearing stars on their shoulders on the podium, as well as the media drones hovering around them. A tide of emotion welled up unbidden in his heart. This spectacle was far grander than anything he had ever witnessed back in the C-34 mechanical zone. "See that fat guy on the left side of the podium?" Lin Yueshi leaned close to Chen Yang and whispered, "That's the vice speaker of the Sagittarius Parliament, one of the descendants of the first generation of powerful pioneers who opened up the Sagittarius constellation." And the one in the middle wearing the white military dress uniform, he's the vice commander of the 7th Fleet, and also our branch campus's honorary principal. He's far beyond the Star King realm, a true powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Star God realm. A single finger could shatter a planet. And then there's the one on the far right. Lin Yueshi rattled off the names of the bigwigs on the podium along with the top geniuses from Class A and Class B, who warranted special attention as though reciting treasures from her own collection. For instance, the one in Class A, one known as the Thunder God, an SS-grade genetic holder who wields lightning abilities with breathtaking mastery. Or the fierce warrior in Class B, too, who possesses the rare giant King Kong, gene whose pure physical strength can even clash head-on with mechs. Chen Yang listened with great interest. Finally, he looked at Lin Yueshi's beautiful face brimming with worry and could not resist teasing her. Yueshi telling me all this, you really are hoping I claim a top 3 finish, aren't you? A blush instantly rose across Lin Yueshi's cheeks. She shot Chen Yang a vexed glare. I'm just fulfilling my duty as an instructor. Don't let your imagination run wild. Yet her coquettish display so at odds with her true feelings was witnessed by Xia Qingying not far away, whose brow furrowed ever so slightly. Something was off. Very, very off. The atmosphere between Instructor Lin and Chen Yang was just too strange. That intimacy, that closeness. Xia Qingying was startled by her own thoughts, and quickly shook her head, casting aside such fanciful notions. Just then the honorary principal on the podium, the vice commander of the 7th Fleet, stepped up to the speaker's lectern. His resonant magnetic voice, amplified through the sound system, reached every corner of the arena. You are the future of the Federation, the hope of humanity. I hope every one of you will bring forth your strongest abilities and your most spirited fighting will in this grand competition. For the glory of humanity, for the future of our species. Now I hereby declare that this year's freshman grand competition has officially begun. Boom. As his words faded, thunderous cheers erupted throughout the entire arena. On the enormous light screen at the center of the venue, countless names began to scroll at blistering speed. Moments later, the first-round matchups were officially released. Chen Yang quickly located his own name on the screen. Machinist Academy, Class C, 3, Chen Yang versus Machinist Academy, Class C, 7, Li Wei. As the opening ceremony concluded, the formations of each class began to exit in an orderly fashion, preparing to greet the first round of imminent battles. Chen Yang, wait a moment. A cool, clear voice sounded from behind him. Chen Yang turned his head to see Xia Qingying walking toward him, her frosty face revealing no emotion whatsoever. Is something the matter, Qingying? Here, take this. Xia Qingying got straight to the point, directly placing a data chip in front of him. Chen Yang took it with some puzzlement. This is a profile data on all the opponents from Class A and Class B that you need to watch out for. Xia Qingying's tone remained impassive. Their genetic abilities, signature moves, past records, and possible weaknesses. Chen Yang was stunned. He looked at the chip in his hand, then back at Xia Qingying, momentarily at a loss for words. Why, oi? He could not help but ask, we are opponents too, aren't we? Although he possessed this super deduction ability, the intelligence Xia Qingying had provided would undoubtedly save him a tremendous amount of time and effort. First, for the honor of our class. Xia Qingying's gaze swept past the arrogantly posturing students of Class A and Class B nearby. We of Class C cannot be looked down upon. Second. She paused, a flicker of barely perceptible vexation flashing in her eyes. Those people, after losing their matches, went behind my back and started making up stories about me, saying I threw the match, saying I was all fame and no substance. So, she lifted her head, her beautiful eyes looking directly at Chen Yang. I hope you'll take them down one by one and beat them all into the ground. Let them know just how strong you are, the one who even I couldn't defeat. Without waiting for Chen Yang's response, she turned and walked into the ranks of Class C, 3, leaving him only with a proud and aloof silhouette. Chen Yang looked at the chip in his hand, then at her retreating figure, and could not suddenly help but smile. So beneath this iceberg there also lies an indomitable, burning heart. Quite endearing, really. Chen Yang returned to the Class C, 3 rest area, where Lin Yueshi immediately came forward to meet him. What did she want with you? Lin Yueshi's tone carried a hint of guardedness she herself was unaware of. Bringing me a helping hand. Chen Yang waved the chip in his hand and briefly recounted what had just happened. Lin Yueshi took the chip, inserted it into her personal terminal to take a look, and an expression of surprise also crossed her face. This intel is incredibly detailed. She clicked her tongue as she gazed at the exhaustively meticulous data. As expected of a young lady from a military family, her intelligence gathering capabilities are nearly on par with military intelligence. With this information in hand, Chen Yang's upcoming matches would undoubtedly be far easier. Alright, stop looking. Lin Yueshi put away her terminal, her expression turning serious. Your first match is about to begin. Don't underestimate your opponent. Bring out your best form. Don't worry, Yueshi. Chen Yang smiled with confidence. I know what I'm doing. He rolled his wrists and headed toward his competition arena. Lin Yueshi gazed at his retreating figure, only to realize in a daze that somewhere along the way her heart had begun to ache with worry and longing for this young man. Central Arena. The sharp blast of the referee's whistle signaled the official commencement of Chen Yang's opening match. Standing opposite him was Li Wei, a martial arts student from Class C, 7, A-rated C rank in genetic assessment. Across the entire cohort of C rank students, his strength barely qualified as middling. Li Wei twisted his neck, his joints cracking audibly, and flashed a grin. Buddy, the grand tournament doesn't play nice. Don't you cry like a baby when you get hurt later. Chen Yang said nothing, merely shifting his feet slightly as he settled into a defensive stance. Asking for a beating, are we? Li Wei's expression darkened. His feet abruptly exploded with force, and his entire body hurtled toward Chen Yang like a cannonball launched from the barrel. The vicious wind of his fist tore straight toward Chen Yang's face. The next instant, the spectators in the stands were all dumbstruck. Chen Yang rotated his ankle slightly, effortlessly evading the devastating strike. Then his right arm shot out, his 5 fingers clamping onto Li Wei's wrist like an iron vice. Channeling the force through his waist, he executed a clean over-the-shoulder throw. Bam! Li Wei crashed heavily onto the ground, web-like cracks spreading across the alloy tiles of the arena floor. Cough! Li Wei spat out a mouthful of bitter fluid, scrambling on all fours to rise. But Chen Yang had already pressed close, his blade-like palm edge slicing cleanly into the back of Li Wei's neck. Li Wei's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. All told, less than 3 seconds had passed. Winner, Chen Yang. The referee's voice rang out like a great bell. The rest area of Class C, 3 instantly erupted, wave after wave of cheers cascading through the crowd. Bro, Chun is awesome. So cool. 3 seconds of true manhood. By contrast, from the Class A and B stands, a few disdainful snickers drifted over. That's it. A Class B student curled his lip into a mocking smile. Class C is such a joke. 2 noobs pecking at each other. It's painful just to watch. That F rank just got lucky, matched against an even dumber punching bag. Someone nearby immediately chimed in with support. In the rest area of Class A, several elite prospects lounged on the sofas, casting bored glances at the floating screen above. So this is what an F rank looks like. The young man who spoke was tall and imposing, with arcs of electricity crackling faintly across his skin. He was Zhao Tianming, the one known as the Thunder God. He stared at Chen Yang on the screen, his lips curving slightly with undisguised contempt. Taking down trash in 3 seconds might work for showing off in the newbie village. Tone it down, Tianming. Beside him, a bald, muscle-bound giant chortled. The guy did win his first match at least. What kind of victory is that? Zhao Tianming scoffed. Pummeling a sandbag in style means nothing. The moment he faces a real opponent, he'll wet his pants. Fair point. The bald giant stroked his chin. What dragon could that cesspool of Class C ever produce? Apart from Xia Qingying, who's somewhat worth watching, they're all just worthless trash. After a few more idle remarks, the group shifted their gaze away, refocusing on the Class A students' ongoing matches. Elsewhere, in a quiet corner, Xia Qingying sat still in her chair, her gaze firmly locked on the floating screen. Watching Chen Yang's decisive strikes, a faint smile tugged at her crimson lips. At least you didn't embarrass me, she murmured softly, a hidden glimmer of expectation rising in her eyes. Over the following rounds, Chen Yang's opponents ranged from C rank to B rank in genetic rating. Without exception, each was dispatched by him within 10 moves. Second match, 7 moves. Third match, 5 moves. Fourth match, 3 moves. Lin Yueshi stood at the edge of the arena, arms crossed over her chest, her gaze tracking Chen Yang intently. Unconcealed pride suffused her features. The one on the stage was her soldier and her man. However, when the sneering whispers from Class A drifted into her ears, fury surged through her heart like a sudden blaze. A bunch of arrogant idiots. Lin Yueshi snorted coldly to herself. Once Chen Yang crushes you all underfoot, let's see who'll still be laughing. As twilight gathered from all sides, the first day's competition drew to a close. Chen Yang secured a glorious 10-match winning streak, sweeping through the star system preliminary selection. Unfortunately, his opponents had been rated too low, and the points earned were pitifully few. On the grand tournament's overall leaderboard, he remained stuck beyond the 1000th rank. This ranking only intensified the contempt from the students of classes A and B. Beyond the 1000th rank. And this is the ace Class C has been hyping up. What a joke. We thought he was some dragon crossing the river. Faced with the surrounding mockery, Chen Yang couldn't be bothered to respond. These beginner-level warm-up games at the start were nothing, not even an appetizer for the main course. Pushing open the dormitory door, Chen Yang had barely stepped 1 foot inside when a soft, fragrant bundle hurtled straight into his arms. Husband, you're amazing. Anya tilted up her pretty face, her violet eyes brimming with worshipful light. I watched the whole live stream. You beat those guys into a complete wreck. She rose on tiptoe and pressed a kiss to Chen Yang's lips. Chen Yang smoothly wrapped an arm around her slender waist, tenderly brushing the tip of her nose with his fingertip. Winning a few small matches. Is that worth getting this excited? Oh, of course it is. Anya nodded vigorously like a pestle pounding garlic. My husband is invincible. Then she grabbed Chen Yang's sleeve and pulled him toward the dining table. Come. I made so many dishes. You must be starving after fighting all day. On the table, 7 or 8 dishes were laid out in abundance. Though the heat control and knife work were a touch immature, every dish was infused with abundant care. A warm stirring rose in Chen Yang's heart, and tenderness glimmered in his eyes. Thanks for your hard work, wifey. It's not hard at all. And Ya's eyes crinkled with joy, shining brightly. Cooking for my husband makes me the happiest. They sat down and picked up their chopsticks. Anya's hands never stopped one piece of tender meat after another piling into Chen Yang's bowl, while her mouth chattered nonstop. Husband, that throw against Li Wei was insanely cool. I felt the pain for him even through the screen. And also, Chen Yang chewed, unhurriedly nodding in agreement every now and then. Setting aside the tension of the arena, this everyday warmth left him feeling utterly at ease. After dinner, Anya efficiently tidied up the dishes, then bounced back to Chen Yang's side, curling into his embrace like a fledgling swallow returning to the forest. The two nestled on the sofa, idly gazing at the river of stars beyond the window. Husband. Anya's ears flushed crimson, without her noticing, her voice barely a thread. I want. Chen Yang's throat bobbed, and his breathing suddenly deepened. How could any man resist? He swept his arms out and lifted his beloved wife into a carry, striding toward the bedroom with long, decisive steps. Little minx. Today I'll show you exactly how terrifying the stamina of a man on a 10-win streak can be. You big bully. Be gentler. The door slammed shut. Before long, the gentle creaking of the bed frame mingled with the girl's stifled, breathless moans slipping through the crack of the door. The storm subsided. Anya was so exhausted that her bones felt completely melted like a kitten sated with food and drink, and she fell into a deep slumber sprawled across Chen Yang's chest. Chen Yang's fingers idly threaded through her silken hair, but his thoughts suddenly veered in another direction. Between him and Lin Yueshi, they'd been intimate more than a few times. Yet the system interface remained completely frozen, showing no response whatsoever. Chen Yang muttered a phrase and summoned the virtual light screen. Host Chen Yang. Genetic rating A. Realm Peak, Star Envoy. Bound partner Anya, SSS rank bloodline. Offspring genetic fusion rate 60. Pending offspring fusion units 0. Chen Yang stared at that glaring number, frozen for a long moment. What kind of joke was this? They'd clearly done it for real so many times, yet the system hadn't recorded a single instance. Could there be a bug? His brow furrowed as he rapidly calculated the root cause. Lin Yueshi was genuinely at the peak of Star King, while he himself had barely reached the threshold of Star Envoy's peak. Between them stretched a chasm spanning an entire major realm. Could the vast disparity in strength be the cause? The female partner being too powerful, resulting in failed seeding. Isn't this exactly what cultivation novels call reproductive isolation? The more Chen Yang pondered, the more convinced he became that this was the reason. If his speculation proved correct, it meant he had to madly push his cultivation forward. He needed to at least step into the Star King realm before he could truly conquer Lin Yueshi. No matter what the top prize of the grand tournament for freshmen, particularly the entry ticket to that gravity training tower, he had to claim it at all costs. That was the only shortcut to bridge the gap between their realms. His gaze drifted toward the pitch-black night sky, where countless stars twinkled without cease. Early tomorrow morning, the competition schedule would turn to a new page. The following morning at dawn, the atmosphere within the central arena burned even more intensely than the day before. Today marked the Mecha Combat Tournament, the most celebrated event of the Machinist Academy and the ultimate showcase of an individual's comprehensive prowess. Chen Yang stood within the preparation zone, gazing at the standard C-class training mecha before him as he loosened his wrists. Chen Yang. Lin Yueshi strode over briskly, a data tablet clutched in her hand. Your first opponent is Zhang Hao from Class B2, an A-grade genetic, a machinist specialist and adept at wielding heavy weapons. She lowered her voice. This fellow ranks among the top 10 in Class B. His strength is not to be underestimated. Chen Yang took the data tablet, glanced over it briefly, and smiled. Relax. I know exactly what I'm doing. Don't grow careless. Lin Yueshi frowned. Mecha combat is nothing like unarmed brawling. Mecha performance, piloting technique, and battle awareness. Each one is indispensable. I understand. Chen Yang reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Lin Yueshi's face flushed crimson in an instant. She hastily glanced left and right and only breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming no one had noticed. You rascal. She shot him a glare equal parts shy and vexed. Just you wait. If you lose, I'll deal with you properly. And what if I win? If you win. Lin Yueshi bit her lip lightly. If you win, then I'll reward you. What kind of reward? You'll find out when the time comes. Lin Yueshi finished speaking and turned to leave, leaving Chen Yang with nothing but the fiery vision of her retreating back. Chen Yang smiled and shook his head, then turned toward the mecha. The cockpit opened, and he climbed inside with practiced ease. As the hatch sealed shut, streams of data began cascading at tremendous speed across the luminous screen. Mecha Model C-07, Standard Training Type. Weapon Configuration: Alloy Combat, Blade 1, A. Energy Shield 1. Energy Reserve 100. Chen Yang gripped the control sticks, attuning himself to the feedback transmitted through the mecha. The 10-meter-tall metallic colossus under his command slowly rose to its feet. From the opposing preparation zone, another C-class mecha of identical make powered up as well. Within his cockpit, Zhang Hao studied the profile of Chen Yang displayed on his screen, a contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his lips. F-grade genetic. Whatever twisted stroke of fortune let this one crawl into the second round. He switched to the public channel, his voice booming outward through the loudspeakers. Hey you F-grade, don't start crying later, oi. I won't be holding back. Chen Yang offered no response. Zhang Hao, mistaking the silence for terror, laughed, even more brazenly. What? Lost your tongue? Figures. Whatever could a worthless F-grade trash possibly amount to? From the spectators' stands rose a wave of derisive laughter. The students from Class B laughed loudest of all. Zhang Hao's absolutely right. An F-grade thinks he can stand against the geniuses of our Class B. Just wait to watch the joke unfold. In the rest area of Class C, 3, the students wore distinctly grim expressions. The referee's voice rang out. Both sides prepare. The two mechas stepped onto the arena. Begin. The instant the words fell, Zhang Hao's mecha surged forward in a violent charge. His mecha's hand gripped a colossal alloy war hammer, which came crashing down toward Chen Yang amid a howling gale. Kneel! Zhang Hao bellowed. Yet in the very next heartbeat his pupils contracted sharply. Chen Yang's mecha moved. Not backward. Not on the defensive. It surged directly forward to meet the attack. The mecha's right hand drew the alloy blade from its waist. A flash of cold light. First form, cleave. The blade descended with unerring precision upon the shaft of the war hammer, its tremendous force instantly deflecting the weapon's trajectory. Zhang Hao's mecha lost its balance, lurching forward. Second form, rising cut. Seizing the momentum, Chen Yang's mecha delivered an upward diagonal slash, the blade carving across the joint of the opponent's right arm. Crack. A sharp sound rang out as the right arm's joint was wrenched clean off. What a... Zhang Hao's face drained of all color. But Chen Yang granted him not a single moment to react. Third form, thrust. The combat blade struck out like a venomous serpent, flicking its tongue piercing, with pinpoint accuracy, into the joint of the left arm. Crack. The left arm too was severed clean away. Fourth form, collapse. The blade swept horizontally, cleaving into the waist joint of the mecha. Fifth form, twist. Sixth form, shave. Seventh form, shatter. Less than 30 seconds. Every joint of Zhang Hao's mecha had been torn apart. The entire machine, like a toppled wooden post, crashed to the ground with a hollow thud. Inside the cockpit, Zhang Hao's mind went completely blank. He had not even discerned how Chen Yang's blade had moved. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Every gaze was wide with disbelief, refusing to accept the scene unfolding before them. 30 seconds. A perfectly intact C-class mecha dismantled into nothing more than a limbless husk. What kind of monstrous technique was this? Match concluded. Victor, Chen Yang. The referee's announcement detonated a wave of thunderous cheers that erupted across the entire arena. Holy, that was absolutely savage. What sword art was that? In the rest area of Class C, 3, the students had gone utterly wild. Chen Yang, Chen Yang, Chen Yang. They chanted his name in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. At the corner of Xia Qingying's lips blossomed a smile of quiet satisfaction. As I expected, he has not disappointed me. Meanwhile, over in Class B, every face had twisted into an expression of profound displeasure. Especially those who had mocked Chen Yang moments before. They now longed for nothing more than to vanish into a crack in the earth. Lin Yueshi stood at the arena's edge, watching Chen Yang's battle replay on the luminous screen, her heart swelling with a pride so fierce it nearly burst. This was her student, and her man. In every match that followed, Chen Yang was nothing short of a human meat grinder. Wherever he passed, nothing survived. The second match, 20 seconds. The third match, 15 seconds. The fourth match, 10 seconds. In every bout he wielded that same fluid cascading blade technique to dismantle his opponent's mechas down to their very components. By the conclusion of his 10th match, the entire arena had reached a state of absolute frenzy. Every tongue wagged with discussion of this monster from Class C3. He's truly F-grade genetic. You've got to be kidding. His blade work, it's nothing short of art. In the rest area of Class A, Zhao Tianming gazed at Chen Yang's figure on the luminous screen. The contempt that had once marred his features had now vanished entirely. Now this is interesting, he murmured to himself. It seems this batch of freshmen truly holds a few worth their mettle. The bald, burly man beside him grinned broadly. Tianming, surely you're not suggesting this fellow could actually go far? Zhao Tianming shook his head. We'll see. If I encounter him in the finals, that should prove most entertaining. The third day, the Spiritualist Combat Tournament. Generally speaking, spiritualists engaged in battle by condensing their psychic power into various weapons for direct confrontation. Chen Yang stood upon the arena, gazing at the Class B spiritualist opposite him, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. His opponent wielded C-grade psychic strength, a respectable level even by Class B standards. But before Chen Yang, such strength was utterly insufficient. Begin. The opponent immediately condensed a psychic spear and thrust it toward Chen Yang. Chen Yang likewise condensed a weapon of spiritual force, yet the two spiritual constructs were not even in the same league in terms of appearance. It was as though a sedan had collided with a bicycle. Yet Chen Yang gave his opponent no opportunity to surrender, charging forward at once with his long spear. A thunderous boom, and the opponent's tiny spear shattered to pieces. The latter's eyes promptly rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. Match concluded. Victor, Chen Yang. The entire arena erupted once more. 1 second. From start to finish, a mere 1 second. In the 9 matches that followed, Chen Yang continued his dominance with crushing, overwhelming victories. With his psychic power augmented to B-grade, battling the C-grade, and even B-grade spiritualist was like an adult thrashing a child. The outcome was never in doubt. The three-day competition drew to a close. With an impeccable record of 30 consecutive victories, Chen Yang advanced with head held high into the round of 128 across all departments. His name began to circulate among the upper echelons of the entire academy. In the office of the department chair at Mechanicus Academy, a middle-aged man with a slightly portly figure and a ruddy complexion paced back and forth with excitement. He was Director Wang, the head of the department at Mechanicus Academy. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Director Wang exclaimed 3 times in succession, his grin stretching nearly to his ears. Lin Yueshi, you have unearthed a treasure for our academy this time. Standing nearby, Lin Yueshi wore a faint smile. Director, you flatter me. Chen Yang merely had good fortune, and none of his opponents were particularly formidable. Fortune? Director Wang waved his hand dismissively. Do not be so modest. I have reviewed every match recording of his. That young man's combat awareness, manipulation skills, and mental strength. None of these are anything short of top tier. Especially that blade technique. Truly impressive. Director Wang grew increasingly animated the more he spoke. You know what? This morning the directors from both the Psionic Academy and the Physique Academy came to inquire about this lad. They both want to poach him. I told them not to even dream. He belongs to Mechanicus Academy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yueshi felt a surge of pride. Rest assured, Director Chen Yang will not leave Mechanicus Academy. That is good to hear. Director Wang nodded. In recent years, Mechanicus had been gradually overshadowed by the Star Masters and Psionic users. They needed someone to rise up and bear the banner. It was evident that Chen Yang was the one upon whom everyone pinned their hopes. By evening, the second-round matchup list for the Star Masters was announced. The moment everyone saw the matchup, the entire Mechanicus Academy erupted in uproar. Star Master Division round of 128, Chen Yang F rank from Class C, 3 vs Zhao Feng A rank from Class B, 5 holy shit. F rank versus A rank. This is going to be quite the spectacle. Zhao Feng is a top 10 genius in Class B. Chen Yang is likely to suffer a crushing defeat this time. Everyone eagerly anticipated this clash between a genius and a monster. The overwhelming majority believed that Chen Yang's winning streak would come to an end here. Meanwhile, in the rest area of Class B5, Zhao Feng studied Chen Yang's profile on the luminous screen, a cruel smile curling his lips. F rank. How amusing. He rolled his wrists, his knuckles cracking audibly. Teacher Lee instructed me to beat you to within an inch of your life. Then I shall show you what a true genius looks like. Day 4. The atmosphere in the central arena was more electrifying than the previous 3 days combined. Today's Star Master Division round of 128 featured a focal match that captured everyone's attention. Chen Yang F rank from Class C, 3 vs Zhao Feng A rank from Class B, 5. The bout was deliberately scheduled at the central platform with every seat in the surrounding stands occupied, and even the aisles filled to capacity. Countless media drones circled overhead, their lenses fixed upon the arena. Here he comes. Here he comes. F rank versus A rank. This is an epic confrontation. I bet on Chen Yang to win. Are you mad? That's Zhao Feng with A rank genetics. He's at the early stage of Star Messenger. No matter how strong Chen Yang is, he's still only F rank. Murmurs rippled through the audience. Upon the arena, Zhao Feng had been waiting there for quite some time. Standing at 1.85 m, his frame was lean, yet muscular, his short silver-white hair gleaming in the sunlight. With his arms crossed, Zhao Feng stood at the center of the platform, arrogance etched across his face. Ladies and gentlemen from various planets, friends from the media, he suddenly proclaimed, his voice echoing throughout the venue via the amplifiers. Today I, Zhao Feng, shall personally shatter the so-called F-rank legend right here. I will let everyone see clearly that the gap in genetic ranks cannot be bridged by luck or skill alone. The dignity of high-tier genetics shall not be profaned. Upon finishing his speech, he made a throat-slitting gesture toward the entrance tunnel. From the B-class section of the stands erupted enthusiastic cheers. Zhao Feng, Zhao Feng, Zhao Feng. Meanwhile, on the C-class side, the students' faces were grim. Zhao Feng's words were nothing short of a slap in the face to all low-tier genetic individuals. Standing in the Class C rest area, Lin Yueshi watched that arrogant figure on the platform, her brows knit tight. This guy. She turned to glance at Chen Yang beside her, only to find him remarkably composed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chen Yang, you. Relax. Chen Yang patted her shoulder. I'll let him learn what comes of loose words. With that, he strode purposefully toward the arena. Cheers and boos intertwined throughout the stands. Chen Yang stepped onto the platform and faced Zhao Feng across from him. Their eyes locked. Looking down at Chen Yang from his elevated position, Zhao Feng's lips curled into a merciless smirk. You lowly F-rank scum, do you understand? Every second you waste standing there is an insult to the dignity of genetics. Therefore I shall send you downstairs as swiftly as possible. Chen Yang offered no response, merely rolling his wrists. The referee stepped onto the platform to confirm both fighters were ready. The match, begin. The moment the words left his lips, Zhao Feng moved. His figure instantly blurred, his speed utterly astonishing. His cultivation at the early stage of Star Messenger endowed him with speed and power far surpassing any opponent Chen Yang had faced thus far. Windblade fist. Zhao Feng roared, cyan stellar energy spiraling wildly around both fists. Dozens of razor-sharp wind blades materialized from thin air sweeping toward Chen Yang in a devastating deluge. A chorus of gasps rose from the stands. So powerful. Is this the strength of an A-rank genetic? Chen Yang is in danger. In the Class C rest area, students held their breath. Lin Yueshi stared intently at the platform, her palms drenched in sweat. And yet, faced with the overwhelming barrage of wind blades, Chen Yang shifted his footing, his body dissolving into a blurred afterimage. He did not attempt to brace himself, nor did he scramble in desperation. Rather, he strolled leisurely through the impenetrable web of blades, each lateral shift and retreat executed with flawless grace, allowing every razor edge to miss him by the narrowest margin. Supreme deduction. Zhao Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Could his prized speed truly be outmatched in reverse by this opponent? Refusing to accept it, he increased his stellar energy output in a desperate bid to keep pace, only to be horrified as he realized he simply could not match his opponent's rhythm. Instead, due to the rapid depletion of his energy, his breathing grew ragged, and an unprecedented sense of anxiety surged within him. At that very moment, Chen Yang, who had been evading all along, suddenly came to a halt. Facing the final wind blade, which had noticeably weakened from its own momentum fading, he slowly assumed a punching stance. It is time to conclude this. Chen Yang whispered, unleashing a punch. Racial divine power. The strike appeared mundane, yet the air itself warped in its wake. The enfeebled wind blade shattered like glass the instant it contacted his fist, dissipating into motes of light. Before the momentum of his strike could wane, an invisible, terrifying force pierced through more than 10 meters, striking Zhao Feng squarely in the chest. Puff! The arrogance on Zhao Feng's face froze instantly. He felt an irresistible torrent of power descend upon him, his chest bones emitting a sickening series of cracks, as his entire torso visibly caved inward. Thereafter, his entire body was launched backward off the arena like a severed kite, blood gushing from his mouth, as he crashed heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The referee stood paralyzed, having forgotten to announce the result. Several medical personnel who had been on standby rushed forward, immediately placing Zhao Feng onto a stretcher for emergency treatment. The entire arena fell deathly silent. It took a full 3 seconds before the audience erupted into thunderous gasps. Are you kidding me? What did I just see? One punch. He only used one punch. That was Zhao Feng with an A-rank gene. Early-stage star envoy. How is this possible? Countless people rubbed their eyes, unwilling to believe what they had witnessed. On the giant screen, the shocking scene was replayed. Chen Yang stood in place and delivered a seemingly ordinary punch. The air twisted in the wake of his fist. Zhao Feng's chest visibly caved inward, his body launched backward off the arena, his fate unknown. What technique was that? This is terrifying. An F-rank gene? How could it unleash such power? In the B-class rest area, every student's face had turned ashen. Meanwhile, the C-class section exploded into chaos. Chen Yang, Chen Yang, Chen Yang. The students chanted his name frantically, their voices echoing through the stands. Lin Yueshi stood at the sidelines, watching that calm figure on the ring, pride and concern warring within her. How many more secrets was this kid hiding? On the arena, the referee finally snapped out of his daze, his hand trembling as he raised it. The match is over. The winner, Chen Yang. Zhao Feng was quickly stretchered away, leaving behind only a pool of blood and a crowd of stunned spectators. Chen Yang turned and walked off the ring, his expression remaining calm throughout. The moment he reached the rest area, Lin Yueshi rushed over. Smiling, she patted him and said, not bad, really impressive. But soon her expression turned serious. However, that move you just used has probably drawn a lot of attention. You need to be more careful in the upcoming matches. I knew you cared about me, don't worry. Lin Yueshi's delicate face flushed red. I can't be bothered with you. The A-class rest area. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Everyone was repeatedly watching the replay of the earlier match over and over again. This is impossible. How can an F-rank gene generate this kind of power? He must have used some special secret technique. Exactly. It has to be a secret art. There's no other explanation. The students were all speculating. At the center of the rest area, a few of A-class's top geniuses remained unfazed. Thunder God Zhao Tianming leaned back on the sofa, his slender fingers lightly tapping the armrest, his gaze calmly scanning the screen. Interesting. That guy's strength seems considerable. The bald, muscular man beside him grinned. His power is indeed formidable, though I wonder how much of it matches my own. Zhao Tianming turned his head and looked at him. At least equal to yours, believe it or not. Are you fucking insulting me? Just then a lazy and sultry voice came from the corner of the rest area. Even old Zhao says so, now I want to test him myself. Everyone turned to look. There lay a woman with a fiery figure and stunning beauty lounging lazily on the sofa. She wore a tight combat suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection. Her wine-red hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, and in those elongated phoenix eyes mischief danced. She was Su Meyer, the class monitor of A1. An SS-rank gene at the peak of the Star Envoy realm. Within the entire A-class, her strength ranked only second to Zhao Tianming. Su Meyer rose from the sofa and ran her tongue along her vibrant crimson lips. Watching Chen Yang's figure on the screen, a flicker of heat ignited in her eyes. An F-rank gene, yet capable of such power. Tisk, that body of yours must be fascinating, isn't it? She finished speaking and flopped back onto the sofa. The heaving of her snowy cleavage made the boys around her awkwardly avert their gazes. Enough, stop being so suggestive. Zhao Tianming waved his hand impatiently and stood up. Let's see if he can even make it to the A-class matches first. The competition continued. In the following rounds, Chen Yang remained unstoppable. In the second match, his opponent was the 8th-ranked genius from B-class, possessing a B-rank gene at the early Star Envoy stage. It took 3 moves. The third match pitted him against an ordinary A-class student with an A-rank gene at the peak of early Star Envoy. 5 moves settled that one. The fourth match. The fifth. By the time the 10th match concluded, the entire arena was an absolute pandemonium. Chen Yang advanced to the top 64 with an unbeaten record of 10 victories. His ranking skyrocketed from beyond the 1000th place straight into the top 100 of the grade 98th. This achievement already surpassed the vast majority of A-class and B-class students. Countless people were discussing this monster from C3 class. This is terrifying. An F-rank gene actually making it this far. How on earth did he do it? Meanwhile, on the presiding platform, those important figures began taking notice of this name. An F-rank gene reaching the top 100. Chen Yang. Interesting. The deputy commander of the 7th Fleet stroked his chin, lost in thought. Have Intelligence Division look into this kid's background. Yes, sir. The adjutant beside him immediately made a note. Dusk. After the matches concluded, Chen Yang exited the arena, heading back to his dormitory. However, as he passed along a quiet rest corridor, he spotted a familiar figure. Xia Qingying. She sat alone on a bench in the corridor, head bowed, lost in thought. Chen Yang approached her. Classmate Qingying. Xia Qingying lifted her head and saw Chen Yang's surprise flickering in her eyes. It's you. Her voice carried a trace of weariness. Chen Yang sat down beside her. I watched your matches today. Xia Qingying was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Those 2 losses were pretty ugly, huh? No. Chen Yang shook his head. You're already very strong. But... He paused. You occasionally reveal a fatal flaw during combat. Xia Qingying froze. A flaw. Chen Yang nodded. When you channel Ice Blade Palm, you have a habitual 0.3-second wind-up before striking. Against weaker opponents, this won't be an issue. But against true experts, it becomes a fatal vulnerability. Your opponent just now seized upon this flaw and countered the moment you began channeling. Xia Qingying's eyes widened. She replayed the fight in her mind, growing more startled with each memory. Chen Yang was right. She truly did have this habit. And it was precisely because of this flaw that she had lost so quickly. How? How did you notice that? She looked at Chen Yang in disbelief. I just happened to notice. Chen Yang smiled. If you can eliminate this habit, you had a chance to win both matches. Xia Qingying fell silent. She lowered her head, biting her lip, lost in thought. After a long while, she raised her head and looked at Chen Yang. Thank you. Her voice was barely above a whisper. And, did that information I gave you yesterday help? Of course. Chen Yang said earnestly. Without that material, I never could have won so easily. Therefore, I should properly thank you as well. Xia Qingying's face flushed slightly. No need to thank me. She turned her head away, unable to meet Chen Yang's gaze. I just didn't want to see those guys being so arrogant. Then can you do me a favor? As repayment, I can give you points. No need for points, just consider it friendly mutual assistance. Xia Qingying ventured, since tomorrow is the 7th day rest period, how about accompanying me for special training? Chen Yang froze, gazing into Xia Qingying's clear and bright eyes. All right, no problem. The next moment, she reached out and grasped Chen Yang's hand. It's a promise. A breathtaking smile bloomed across her face, one that could outshine all flowers. In the distance, Lin Yueshi stood at the corner of the corridor, watching this scene, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. A faint, barely perceptible smile played on her lips. This kid. He really dares to. Humph. On the 5th day, the elimination rounds of the Mecha Combat Tournament officially commenced. After several days of screening, those who remained were, without exception, elites, and the atmosphere within the arena grew exceedingly solemn. Chen Yang arrived at the preparation zone, where Lin Yueshi had long been waiting, though her countenance appeared somewhat cold. Your opponent is Zhou Kai from Class B, an A-grade genetic enhancement user, mid-stage Star Envoy. She handed him a data slate, her tone strictly professional. He specializes in range suppression, using high-energy particle cannons, and employs standard military combat techniques in close quarters. His strength firmly places him among the top 5 of Class B. Chen Yang accepted the data slate, gazing at her expressionless, beautiful face as he leaned closer. Yueshi, are you angry? Lin Yueshi retreated half a step, averting his gaze. Why would I be angry? I am your instructor. Reminding you of match precautions is my duty. But you weren't like this yesterday. Chen Yang looked into her eyes. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Lin Yueshi huffed, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Hurry and prepare for the match. Don't think you're so impressive just because you won a few days. If you lose today. If I lose, then what? If you lose, don't ever come find me again. Lin Yueshi blurted out. The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted them, an uncontrollable blush creeping across her cheeks. Chen Yang smiled. He reached out and pulled Lin Yueshi into his embrace in one fluid motion. What are you doing? So many people are watching. Lin Yueshi exclaimed, caught between shock and embarrassment as she struggled frantically. Don't worry, I won't lose. Chen Yang whispered near her ear. I still remember tonight's reward. The warm breath brushing past her ear caused Lin Yueshi's body to instantly weaken, her struggling growing considerably weaker. You bastard, let go at once. Chen Yang released his hold and delivered a light, yet deliberate pat to her shapely rear before turning to walk toward his mecha. Lin Yueshi stood rooted to the spot, equal parts embarrassed and vexed, stamping her foot as she watched his retreating figure, yet unable to suppress the subtle curve forming at the corner of her lips. Upon the central arena, 2 10-meter-tall C-class mechas stood facing one another. F-grade. Hey, your streak of luck ends here. Zhou Kai's voice emanated through the public channel, dripping with contempt. I'll show you that before absolute strength, any technique is nothing but a joke. Match commence. The instant the referee's words fell, the particle cannon ports mounted on Zhou Kai's mecha shoulders blazed with dazzling brilliance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several high-energy particle beams, trailing long tails of flame, arranged in a triangular formation to seal off all of Chen Yang's evasive routes. It's over, Zhou Kai declared with confidence. Yet Chen Yang's mecha stirred into motion. Faced with particle cannon fire sufficient to melt alloy armor, he not only failed to retreat, but instead ignited his foot thrusters in a violent burst. His entire mecha darted forward like a phantom, tracing an impossible Z-shaped trajectory along the edges of the particle beams. What a... Zhou Kai's pupils contracted. Can his body withstand such maneuvers? Before he could react, Chen Yang's mecha had already closed the distance. Simultaneously, his mecha's right arm shot forth like a venomous snake emerging from its den, coiling along the opponent's arm, with the elbow precisely striking the joint of Zhou Kai's mecha arm. Short-range burst. Boom. A muffled detonation rang out as Zhou Kai's mecha's entire right arm instantly lost power, hanging limp and useless. Upon the arena, Chen Yang pressed his advantage without mercy. His mecha pressed against Zhou Kai, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of attacks. Strike, elbow, knee, shoulder. The cumbersome mecha body under his control became as agile and lethal as a martial arts grandmaster. Zhou Kai was thoroughly overwhelmed. His military combat techniques, confronted with Chen Yang's unorthodox fighting style, found no effective response, leaving him constrained at every turn. In less than a minute, his mecha's arm joints were disabled, chest armor caved inward, and a leg thruster was violently torn apart. Finally, Chen Yang delivered a mountain-leaning strike, slamming brutally into the chest of his opponent's mecha. Boom. Zhou Kai's mecha was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly motionless. The entire arena fell into deathly silence. In the subsequent mecha matches, Chen Yang pushed microcontrol to its absolute zenith. Regardless of how high his opponent's genetic grades, or how proficient their mecha piloting, before his uncanny footwork and close-quarters combat, none could mount the slightest resistance. Total victory. Chen Yang once again advanced to the mecha tournament quarterfinals with an undefeated record. On the 6th day, the psionic combat tournament. At this stage, Chen Yang's opponents all possessed spiritual strength of at least B grade. Chen Yang, your opponent, is Sun Miao from class 3A B grade spiritual strength, specializing in psychic illusion arts. Lin Yueshi's expression grew somewhat grave. Psychic illusion arts rank among the most bizarre and vexing techniques in psionic combat. Don't worry. Chen Yang cast her a reassuring glance. The match commenced. Sun Miao unleashed his illusions right from the start. Chen Yang felt his vision blur, and in an instant the surrounding scenery transformed. The arena vanished, replaced by a boundless sea of flames. Yet Chen Yang merely stood in place and closed his eyes. Will impact. The sea of flames trembled violently, then shattered like a mirror piece by piece. Pooh. Sun Miao, stationed in the distance, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as his complexion turned deathly pale. His illusion had been forcibly shattered. In the instant his mind wavered, a transparent spike had already soundlessly arrived before him. Spiritual drill. Boom. The latter's psychic shield shattered on contact, and his eyes rolled back as he collapsed into unconsciousness on the spot. Another instant kill. Throughout the subsequent matches, Chen Yang wielded the combination of will impact and spiritual drill with consummate mastery. First employing will impact to induce a momentary lapse in his opponent, then delivering a fatal strike with spiritual drill. Simple, brutal, efficient. All opponents without exception fell in a single strike. When all 6th day matches concluded, the final advancement roster materialized upon the colossal light screen at the central arena. Star Path System quarterfinalists Chen Yang, Zhao Tianming, Su Meier, Wang Meng. Mech Pilot System quarterfinalists Chen Yang, Xia Qingying. Psionic System quarterfinalists Chen Yang, Zhang He. When everyone beheld Chen Yang's name appearing simultaneously in the quarterfinal rosters of all 3 systems, the entire branch campus, and indeed the major media outlets covering this grand tournament, erupted in absolute frenzy. Holy crap! Quarterfinalist in all 3 systems. 60 consecutive victories. Is this even human? F-grade genetics. This is freaking SSS grade. A monster. This is absolutely a monster. The epithet, F-grade monster, spread like a virus throughout the entire Sagittarius star network with lightning speed. Just then the school's broadcast system activated. Announcement: the 7th day of the Freshman Grand Tournament is designated a rest day for all participants. The system quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals across all divisions will be held simultaneously on the 8th day. Please stay tuned. That evening, Chen Yang returned to his dormitory. The moment the door opened, Anya flung herself into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest, bestowing upon him a fervent kiss. Hubby, you're amazing. Quarterfinalist in all 3 systems. You're the greatest. She clung to Chen Yang like a little accessory, her excited face flushed crimson. After the two shared an intimate dinner and lingered affectionately on the sofa for a while, Anya was carried to bed amidst startled squeals, followed by wave upon wave of delicate cries. Late at night, Chen Yang gazed at Anya, who had already fallen asleep from exhaustion, gently pulling the blanket over her. He then walked to the living room, preparing to plan tomorrow's special training session with Xiaqingying, when the personal terminal on his wrist suddenly chimed. It was Lin Yueshi. Upon accepting the communication, the light screen displayed Lin Yueshi's breathtakingly beautiful face. She appeared to have just finished bathing, her damp long hair cascading casually over her shoulders. She wore only an oversized white shirt with the top 2 buttons left undone, revealing expanses of fair luminous skin and a plunging neckline. She reclined languidly upon the sofa, her long slender legs crossed the hem of her shirt, barely concealing that most mysterious of territories, stirring boundless imagination. She ran her tongue across her moist crimson lips, gazing at Chen Yang with silken seductive eyes. Chen Yang, tomorrow is a rest day, you know. How about I give you some late night tutoring? Chen Yang beheld the enchantingly irresistible beauty within the light screen and was instantly roused. Ahem, since the instructor has graciously offered, how could I possibly decline such an honor? After ending the communication, Chen Yang rose without the slightest hesitation and walked directly out the door, heading toward Lin Yueshi's private training room. He pressed the doorbell. The door opened almost immediately. The one who opened it was none other than Lin Yueshi herself. Her attire was exactly the same as in the video, that oversized shirt concealing nothing beneath. He swept Lin Yueshi up into his arms in one fluid motion, kicking the door shut behind him with his foot. Instructor, I've come for your in-depth tutoring. Lin Yueshi let out a startled cry, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. As she felt the powerful strength of his embrace and the scorching heat radiating from his body, her pretty face flushed crimson in an instant. You bastard. You. Couldn't you be a little gentler? Chen Yang grinned mischievously, carrying her in long strides toward the soft mat at the center of the training room. When have our special training sessions ever been gentle? Wouldn't you agree? He lowered her gently onto the mat, then covered her entirely with his body. The shirt was shed and the sounds of labored breathing filled the training room without end. The following morning, the light of dawn filtered through the training room's massive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting its glow upon the thoroughly disheveled soft mat. Chen Yang's consciousness stirred from the depths of profound satisfaction. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing to greet his gaze was a perfect body carved from the finest white jade. Lin Yueshi lay curled against him like a languorous cat, one long slender leg draped possessively across his waist. Her long hair spread in disheveled waves across the mat, several strands clinging to her dewy, sweat-glistened cheeks. The face that usually radiated heroic spirit now bore a trace of adorably drowsy charm and enchantment. After an entire night of in-depth tutoring, Chen Yang felt refreshed and invigorated, while this beautiful instructor at the peak of the Star King level appeared to be the one who had been thoroughly drained. Chen Yang carefully attempted to move her leg aside, preparing to rise from the mat. The beauty in his arms let out a discontented murmur, her arms tightening around him like an octopus coiling its tentacles. Her warm breath brushed against his chest, tinged with a coquettish reluctance. It's not even fully light yet. What are you waking up so early for? Lin Yueshi half opened those seductive silk-like eyes, her voice husky and sensual, imbued with a lethally alluring quality. It's a rest day, and you're not going to sleep in a little longer. Where do you think you're running off to? Chen Yang felt the soft, warm body pressed against him, and his little Yang traitorously rose to attention once more. He cleared his throat and answered honestly. I made plans with Xiaqingying for special training today. The moment the words fell, the warmth in his arms seemed to plummet by a dozen degrees. The still drowsy look in Lin Yueshi's eyes sharpened instantly, a dangerous glint flickering within them. Xiaqingying, is it? She repeated the name, her voice betraying neither anger nor pleasure. The very next second she flipped over with a sudden movement, so agile that it bore no resemblance to her languid, feeble state moments ago, and pinned Chen Yang beneath her. She straddled his waist, her hands planted on his chest, as she gazed down at him from above, every curve and contour of her bounteous figure laid bare to his view. What special training? The corner of Lin Yueshi's mouth curved into an icy arc as she hummed with overwhelming jealousy. What kind of special training could possibly be more important than the in-depth tutoring I've given you? Chen Yang felt his heart grow guilty at the sight of her accusatory expression. Yueshi were just. Shut up. Lin Yueshi refused to listen to his explanations. She lowered her head until the tip of her nose nearly touched Chen Yang's, and within those beautiful eyes burned two small furious flames. It seems last night's lesson still wasn't thorough enough. Her voice carried an unmistakable domineering authority. Since you still have the energy to go see other women, it means my tutoring hasn't been sufficient. This morning we continue the supplementary lesson. Without waiting for a response, she lowered her head, without ceremony sealing all of Chen Yang's attempted words with a domineering scorching kiss. She used the most direct action possible to declare her sovereignty. You want to go see other women? Fine. Let this lady drain you dry first. Over an hour later, Chen Yang braced himself against the training room doorframe, his legs feeling like jelly, his steps unsteady and hollow. He cast one glance back at the woman on the mat, the enchantress who was contentedly licking her lips and casting flirtatious glances his way, and fled in utter disarray. He could not be provoked, truly could not be provoked. This woman, when jealous, was more terrifying than a Zerg overmind. By the time Chen Yang arrived at Public Training Hall No. 3, he was over half an hour late. The vast training hall was completely empty, with only the crisp sound of metal colliding echoing through the space. Chen Yang stood alone at the center of the arena, an alloy longsword in hand, practicing fundamental sword techniques over and over. Thrust, slash, flick, cleave. Each movement was textbook perfect, the blade slicing through the air and conjuring piercing gusts of wind. Sweat had long since soaked through her white training garment, clinging tightly to her body and outlining the youthful, vibrant, exquisite curves of the young girl. She appeared completely absorbed in her own world, not even noticing Chen Yang's entrance. Not until he walked up to a spot just behind her and gave a slight cough. Chen Yang's movements halted abruptly. She slowly sheathed her sword and turned around. Seeing that it was Chen Yang, her perpetually icy face showed no trace of anger. She simply regarded him in silence. Sorry I'm late, Chen Yang said with some embarrassment. Chen Yang said nothing, merely striding toward him with her long legs. She stopped right in front of Chen Yang. Then she did something he had not anticipated in the slightest. She crossed her arms over her chest, which only accentuated her magnificent curves, and scrutinized him from head to toe as if sniffing for some scent. Chen Yang was thoroughly baffled by this peculiar behavior. After her inspection, Chen Yang lowered her arms. On that icy face suddenly appeared an exceedingly rare, mischievous smile. You're late. Her voice remained cool as ever, but the words that followed left Chen Yang utterly petrified. And your steps are unsteady, your breathing uneven. The finals are coming up, Chun. Shouldn't you and your wife show some restraint? That Chen Yang had a wife was something many people in the class already knew. But being called out like this, Chen Yang's weathered face flushed red all at once. He stared at Chen Yang in complete astonishment, never having imagined that such brazen words would come from those aloof, cold lips. What shocked him even more was, how did she know? Her powers of observation were terrifyingly keen. Watching Chen Yang's expression of mingled mortification and shock, the smile in Chen Yang's eyes deepened. This sudden jest acted like a key, instantly unlocking the invisible barrier between them. The atmosphere in the training hall shifted at once, becoming relaxed and subtly charged. Chen Yang seemed quite pleased by his flustered state, the curve of her lips growing more pronounced. She tossed the alloy longsword in her hand to Chen Yang. Stop spacing out. Come on, my sparring partner. Let me see how much strength you have left after keeping your wife company. Enough to keep me company. Chen Yang reached out and steadily caught the alloy sword thrown to him. The blade felt cold to the touch, carrying a trace of the girl's body warmth. He weighed it in his hand. The heft was just right. Opposite him, a mischievous smile still lingered on Chen Yang's ice-like beauty, but her eyes already blazed with renewed battle fervor, more intense than ever before. Come then. With terse words, she raised her sword and assumed a standard opening stance. Before the words had fully left her lips, she moved. No warning at all. Chen Yang stomped her foot, and like a flash of white lightning, she closed the distance in an instant, lunging straight for Chen Yang's face. Her alloy sword carved a chilling arc through the air, pale blue star energy surging across its surface to form a thin layer of frost that dropped the temperature wherever it passed. The strike was fierce, the cold aura oppressive. Yet Chen Yang simply stood calm in place, facing this sudden, unrestrained assault. He didn't shift his feet. Only when that frosted blade tip was about to touch his forehead did he move. No retreat, no evasion. He simply raised his sword and held it before him. Clang! The sharp ring of metal echoed through the empty training hall. Chen Yang's decisive strike was effortlessly parried by Chen Yang. A powerful backlash surged through her sword, numbing her palm, but she didn't pause. She used the force to spin her wrist and drive her blade downward in a cold, blurred strike toward Chen Yang. Fast, precise, ruthless. Yet Chen Yang moved even quicker. His sword seemed alive, clinging to her blade like a shadow, merely guiding and deflecting her attacks. Her thunderous strike was easily redirected, striking nothing. How? A shock rippled through Chen Yang's mind. Refusing to accept defeat, she unleashed a more ferocious assault. Sword light cascaded like a waterfall, cold aura rolled in like tidal waves. For a moment, the center of the training hall was engulfed by icy blue sword shadows that descended upon Chen Yang from every direction like a violent storm. Thrust, slash, lift, cleave. Chen Yang pushed her S-rank family sword technique, the Ice River Sword Manual, to its limits. Yet no matter how swift or relentless her attacks became, Chen Yang remained rooted in place, not even shifting his feet. The ordinary alloy sword in his hands had become an impenetrable barrier. He defended without counterattacking, moving through her relentless sword net as leisurely as a stroll. Clang, clang, clang. The ringing of metal never ceased. With each exchange, Xia Qingying grew increasingly alarmed and frustrated. No matter how she adjusted her power or changed her techniques, every attack fell into the abyss without so much as a ripple. In contrast, Chen Yang's breathing remained steady and deep, his expression relaxed and unfazed. He even watched her every move with the detached attention of a teacher evaluating a student. She let out a sharp cry as her star energy erupted without restraint. Ice Blade Storm, the most powerful area attack in the Ice River Sword Manual. In an instant, dozens of Ice Blue Sword Chi manifestations coalesced before her from pure star energy. This technique consumed over half her reserves, her final trump card. But at that very moment, Chen Yang, who had only been defending, finally moved. A wisp of star energy began gathering at his blade's tip. Lin Yueshi had never taught him those techniques imbued with star energy attributes, only methods for condensing star energy for offense. Not that she didn't know them, but she deliberately withheld them. As she put it, those elemental star energy techniques were mere ornamental tricks for someone at their cultivation stage. Flashy, but fundamentally impractical. Mastering foundational techniques and learning to condense star energy at will forms the steel and concrete of a cultivator's foundation. Without a solid base, pursuing elaborate techniques is the height of folly. Chen Yang had long since mastered condensing star energy at will. He simply hadn't had the opportunity to use it in competition. His long sword lunged forward, star energy igniting along its edge. Buzz, thud. A sharp pain shot through Xia Qingying's wrist as a precise force traveled up her arm, completely dispersing her star energy in an instant. The sky full of ice blade storms simultaneously dissolved like phantom illusions, stripped of their energy source, fading into scattered blue light that vanished into the air. Xia Qingying froze in place. She held her strike pose, but the sword slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. She stared blankly at her empty hand, then at Chen Yang standing calmly with his sword sheathed, her mind going completely empty. She had lost. Utterly defeated. Your force generation has a 0.1 second delay, Chen Yang stated calmly. Xia Qingying looked up sharply, unable to believe what she was hearing. Chen Yang continued unperturbed. I've observed your technique. It relies on using skill to overcome brute force softness to conquer hardness. But each time you channel your star energy, there's a subtle delay in your movement and strikes. While this delay is more than sufficient against ordinary opponents, it prevents your attacks from ever reaching true perfection. Chen Yang gathered the alloy sword from the ground as he spoke. For instance, that ice blade explosion you just used. He demonstrated the same opening stance Xia Qingying had used. You tend to fully compress and condense your star energy first, then guide it through your meridians to your sword blade. That process creates the 0.1 second delay. The same technique, the same ice blade storm, but Chen Yang's star energy carried no elemental attribute. Dozens of star energy sword blades, far more condensed than Xia Qingying's, formed instantly, then surged forth with a whistle. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rippled across the ground. The identical technique in his hands had increased in power by at least 30%. The key difference was its flawless, seamless execution. Xia Qingying was utterly stunned. She suddenly realized the gap between them had nothing to do with genetics. This was what true genius looked like. Chen Yang flicked his wrist, and the scattered sword energy dissipated. He handed the sword back to Xia Qingying. Do you understand now? She took the sword dazedly, then took a deep breath and did something that surprised even Chen Yang. She bowed deeply to Chen Yang. Student Chen Yang, please teach me. Her voice trembled slightly. Over the next several hours, the entire training hall became Chen Yang's private classroom. Under his guidance, Xia Qingying repeatedly corrected her movements. From the most basic sword grip to the star energy pathways for each technique to breathing rhythms during combat, Chen Yang held nothing back, sharing every optimal solution his super deduction ability had analyzed. Xia Qingying also displayed the kind of comprehension befitting an S-rank genius. She could clearly feel her strength rising at an unprecedented, almost terrifying pace. By the time training ended, night had fallen. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, her training uniform outlining her graceful figure, Xia Qingying collapsed onto the cool floor, gasping for breath. Yet her eyes shone with startling brightness. Watching Chen Yang nearby, who was also wiping away sweat, her expression had undergone a subtle transformation. There was an admiration she hadn't even recognized in herself. He was truly remarkable. Her insight, talent, resilience, and stamina. Thank you, Chen Yang. Her voice lacked its usual coldness, instead carrying a softness and shyness unique to a young woman. Chen Yang smiled and offered her a bottle of water. We're classmates. Helping each other is only natural. Xia Qingying took the water and drank, moistening her parched throat. They fell silent for a moment. As they parted, Xia Qingying mustered enormous courage and opened her personal terminal, a captivating blush rising to her cheeks. In order to facilitate future discussions about swordsmanship, shall we exchange contact information? Gazing into Xia Qingying's limpid, luminous eyes and the delicate flush blooming across her cheeks from nervous anticipation, Chen Yang finally offered a gentle nod. All right. A single word, yet it caused Xia Qingying's eyes to ignite with sudden radiance. She swiftly summoned her personal terminal, and the two exchanged communication codes. With this accomplished, Xia Qingying felt her entire being relax. She turned toward Chen Yang, her lips curving into a faint smile, one born from the depths of her heart, one she herself scarcely recognized. Then, see you at the finals. With those words she turned and departed in swift, buoyant steps, her very silhouette radiating a lightness of spirit. Chen Yang watched her retreating figure, then lowered his gaze to the newly added contact on his terminal, shaking his head with a helpless smile. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the training hall, within an observation room enclosed by one-way glass, Zhang Zhun, the commandant of the Mechanist Academy, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze filled with profound admiration as he watched the battle replay projected on the luminous screen below. The replay displayed the entirety of Chen Yang's guidance session with Xia Qingying. Beside him, an encrypted virtual screen glowed into life. Upon it appeared the image of a grizzled veteran, hair streaked with white, features coarse and rugged, raising a bottle to pour liquor down his throat. It was Lin, who stationed far away in the C-34 mechanical sector. Old Lin, this boy you fished out of the junk heap. He's a true monster. Zhang Zhun's voice brimmed with emotion as he pointed at Chen Yang's fluid, masterful demonstration on the screen. Look at him. 8 of the strongest across 3 divisions defeated through sheer ability alone, never once revealing his true hand. Now it appears his combat talent and instructional prowess are even more terrifying than his own strength. On the screen, Lin, whose image chuckled heartily, took another massive swig of liquor and let out a resonant belch. The man I have my eye on. How could he be anything but extraordinary? Though I must say his talent for attracting women seems to match his talent for stirring up trouble. Hee. Almost on par with what I was capable of back in my day. Upon hearing this, the smile faded from Zhang Zhun's face, his expression turning solemn. Enough jesting. Right now he stands too tall above the forest, his brilliance too dazzling. An F-grade genetic profile, and he's cut clean through Class B and Class A. The entire Star Network is talking about him. The Zhao family has already sent people to the academy to inquire about him, and several other great houses have set their sights upon him as well. Should we have him stop here, keep him hidden away for now? Hide him. Lin, whose gaze sharpened instantly as he rejected the notion without hesitation. No, let him fly. The higher the better. He set down his bottle, leaning forward, slightly fixing his eyes upon Zhang Zhun as he spoke with deliberate weight. Old Zhang, you know better than I do what the fighting on the front lines is like. It's turned into an utter mess. Those Zerg and the mechanical cult bastards are swarming like rabid dogs. What does the Federation need most right now? Exactly these unreasonable, monstrous geniuses. The more exceptional he proves himself, the more dazzling he becomes, the more those old-timers on the military mountain will treasure him like the apple of their eye. Before the absolute might of the state apparatus, those so-called noble houses and aristocratic clans are nothing but a few overfed paper tigers. One poke, and they crumble. Lin, whose voice was not loud, yet it carried an irrefutable iron-blooded authority. You need do nothing, and you need manage nothing. Your task is to protect him, to sweep aside any obstacle that dares reach its hand into the military academy, to allow him to fight with undivided focus. As for how far he can go, that depends entirely on his own capability. After a long silence, Zhang Zhun nodded slightly. Understood. The communication ended and the luminous screen dissolved. Zhang Zhun stood in place for a long while before finally exhaling a slow, measured breath. He turned and descended from the observation room. Upon reaching the training hall entrance, he happened upon Chen Yang, who had just finished packing his belongings and was preparing to depart. Student Chen Yang. Zhang Zhun's voice brought Chen Yang to a halt. Commandant. Chen Yang was somewhat surprised, but he offered a respectful greeting nonetheless. Zhang Zhun approached Chen Yang and smiled faintly. I observed your entire training session just now. You're quite the outstanding young man. Chen Yang flushed slightly at the praise. You're too kind, Commandant. Oh, I was actually looking for you. About the freshman grand competition. Where would it be better for me to stop? Zhang Zhun shook his head. There's no need for that. Fight with everything you have, go as far as your strength will carry you. Give it your all without restraint. I cannot say too much, only this. The situation beyond these walls has changed over the past month. Zhang Zhun spoke, his voice steady and resolute. From here on, go as far as you possibly can. If the heavens should fall, the military will bear the weight above your head. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's spine straightened unconsciously. He looked at Zhang Zhun and nodded with solemn gravity. Understood, Commandant. Excellent. Zhang Zhun nodded with satisfaction. To possess such mettle, you have not betrayed your master's discerning eye. He raised his wrist and swiftly tapped several commands upon his personal terminal. The next moment, a crisp notification chimed from Chen Yang's personal terminal. This is the military's investment in a prodigy, and likewise a reward for the honor you've brought to the academy. Zhang Zhun intoned in a grave voice, applied for through my own authority. Chen Yang opened his terminal in puzzlement, and an encrypted message bearing the highest military clearance came into view. Cultivation access for the SS grade legendary art. 8 styles of dragon suppression has been granted. SS grade. A legendary art. Chen Yang's heart lurched violently. The 8 styles of dragon suppression can be employed both to temper the physical body of a stellar and to be integrated into mech piloting. It stands as one of the foundational martial techniques upon which the 7th Fleet has built its dominion across the starfields. Zhang Jun observed the shock etched across Chen Yang's features and continued, "Learn it well, and do not betray this expectation." Having spoken, he turned to leave. After a couple of steps, as though something had occurred to him, he paused, turning back to cast a glance at Chen Yang. "By the way, you may seek out instructor Lin Yueshi of your class, and have her instruct you directly. I have already authorized her." With those words, Zhang Jun did not linger further and strode out of the training hall with great strides. "Yes, thank you, Commandant." Chen Yang stowed his terminal and clenched his fist. Tomorrow marks the quarterfinals. He must continue to improve. With the old man working so hard in the shadows, he could not afford to let him down. With this resolve, Chen Yang did not return to the dormitory, but turned directly heading toward Lin Yueshi's private training room. When Chen Yang pressed the familiar doorbell with excitement, the door opened almost instantly. Lin Yueshi stood gracefully at the doorway, having changed back into her fiery red tight training suit, which accentuated her breathtaking curves. With her arms folded across her chest, she leaned against the doorframe and regarded him with an amused smirk. "What couldn't our great genius Ya satisfy you?" "Ahem, what nonsense. The commanding instructor is watching. We're perfectly normal." Chen Yang ignored the jealousy in her words, walked straight into the training room, closed the door behind him, and handed over his personal terminal. "Yueshi, look at this." His expression was unusually grave. Lin Yueshi raised a brow and took the terminal with suspicion, but when she saw the encrypted file title on the holographic display, her teasing smile vanished. SS grade legendary technique. 8 techniques of dragon suppression. That's impossible. Lin Yueshi gasped in shock. She quickly operated the holographic screen to pull up the technique information. When the familiar yet completely complete martial arts diagrams and mental cultivation techniques appeared before her eyes, she froze entirely, her body trembling slightly. "The commanding instructor. How could he give this to you?" Her voice was filled with disbelief and shock. Chen Yang scratched his head. "The commanding instructor said he authorized you." Lin Yueshi hurriedly opened her mailbox to check, and indeed there was an authorization teaching reminder from the commanding instructor that had appeared without her noticing. She closed the door and pulled Chen Yang to the center of the training room, saying seriously, "This 8 techniques of dragon suppression is one of the 7th Fleet's foundational martial arts for establishing their presence in the Star Sea. It is said to have been created by a star deity named Long Yun during the ancient era and is the origin and ancestor of countless top-tier combat techniques of our human federation." Her breathing became rapid, her full chest heaving violently. "I never expected you to obtain this less than a month after entering university. You're truly a little monster." Lin Yueshi immediately shifted into ace instructor mode, projecting the technique data into the air and saying with a serious expression, "Let me demonstrate it for you. First, watch carefully. This technique requires tremendous physical fitness and star energy control. The first form requires transforming into a dragon, first named leaping over the dragon gate." She cried out sharply and assumed a fighting stance. A majestic aura erupted from her body. Her figure stretched out, every punch and kick filled with explosive power, truly resembling a dragon, transforming, roaring with its head held high. Under her, as a peak Star King powerhouse, the 8 dragon-suppressing forms displayed heaven-shaking power. The second form dragon Walk Tiger Step had steady and domineering footwork. The third form dragon soaring across 4 seas. After completing the entire 8-form routine, Lin Yueshi was drenched in sweat, her chest heaving vigorously, but those beautiful eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. She gathered her stance and looked at Chen Yang. "Did you see clearly? The essence of this technique lies in momentum. Overwhelming others with momentum, breaking skill with power. Try the first form first." "I saw it clearly." Chen Yang nodded, closed his eyes, and rapidly replayed every movement Lin Yueshi had made in his mind. In the next moment he moved. The same opening stance, the same punch thrown. However, the wind from his punch was weak and lifeless, lacking any momentum whatsoever, let alone the dragon momentum. After just half an hour of imitation and practice, Chen Yang felt half of his star energy, depleted, every muscle in his body aching and sweat flowing down like a stream. No good. This technique consumes too much physical stamina and star energy. Chen Yang supported himself on his knees, panting heavily. He was still in the form learning stage and had to wait for the super deduction to gradually digest and activate. Lin Yueshi handed him a high-energy stimulant bottle, her face showing no surprise. "Normal. When I first practiced, I was even worse off than you. This technique is like a bottomless pit. You must take it slowly, there's no rushing." Chen Yang unscrewed the cap and drank the cool liquid in one go. A warm current quickly spread through his limbs and organs, replenishing his consumed stamina. He closed his eyes again and began to ponder. In his mind, the talent of super deduction seemed to have an invisible switch that clicked on deep within his consciousness. At this moment it operated frantically. The 8 forms of the technique that Lin Yueshi had demonstrated were broken down in his mind into countless basic movement units. Every technique of exertion, every path of star energy circulation was clearly presented, analyzed, and optimized. An unprecedented sense of enlightenment surged through his heart. Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes and walked alone to the center. It was still the first form, fish leaping over the dragon gate. But this time his entire aura had completely changed. He didn't deliberately pursue that domineering dragon momentum like Lin Yueshi did. His movements appeared almost elegant. A more ancient, vast, and profound artistic conception arose spontaneously. If Lin Yueshi's demonstration was like a tyrannical dragon brandishing its claws and teeth, then what Chen Yang was demonstrating now was a divine dragon looking down upon all living beings from the ninth heaven. The smile on Lin Yueshi's face instantly froze. Her beautiful eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, unable to believe everything she was seeing. Chen Yang didn't stop. The second form, the third form, the fourth form. He completed the optimized 8 dragon-suppressing forms in their entirety. His movements flowed like water and clouds. Every turn and every punch could resonate with the surrounding star energy. Its power and profundity had long exceeded the original scope of the technique. When the final form, arrogant dragon will regret, was struck, Chen Yang gathered his stance and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid energy. The entire training room was so quiet that a needle dropping could be heard. Lin Yueshi remained in that dumbfounded posture. Chen Yang looked at her dazed expression, scratched his head, and said something astonishing. Yueshi, I feel. This technique seems incomplete. After the 8th form dragon fighting in the wild, there should be one final ultimate move. These words exploded like thunder in Lin Yueshi's mind. Incomplete. There's a 9th form. How is this possible? This is the 7th Fleet's foundational technique passed down for hundreds of years, and countless prodigies and powerful beings have contemplated it. No one has ever made such a claim. Under Lin Yueshi's stunned and nearly vacant gaze, Chen Yang took a deep breath, lowered his body slightly, and assumed another opening stance. This opening stance did not belong to any of the forms in the 8 dragon-suppressing forms. Simple and primitive, yet it seemed to contain the supreme principles of heaven and earth. The 9th form, I call it. Divine Dragon Nirvana. Chen Yang's voice was calm and indifferent. But when he slowly executed this form, the star energy throughout the entire training room instantly became chaotic, like a divine dragon roaring in fury, as if to overturn everything. A terrifying artistic conception of annihilating all things and ending everything enveloped the entire space. Lin Yueshi shook violently, and the Star King's protective aura unconsciously shielded her body. She looked at the youth before her, her beautiful eyes shining with incredible brilliance. Step by step she walked toward Chen Yang. Her breathing became rapid and hot, those flame-burning eyes staring fixedly at Chen Yang. She approached Chen Yang, extended her slightly trembling hand, and gently stroked his cheek. Her voice was hoarse beyond recognition. You, little monster. Oh no, you're also a big monster. Her voice carried an unprecedented love and possessiveness. Sister, tonight, I'll reward you. Having spoken, Lin Yueshi turned and strode toward the changing room on her long legs. Chen Yang stood rooted in place, her words reigniting within him that scorching heat, which had only just begun to subside. A moment later, the door of the changing room swung open. Lin Yueshi stepped out. Chen Yang's breath caught in an instant. She had shed her fiery scarlet attire, replacing it with a form-fitting bodysuit of interweaving black and crimson. It was no combat suit, but rather a derivative of that most primal garment, one crafted to kindle desire. The dark leather clung tightly to every exquisite curve of her figure, delineating her astonishing waist-to-hip ratio and the proud swell of her bosom with devastating clarity. Crimson lines wove through the fabric with a wild, bewitching tension. In her hand, she held a small metallic vial, its surface glinting with an ominous, perilous luminescence. Come here. Lin Yueshi's voice carried an authority that brooked no refusal. She walked to the mat at the center of the training room, seated herself cross-legged upon it, and placed the vial of elixir before her. Chen Yang approached and sat down before her. This is a Class A restricted drug under Alliance jurisdiction, Dragon's Blood Frenzy. Lin Yueshi moistened her vivid crimson lips. It can continuously stimulate the body's latent potential, but the side effects are equally severe. For an ordinary person, the least consequence would be dangerous overcorrection, the worst bodily rupture from excess. However, her touch glided lightly across Chen Yang's sculpted chest, drawing a shuddering tremor in its wake. Rest assured, I have observed you for quite some time. Your body can endure the strain, and this raging torrent of power must be properly channeled. She bent close, her warm breath feathering against the shell of his ear. Allow your instructor to guide you through some profound cultivation. Thus began an intensely fervent session of deep tutoring. Under the catalyst of the elixir, Chen Yang felt a river of molten lava detonate within him. His consciousness was instantly consumed by the most primal of desires. He transformed into a tireless beast of feral power, every fiber of his muscles surging with explosive might. The next instant he lunged toward the prey before him. Lin Yueshi offered no resistance, instead surging forward to meet him. As a peak Star King powerhouse, she unfurled her domain, wholly embracing that ferocious force, channeling it, merging with it through her own incomparably refined stellar energy. The conjoined energies of the two erupted wildly outward in all directions. The alloy walls of the entire training room hummed and groaned beneath the assault, emitting the whimpers of a structure stretched beyond its limits. The mat had long since been reduced to powder. The frigid alloy floor became the new battlefield. From the corners to the center, from the equipment racks to the floor-to-ceiling windows, every surface bore the marks of their frenzied entanglement. That night Lin Yueshi utterly relinquished the poise of an elite instructor along with the pride of a scion of noble bloodlines. She was simply a woman utterly conquered by the man she loved. She ceaselessly took and ceaselessly guided Chen Yang forward. How long it endured no one knew, but at last this tempest gradually subsided. The two collapsed upon the floor in each other's arms utterly spent and drifted into deep slumber. Dawn. Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes. He felt as though he had dreamed a long, long dream. In it he had become a primordial beast tirelessly plundering, incapable of fatigue. And indeed it had been so. He sensed his body brimming with power the likes of which he had never known. Every muscle, every bone seemed forged anew through countless refinements, transformed entirely. He immediately summoned the system panel. The next instant a cascade of dense system notifications flooded the screen like a waterfall. Congratulations, host. First genetic fusion with an SS rank bloodline completed. Rewards significantly enhanced. Detected fusion target as Star King Realm powerhouse with host having maintained the dominant position throughout the fusion process. Rewards enhanced a second time. Reward gene optimization elixir advanced X1. Reward Star King Realm insight shard X3. Reward unlocked insect race royal bloodline talent. Battle domain beginner. Offspring genetic fusion rate 1 Lin Yueshi success. The genetic fusion with Lin Yueshi has finally been acknowledged by the system. Although merely 1%, this represents a monumental breakthrough. Without hesitation, Chen Yang elected to claim all his rewards. Use gene optimization elixir advanced. Use Star King Realm insight shards. Boom. A surge of energy vaster and more refined than any he had ever known instantly flooded through his entire being. Simultaneously 3 radiant shards emanating an aura of profound mystery dissolved into his sea of consciousness. Countless insights regarding the Star King Realm, about domains, about presence, about the wielding of will as force, poured into his mind like divine dew anointing a parched soul. His comprehension of stellar energy and of the dragon subduing 9 forms deepened ever further. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid chi in the air. That exhalation coalesced into the faint silhouette of a dragon, which coiled for a moment before gradually dissipating. An invisible majesty, the bearing of a sovereign, radiated outward from him as its center silently unfurling. He once again summoned the system panel. Host Chen Yang gene rating A rank realm, star envoy limit. Talents hyperdimensional perception, intermediate racial divine power, beginner mimicry, beginner super deduction, beginner will shock, beginner battle domain, beginner bound companions, Anya SSS Lin Yueshi SS offspring genetic fusion rate Anya 60. 1 Lin Yueshi 1 his gene rating had leapt from A all the way to A. Although his realm had not broken through, his actual combat capability had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Just as this realization settled, the supple form in his arms stirred slightly. Lin Yueshi had awakened. The moment she opened her eyes, she sensed the change within Chen Yang. That aura, deeper, more formidable, even touched with a sovereign's commanding presence, caused her beautiful eyes to ignite with sudden brilliance. You've comprehended the Star King aura. It appears so. Magnificent. As expected of my man. She extended her jade-like arms, looped them around his neck, and pressed a kiss to his cheek. My little man has grown stronger again. After another interlude of tender intimacy, Chen Yang finally departed the training room. Lin Yueshi lounged languidly upon the floor, watching his retreating figure with a smile of utter contentment curling at her lips. However, at that very moment her personal terminal emitted an urgent chime. It was an encrypted message from her family, the highest classification level. Lin Yueshi opened the holographic display. The instant she read its contents, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. The message contained but 2 questions. Did you ignite the dragon-subduing lamp? Who taught you the dragon-subduing 9 forms? Chen Yang arrived at the central arena, which was already a sea of humanity. The atmosphere of the finals day had reached its absolute boiling point. The quarterfinals of all 3 divisions, Mech Star Wielders and Psychics, would all be decided within the span of this single day. After a day's rest, the semifinals would follow, and so on in succession. Chen Yang stepped into Class C3's rest area and was immediately greeted by a tidal wave of rapturous cheers. He walked calmly through the throng, his gaze settling upon the enormous holographic display at the arena's center. Across its surface, the first-round matchups were scrolling at breakneck speed. A moment later, the list froze. The entire arena instantly erupted into earth-shattering uproar. Mech Division Quarterfinals Class C, 3 Chen Yang versus Class A, 1 Wang Ming. On the colossal luminous screen suspended in the air above the central arena, the countless names that had been scrolling at breakneck speed finally came to an abrupt halt at this very moment. Mechanist Division Quarterfinals Class C, 3 Chen Yang versus Class A, 1 Wang Ming. The moment those golden characters appeared, the already fervent hum of the arena fell silent for a brief instant before erupting into a roar 100 times more thunderous than anything that had come before. Holy shit. The very first match is a clash of titans. The F-class monster against the diamond berserk ape. This is going to be epic. We're done for. Chen Yang's winning streak is about to end. That's Wang Ming we're talking about. The clamor and gasps surged like a tidal wave, threatening to tear the arena's vaulted ceiling clean off. In the Class C, 3 rest area. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Xia Qingying's long legs carried her swiftly forward as she approached Chen Yang. Her usually cool and aloof face was now etched with solemnity. You've got to be careful with Wang Ming. A note of urgency threaded through her voice. His nickname is Berserk Ape. Word has it he carries the rare S-class, Diamond Giant Ape, gene in his bloodline, and his cultivation has reached the peak of Star Envoy. Whatever you do, don't try to match him in pure physical strength. There are rumors he once tore apart a B-class standard-issue mech with his bare hands. Tore apart a mech with his bare hands. Those few words drew sharp intakes of breath from the surrounding Class C. 3 students who overheard. Chen Yang gave her a nod, his face still wearing that same expression of calm composure. Thanks. You be careful too. Class B's ranching is pretty strong. Don't forget everything we drilled in training. Xia Qingying gazed into those unruffled eyes of his, as though any formidable foe before him were nothing more than the ordinary course of things. The heart she'd held suspended for his sake settled inexplicably, soothed by some unnamed measure. She smiled with a slight nod, offered no further words, turned and returned to her own seat, then closed her eyes and slipped into meditation. Meanwhile, in the Class A, 1 rest area, a bald, hulking brute, standing over 2 meters tall, his muscles knotted and coiled, as though forged from steel, grinned broadly, as he rolled his knuckles into a fist. Wang Ming split his wide mouth into a grin, turned his head toward Zhao Tunming, who was lounging at ease on the sofa beside him, and bellowed in a coarse, ferocious snicker. Kimming, didn't you say that kid's strength was about the same as mine? Today I'm gonna let you see with your own 2 eyes what the hell real strength looks like. Zhao Tianming merely cast him a cursory glance, the faintest detached smile playing at the corner of his lips, neither affirmation nor denial. Several minutes later, the 2 fighters took the field in succession. Competitors enter the arena. At the referee's announcement echoing across the venue, Chen Yang and Wang Ming, one trailing the other, ascended the central stage beneath the gaze of 10,000 spectators. Wang Ming's mountain-like frame, merely by standing there, cast an enormous shadow across the ground. A wave of primal savage pressure rolled outward, leaving many students in the front rows of the stand struggling for breath. Begin. The instant the referee's command to start rang out. Roar. Wang Ming offered not a single word of trash talk, nor any flashy opening stance. He let loose an ear-splitting bellow, and the solid alloy platform beneath his feet actually cracked beneath his stomp into a spiderweb of fractures. In the next instant, his entire body dropped low, carrying an unstoppable surge of feral momentum as he charged straight at Chen Yang. Throughout his assault, the S-class, Diamond Giant Ape, gene within him was driven to its absolute limit. The muscles across his entire body swelled visibly at an alarming rate, stretching his combat suit to the brink of tearing apart, while a metallic sheen bloomed across his bronze-hued skin. He hurled a punch. Before the fist even arrived, the ferocious wind of its passage had already compressed the air into violent detonations. What terrifying power! This. Can a human being really possess such strength? In the stands, countless students' faces drained of horror. Even the distinguished figures seated on the main platform could not help but sit up straight. They could clearly sense the sheer destructive force contained within Wang Ming's strike. Yet faced with this earth-shattering punch, Chen Yang neither dodged nor retreated. Reflected in his pupils was that rapidly expanding wok-sized fist, and not the slightest trace of fear crossed his face. He drew in a deep breath, and as the stellar energy within him surged, he likewise settled into a stance to throw a punch of his own. Racial divine force. Under countless gazes of shock and disbelief, Chen Yang's fist rose to meet the incoming blow. Boom. One massive, one slight. 2 fists of utterly disproportionate size collided squarely at the center of the arena. For that single instant, it was as though a miniature bomb had detonated on the stage. A visible ring-shaped shockwave burst outward in all directions from the point where their fists connected. The extraordinarily sturdy specialty alloy platform beneath their feet was, by the sheer terror of that impact, forced into a sunken crater. Thud, 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 thud. Both figures simultaneously staggered 3 steps backward, each footfall leaving a deep imprint in the unyielding ground. Evenly matched. The entire arena fell silent at this moment. Every single person gaped with wide eyes and slack jaws, staring dumbly at the 2 figures on the stage, their minds a complete blank. He blocked it. That seemingly slight-framed F-class had actually used pure strength to take the full-powered strike of the Diamond Berserk Ape, Wang Ming, head-on. How is this possible? The wild, ferocious sneer on Wang Ming's face froze solid. He lowered his gaze to his own fist, which had grown faintly numb and was even beginning to tremble, then looked up at the youth across from him, whose expression remained as placid as ever. Beyond the extremity of his shock, an even fiercer, more bloodthirsty battle lust began surging wildly from the depths of his eyes. Interesting. How very interesting. Again. Wang Ming unleashed another roar, and the aura around him actually surged yet another notch higher than before. His eyes gradually became suffused with crimson. Clear evidence that he had fully ignited an even deeper stratum of his genetic power entering his berserker state. Chen Yang sensed the terrifying surge of power radiating from his opponent, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He knew that if he continued matching strength for strength like this, even if he won, the toll on his own body would be far too great and would impact his performance in the matches to come. In that case, it was time for him to bring out his trump card as well. He drew in a slow breath, and when he raised his head again, a faint glimmer of golden light flashed through those dark pupils. An invisible sovereign majesty, as though a sovereign surveying all beneath heaven, erupted outward from Chen Yang's body, sweeping in all directions with thunderous force. Wang Ming, who had been about to charge, once more froze mid-motion. He felt as though a colossal dragon had fixed him with its gaze. That suppression born from the very fabric of rules themselves caused the berserk power he so prided himself on to crystallize in an instant. His expression instantly shifted to one of utter shock. Holy, what the hell is this? Wang Ming felt that his body could still move, but every motion became unbearably heavy, as if throwing punches through deep water. 10 parts of strength yielding, at most 5. What the hell is this? Wang Ming's mind churned with turmoil. He exerted himself to activate the golden ape gene within his body, attempting to break free from this invisible shackle with even more ferocious power. However, the more he struggled, the heavier the pressure crushing down from all directions became. On the presidential stand. Click. The teacup in the hands of the deputy commander of the 7th Fleet was slowly placed on the table, his eyes gleaming with sharp brilliance. Star King Aura. But this kid. Only at the Star Envoy stage. What this meant for the military needed no explanation. Meanwhile, the principal and the various counselors beside him wore equally complex expressions. Star King Aura. That was the hallmark of a Star King realm powerhouse. It was the embryonic form of will and stellar energy combining to interfere with reality. A threshold that many geniuses could never reach in their entire lives had unexpectedly appeared on an F-rank gene, an 18-year-old freshman. All one could say was that this year's geniuses were even more unreasonable. In the arena, Chen Yang did not give Wang Ming any more opportunities. When you're vulnerable, strike to kill. His figure flickered, leaving behind a faint afterimage in place, while he himself materialized before Wang Ming like a ghost. Still just an ordinary punch. But this punch carried that overwhelming momentum, ruling over all, and terrifying power poured out directly. Impossible. Wang Ming looked up and roared in defiance, instinctively crossing his arms to protect his chest, pouring all his remaining strength into this block. However, the moment Chen Yang's fist descended, Wang Ming felt as if he wasn't blocking a fist at all. It was like a meteor screaming toward him. Crunch. A bone-shattering sound that made one's teeth ache echoed clearly throughout the entire deathly silent arena. Wang Ming's arms, which could have withstood mechas, proved as fragile as rotten wood under that single punch. His arms bent at an eerie, twisted angle, and he was sent flying backward like a cannonball, as if struck head-on by an interstellar train traveling at full speed. Boom. His body crashed heavily into the energy shield at the arena's edge, the translucent barrier bulging violently outward as ripples spread across its surface, visible to the naked eye. Only then did Wang Ming's body slide weakly down the shield and fall to the ground, both arms completely broken, blood gushing from his mouth. He struggled to get up, but could only twitch futilely a few times before his head lolling to the side and falling unconscious. The referee stood frozen, mouth agape, and after several seconds finally remembered his duty, raising his trembling hand. The winner from C3 class, Chen Yang. Silence. After a brief pause came wild screams, erupting like a volcano. God. He's fucking a god. F-rank. Screw F-rank. If F-rank can do this, I want to be F-rank too. A-class rest area. Zhao Tianming finally dropped the playful expression on his face. He slowly sat upright, and in those usually languid eyes there was now an unprecedented gravity. Star King Aura. I underestimated him. On another arena. Clang. With the final clash of metal, Xia Qingying's opponent, Ranxin, a genius from B-class, had her weapon knocked from her hands. She staggered backward and conceded defeat with an unwilling expression. Xia Qingying stood holding her sword, her chest rising and falling slightly. Sweat dampened her forehead hair, but those cold, clear eyes shone with startling brightness. After nearly 10 minutes of grueling combat, she relied on the more refined and fluid glacial river sword art, guided by Chen Yang, to narrowly defeat her opponent and successfully advance to the top 4. She looked toward the central arena where thunderous cheers were erupting. After a brief moment of shock, a brilliant smile bloomed on Xia Qingying's lips. I knew it. He could definitely do this. In the afternoon, on the mech pilot arena, Chen Yang's opponent was a mech genius from Class A. From the start of the match, the opponent displayed the skill befitting a Class A genius, maneuvering the mech with agility, while rapid-fire energy cannons on the shoulders spewed dense bursts of flame, attempting to pin Chen Yang in place with overwhelming ranged firepower. Inside the cockpit, Chen Yang's expression remained calm and unruffled. He took a deep breath, attempting to channel his own momentum through the mech. The results proved him right. Star King Aura. Once mastered, it could be applied almost anywhere. The ordinary C-rank training mech he controlled underwent a complete transformation in Aura. The once cold, cumbersome construct of metal now seemed imbued with a soul. Every movement, every gesture carried a composed, yet domineering elegance. What the hell is this? Terror surged through the opponent's mind. Chen Yang didn't give him time to process his shock. Piloting the mech as if it had come alive, he effortlessly tore through what seemed an impenetrable web of firepower. Close quarters. Just 3 moves. First move, dislocate the opponent's mech right arm joint. Second move, lock the left leg thruster. Third move, the blade of his alloy war knife came to a precise halt before the observation window of the enemy cockpit. Victory achieved with ease. At the very same moment in the A-class rest area, a tall, handsome youth with a cold, aloof demeanor, Lin Shan, who had always been sitting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He was the heavy favorite for the Mech Pilot Championship. Watching the light screen, seeing the final pose of Chen Yang's mech with its blade sheathed, and standing tall, Lin Shan's brows furrowed tightly for the first time. I never expected a guy from C-class to actually make it this far. That evening, the Spirit Reader quarterfinals. Xia Qingying encountered another top-tier expert from Class A. After a grueling 15-minute battle, she was ultimately defeated due to stellar energy exhaustion, ending her run in the quarterfinals. And Chen Yang's opponent finally appeared. The absolute favorite for the Spirit Reader Championship, Zhang, he from Class A1. He was a scholarly-looking youth wearing golden-rimmed glasses. The referee announced the start of the match. Zhang, he offered Chen Yang a gentle smile, but his eyes carried a hint of complexity. Classmate Chen Yang, he spoke softly. To be honest, someone has given me instructions. This match. You absolutely cannot be allowed to continue. He paused, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, and continued with an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, but this is my duty. Hearing this, Chen Yang merely shook his head calmly, his expression unchanged. It's fine, he replied indifferently, his gaze still resolute. I will continue to strive on my own. Zhang, he looked at Chen Yang with a flicker of admiration in his eyes, then, without another word, closed them. A terrifying mental wave that made every spirit reader in the venue gasp began to swirl wildly around him. On the arena, as Zhang, he closed his eyes, an invisible storm began to converge frantically around him. It was neither stellar energy nor air current, but a purely mental force. The air throughout the central arena seemed to grow thick and viscous, and all the low-level mental readers watching were utterly astonished. Such terrifying spiritual pressure. Zhang, he has advanced again. Something doesn't seem right. This energy absolutely exceeds the B tier. On the judges' platform, the director of the Lingyan Academy looked grave and rose abruptly from his seat. Meanwhile, Zhang, he on the arena was paying an enormous price. His complexion turned ashen white before their very eyes, with crimson blood trickling steadily from his nostrils, the corners of his eyes, and even the depths of his ears. He looked critically unwell. Just then a voice tinged with urgency echoed in Chen Yang's ear. Lin Yueshi, sending a transmission. In truth, Lin Yueshi's transmission could not have breached the field amid so many present authorities. Its arrival meant at least one major figure had granted permission. Someone like Zhang Zhun, for instance. Chen Yang. This is the Zhang family's forbidden technique, the soul combustion secret art. By burning away part of his spiritual essence, he can unleash a mental strike that surges far beyond his current cultivation tier. The destructive force is catastrophic, but the backlash will be devastating. Don't meet it head-on. Before her words finished, Chen Yang also felt the sheer terror of that converging spiritual vortex. It looked overwhelmingly dreadful. Now Chen Yang regretted not having learned more from Zhang Li while she was still around. Cough, cough. He furrowed his brow, slightly glancing at Zhang He across the arena. Blood seeping from all 7 orifices body, swaying precariously, yet still brutally squeezing every last drop of potential from himself. Interrupt him. A will shock might suffice. But Chen Yang knew well that an opponent who dared expend such time preparing a mutual destruction technique right before him must have either absolute confidence in his mental defenses or had prepared a specific countermeasure against spiritual strikes. In a direct clash, even if he emerged victorious, his spiritual energy would inevitably suffer considerable damage. Was it worth jeopardizing the crucial star and mechanic finals over a single Lingyan top 8 berth? The answer was self-evident. Just as tens of thousands of spectators held their breath anticipating yet another earth-shattering pinnacle duel, Chen Yang made a decision that stunned everyone. He calmly raised his right hand toward the nervous referee at center arena. I concede. Those words rang clearly through the amplification system, reaching every corner of the arena. The entire world seemed frozen in time. Chaos erupted. After a dead silence lasting 3 full seconds, a thunderous wave of uproar exploded like an avalanche. He conceded. He actually gave up. Did I hear that right? The F-rank monster who steamrolled everyone is forfeiting. He's terrified. He's definitely scared of Zhang He. Haha, I told you so. F-rank genes are still F-rank. Show them the real deal, and they crumble. Countless taunts, doubts, and scorn swept toward Chen Yang like a tidal wave from every direction. In the Class C, 3 rest area, every student stood frozen in incomprehension. They could not grasp why Chen Yang, invincible in their eyes, would make such a choice. Amidst the crowd, only Lin Yueshi's lips curved with relief upon hearing the concession. On the other side, Xia Qingying's initial bewilderment gave way to dawning understanding. The referee on the arena floor stared blankly for a moment before processing the situation. Turning to Chen Yang, he confirmed once more, Student Chen Yang, are you certain you wish to concede? I am certain. Chen Yang nodded, then turned and walked directly off the arena. The Triple Crown title was undoubtedly glorious. But for him, securing the most critical prize was what truly mattered. Very well. The referee took a steadying breath and raised his arm to announce the winner of this match is Zhang He. Just as he was about to declare the result, catastrophe struck. On the opposite end of the arena, the spiritual vortex Zhang he had amassed to its breaking point could no longer be contained and erupted in a violent burst. It bombarded the surrounding barriers. And having expended everything, Zhang he threw his head back and vomited a gush of blood, the crimson mist painting the ground before him. Then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight backward. Crash. Emergency medical teams scrambled onto the arena, frantically loading the unconscious Zhang he onto a stretcher. Various emergency injections were administered to stabilize his shattered consciousness. Gazing at that bloody, lifeless figure on the stretcher, everyone who had been mocking Chen Yang fell completely silent. Now it was clear to all, Zhang he had unleashed his ultimate move in a suicidal surge. If Chen Yang had taken it head-on, no one could say what would have become of him. And injuries sustained by Lingyan combatants were the most difficult to heal. It could only be said that Chen Yang's choice was entirely sound. As he was making his way back to the dorm after leaving the arena, the personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated. An encrypted message from Lin Yueshi appeared. Come see me after dinner. I have something to teach you regarding the Star King aura. Chen Yang silently replied that he understood and turned toward the dormitory. The moment he opened the door, Anya rushed straight into his arms with a trembling, tearful voice. Hubby, you're back. Thank goodness you forfeited. I was absolutely terrified when I saw that guy's condition. She clung tightly to Chen Yang, pouting as she grumbled that Zhang he has no honor whatsoever, who uses a mutual destruction technique in a competition. What would have happened if you'd been seriously injured? Chen Yang felt her genuine worry, and a warmth spread through his chest. He gently stroked her back and comforted her softly. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine, haven't I? Stop worrying. Your husband knows what he's doing. He pinched her flushed cheek affectionately and smiled. All right, don't let someone like that ruin your mood. Come see what delicious food our lovely wife prepared for me. I can already smell it. Anya finally managed to smile through her tears and led him to the dining table, where a sumptuous feast of his favorite dishes was already laid out. After satisfying their appetites, naturally came another hearty engagement. Woo woo woo. Half an hour later, beneath Anya's breathless pleas of mercy, this intimate exchange finally drew to a close. They embraced for a while longer, and once Anya drifted to sleep, Chen Yang arose and transformed into an exemplary master of time management, slipping quietly out of the dorm and heading toward Lin Yueshi's private training chamber. Chen Yang had barely pressed the doorbell when the door was pulled open the very next instant. Without needing to guess, it was clear the person inside had been waiting for him for quite some time. Today, Lin Yueshi had traded her familiar scarlet training suit for a long gown of the same fiery red, its hem brushing the floor and revealing her snow-white slender legs. Lin Yueshi couldn't help but glance downward. Why did it take so long? Did you start with your wife first? Chen Yang cleared his throat. Ahem, well, one must certainly take care of his wife. Hee, why so frightened? I'm not the jealous type. Lin Yueshi said with a playful smile. After Chen Yang entered, she closed the door with a smile. Thank goodness you conceded early in the spiritual mind department today. That guy is still lying inside. I don't know what would have happened if you'd gone head-to-head with him. Chen Yang scratched his head in confusion. Yueshi, weren't you going to teach me the Star King aura? Oh right, I almost forgot. Lin Yushi's brows furrowed. She extended her slender index finger and tapped it against Chen Yang's chest. Speaking of your aura, it currently has form but lacks momentum. Her voice turned suddenly serious. You are merely instinctively releasing your mental will to create pressure. This amounts to nothing more than a preliminary stage, not even reaching the level of proper entry. A true sovereign can with a single thought transform their momentum into a domain that subdues all things. The moment the words fell, a scorching wave of energy erupted from Lin Yushi's body and surged outward in all directions. Whoosh! The temperature in the entire training room spiked dramatically. Chen Yang felt everything before him turn crimson. The air grew thick and searing, each breath felt like inhaling molten lava. He felt as though he were no longer in the training room, but standing at the edge of a volcanic crater. Simultaneously, boundless pressure compressed in from all sides. This is a domain. Can you feel it? This is my momentum. I call it heaven burning. Momentum is the extension of your will, the embodiment of your power. You need to discover the momentum that suits you best. Integrate it into your aura, into every strike you make. That is the true Star King aura. As the words faded, that terrifying pressure resembling boiling heavens and seas receded like the tide. The training room returned to normal, yet the air still carried traces of residual heat. Chen Yang panted heavily, sweat drenching his forehead. Those mere seconds had drained him more than an entire match would have. He gazed at the breathtaking figure standing tall nearby, her skirt fluttering, his heart overwhelmed with awe. Is this truly the power of the Star King realm? My momentum. Chen Yang murmured to himself, lost in thought. He recalled the sensation when his aura first awakened, a majestic authority that commanded the world and looked down upon all living beings. Was it the dragon's might bestowed by the 9 forms of dragon suppression, or the kingly will inherent in the insectoid royal bloodline? Perhaps both. Watching his thoughtful profile, Lin Yushi's smile grew increasingly satisfied. This kid's comprehension was truly at a monstrous level. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang shook his head. You're right. It can only be tested in actual combat. Hearing this, Lin Yuxi extended her long legs and walked toward him step by step. The crisp sound of her high heels striking the ground echoed through the quiet training room like strokes against the heart. She stopped before Chen Yang leaned down and let her warm breath ghost against his ear, her voice laced with deadly allure. Then, since the theoretical lesson is finished, now it's time for practical training. And consider it a reward for my little man advancing to the finals. Chen Yang's body instantly tensed. The next moment, an intensely passionate, deep coaching session began once more. Guided by Lin Yuxi, the experienced instructor, Chen Yang no longer endured passively as he had before. He began taking the initiative, attempting to weave his nascent Star King aura into every movement. Each advance carried the commanding dominance of a ruler overlooking his kingdom. Each thrust seemed intent on utterly conquering the queen beneath him. At first, Lin Yuxi maintained her composure, guiding him effortlessly, but soon she sensed something amiss. Every attack Chen Yang launched carried a momentum that sent shivers through her. Though immature, it was fiercely pure, overflowing with aggression and possessiveness. A long-forgotten cold system voice suddenly echoed in Chen Yang's mind without warning. Detected host gene fusion rate with SS rank bloodline. Lin Yuxi has reached 2. Progress advanced. Congratulations, host. Reward awarded. Gene optimization liquid mid-tier X1. Star King realm comprehension shard X1. Chen Yang's heart pounded wildly. It worked. His gene fusion rate with Lin Yuxi had genuinely increased. Moreover, it seemed that every one increase yielded a reward. This was like opening the door to an entirely new world. Without hesitation, he immediately murmured silently in his mind. Use Star King realm comprehension shard. Boom. A radiant fragment imbued with profound energy exploded within his spiritual sea. Countless insights into the Star King realm flooded his mind like a tidal wave. He felt his understanding of momentum surge to an entirely new level, bringing him significantly closer to the true Star King realm. After the passion subsided, the two lay entwined on the floor, breathing heavily. Chen Yang shared this astonishing discovery with Lin Yuxi in his arms. It seems doing this allows me to comprehend the realm more quickly. Lin Yuxi froze completely upon hearing this. Her beautiful eyes, still hazy with lingering passion, widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Yang. Such a fortunate occurrence. After a brief moment of astonishment, an unprecedented light ignited in her gaze. She suddenly cupped Chen Yang's face and kissed him eagerly. After a long while, they finally parted. Her voice trembling with suppressed emotion and utter allure whispered against Chen Yang's ear. Then from now on, sister is going to thoroughly squeeze you, my little man. Before long, Chen Yang's quarterfinal match concluded with an equally uncontested victory. 2 days later, the freshman tournament advanced to its semifinal stage. The atmosphere within the central arena burned more frenzied than on any previous day. Every seat was packed to bursting, and even the aisles were crammed solid with standing spectators. The opening semifinal of the Astrolabe division was the event everyone's eyes had been waiting for. F-rank monster Chen Yang against the monitor of Class A2 bearer of the SS rank gene, and one known as the Enchantress, Su Meier. In the pre-match rest area, Xia Qingying sought out Chen Yang once more. Upon that incomparably fair and beautiful face, she wore an expression of unprecedented gravity. That's Su Meier. You must be extremely careful. She drew a deep breath and lowered her voice. Her genetic sequence contains fragments of the nine-tailed celestial fox from the Federation's top-tier biological registry. This grants her not only extraordinary star energy control, but something far more terrifying, a natural ability of spiritual enchantment. Xia Qingying's brows knitted tightly as she continued. Her fighting style combines relentless energy assaults with all-permeating spiritual enchantment. Her opponents lose themselves before they even realize what's happening. Defending against her is nearly impossible. Many have already lost before they even understood what was happening. You must guard your mind. Seeing the worry swimming in those clear eyes, warmth bloomed in Chen Yang's heart. He nodded with sincere gravity. I understand. Thank you. By the way, good luck with your match today too. Just 2 simple sentences, yet a faint blush fluttered across Xia Qingying's cheeks. She turned her head aside, visibly ill at ease. And no, it's nothing. I'm doing this for the honor of Class C as well. Having said this, she turned and hurried back to her seat. Yet the slight tremble of her lashes betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Soon it was Chen Yang's turn to take the stage. As he stepped onto the arena, a fiery figure, utterly impossible to look away from, awaited him on the opposite side, having arrived long before. Su Meier was clad in a daringly cut dark crimson combat suit that clung to her figure, outlining every devastating curve to perfection. A cascade of wine-red hair fell in loose waves across her shoulders, complementing a face of matchless beauty. Every smile, every flicker of her lashes radiated a soul-stealing allure. The moment she appeared, the male spectators in the stands erupted into a chorus of howling. Little Chen Yang's sister has finally been waiting for you. The instant Su Meier caught sight of Chen Yang, those narrow phoenix eyes curved into twin crescent moons. She lightly traced her crimson lips with her tongue, and her voice, sweet and bone-melting, drifted into Chen Yang's ears. Be gentle with sister later, won't you? The moment her words faded, 9 ethereal foxtails, formed entirely of pure star energy, slowly materialized behind her, swaying with languid grace. An invisible wave of enchantment power tinged with a faint fragrance silently drifted toward Chen Yang, seeking to permeate his mental defenses. This power was extraordinarily subtle. Any man with even a shred less willpower hearing those words and witnessing that gesture would likely have been utterly enraptured by now, his fighting spirit dissolved. Yet Chen Yang simply stood there, neither expression nor bearing altered in the slightest. After all, the girls he had encountered up to now were hardly any less formidable than Su Meier. However, if it were Anya or Lin Yueshi wearing that outfit to tempt him instead. Hee. As these thoughts crossed his mind, an irrepressible lecherous grin spread across Chen Yang's face. Su Meier immediately sensed something amiss. This was impossible. How could he seem to be drifting off in the face of her enchantment? The flirtatious smile on her face gradually faded. Oh, your resolve is stronger than sister anticipated. Her voice remained bewitching, but the playfulness within it had noticeably diminished. The referee stepped onto the arena. After confirming both combatants were ready, he thrust his arm downward sharply. Begin. The instant the command was issued, those gorgeous phoenix eyes of Su Meier suddenly sharpened to razors. Every trace of languor and seductiveness vanished from her in that moment, replaced by the overwhelming aura of an SS rank elite genius. Since little brother won't go for the soft approach, sister will have to take the hard one. Before her words had fully faded, the 9 energy foxtails behind her surged forth like 9 awakened lethal serpents, tearing through the air, ringing with the shriek of raw force, sealing off every avenue of escape from all directions and lashing out in a furious, encompassing assault. Each foxtail was wreathed in pink-tinged star energy, beautiful to behold, yet devastating in power. Confronted by this overwhelming tide of attack, Chen Yang's eyes instead ignited with a flash of excitement. The strength of Wang Meng and the forbidden arts of Zhang, he had given him a clear understanding of his current capabilities. And now Su Meier, with her strange and ever-changing fighting style, made the perfect whetstone against which to hone his comprehension of the aura of the sovereign. He did not invoke his racial divine power, nor did he activate any of his own race innate abilities. Chen Yang drew a deep breath, shifted his footing into a subtle misalignment, lowered his center of gravity slightly, and assumed the opening stance of the 8 forms of the dragon suppressor. Clang! His right hand transformed into a blade that sliced precisely into one tail, whipping toward his face, producing a crisp clash, like metal striking metal. Capitalizing on the momentum, he pivoted and drove his left elbow outward, deflecting another tail that had been slithering toward his waist. For a time, the arena became a blur as Chen Yang's figure darted and wove through the furious storm of 9 serpentine tails. Su Meier's attacks poured forth like quicksilver, relentless, seamless, leaving not the smallest gap. The foxtails shifted at will, whips one instant, blades the next, then shields, seamlessly melding offense and defense into a dazzling display. Yet Chen Yang's defense remained as steady as bedrock, airtight and impenetrable. Each step he took, each deflection he made carried a steady, domineering resonance. Although he had yet to fully forge his own aura, the supreme, all-subduing essence of the 8 forms of the dragon suppressor had already been brought to dazzling expression. The battle sank into a brief stalemate. Over a dozen minutes later, as time wore on, the expression on Su Meier's face grew increasingly unsightly. The longer she fought, the more alarm she felt. She realized that Chen Yang did not appear to be fighting at all. Every defense, every redirection of force was precisely calibrated. Not a fraction more, not a fraction less. He was making no attempt to counterattack. It was more as though he was adapting, comprehending. She watched in horror as the aura emanating from Chen Yang grew ever denser and more oppressive with each collision. That invisible pressure had already begun to make her heart tremble. It was a sensation she knew well, identical to what she had felt in the presence of the clan's elders. He was actually using her, a genuine SS-rank genius, as a sparring partner. The moment this realization crystallized in her mind, Su Meier's beautiful face flushed crimson in an instant. You bastard, dare toy with me. Chen Yang prepared to die. A wrathful cry rang out across the entire arena. Su Meier was utterly enraged. Her star energy erupted without reserve, a crazed and violent explosion. The 9 furiously lashing foxtails behind her suddenly merged, as one in midair, instantly coalescing into a colossal fox claw that blotted out the sky. Upon that claw, the pink star energy had reached such extreme density that it radiated a terrifying aura of annihilation. With the force of heaven and earth shattering destruction, it crashed down viciously upon Chen Yang below. This was her ultimate killing technique. Facing this supreme strike, powerful enough to threaten even a star general stage warrior, Chen Yang, standing upon the arena, made a move that left everyone present thunderstruck. He did not retreat, he advanced. Stepping forward to meet the colossal fox claw descending upon his head, he took one step. Then slowly he closed his eyes. In that moment he cast aside all external distractions, plunging his entire consciousness into the elusive, profoundly mystical aura he had just been apprehending. Pressure is the finest catalyst of all. Above the arena, a colossal pink fox claw, magnified countless times, came sweeping through the air, its fur impossibly soft, its enormous paw pads a rosy pink, so unbearably adorable that any self-proclaimed furry enthusiast would have swooned on the spot. The male students below erupted into frenzy at once, for they had finally witnessed the ultimate trump card of their campus goddess. Yet beneath that adorable exterior lurked a power so cataclysmic that even a star general of the initial stage would feel its existential threat. At the very instant the fox claw was about to descend, Chen Yang snapped his eyes open. The aura emanating from his body underwent a thunderous transformation, and within him, the embryonic form of the momentum of the Star King, fierce, unyielding, and supremely domineering, finally took shape. He raised two fingers together, and at his fingertips stellar energy gathered, carrying with it this nascent momentum of the Star King, transforming into the phantom shape of a soaring dragon as it thrust toward the fox claw. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no deafening shockwave. Su Meier's adorable fox claw condensed with all her might encountered beneath Chen Yang's seemingly casual single finger of force, as irreversible as fate itself. It did not shatter, did not crumble. Instead, beginning from the point where his fingertip made contact, it dissolved inch by inch, vanishing silently into oblivion. Pooh! Su Meier reeled as though struck by a devastating blow, violently coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Her body staggered backward, disbelief etched across every line of her face. Her full-powered strike, defeated so effortlessly. Is the aura of the Star King truly this formidable? Chen Yang withdrew his fingers, studying his own hand with quiet revelation. As for what exactly he had comprehended in that fleeting moment, the answer was far more complex than it appeared. In that singular instant, he sensed that what he had grasped was not the complete momentum itself. The fierce indomitable will he had awakened bore a closer resemblance to a singular branch of the domineering intent contained within the 8 styles of the dragon suppressor, the martial art he cultivated. With the battle concluded, he lifted his gaze toward Su Meier and calmly uttered 2 words, "Thank you." Those 2 words ignited the full fury of Su Meier's wrath. She was both furious and indignant. This scoundrel, he had genuinely treated her as nothing more than a whetstone for his blade. And after using her, he had the audacity to actually say thank you. But beneath that crushing sense of defeat stirred something else. A faint, genuine flutter of the heart. Within the Federal Military Academy, and indeed across the entire interstellar realm, no peer of her age had ever made her feel so utterly powerless. She, Su Meier, SS-grade genetic compatibility bearer of the 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline, a peerless daughter of heaven among the Federation's elite, beloved and celebrated wherever she went. Yet here stood this F-grade nobody who had not only remained entirely immune to her charm, but had also crushed her in combat, without the slightest mercy. That sensation, so unfamiliar yet so exhilarating. She gazed into Chen Yang's calm, fathomless eyes, clenched her teeth, then suddenly bloomed into a brilliant smile. She licked the blood from the corner of her lips, and those narrow phoenix eyes blazed with sudden heat. Well, you actually managed to defeat me. Chen Yang, you are the man this big sister has set her sights on. Having spoken, she turned with crisp decisiveness and leapt down from the arena, conceding defeat of her own accord. The entire venue erupted once more. No one had anticipated that the semi-finals of the Star Adept Division would conclude in such a manner. Su Meier's concession paired with her astonishing declaration instantly set the entire Colosseum ablaze. Holy! Su Meier actually conceded. That F-grade monster is insane. He even conquered the Enchantress. My goddess just claimed Chen Yang for herself. I think I'm heartbroken. The murmurs rose in endless waves, yet Chen Yang remained deaf to them all. He descended from the arena with quiet composure, preparing for the battles yet to come. As Chen Yang stepped down, his eyes happened upon Zhao Tianming, who sat in serene composure not far away. The spectators who had caught sight of this very moment had anticipated a thunderous declaration of finals. Instead, the 2 locked gazes and offered each other nothing more than a quiet nod. In the afternoon, the semi-finals of the Mechanist Division commenced. Chen Yang's opponent was none other than Lin Shan, the championship favorite, who had defeated Xia Qingying just days prior. Lin Shan, class monitor of A1, the undisputed ace of the Mechanist Division. His mecha piloting style was renowned for its steadiness and surgical precision, every movement utterly flawless, textbook perfect in execution. He could always evade attacks from the most optimal angles, complete maneuvers with the most economical expenditure of energy, and launch counterattacks along the most treacherous of trajectories. To face him in combat was akin to dueling a war machine programmed with flawless logic, leaving one utterly without recourse. Such was the unanimous verdict his opponents had rendered upon the Academy's communication channels. Chen Yang stood within the preparation zone, watching the replay of Lin Shan's fluid cloud-like operations projected on the light screen, his brow tightening almost imperceptibly. This was an exceedingly formidable adversary, his offense laden with purpose, his defense impervious as water. To seek any opening in his guard was an almost impossible undertaking. The clamor of the surroundings gradually faded into the distance as Chen Yang's mind became wholly immersed in the analysis of Lin Shan's combat methodology. His innate gift of super deduction spun at tremendous velocity, attempting to simulate every conceivable counter-strategy. Yet it soon became evident in the realm of pure mecha piloting technique Lin Shan had nearly attained the absolute pinnacle of what a C-grade mecha could endure. Whether in speed, power, or reaction, Lin Shan had perfected every facet of the C-grade mecha's performance to its utmost limit. Chen Yang understood clearly. Should he rely solely upon technique, victory over Lin Shan would remain beyond his grasp. If that is the case, then let absolute force shatter all laws of engagement. The instant this thought crossed his mind, he drew a deep breath and resolved upon a most audacious experiment. He placed his hand upon the C-grade mecha station within the preparation zone, channeling the momentum of the Star King he had just comprehended through the medium of his psychic force, and extending it across the entirety of the machine. Moments later, Chen Yang's eyes flew open in pleasant astonishment. It actually worked. Not only was he capable of draping the momentum across the mecha's surface, but he could pour it into the very soul of the machine, achieving a state of resonance that bordered upon the perfect unity of man and machine. This was beyond all expectation, an unforeseen bounty. Both combatants, take your positions. The referee's voice rang through the broadcast, reverberating across the entire Coliseum. Chen Yang drew a deep breath, suppressing the surge of excitement within him, and strode purposefully toward the cockpit. On the opposite side, a youth of upright bearing and austere temperament mounted his own mecha in perfect synchrony. Class Monitor of A1, the undefeated legend of the Mechanist Division, Lin Shan. As the two mechas strode onto the central arena, the atmosphere of the entire venue ignited in an instant. Lin Shan, Lin Shan, Lin Shan. The spectator stands of Class A erupted in thunderous unified chants, their momentum staggering. Meanwhile, across the arena, the morale of Class C hung noticeably subdued. Lin Yueshi clenched her small fists tightly, unable to contain herself. You've got this, little husband. As the cockpit sealed shut, the deafening clamor of the outside world faded into utter silence. Chen Yang closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, allowing his spiritual sense to permeate the frigid steel construct beneath him, like quicksilver seeping into every crevice. A wondrous resonance stirred within him, traveling through the control stick, the seat, and every feedback mechanism coursing back into the very marrow of his limbs. It worked. A flicker of delight crossed Chen Yang's gaze. He could feel the domineering essence of the Star King's momentum. He had just comprehended, now manifesting its effect through the mecha. In a single phrase, he was the mecha and the mecha was him. Both competitors ready. The referee's voice crackled through the public channel into the cockpit. Match. Begin. The instant the command rang out, Lin Shan lunged into motion. His mecha became a gray bolt of lightning thrusters, erupting with dazzling blue exhaust as it carved a flawless arc at blinding speed, slicing into Chen Yang's flank. Simultaneously, the high-frequency particle blade on his mecha's right arm unsheathed without a whisper, its edge carving a vicious streak of cold light through the air, stabbing straight toward the main energy conduit at Chen Yang's mecha's waist. Swift, precise, ruthless, a textbook perfect ambush. Excellent. Badass. That's the way, Boss Lin. Take him down. The spectator stands of Class A erupted with thunderous cries. Yet at the very instant that particle blade was about to reach its target, Chen Yang's mecha stirred. There was no flamboyant evasion, no extreme dodging maneuver. It merely sidestepped half a pace to the left while the mecha's left arm rose, its matching battle blade drawn, positioning itself at a devilishly precise angle to intercept the particle blade along its inevitable path. Clang, screech. A piercing shriek of clashing metal exploded across the arena. Sparks flew in all directions. Finding his strike unsuccessful, Lin Shan harbored no intention of lingering. The mecha's thrusters fired in reverse, instantly widening the distance between him and Chen Yang. In his estimation, against an opponent with such precise parrying, the optimal strategy was to suppress them with ranged firepower, forcing them to activate their energy shields and rapidly drain their mecha's reserves. With this thought, the rapid-fire energy cannons mounted on his shoulders swiveled up, and dense beams of energy came pouring down upon Chen Yang like a torrential rain. However, contrary to Lin Shan's expectations, Chen Yang did not activate his energy shield at all. He merely raised his high-frequency particle blade, his wrist flicking in rapid succession. Blade light flashed without pause, and with each swing an exceedingly faint dragon shadow seemed to flicker and vanish across the blade, precisely cleaving every incoming energy projectile apart in midair. Damn, are those reflexes even human? No, Lin Shan was utterly thunderstruck. His sensors registered no anomalous readings whatsoever, yet he could feel with absolute clarity that the unremarkable-looking C-grade mecha before him was emanating a terrifying pressure that made even his own heart tremble. Is that the Star King's aura? Impossible. How could he possibly imbue his aura into a mecha? Is such a feat even achievable at the peak of Star Adept? What? Lin Shan's heart was suddenly swept by monstrous tidal waves. In the very instant his spirit quaked in shock, Chen Yang's mecha had already pierced through the barrage of fire, charging savagely to stand before him. My classmate, it appears you've exhausted your moves. Now it's my turn. Chen Yang's voice rang out with tranquil composure within the cockpit. He gripped the control stick, pouring the sweeping, unstoppable essence of the 8 dragon subduing forms unreservedly into every movement of the mecha. First form, Leaping fish at Dragon's Gate. Chen Yang's mecha suddenly hunched its entire frame forward, then like a flood dragon breaking free of its shackles hurled itself with explosive, devastating force straight at Lin Shan's mecha. This was no longer mecha combat. This was goddamn ancient martial arts. Lin Shan recoiled in horror, crossing his arms to shield his chest. Boom. A deafening thunderclap. Lin Shan's mecha was sent staggering backward by this unreasoning ram, a distinct depression appearing in the alloy armor plating across its chest. No, this strength. It has already surpassed the limits of a C-grade mecha. Roar. Chen Yang granted him no respite, pressing his advantage with merciless ferocity. Second form. Take this elbow strike. Thud. Lin Shan retreated once more. Third form. Chen Yang's mecha spun abruptly, the alloy battle blade in its grip sweeping horizontally with a crushing, world-shattering momentum. Lin Shan scrambled to raise his blade in defense, but the instant the two blades collided, he felt an unstoppable torrent of tremendous force surge through his opponent's weapon. The impact violently rocked his entire mecha while alarm wails shrieked into a cacophony within the cockpit. The battle had utterly fallen under Chen Yang's rhythm. Upon the arena, the spectators could only watch as Chen Yang's C-grade mecha seemed to transform into a primordial brute of an ancient martial warrior. With the most primitive, most domineering methods, it subjected Lin Shan's mecha, renowned for precision and technique, to a brutal, merciless assault and crushing defeat. Charge. Slash. Sweep. The thunderous cries from the Class A stands had long since vanished, replaced instead by a deathly stillness. Is this still mecha combat? How does it resemble a martial arts demonstration? 10 minutes later, Lin Shan's mecha was already covered in wounds. One arm's joint had been forcibly dismembered, half its torso plating had been peeled away, exposing the wires within that sputtered and sparked. His defeat was assured. Yet he refused to concede his unyielding while still piloting the battered mecha as he strove desperately to hold on. First, the honor of his family had never permitted him to surrender. Second, he wished to witness just where the limits of this monster before him truly lay. It's over. A flicker of respect crossed Chen Yang's eyes. 9 dragon subduing forms new. 8th form dragons battle upon the plains. Every thruster on Chen Yang's mecha overloaded in that instant, the entire machine becoming a blurred afterimage hurtling forward with the desperate, all-consuming momentum of mutually assured destruction, slamming viciously into Lin Shan. This ram surpassed the performance limits of a C-grade mecha. Lin Shan gazed at that rapidly enlarging figure, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes, alongside a trace of release. He raised every remaining defense he possessed. Boom. Lin Shan's mecha, as though struck head-on by a siege hammer, was sent flying backward like a cannonball. It crashed heavily into the energy barrier at the arena's edge with a thunderous impact, then slid powerlessly to the ground. Its power core, shattered by the violent impact, flickered several times before dimming into permanent darkness. The entire arena fell into a deathly hush. The referee stood frozen for a long moment before trembling as he raised his hand. Match concluded. The victor C3 Class Chen Yang. Following a brief silence, the entire arena was utterly detonated by an unprecedented tidal wave of sound. Holy shit. He won. He actually won. Chen Yang is badass. Chen Yang, I love you. Brother Yang. You are my absolute god. Top 8 in 3 divisions, finals in 2. My heavens. What kind of monster is this? Almost simultaneously on the campus channel of the Sagittarius Branch campus, a bold red highlighted headline news story was instantly pinned to the top, flooding the feeds in a frenzy. A miracle reborn. For the first time in 2 terms following Star, which Zhang Xinghan, another freshman, has simultaneously charged into the finals of both the Star Adept and Mecha Pilot divisions. And his genetic rating is merely F. This piece of news detonated like a heavy bomb across the entire Star net. Chen Yang's name in that very moment echoed throughout the entire Sagittarius Star region. Chen Yang stepped down from the arena, preparing to return to the rest area. Yet a figure barred his path. It was Zhao Tianming, who had just defeated Xia Qingying in another match that morning. The latter no longer wore that languid, teasing demeanor. Those ever half-closed eyes now radiated an unprecedented solemnity and sharpness. Seeing him block the way, Chen Yang furrowed his brow. Is there something you need? Chen Yang. Could you do a commercial endorsement for my family's product? The price is guaranteed to satisfy you. Don't worry, it won't affect our battle. Fight me exactly as you intend to. What? Chen Yang stared at Zhao Tianming before him, who had so earnestly made such an outrageous request, his mind going completely blank. An advertisement. The finals haven't even started yet, and you're already having me promote your competitor. What kind of bizarre logic was that? Zhao Tianming seemed to read his confusion. Maintaining his usual composure, he added, our Zhao family primarily deals in premium nutritional agents, physique enhancement serums, and genetic repair solutions. You're an F class who possesses such extraordinary strength. You yourself are the finest living advertisement there is. As long as you agree, the price is negotiable. No rush, you don't have to decide right now. We can start by adding each other as friends. And so these 2 finalists, who were about to face each other in the championship match, casually exchanged contact information and added each other as friends before the battle even began. After that, Chen Yang didn't linger. With polite goodbyes, he hurried home, eager to embrace his wife. Watching him rush home with such urgency, Zhao Tianming couldn't help but shake his head. Truly incomprehensible. Could women really be that wonderful? The moment Chen Yang pushed open the door to his dormitory, a rich aroma of home-cooked food greeted him. On the enormous light screen wall in the living room, the most popular news channel of the Sagittarius star region was broadcasting. And the subject of the broadcast was none other than himself. A miracle. An absolute miracle. An unknown F-class freshman has stormed into both the Starweaver and Matchweaver finals with a terrifying record of 60 consecutive victories. He is Chen Yang, hailed as the darkest dark horse of this year's freshman grand competition, the F-class monster. His emergence undoubtedly strikes the most powerful blow against the Federation's deeply entrenched genetic hierarchy. The day after tomorrow, he will face this tournament's overwhelming favorite for the championship, the Thunder God Zhao Tianming. This is destined to be a legendary clash for the ages. Reports indicate that the Federation military, major interstellar corporations, and even several neighboring star regions have all focused their attention on this event. When the time comes, over 100 interstellar media outlets will broadcast this finals match live, with comprehensive coverage. Let us all look forward to it together. Anya burst out of the kitchen like a joyful butterfly, leaping straight into Chen Yang's arms and planting a sweet kiss on his lips. Honey, you're on television. You're now a superstar across the entire star region. Her little face flushed pink with excitement as she wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck, happily swinging her slender pale legs. I heard that even big shots from the capital star will be watching the finals the day after tomorrow. Honey, you're absolutely amazing. Seeing her prideful expression as though his achievements were her own, Chen Yang's heart swelled with warmth. All the pressure of the competition, all thoughts of Zhao Tianming's strange tactics, everything was cast to the farthest corners of his mind. He held his lovely young wife in his arms and gave her pert bottom a light pat. All right, come down now. Let me see what delicious feast our great contributor has prepared today. Hee, it's all your favorites, honey. After a warm and lavish dinner, the two snuggled together on the sofa. Before the cozy atmosphere of dinner had fully faded, Chen Yang swept Anya up in his arms and, ignoring his little wife's startled cry, strode with great purpose toward the bedroom. A vigorous bout of collision and gasps soon followed. Yet in less than half an hour, Anya's voice could be heard, tearful and pleading for mercy. The battle concluded. Anya lay sprawled across Chen Yang's chest like a docile kitten, her small fingers tracing lazy circles on his abs. After the excitement, silence settled in. Anya suddenly let out a soft, melancholy sigh, burying her face against Chen Yang's chest, her voice muffled. Honey, what's wrong? I'm so useless. Anya murmured softly. I feel like I can't help you with anything. I can't even hold out during that. I really wish I could stand beside you as your equal instead of always hiding behind you. Chen Yang's heart ached at her words. He knew that beneath Anya's delicate exterior lay the pride of the insectoid queen. He smiled and gently tapped her small nose, pulling her closer. Silly girl, whoever said you were useless? His voice was tender yet sincere. You're my most important, most powerful logistics officer and my source of motivation. Every time I'm exhausted, I just need to think of you waiting at home and my whole body fills with strength. Without you, I wouldn't have made it to where I am today. His words made Anya's eyes well up with tears, her heart both sweet and aching. She lifted her head and gave his chin a gentle peck. Honey, you're so good to me. Chen Yang smiled and said nothing more, but a thought quietly took root in his heart. Once this grand competition was over, he would find a way to help Anya grow stronger. She was the insectoid queen with SSS bloodline, his greatest trump card. She could never be relegated to being just a little cook hidden away in the dormitory forever. The next day was the final rest day before the championship. Early in the morning, Chen Yang was awakened by the notification chime of his personal terminal. When he opened the light screen, good lord, thousands of friend requests and over 10,000 congratulatory and inquiry messages had nearly overwhelmed his communication channel. There were messages from former classmates, current classmates from various classes, self-proclaimed talent scouts, and representatives from smaller corporations seeking collaboration, all manner of people. Chen Yang didn't bother reading them and simply selected ignore all. However, just as he was about to close the screen, a specially encrypted message popped up. Sender Su Mayer. Little brother, give it your all in the finals if you beat that tactless show-off Zhao Tianming. This big sister has a very special reward for you. Attached at the end of the message was a photograph. In the photo, Su Mayer wore a black lace nightgown, reclining sideways on a soft bed, posing in a provocatively alluring manner. Chen Yang felt a massive headache coming on. His hand trembled, nearly tossing the terminal away. That enchantress. Thinking of Zhao Tianming, he reopened their chat history. Zhao Tianming didn't waste words. He simply sent him an advertisement document. It asked Chen Yang to recite a tagline with him before the match began in exchange for an immediate transfer of 5 billion Federation credits. And there was no need to worry about compliance. This contract had been pre-certified by the Federation and would have no impact whatsoever on Chen Yang's combat performance. Ever since arriving at the military academy branch, Chen Yang hadn't dared to use his worker bee to gather Terra alloy powder. After all, there were too many powerful experts around, and he feared that one careless mistake would expose him, which would truly be more loss than gain. So when he saw the contract price, honestly, Chen Yang was genuinely tempted. But he didn't rush to make a decision. Regarding advertising before a match, he was sure there was someone who understood it better than he did. For example, Lin Yueshi was a perfect person to consult. Given their current relationship, he trusted that she would help him analyze the situation thoroughly. He closed the screen and got up to wash. Just as he pushed open the dormitory door downstairs, he discovered a familiar, yet unexpected figure standing at the entrance. It was Chen Yang. She was dressed in a crisp white tracksuit, her long hair tied into a neat ponytail. That usually cold and frosty beautiful face was now tinged with two faint blushes, as though she had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Chen Yang emerge, her body tensed instinctively, her gaze wandering, unable to meet his eyes. She held out a small data chip, emitting a faint blue glow, presenting it before Chen Yang. "This is for you." Her voice was soft, carrying a faint trace of nervousness. "This is all the data I reorganized after my match with Xiao Tianming. Although I lost that day, this version is far more detailed than what I gave you before. He's very strong. Be careful." After saying this, she seemed to have completed some important mission, the tension draining from her entire body, though the tips of her fair ears turned even redder. Chen Yang took the small chip, feeling a slight coolness upon contact, with a lingering trace of the girl's body warmth upon its surface. "Thank you." He looked at Xia Qingying and spoke earnestly. It was unclear what magic those two words possessed, but Xia Qingying's usually frosty and snow-like delicate face instantly flushed crimson. She resembled a startled fawn, waving her hands in flustered panic, her gaze darting about, utterly refusing to meet his eyes. "And no, that's not. I have to go." Having spoken, she turned without looking back, her tied ponytail tracing an arc through the air that brimmed with youthful vitality. Chen Yang watched her hasty, retreating figure, then lowered his gaze to the chip in his hand, a helpless smile gracing his lips. This girl, who was cold on the outside yet warm within, she truly was rather adorable. Without delay, he secured the chip and turned, striding swiftly toward another direction. Lin Yueshi's private training room. When Chen Yang's figure appeared at the doorway, that familiar alloy door had already swung wide open. Lin Yueshi leaned casually against the doorframe, arms crossed over her chest, compressing her already breathtaking curves into even more exaggerated proportions. She was clad in a form-fitting black training suit, a captivating arc curving at the corner of her lips, her alluring eyes raking over Chen Yang from head to toe. Well, isn't this the big celebrity of our branch campus, Chen Yang? A temptress throwing herself into your arms, an ice queen voluntarily offering intelligence. Tisk, our genius, Chen Yang certainly enjoys no small measure of romantic fortune. The moment Chen Yang heard that familiar tune, he knew Her Majesty the Queen was in a foul mood once more. How could he dare respond? He leaped forward in a single bound, and without a second thought he clasped that soft yet supple exquisite form tightly against his chest from behind. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Yueshi offered a token struggle, but the warm breath he exhaled against her ear caused her body to tremble faintly. "Naturally, I was missing my Yueshi instructor." Chen Yang nuzzled his cheek against her silky smooth face. "Whatever temptresses or ice queens, none can compare to how sweet our Yueshi is. None can compare to how wonderful our Yueshi is. I couldn't bear a single day without seeing you. That's why I rushed over here the moment I woke up." A volley of saccharine sweet talk, cloying yet delivered with absolute directness. Lin Yueshi listened as her fair cheeks flushed with heat. The trace of jealousy in her heart instantly dissipated for the most part, though her lips refused to relent. Spare me the flattery. Silver-tongued flatterer. Though her words said one thing, her body told the truth as she relaxed, allowing him to hold her. After savoring the moment, Lin Yueshi finally wrested herself free from his embrace. She turned to face him, her expression transforming into one of absolute gravity. "Enough. Let's discuss serious matters. Your Star King aura, though it took preliminary shape during the battle with Su Meier, you yourself must be able to sense that it is incomplete. In fact, it could even be called defective." Chen Yang's expression sharpened, and he nodded solemnly. He had indeed sensed it. The momentum, he had comprehended, was overly ferocious, overly domineering. When facing opponents like Wang Meng and Lin Shan, this momentum could achieve an overwhelming, devastating effect. But when confronting Su Meier's attacks, gentle yet infused with strength, ever-shifting and unpredictable, it appeared somewhat inadequate. Had Su Meier not resorted to a desperate last gamble, winning would have required considerably greater effort on his part. A true Star King aura should be capable of moving at will, with all laws springing from the heart. Lin Yueshi's gaze grew piercing, and the formidable presence of an elite instructor surged forth in an instant. "Your current momentum resembles a sword possessing only a blade and hilt, yet lacking a scabbard. It can only be brandished, but never sheathed. Today I shall help you complete this sword." The instant her words fell, whoosh, a wave of heat so intense it warped the air erupted from Lin Yueshi's body as its epicenter, sweeping violently throughout the entire training room. Burning heaven momentum. In Chen Yang's perception, the entire world instantaneously transformed into a crimson purgatory. Boundless pressure crushed inward from every direction, and each breath became incomparably scorching. "Come, use your aura to oppose mine." Lin Yueshi's voice echoed within his mind. Chen Yang's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he let out a low cry, and that sovereign world-subjugating, domineering momentum erupted from within him, without reservation attempting to carve out a domain of its own within this world of flames. Yet the moment his momentum began to unfurl, it was instantly overwhelmed and shattered by the boundless, burning heaven momentum. Pooh! Chen Yang felt a sharp stab of pain in his spirit. His body staggered backward, and his face paled by several shades in an instant. Too weak. Your momentum seeks only to clash with me through brute dominance. This is destined to be unsustainable. Remember, excessive rigidity invites fracture. You must learn to rein it in. Try again. Boom. Another collision. Another defeat. Chen Yang's aura was as fragile as paper before Lin Yuexi's seamlessly integrated and dominating, burning heaven momentum. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. Star King aura is the manifestation of your personal will. Dig deep into the most fundamental qualities of your conscious and subconscious mind. Once more, amid defeat after defeat and crushing suppression, Chen Yang's body had long since reached utter exhaustion, his spiritual power depleted to its absolute limit. Yet beneath such extreme pressure, his heart grew increasingly tranquil, increasingly luminous and empty. The deepest quality of will. Everything in the external world seemed to recede into the distance. His spirit began to retrace the path of memory. He recalled that dilapidated warehouse in the C-34 mechanical district and remembered Anya hiding behind him with those timid yet dependent eyes. He recalled Gao Lang's arrogant and domineering face and remembered old man Lin, whose countenance, cold on the outside, warm within. He recalled Xia Qingying's lonely yet stubborn figure and remembered Su Meier's battle intent, seemingly seductive yet in truth profoundly proud. He recalled Wang Meng's pure and berserk power, and likewise remembered Lin Shan's swordplay, precise as a machine. What was his original purpose for growing stronger? Was it to wantonly bully the weak? No. Was it to enjoy privilege like those high and mighty scions of noble houses? It didn't seem so either. His purpose for growing stronger had always been from beginning to end singular. Protection. To protect that foolish little girl who had stormed into his life during its most desperate hour. To protect old Lin, who smiled through the junkyard district each day, claiming he was fine though he desired to return to the battlefield more than anyone. To protect the former self who had tested as F rank and would still be mocked even after reaching the military academy. This path should not consist solely of domination that destroys all in its wake. It should also encompass the tenderness of protecting those one holds dear. Domination as bone, protection as blood, proud spirit as soul. This is his will. This is his momentum. Evening had fallen, and the light within the training room had grown dim. Lin Yuexi gazed at the youth across from her, drenched in sweat, utterly disheveled, yet whose eyes gleamed ever more brightly, and felt profound astonishment well within her heart. She drew a deep breath and drove her burning heaven momentum to its absolute pinnacle. Chen Yang, receive my final strike. She cried out sharply, and the terrifying Star King momentum capable of incinerating all things surged toward Chen Yang with ferocious might. Facing this strike sufficient to make even Star General powerhouses blanch, Chen Yang's expression instead revealed a smile of serene delight. He did not unleash an equally domineering momentum to clash head-on. Instead, he slowly extended his right hand. At the instant the burning heaven momentum was about to reach him, Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes wide. Those black pupils no longer contained solely the world-subjugating dominion of a sovereign. A subtle warmth embracing all things had been added. A golden, entirely distinct momentum quietly blossomed from his palm. Ding! Comprehended Star King aura, limitless. Unlocked new Zerg royalty talent. Sovereign might of the Bug Emperor. That golden radiant halo was warm and embracing. It bore none of Lin Yuexi's heaven-burning momentum, no wild, all-consuming violence, but rather an absolute majesty that drew all things into itself and transformed them into order. Yet the momentum Chen Yang had just comprehended standing before this crimson inferno was like a tender sprout barely breaking through the soil, facing a wildfire that consumed the entire forest. The moment the golden radiance met the crimson flames, it was instantly engulfed and shattered by the boundless searing heat. Pooh! Chen Yang felt his sea of consciousness struck violently by a red-hot colossal hammer, an excruciating pain shot through him. His entire body staggered uncontrollably backward. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and a thin trail of blood seeped from the corner of his lips. Yet Lin Yuexi's face held not the slightest trace of triumph. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were wide and round, her full bosom heaving violently, and monstrous waves surged through her heart. She sensed it with absolute clarity. Though Chen Yang's momentum was still nascent in essence, it stood upon the very same dimension as her heaven-burning momentum. This meant it was a complete Star King's aura. Her momentum was one of pure destruction and conquest. Yet Chen Yang's momentum was one of embrace and protection. This was the true path belonging to a sovereign. Just as her heart trembled with violent shock, his body swayed, and darkness crept before his eyes. In the final moment before his consciousness drained away, he glimpsed a line of tiny golden characters flashing across the system panel. New insect race royal talent unlocked. Majesty of the insect sovereign. Momentum of the insect sovereign, you need not borrow from any other. The path of the insect sovereign is the ultimate Tao you yourself have forged with your own hands. The next instant boundless darkness descended, and he collapsed stiffly backward. Chen Yang. Lin Yueshi cried out in alarm. The heaven-burning momentum around her dissipated instantly. With a single flash she appeared behind him, catching his collapsing body steadily and holding him tightly in her arms. Feeling the man's faint breathing and nearly depleted spiritual essence in her embrace, Lin Yueshi's heart ached unbearably. It was all her doing. Had she not pushed him so relentlessly, how could he have overdrawn himself to such a state? She held Chen Yang gently, laying him upon a soft cushion. Gazing at his face pale as paper, her eyes instantly reddened. This fool, this idiot. Lin Yueshi bit her lower lip, a flash of resolve crossing her face. With a flip of her wrist, light flickered, and a crystalline, translucent small vial appeared in her palm. The vial contained several milliliters of silvery liquid. The liquid flowed slowly like starlight, exuding a refreshing, intoxicating fragrance. Silver Heart Jade Nectar. It was produced from the mother galaxy of the Milky Way, capable of continuously elevating and transforming one's physique and genetic tier, its value beyond estimation. It was something Lin Yueshi had exchanged with the Academy, using her own credits. I wanted to know your birthday, so I secretly looked into your student records. Originally, I wanted to give it to you on your birthday. Lin Yueshi gazed at that drop of silver liquid, her voice filled with boundless tenderness and pity. Sigh, little husband. It seems I must give it to you ahead of time now. She uncorked the vial without the slightest hesitation. But looking at the unconscious Chen Yang, her brow furrowed slightly. This substance's energy was far too overwhelming. Pouring it directly would likely cause problems. It must be guided into him in the gentlest manner possible. A blush rose on Lin Yueshi's fair cheeks, as though she had steeled herself to some great resolve. She took that drop of silver heart jade nectar into her own mouth. A warm, yet overwhelming energy instantly dissolved across her palate. Not daring to delay, she bent down and pressed her soft lips against Chen Yang's somewhat cool lips. A warm current carrying a sweet fragrance was gradually transferred into his mouth. In his stupor, Chen Yang could feel his body grown utterly cold from excessive depletion. Just then a touch of softness and fragrance met his lips. Immediately after, an indescribably warm and sweet torrent surged into his body. Wherever that torrent passed, his withered body and exhausted spirit, like parched earth finally meeting sweet rain, began to frantically absorb this vital energy. Boom. A few minutes later, Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was that breathtakingly beautiful face, mere inches from his own, filled with worry and shyness. Without a moment to spare, he sat cross-legged directly. Yueshi, protect me while I cultivate. I think I'm about to break through. Lin Yueshi nodded, her expression turning immensely solemn. A powerful Star King aura instantly unfurled, shielding the entire training room securely. Chen Yang closed his eyes, channeling the overwhelming power within him, and began to assault the barrier of his realm. Star Envoy Extreme Limit. This chasm, which many prodigies could never cross in their entire lifetimes, was as fragile as window paper before the unreasonably potent medicinal power of the Silver Heart Jade Nectar. Boom. Chen Yang felt his sea of consciousness shudder violently, as though something had been utterly shattered. A stronger, more refined stellar energy surged and flowed from his limbs and meridians. His body, his stellar energy, at this very moment completed their transformation. Star General initial stage. He had succeeded. A powerful aura belonging to a Star General level expert erupted from Chen Yang, as its center sweeping violently across the entire training room. Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the unprecedented surging power within him, an expression of disbelief shone in his gaze. He looked down at his own hands, sensing the immense control that allowed him to summon the free stellar energy of space with every gesture, and he was somewhat dazed. He had just broken through like this. He raised his head, looking toward that incomparably beautiful woman nearby, gazing at him with joyful eyes, and rose to his feet in utter bewilderment. Yueshi, what? What exactly happened here? You little dummy, you nearly scared me to death just now. Lin Yueshi extended her jade-like hand, tenderly brushing away the beads of sweat at his temple, a lingering trace of fear still in her heart. She recounted everything that had just happened to Chen Yang in full detail. However, upon learning that the value of the Silver Heart Jade Nectar was enough to purchase several low-tier colonial planets, Chen Yang was utterly dumbfounded. He gazed at the woman before him who belonged to him, and the softest corner of his heart was deeply touched. He had never expected that after only a short time together she had already begun thinking about preparing a birthday gift for him, and such a precious one at that. Chen Yang said nothing. He simply stepped forward, spread his arms, and drew Lin Yueshi tightly into his embrace. Lin Yueshi was startled by his sudden embrace. Feeling his strong, powerful arms, and the scorching warmth radiating from his chest, two enchanting blushes instantly bloomed across her fair cheeks. You? What are you doing? Yueshi, truly thank you. What's there to thank between the two of us? You're being so formal. Chen Yang gave no reply, only holding her even tighter, as if to press her into his very being. His hands too began to grow restless, tracing along those breathtaking curves in a slow descent. Lin Yueshi's body trembled slightly, and her breath grew rapid. She lightly tapped down Chen Yang's mischievous hand, her voice carrying a teasing charm as she whispered into his ear, "What's wrong? You just broke through to Star General and already want to test your new skills on your instructor. But I should warn you, I hope this time you can last a bit longer. Those words were like a spark tossed into boiling oil. Boom. Chen Yang felt hot blood surge to his head, and Chen Xiaoyang immediately refused to back down. Last longer. That was questioning a man's very essence. He suddenly released his embrace and lifted Lin Yueshi into his arms with one decisive motion, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Instructor, then let's test it. See if my current abilities are enough to satisfy you. Up. Lin Yueshi cried out, but Chen Yang carried her straight to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window lay the academy's bustling nightscape, lights blazing like a river of stars. Inside, two burning bodies pressed against the cold glass, entwined in desperate passion. The thrill of transgression sent an unprecedented rush through Lin Yueshi as she clung tightly to Chen Yang's neck, meeting him head-on. Her body responded with intensity unlike anything before. After countless undulations, the storm finally subsided. Lin Yueshi lay lazily across Chen Yang's chest, content as a well-fed cat, too comfortable to move even a finger. She felt the steady, powerful heartbeat beneath her and the lingering warmth in her body, a flush of satisfaction coloring her cheeks. By the way, Chen Yang stroked her smooth back, suddenly remembering something. Yueshi Zhao Tianming asked me to advertise for him during the finals. 50 billion and the contracts already sent over. I haven't replied yet. Oh. Lin Yueshi lifted her enchanting face and smiled softly. You've come to the right person for this. She ran her slender fingers across Chen Yang's personal terminal to bring up the contract. A brief glance at it, and she sneered. The price is quite fair, truly generous as expected of the Zhao family's young master. However, she pointed to the inconspicuous supplementary clauses at the end of the contract, a mocking smile curling her lips. See that? Priority cooperation rights, exclusive endorsement rights. This kid has quite the calculated mind. If you sign this, no matter how popular you become, you'll only be able to take Zhao family advertisements or wait until they've picked through everything else, essentially tying you up as their money-making machine. As she spoke, her pale fingers flew across the light screen, swiftly deleting those oppressive clauses entirely, while keeping the 50 billion price intact before re-sending the revised contract. Ding. Almost instantaneously after sending, Zhao Tianming replied within seconds. Just one character. Agreed. Chen Yang watched this brilliant maneuver completely astounded. This. That's it. Naturally. Lin Yueshi tilted her chin up proudly like a vain peacock. 50 billion buys exposure for your F-class monster gimmick during the finals. That's value Zhao Tianming understands better than anyone. As for those supplementary clauses, they're just bonus deals he's trying to squeeze and nothing more. After finishing, she lazily settled back against Chen Yang, her fingers tracing circles on his abs. Chen Yang gazed at the 50 billion transfer intent on his terminal, feeling a wave of emotion. Smiling, he pinched Lin Yueshi's cheek. Looks like I'll be able to provide for our Anya and for you in the future. To his surprise, Lin Yueshi gave him a languid, exasperated look after hearing this. Her gaze so alluring it seemed to drip with allure. You think this amount of money is enough to support me? Lin Yueshi sighed softly. Little husband, you're still far from handling the family behind me. But listen carefully. The final 2 days from now is merely the first step in your ascent. How far you'll go determines whether I stay with you like this forever or can stand beside you openly as your wife. That depends entirely on your efforts. Hearing this, boundless ambition surged through Chen Yang's heart. Don't worry, Yueshi. I promise I'll make you take me home openly. Moonlight illuminated Chen Yang's refined features as Lin Yueshi gazed at the young man brimming with passion before her. A warmth spread through her heart. It's so good. He's genuinely serious about her. The freshman grand competition's final match day had arrived. In years past, inter-campus freshman tournaments barely stirred any waves, but this year was entirely different. An F-ranked gene fighter facing off against an SS-ranked genius in an ultimate showdown. A matchup without precedent that drove the tournament's popularity to unprecedented heights, capturing attention across the entire Centaurus star sector. Above the central arena, tens of thousands of interstellar media broadcast shuttles hovered their insignias representing tens of thousands of news organizations throughout the Federation. Just this massive media presence alone would leave any newcomer awestruck. Inside the venue, all over 50,000 seats were filled to capacity, with aisles packed with excited fans waving light boards. Their roars converged into a tangible sonic wave. If not for the energy dome here, even a standard roof might have been blown away. Meanwhile, on the StarNet, the official broadcast room for this final was seeing its viewer count surge at an alarming pace, already surpassing 1 trillion viewers and still climbing rapidly. At this moment, the No. 7 waste processing plant in the C-34 mechanical district fell into an unprecedented silence. All machinery had ceased its roaring. Lin Hu and his usual crew of grease-stained men huddled before a massive screen assembled from over a dozen small light panels, not daring to even breathe heavily. On screen, the dazzling, cheering-filled final arena stood in stark contrast to their shabby, filthy waste processing plant. Boss, is that really our Chen Yang big guy? A young mechanic asked, his voice trembling as he pointed to the poster of Chen Yang's tall figure on the screen. Duh. Lin Hu took a long swig of cheap liquor, laughing and cursing proudly. Who else would it be but him? Could it be you rot? Move aside. Has it started? Let us see too. More than a dozen men who just finished their shift pushed their way over, craning their necks. When they spotted Chen Yang's familiar yet unrecognizable face on screen, they erupted into even greater amazement. Damn, it really is young Chen Yang. This kid has made it big. You're making us proud, giving our waste processing plant some honor. Ha ha ha, brother Yang is awesome. Inside the luxurious, exclusive lounge reserved for the contestants, Chen Yang sat upon a plush sofa, severed from the cacophony of the outside world. Upon the enormous luminous screen before him, a pre-match special program was being broadcast. Zhao Tianming, one of the most brilliant prodigies of the new generation from the Zhao financial conglomerate. The Zhao financial conglomerate, a commercial empire that rose to prominence through its gene optimization fluids, its industries now spanning the entirety of the Sagittarius star domain. Its strength and resources are sufficient to rival even certain smaller interstellar civilizations. And Zhao Tianming himself is a heaven-blessed genius. For within him a fragment of the ancient thunder beast from primordial relics has awakened within his genes, forming the singular and unparalleled SS-class Thunder God gene. This grants him an innate dominion over the power of lightning, rendering him virtually invincible among those of the same rank. Thus, though he is not the legitimate heir of this generation by virtue of such extraordinary talent, he has earned the clan's recognition and become one of the 10 members of the new generation's main bloodline. Upon the screen, a montage of Zhao Tianming's past matches unfolded. With every gesture he made, lightning crackled, and every opponent crumbled in devastating defeat beneath his explosive tempest of thunder. Following Zhao Tianming's segment, the broadcast shifted its focus to Chen Yang himself. The official coverage of him was on the whole relatively objective, yet unsurprisingly placed its promotional emphasis upon his F-class genes, ceaselessly hyping such catchphrases as the strongest dark horse in history and the miracle of the F-class genes. Chen Yang merely glanced at it before switching off the screen. Beyond all doubt, his opponent in the finals was a true-born scion of fortune, a heaven's favored child cradled in gold from birth. He suddenly recalled the 5 billion federal credits that had arrived in his account just yesterday, a sum sufficient to purchase hundreds of wastelands like the C-34 mechanical district, sufficient to grant Anya a life of luxury free from worldly wants. Yet to the clan behind Zhao Tianming this was perhaps but a drop in the ocean. The vast disparities of the world had never been rendered more starkly apparent than in this very moment. The personal terminal upon his wrist vibrated gently. It was a message from Anya, nothing more than a brief video. In the video, Anya wore an adorable apron. Facing the camera, she vigorously waved her small fist, her cheeks flushed rosy, her voice sweet and tender. Go get him, hubby. You're the best. After the match, I'll make you something delicious. Mwah. In the end, she even blew a kiss through the screen. The lines of Chen Yang's mouth softened almost unconsciously. He switched off the screen and slowly rose to his feet. For Anya, for Lin Yueshi, for old man Lin Hu, and for himself. This battle must be won. Several minutes later, the host's voice rang out beyond the lounge door. Now, let us welcome the 2 contestants of our finals with the most thunderous of cheers. First to enter is the greatest dark horse of this tournament, the F-class monster from Class C3, Chen Yang. Accompanying the host's impassioned proclamation, the door of the lounge slowly swung open. Chen Yang strode forth. Boom. The deafening cheers came crashing over him like a tsunami. Countless camera flashes ignited from every direction, their brilliance so blinding that one could scarcely keep one's eyes open. Chen Yang advanced with measured steps, traversing the lengthy contestant corridor, drawing ever closer to the arena that commanded the gaze of all. And his opponent, the undefeated legend of Class A1A, the sovereign who commands the Thunder God, Zhao Tianming. From the opposite side, Zhao Tianming emerged in tandem. He wore the same composed expression as always. The 2 figures came to stand at opposite ends of the arena. As the spotlights descended, the gaze of countless trillions, transmitted through the live broadcast screens, also settled upon the 2 of them. The referee took his position at the center and raised his hands with fervent enthusiasm. First, let us extend our gratitude to the sponsors of this finals. Their products are renowned for their exceptional value. Their mechs, sturdy and durable, are the finest mechs available within 500,000 credits. They are without question the Pioneer Su-M9, produced by Huami Equipment Co., Ltd. After introducing several brand sponsors in succession, the match finally proceeded to its main event. The referee drew a deep breath. Very well, now let us proceed to the thrilling moment of the finals. Both contestants. The rules of the finals remain consistent with those before. I hereby declare that the finals of the Star Awakener series. Just as he was on the verge of announcing the commencement. Wait a moment. Zhao Tianming suddenly raised his hand, interrupting the referee. The entire arena fell silent. All eyes turned toward him in bewilderment. Zhao Tianming, paying no heed whatsoever to the gazes surrounding him, looked toward Chen Yang and spoke calmly. Are you ready? Chen Yang met his gaze for a fleeting instant and gave a slight nod. In the next instant, under the stunned and bewildered stares of everyone present, nay of the hundreds of billions of spectators throughout the entire star domain, the 2 prodigious young combatants poised for a life-or-death confrontation simultaneously turned about and faced the primary broadcast shuttle hovering directly above them, the one possessing the highest transmission authority. Zhao Tianming cleared his throat, a polished commercial smile spreading across his countenance, his voice cutting clearly through the amplification system to every corner of the arena. Still troubled by your genetic grade. Still tormented by bottlenecks you cannot break through. The moment his words fell, Chen Yang seamlessly picked up the thread, his voice equally composed yet imbued with an inexplicable persuasiveness. Still being mocked as trash by others because of your ordinary talent. The two of them played off one another in flawless harmony. Zhao Tianming proudly presented by the Zhao Group. The Starlight Series Gene Optimization Fluid. Chen Yang, 1 bottle and you'll be reborn. 2 bottles and you'll be given new life. Even if you're F-class you can stand upon the final stage just like me. Finally the two spoke in unison, beaming brilliant smiles at the camera. Zhao's Starlight, your sole choice for defying fate and leaping over the Dragon's Gate. The entire world seemed to have been pressed into silence. A deathly stillness lasting a full 3 seconds. Then came a volcanic eruption of thunderous clamor. Ha ha ha. What am I witnessing? An advertisement before the finals. Even an F-class can stand upon the final stage. Damn it, that slogan is ridiculously convincing. I'm kinda tempted, what do I do? In the VIP viewing section, Lin Yueshi, though she had anticipated this hard sell commercial, was still laughing until she doubled over. Back in the dormitory, Anya gazed at Chen Yang's somewhat stiff smile upon the screen and laughed so hard she rolled about on the bed. At the C-34 junkyard, Lin, who spewed a mouthful of liquor, choking himself into a violent coughing fit as he pointed at the screen, laughing until tears streamed down his face. Damn it, that kid. He's truly a genius. And at that very moment, ding, a crisp notification sounded from Chen Yang's personal terminal. Federal Central Bank account ending in 7749 has received a transfer on stardate 3433-9-26 in the amount of 500,000 federal credits. Current available balance 500,000 federal credits. The string of zeros set Chen Yang's heart ablaze with fervor. He drew a deep breath, suppressing that burning fervor within. The 5 billion had been secured. Now it was time to claim the championship. Upon the arena, the referee too stood dumbfounded for quite some, while only snapping back to his senses under the frantic prodding from the backstage. He had never expected someone to deliver a commercial even more brazen than his own. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling somewhat. That should be all from the two of you, yes. If there's nothing further, then the match shall commence. The two nodded in unison. Very well, in that case. The match begins. The match begins. The instant the words fell, the practiced commercial smile vanished from Zhao Tianming's face without a trace. In its place burned an overwhelming battle spirit. All right, business concluded. Now it's time for the Real affair. Boom. A violent surge of thunderous energy erupted from Zhao Tianming's body, detonating outward in an explosive shockwave. Crackle, crackle. Countless serpents of blue-violet electricity writhed wildly around him. The temperature across the entire arena surged in that very instant. This was the oppressive might of an SS-grade Thunder God gene. Come, Chen Yang. Zhao Tianming lifted his gaze. Those eyes that always carried a detached composure now burned with nothing but pure battle intent. Let me see what manner of man could earn the recognition of both Lin Shan and Su Meier. What substance truly lies within you? The moment his words ceased, he moved. A flicker of lightning beneath his feet, and his entire figure vanished from where he stood, leaving behind only a trailing blue-violet afterimage. So fast. Chen Yang's pupils contracted sharply. The innate gift of hyperdimensional perception engaged at full capacity, allowing him to faintly trace the opponent's movement trajectory, a velocity pushed to its absolute limit. A fist wreathed in crackling electricity, carrying with it a deafening roar of thunder, had already materialized before his face. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang lowered his center of gravity, his legs taking root with practiced familiarity. Settling firmly upon the ground, he assumed the opening stance of the 8 forms of dragon suppression. Complete mastery achieved. Dragon's stride, tiger's gait. He chose not to meet force with force. Instead, his feet traced an arcane footwork pattern, his body sliding laterally at an impossible angle, narrowly evading that thunderbolt-laden strike. The fist's gale swept past his cheek, the trailing arcs of electricity singeing several strands of his hair to charred wisps. Oh, how interesting. His strike, having missed, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Tianming's eyes. Yet his offensive momentum remained undiminished. Phantom-like, he pressed against Chen Yang, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of savage attacks. Thunder fist. Lightning leg. Overlord's elbow strike. For a moment across the entire arena, a bolt of blue-violet lightning could be seen circling Chen Yang at blistering speed. Every flicker accompanied by an attack violent enough to sunder stone and split monuments. Yet no matter how ferocious, how savage Zhao Tianming's onslaught became, Chen Yang remained an immovable boulder. His footwork steady as bedrock, his hands dissolving into layered afterimages, receiving every attack in full. Bang, bang, bang. The percussion of fist meeting palm erupted like a relentless drumbeat across the arena. With each collision, countless fragments of electrical serpents sprayed in all directions. My heavens. He actually kept pace. This rhythm of offense and defense is far too swift. My eyes can barely follow. 4 punches from them 6 pieces of me. Chen Yang's defense is too solid. Zhao Tianming's attacks simply cannot penetrate it. From the spectator gallery, cries of astonishment rose in continuous waves. In the VIP observation zone, the face of Zhang Jun, chief instructor of the Mech Pilot Academy, shone with utter amazement. Old Lin, this disciple of yours, is truly a prodigy. He has thoroughly grasped the essence of the 8 forms of dragon suppression. To master force through technique, to remain unmoved against 10,000 changes, for Zhao Tianming to defeat him through skill alone would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Upon the display screen, Lin Hu's image let out a knowing chuckle before draining another mouthful of wine. Naturally, upon the arena the fierce battle raged on. Zhao Tianming's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He was discovering that Chen Yang was like a bottomless vortex. No matter how overwhelming the power he unleashed, it would be effortlessly neutralized and absorbed by those seemingly unadorned techniques. The thunderous speed and explosive force he had taken such pride in seemed to lose all meaning before his opponent. This cannot continue. The thought flashed through Zhao Tianming's mind. He abruptly retreated, putting over 10 meters of distance between himself and Chen Yang. He drew a deep breath, and the casual expression upon his face vanished completely. Chen Yang, the warm-up is over. What follows, I shall be fighting for real. The instant his words fell, a terrifying aura, several times more powerful than before, erupted from within him like a geyser. This was no longer the peak of stellar emissary, but the genuine, unadulterated pressure of the stellar general tier. What a stellar general. Zhao Tianming is actually a stellar general. The on-site host, watching the energy readings on his instrument skyrocket, actually leapt from his commentary booth, his voice cracking from sheer astonishment. The entire arena erupted in pandemonium. Everyone was struck numb by this sudden revelation. A stellar general tier participant appearing in the freshman grand competition. How could this battle possibly be fought? This was nothing short of dimensional suppression. In the rest area of Class C, 3 Xia Qingying's face turned deathly pale in an instant. From classes A and B, countless gazes of pity and barely concealed schadenfreude converged upon that solitary, calmly standing figure at the center of the arena. Facing the overwhelming pressure of the stellar general bearing down like an avalanche, Chen Yang's garments fluttered violently in the gale. He raised his head, gazing at Zhao Tianming across from him. The figure wreathed in thunderous radiance like a deity descended upon the mortal realm, and yet not a trace of fear crossed his features. Then, beneath the incredulous stares of trillions of viewers across the entire world, he too smiled. Oh, not bad. What a coincidence, though, because bro, M2. Boom. A golden surge of chi, no whit inferior to Zhao Tianming's, and in bearing even more magnificent, more imperially dominant, erupted from within Chen Yang, piercing the heavens. Also, the initial stage of stellar general. If Zhao Tianming's aura was savage thunder, then Chen Yang's was the sovereign presence of an emperor descending upon the world. At this moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The host stood with mouth agape, utterly speechless. In the VIP observation zone, every single Federation high-ranking official, without exception, shot to their feet. The vice commander of the 7th Fleet, those eyes that always remained as still as ancient wells, now reflected absolute solemnity. An F-grade gene, breaking through from stellar emissary to stellar general within a single month. This. Beside him, Zhang Jun wore an equally incredulous expression, murmuring to himself, this kid. Just how did he manage it? In the scrapyard, the bottle in Lin Hu's hand clattered to the ground with a crash, shattering into fragments. He stared fixedly at the screen, at that figure enveloped within a golden aura. His eyes unexpectedly grew misty. This brat of mine. He must have endured considerable hardship. Of course, if Lin Hu were to learn that over the past month Chen Yang had not merely gorged himself on soft rice, but had even devoured his own instructor, his reaction would undoubtedly be quite different. After a brief, deathly stillness came an even more frenzied eruption. Holy shit. 2 stellar generals. The finals of this year's freshman grand competition is a battle between 2 stellar generals. Madness. This world has gone completely mad. Upon the arena, after the initial shock had passed, an utterly fanatical and exhilarated smile spread across Zhao Tianming's face. Ha ha ha. Excellent. 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 Chen Yang, you truly have not disappointed me. This is what makes it interesting. This is what makes it worthwhile. He laughed wildly, his foot slamming down violently, as his entire form transformed into a bolt of blue-violet lightning, charging ferociously toward Chen Yang once more. This time he held nothing back. Chen Yang gazed at that bolt of lightning tearing through the air, drawing a deep breath. Racial divine power. Bloodline divine power. A primordial force from the depths of his bloodline instantly surged through every limb and meridian of his body. Facing the high-voltage lightning from Zhao Tianming, powerful enough to obliterate a grade B mecha, Chen Yang neither dodged nor evaded. He threw a punch of his own. Boom. A golden fist and blue-purple lightning collided squarely at the center of the arena. A terrifying shockwave of energy erupted instantly. Both figures were sent flying backward simultaneously. Zhao Tianming landed and steadied himself, gazing at his slightly numbed fist as the excitement on his face only intensified. On the other side, Chen Yang merely shook out his hand, and the tingling sensation vanished without a trace. Empowered by bloodline divine power, his physical strength had reached an incomprehensible level, and the innate regenerative ability of the insect race rendered Zhao Tianming's lightning attacks utterly incapable of inflicting any meaningful damage. Again, Zhao Tianming, blazing with fighting spirit, charged forward once more. The two completely abandoned all technique and form, engaging in the most primal, most savage exchange of brute force. Fist against fist, foot against foot. Each collision was like two meteors crashing into each other, accompanied by thunderous roars and world-shattering bursts of energy. The entire central arena trembled violently, with the energy barrier at its edges rippling incessantly for the very first time. All the spectators had been struck dumb. Was this still a freshman competition? This was clearly two humanoid beasts fighting for their lives. After yet another earth-shattering clash, the two separated once again. Zhao Tianming was breathing heavily. His combat suit had suffered multiple tears, and a trickle of blood had seeped from the corner of his mouth. But Chen Yang on the opposite side was no better off. His battle garments were equally tattered, and his spiritual energy was in complete disarray. Yet at this moment, Zhao Tianming suddenly thought of the family behind him and the vast genetic gap between them. His gaze darkened as he realized he could not let this drag on any longer. A flash of resolve flickered in Zhao Tianming's eyes. Chen Yang, you are strong, stronger than I ever imagined. You are the first to push me to this point. As a sign of my respect, allow me to show you my ultimate technique. Zhao Tianming slowly closed his eyes as a chaotic, savage momentum began gathering around him. That momentum was incomplete, riddled with flaws, yet the devastating power contained within it was undeniably real. Many sharp-eyed spectators paled at the sight. This is a half-step Star King domain. Didn't Zhao Tianming not have this thing last time? But the guy's rich. Who knows, maybe he spent a fortune to get it somewhere. After all, there's nothing in this world that money can't solve. Behind Zhao Tianming, a ferocious beast phantom constructed entirely of blue-purple lightning towering dozens of meters high slowly took shape. Chen Yang, today I shall let you witness my ultimate genetic art. Primordial Thunder Beast. Roar. As his words fell, an immediate beastly roar shook heaven and earth. Facing this apocalyptic pressure, not a trace of tension could be found on Chen Yang's face. He gazed at the raging thunder beast, then assessed Zhao Tianming's Floridan half-step domain, and slowly shook his head. Nothing more than this. He murmured softly. Then he slowly closed his eyes. The next second, a momentum, utterly unlike Zhao Tianming's violent aura, quietly blossomed from within him. That momentum was gentle and all-encompassing, yet carried in supreme majesty that towered above all creation. Worm Emperor's majesty. This was the ultimate Tao belonging to Chen Yang alone. Star King domain, infinite. If what the crowd felt from Zhao Tianming was a thunderstorm domain attempting to obliterate everything, then what they experienced from Chen Yang was a boundless starry domain that embraced all things. In the perception of the spectators alone, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. When Chen Yang opened his eyes once more, his entire bearing had completely transformed. He slowly raised his hand, assuming a primitive and unadorned starting stance that belonged to none of the forms within the 8 dragon subduing styles. Yet this simple preparatory posture alone caused all the military leaders in the VIP viewing area to startle in unison. Then came Chen Yang's calm and unhurried voice echoing throughout the arena. In return for your respect, then, I'll go all out as well. Divine Dragon Oblivion. As his words fell, the two ultimate techniques clashed. The energy phantom of the primordial thunder beast roared forward, colliding with the gradually expanding palm strike. After a brief stalemate, the primordial thunder beast's phantom ultimately proved inferior and was shattered on the spot. Zhao Tianming struck as if by lightning, spat out a mouthful of blood as the shockwaves from Divine Dragon Oblivion and the phantom's destruction descended upon him. His body flew backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily into the rubble of the arena, and he lost consciousness on the spot. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the slender figure on the stage who had just withdrawn his palm, their minds momentarily blank. In the VIP viewing area, the vice commander of the 7th Fleet stared intently at the replay of Chen Yang's strike on the light screen, his voice trembling slightly. The 8 dragon subduing styles. When did it have a 9th form? On the arena, the referee, after several seconds of stunned silence, suddenly jolted awake. He glanced toward the VIP seats, received an affirming gaze, then took a deep breath, and summoning all his strength, tremblingly raised Chen Yang's hand. The champion of this year's Freshman Grand Competition Star Warrior Division Finals, Class C3, Chen Yang. A brief silence followed. Boom. A tsunami-like wave of cheers instantly erupted throughout the entire star domain. In the junkyard, a group of men sprayed beer into the sky, howling in wild celebration. In the dormitory, Anya hugged a pillow and rolled around on the bed in joyful abandon, laughing and crying at the same time. In the VIP viewing area, Lin Yueshi gazed at the figure on the light screen, who was accepting the cheers of 10,000, her beautiful phoenix eyes shimmering with brilliant, extraordinary light. Then she thought of certain requests she had promised Chen Yang, and a captivating blush instantly spread from her neck to the tips of her ears. This little rascal. Just then the referee who had just announced the results strode quickly to Chen Yang's side, his expression utterly reverent, and said in a lowered voice, "Student Chen Yang, congratulations on winning the championship. There are several on-site advertisements. The offers are extremely generous and they're all major interstellar brands. Would you like to take them on? Advertisements. Right here at the venue." Chen Yang was momentarily stunned by the referee's words. He glanced at the light screen the referee handed him. Several brilliantly glowing brand logos were arrayed upon it, each one a household name across the starnet. And the quotations listed beneath those logos with their endless trail of zeros made his heart skip a beat. Altogether it came to nearly 20 billion Federation credits. Fortunately, under Lin Yueshi's guidance, he immediately spotted a line written clearly at the very bottom of the contract: one-time collaboration with no subsequent binding clauses of any kind. This was practically free money. The 5 billion that had just landed in his account hadn't even warmed his hands yet, and now a brand new fortune had delivered itself to his doorstep. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Yang nodded gravely toward the referee. "I accept." The referee's face instantly lit up with delight, and he hurriedly passed over the prepared script card. "Excellent, excellent." And so the trillions of spectators across the entire star domain were treated to a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Chen Yang, who had just stunned the entire arena with a single strike of Divine Dragon Oblivion, his body still radiating the domineering aura of a star general powerhouse, under the gaze of countless onlookers, received the script card with an expressionless face and cleared his throat. Feeling exhausted after prolonged combat, in a flat, utterly unruffled tone, he recited the first advertising line. "Hercules Brand Stellar Energy Restoration Tonic. The latest technology from the core regions of the Milky Way. Restore your vitality in 3 seconds. Whether after the deed or after the battle, repair your stamina. The champion's choice. You deserve it." The entire arena fell silent for a heartbeat. Then came a roar of laughter so thunderous it nearly tore the dome of the Colosseum from its foundations. "Ha ha ha. Damn, I'm not seeing things right. He actually went through with it. This guy is seriously real. Just finished a fight and immediately goes for the sponsor read. No pretense whatsoever. Totally different from those pretentious pretty boys who win and still play coy. This bro is here to make money." I'm literally dying of laughter. The contrast is insane. I'm a fan for life. Starting today, Brother Yang has a diehard follower in me. In the VIP viewing section, Lin Yueshi watched the man on the light screen delivering his advertisement with perfect seriousness, laughing so hard she could barely contain herself, tears nearly streaming down her face. This little rascal was going to laugh her to death. Back in the dormitory, Anya hugged a pillow to her burning cheeks, laughing as she pounded the bed. Hubby is just too adorable." At the scrapyard, Lin, who in a group of burly men, doubled over with laughter, beer foam spraying everywhere. On the arena stage, Chen Yang paid no heed to the reactions around him. Continuing in his uniquely flat, emotionless tone, he finished reciting the remaining advertisements. From energy drinks to combat suits, from exoskeleton armor to private skiffs. With each advertisement, he finished, his personal terminal would punctually chime with the notification of another colossal deposit. In the span of just 2 minutes, 20 billion had flowed into his account. Chen Yang's mood was more sublime than it had ever been. This kind of money was far easier earned than fighting and killing. Once all the advertisements had been read, the referee finally stepped forward, barely suppressing his laughter, to officially commence the Star Adept Division award ceremony. Needless to say, energy fireworks filled the sky in a scene of magnificent grandeur. Chen Yang held the trophy aloft, basking in the cheers and the flashing of cameras. However, no sooner had the ceremony concluded than the host hurried back on stage to make an urgent announcement. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize for the abrupt notice. Our Mech Pilot Division finals were originally scheduled to begin at 3 o'clock this afternoon. However, considering that student Chen Yang has just endured an extremely high-intensity battle with tremendous physical and mental expenditure, in order to ensure the fairness and spectacle of the competition, the Academy has decided to postpone the Mech Pilot Division finals until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." This decision was perfectly reasonable. Everyone felt it was only proper. After all, Chen Yang's opponent had been Zhao Tianming, a genuine star general powerhouse. Winning against him was already a miracle. How could anyone possibly have the stamina left for another finals match of equal caliber? Although sighs of mild regret rippled through the audience, they were universally accompanied by expressions of understanding. Oh, and I forgot to ask student Chen Yang whether he finds this acceptable. For the referee, this was merely a perfunctory question. He never imagined Chen Yang would refuse. Yet Chen Yang, having taken the microphone, spoke slowly. "I appreciate the Academy's concern, but there's no need for a postponement." Chen Yang lifted his head, gazing toward the VIP viewing section, his face still wearing that same impassive expression. "Just as the advertisement promised, I believe I still have plenty left in me. Let's strike while the iron is hot. I'll finish all the matches today." The world fell silent once more. Every face in the arena froze instantly. He had just endured a life-or-death battle at the Star General level, and now he intended to grab a quick lunch and then immediately charge into the next finals match. What kind of monster was this? After a brief, deathly stillness, came an explosion of sound, even more frenzied and hysterical than any before. He's lost his mind. He's absolutely lost his mind. Holy shit. Brother Yang, you're my one and only bro. That's fucking insane. 2 consecutive finals matches. Is this something a human being can do? Am I witnessing an immortal today? Worth it. That ad was absolutely worth it. Pay him more. This kind of stamina. What the hell has he been eating? Hercules Stellar Energy Restoration Tonic. Hook me up with a whole crate. The referee remained silent for a full several seconds before finally speaking in a tone of utter disbelief. Student Chen Yang. Are you certain? This is no trivial matter. I'm certain. Chen Yang's reply was simple and resolute. He was only joking, of course. The sooner the fights ended, the sooner he could clock out and go home to cuddle his wife. Besides, he could feel that after unleashing the 9th form with everything he had, the power within him was still at its peak, a torrent of vital force, crying out for a thorough, exhilarating battle to solidify his current realm. If he rested through the night, he wasn't sure tomorrow would bring the same magnificent state. Upon receiving his affirmative answer, the entire Central Coliseum erupted in instant delirium. Meanwhile, in the A2 class competitor rest area, a tall, exquisitely featured girl, clad in a custom-tailored crimson mech combat suit, stared at Chen Yang's calm visage on the light screen, her teeth clenched so tightly they nearly ground to dust. She was the Mech Pilot Division's other finalist, the class monitor of A2, the one known as the Fiery Empress, Li Yueyao. At this moment, her usually proud and lovely face had grown so dark it seemed on the verge of dripping water. Her close friends beside her were likewise simmering with righteous indignation. Yao, this Chen Yang is far too arrogant. What does he mean by this? He just finished fighting Zhao Tianming, and now wants to jump straight into a match with you. He doesn't take you seriously at all. Exactly. Who does he think he is? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The atmosphere within the central arena burned even more feverishly than that morning. 2 mechs stood at opposite ends of the grand central stage, facing each other beneath the gaze of countless spectators. On one side stood Li Yueyao's custom-exclusive mech, the Blazing Empress. Its body was cloaked in a coat of crimson flame, its contours sleek, yet brimming with explosive power. Though every other specification was identical, its design alone utterly eclipsed Chen Yang's basic mech. On the opposite side, Chen Yang remained at the helm of his unremarkable Class C training mech. Both combatants ready. The referee's voice rang out. Within the cockpit, Chen Yang slowly closed his eyes, linking his spiritual force with the entirety of his mech. Having broken through to the rank of Star General, his mastery over the boundless aura had grown beyond all recognition. He could sense this iron creation taking on a semblance of life beneath his will, becoming an extension of his very being. Begin. The command to commence echoed through the arena. Chen Yang, today you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Li Yueyao's sharp cry pierced through the public channel. Boom. Twin tails of flame erupted from the thrusters mounted upon the Blazing Empress, and the entire mech launched forth like a cannonball, hurtling toward Chen Yang with savage momentum. Phoenix blaze of the plains. While surging forward at blistering speed, she activated the flamethrower attachments mounted upon her mech. In an instant, a cataclysm of fire swept across half the arena, forming an infernal sea that wholly engulfed Chen Yang's Class C mech. Holy! She chose a flamethrower loadout for the finals. Opening with an ultimate move, Li Yueyao is genuinely furious. At those temperatures, no Class C mech could withstand more than a few seconds without an energy shield. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the stands. Yet, just as all present believed Chen Yang would scramble to evade or desperately raise his energy barrier to endure the onslaught, within that sea of flames the Class C mech stirred. It neither retreated nor shifted its stance. It merely raised its right arm in tranquil motion, and the particle blade held within its grasp carved a circle amid the inferno. An invisible momentum unfurled outward from the blade's tip, spreading like ripples. The ferocious flames, fierce enough to melt steel itself, parted asunder upon nearing this momentum, sliding away harmlessly past the mech's form without scorching it in the slightest. What a... No way. The Star King's aura can be wielded like that. Within her cockpit, Li Yueyao could not help but curse aloud. In the very moment her spirit wavered, Chen Yang's mech had already pierced through the inferno, advancing to launch an offensive of his own. My dear classmate, your fire burns a touch too cold. Chen Yang's voice drifted through the public channel. Dare to engage at close quarters? You're courting death. Li Yueyao, caught between fury and alarm, instinctively piloted her mech. The matching particle blade upon her right arm cleaved straight down toward the enemy's cockpit. Clang. Confronted with Chen Yang's closing distance, Li Yueyao poured the entirety of her fury into this single strike. The Blazing Empress's particle blade shrieked through the air as it bore down upon Chen Yang's cockpit with merciless intent. Yet this blow was deflected aside by Chen Yang with effortless grace. Clang, 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 clang. Having failed to land a decisive blow, Li Yueyao's assault intensified tenfold. Her crimson mech became a blur of motion, the blade light cascading like a tempestuous storm that enveloped Chen Yang whole. Upon the arena stage, the two mechs clashed in over 100 exchanges within mere moments, sparks scattering in all directions as the thunderous percussion of clashing metal rang without cease. Amidst such a ferocious barrage, Chen Yang's Class C mech appeared entirely at ease, each parry arriving with impeccable timing. While repelling Li Yueyao's attacks, he contemplated silently within, worthy indeed of being Class A's monitor. Her reflexes and piloting rival those of Lin Shan herself. This Class A is truly a realm where geniuses roam like common folk. Yet her opponent was gradually growing more frantic. Screech. The piercing shriek of grinding metal pierced the air. Li Yueyao's all-out strike was arrested mid-swing, deflected with almost casual indifference. Chen Yang mused within his heart. Her force is commendable, her speed fierce, but precision falls short. All in all, she falls beneath Lin Shan. The probing had concluded, and so too must this battle. Chen Yang finally unveiled his true capability. Seizing the instant of their proximity, his left arm retracted before snapping outward as a grappling hook latching onto Li Yueyao's mech, then wrenching her violently toward him. Li Yueyao had never anticipated such an unorthodox maneuver. She felt a colossal force seize her being, and her mech's posture instantly lost equilibrium, toppling forward with utterly uncontrollably momentum. Li Yueyao clenched her silvery teeth, a flash of desperate resolve glinting in her eyes. If she must lose, then she would drag this scoundrel down with her. She was about to activate her mech's Overlord self-destruct sequence, intending to perish together with Chen Yang. Yet the very instant her resolve crystallized, a terror beyond all words came crashing into her consciousness like a thunderbolt. Precisely. The reason Chen Yang had closed the distance so completely was to facilitate the deployment of his will impact and the arts of a spiritual awakener. An invisible, incorporeal spiritual lance stabbed forth with surgical precision toward the core of her consciousness. Beneath this dual assault, Li Yueyao's mind turned blank as parchment, her awareness instantly scattered into oblivion. Her finger poised to descend upon the self-destruct trigger froze suspended in the void. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's mech pivoted in a fluid rotation, the alloy blade within its grasp transforming into a streak of resplendent brilliance. There was no savage force, no resplendent spectacle of light. There existed only the quintessence of precision and elegance. Swish! The blade light flickered and was gone. The blazing empress stood paralyzed in place. Li Yueyao regained awareness, gazing in stupefaction at the operational holographic display of her mech. Above, the indicator lights representing the four limbs' power cores had all in that singular instant crimsoned into scarlet. The energy transmission conduits within her mech's limb joints had within that fleeting span of less than a tenth of a second been severed with clinical precision by Chen Yang's blade tip, severed through the energy channels themselves. Her entire mech, save for its life support systems, had been reduced to naught but scrap metal, and the opposing particle blade had at some unknown moment already been sheathed. His mech stood in tranquil stillness before the blazing empress, imposing as a mountain, still as an abyss. The battle had concluded. Li Yueyao sat within her cockpit, her mind utterly void. She gazed at the screen upon which stood that unadorned Class C mech, and despite the boundless fury and unwillingness that churned within her breast, all that remained in this moment could only transfigure itself into regret. The referee, as though he had long foreseen this outcome, rushed between the two mechs, and after Chen Yang had dismounted, he tremblingly raised Chen Yang's arm aloft. The match is concluded. The victor, Chen Yang of Class C3. The champion of this year's freshman tournament mech pilot division, Chen Yang. The dual crown champion. We have witnessed history. A freshman of F-grade genetic aptitude has for the first time ever claimed simultaneous championship over both the Star Awakener and mech pilot divisions. Boom. The entire central arena, following a brief suspended silence, erupted instantaneously with earth-shattering jubilation. Dual crown champion. Brother Yang. Brother Yang is invincible. A god. He is a god. Countless spectators leapt from their seats, waving their arms in ecstatic frenzy as they roared their acclaim. In the dormitory, Anya sprang to her feet in excitement, laughing and leaping with abandon. At the junkyard, the old man Lin, who drained his final bottle of wine in a single draught, a smile lingering upon his lips as he lay contentedly upon his back, gazing up at the star-splendored heavens. Within the VIP viewing section, Lin Yueshi beheld the man who, even amid a radiance of 10,000 beams, remained composed and tranquil. Those phoenix eyes in this moment held only an inexpressible tenderness and pride. My little man. Truly magnificent. The scene of the award ceremony. Chen Yang stood at the center of the arena, cradling two weighty championship trophies in his hands. Spotlights blazed upon him as countless camera flashes erupted in a frenzied storm. The host's impassioned voice thundered throughout the venue. Let us congratulate Chen Yang once again. A unprecedented dual champion. The cheering was so thunderous it threatened to lift the very dome of the arena into the sky. Just then a referee hurried over to Chen Yang's side and whispered, Chen Yang, several mecha manufacturers from the Armored Warrior Department just contacted me. They're willing to raise the offer to 30 billion. Chen Yang cast a glance at the contract. It remained a one-time collaboration with no binding clauses attached. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared accepted. And so audiences across the entire star domain once again witnessed that legendary moment that left them doubled over in laughter. With an expression utterly devoid of emotion, Chen Yang raised the microphone. Earlier, some viewers asked me why my mecha piloting is so fluid. It's because I use the Stellar Series training mecha. Though it's merely C-grade, its performance is stable and its response swift. Truly the ultimate choice for beginners. Purchase now and you'll receive a complimentary maintenance package worth 1 million. Limited time offer, first come first served. Once again the entire arena erupted in thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha. This guy has absolutely no shame left. I'm done. Completely done. Brother Yang, you've got real guts. Damn it, I actually bought it. It's not even expensive, so consider it my support for Brother Yang. The advertisers are making a killing. This wave of hype, 30 billion wouldn't even cover it. In the VIP viewing section, the representatives of those interstellar financial conglomerates were now grinning from ear to ear. They understood perfectly well that Chen Yang's gimmick as the F-grade dual champion, combined with his uniquely distinctive advertising style, delivered traffic and conversion rates that absolutely surpassed any top-tier spokesperson. This money was extraordinarily well spent. Lin Yueshi watched the man on the screen earnestly reciting his advertisement, laughing until tears nearly streamed down her face. This little rascal. He's going to laugh me to death. The award ceremony concluded. Chen Yang politely declined every banquet invitation extended by the media and financial conglomerates, and amid countless gazes of disappointment, departed the arena alone. All he wanted was to return home, hold his beloved little wife, and rest properly. Meanwhile, across the entire Sagittarius star domain, the star net had completely exploded. The 5 characters, F-grade dual champion, spread to every corner with viral swiftness. Countless news outlets and countless self-media content creators were frantically riding this wave of hype. Shocking. F-grade Gene Freshman simultaneously claims dual crowns in Star Warrior and Armored Warrior. Fate defied. Chen Yang proves with strength that genetic tier means nothing. Dual champion Chen Yang, I'm just an ordinary F-grade. Yet behind this deluge of news, certain truly prominent figures had also begun to take notice of that name. Federal Military Headquarters, 7th Fleet Command Ship, Sky Dome, the command chamber. A middle-aged man in a general's uniform bearing 3 golden stars upon his shoulders was watching Chen Yang's battle replay on the light screen. He was the commander of the 7th Fleet, the renowned Iron Blood General of the Interstellar Federation, Lin Jun. F-grade genetics, breaking through from Star Envoy to Star General within a single month, and even mastering a complete Star King aura. Lin Jun's brow furrowed deeply as he turned to his adjutant beside him. Investigate this Chen Yang thoroughly. Leave no detail unchecked. Yes, Commander. The adjutant saluted and departed. Lin Jun glanced once more at the calm, composed youth upon the screen, murmuring to himself, interesting. Truly most interesting. Meanwhile, in a distant border battlefield at the front lines where the Human Federation clashed with the Zerg, a massive warship, its hull painted pitch black and emblazoned with the Federation military insignia, hovered silently amidst the starry void. Within the vessel, in a luxurious private rest chamber, Zhang Li reclined languidly upon a soft sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, watching Chen Yang's competition replay on the light screen. She was clad in a form-fitting black combat suit that traced every curve of her exquisitely contoured figure. A cascade of wine-red hair draped casually across her shoulders, complementing her incomparably ravishing features. A bewitching allure tempered with a wild, untamed edge. On the screen, Chen Yang was executing Dragon Soul Annihilation, a single strike that shattered Zhao Tianming's defenses. Zhang Li gazed at that golden palm imprint, ran her tongue across her crimson lips, and a scorching brilliance blazed within her eyes. Star General Realm. A complete Star King aura. She chuckled softly, her voice dripping with enchantment. What a little man who never fails to deliver surprises. When I return, I shall properly reward you. She drained the red wine from her glass in a single swallow, set the goblet down, and reached for her personal terminal. How much longer until this is concluded, From the terminal came her adjutant's respectful voice, reporting, Instructor. At our current pace, we require at minimum another month. 1 month. Zhang Li's brows knit, slightly a flicker of displeasure crossing her gaze. Far too slow. Accelerate the pace. I intend to conclude this mission within 1 week. Yes. After terminating the communication, Zhang Li cast another glance at Chen Yang's handsome visage upon the screen, the corners of her lips curving into a smile that made one's heart tremble. Little one, wait for me. Chen Yang pushed open the door to his dormitory. A familiar, comforting aroma of home-cooked food greeted him. Anya was bustling about in the kitchen, wearing an adorable apron. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she whipped her head around, and those beautiful large eyes instantly lit up with radiance. Husband, you're home. She tossed aside her spatula, and like a joyful little bird flung herself directly into Chen Yang's embrace. Husband, you're incredible. Dual champion. You're the dual champion. I saw so many people praising you, and so many saying they want to send you gifts. Anya clung to Chen Yang's neck, her little face flushed crimson with excitement, planting kisses upon his cheeks without cease. Chen Yang laughed as he gathered his little darling wife tightly within his arms. All the glory and tumult of the outside world dissolved into passing clouds at this moment. He wished only to hold tightly this little fool who had supported and believed in him unconditionally from beginning to end. Husband, I've prepared so many delicious dishes for you. All your favorites. Anya wriggled free from his embrace, seized his hand, and pulled him toward the dining table. Upon the table lay an array of exquisite culinary creations, each one a masterpiece of color, aroma, and flavor. Chen Yang gazed at this feast, and a warmth blossomed within his heart. The two sat down, as Anya eagerly served Chen Yang dish after dish, her little mouth chattering away without pause. Husband, you fought so dashing today, especially that final technique, that dragon soul annihilation move. It was absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. And oh, the way you did that advertisement was hilarious too. I laughed until my stomach hurt. Oh right, husband, I saw so many people saying they want to send you gifts. Did you receive any? Chen Yang shook his head. No. I declined them all. Why? Too much trouble. Chen Yang replied calmly. Besides, those people sending gifts certainly have ulterior motives. Accepting would mean owing favors, and I dislike being in anyone's debt. Regardless of what Chen Yang said, Anya's eyes remained ever luminous with adoration. No matter what, whatever husband does is always right. Husband is the best. After a heartwarming dinner, Chen Yang gazed at his sweet and adorable wife before him. The power within him, freshly broken through to the star general realm, yet still unvented, began to stir restlessly. He swept Anya into his arms in a single motion. Honey, what are you doing? Anya let out a startled cry, her delicate face instantly flushing crimson. That's right. It's time for our daily post-meal exercise. With those words, Chen Yang strode purposefully toward the bedroom. The door closed shut. An intense bout of deep connection followed. After ascending to the star general realm, Chen Yang's physique and stamina had reached an entirely new threshold. Anya, who had always surrendered within half an hour before this time, fell even faster. In less than 10 minutes, Anya was left utterly drained, collapsing into his embrace as she tearfully begged for mercy. Honey, no more. I really can't take it anymore. Wah, you're being so mean to me now. Chen Yang looked down at his little wife, whose tears still clung to the corners of her eyes, his heart overflowing with both tenderness and satisfaction. He gently patted her back, comforting her in a soft voice. All right, no more mischief. Time to sleep. Anya nuzzled against his chest with a look of grievance and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Chen Yang gazed at his peacefully sleeping wife, curled in his arms, the corners of his mouth curving into a doting smile. Not long after, Chen Yang opened his eyes, feeling the steady rhythm of Anya's breathing against his chest. He carefully slid his arm out from beneath her, his movements as gentle as though afraid to startle a sleeping kitten. Anya turned over in her sleep, mumbling an indistinct dream talk, then sank back into slumber. Chen Yang tiptoed out of bed, dressed quietly, and pressed a light kiss to her forehead before turning to leave the dormitory. The corridor was utterly silent, with only the echo of his footsteps breaking the stillness. Chen Yang made his way with familiar ease to the entrance of Lin Yueshi's private training room. Before he could press the doorbell, the door slid open on its own. Come in, you little heartbreaker. Lin Yueshi's languid voice drifted out from within. Chen Yang stepped inside and noticed that tonight's training room was arranged somewhat differently than usual. The lights had been dimmed low, with only a few warm-toned wall lamps casting a soft amber glow from the corners. A thick plush mat had been laid across the fighting platform at the center of the training room. On a small table nearby, 2 crystal glasses and a bottle of wine emitting a faint ethereal glow had been set out. Lin Yueshi reclined against the sofa, draped in a black silk nightgown, her long hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. She held her wine glass, watching Chen Yang with a playful smile. So how does our dual champion feel today? Not bad, I hope. Chen Yang walked over and sat down. Not bad. Just a bit tired. Tired? Lin Yueshi raised an eyebrow. Tired, yet still had the stamina to wear out your little wife for half an hour. Chen Yang choked and burst into a cough. How did you know? Just a guess. Lin Yueshi laughed delightedly. Judging by your reaction, I guessed right, didn't I? Chen Yang shook his head in resignation. Lin Yueshi rose to her feet, walked over to the small table, and filled both glasses with that glowing wine. Here, let's have a drink to celebrate. She handed one of the glasses to Chen Yang. Chen Yang accepted it and brought it close to inhale the aroma. The bouquet was quite distinctive, a sweet fruity fragrance with an indescribable exotic undertone. What kind of wine is this? Starlight Intoxication. Lin Yueshi lifted her own glass. A specialty from the galactic core sector. 1 bottle costs enough to buy that junkyard of yours. That expensive. Why fear the price? Days like these deserve a fine vintage. Lin Yueshi cast him a withering glance. Besides, this wine isn't just delicious. It nurtures spiritual power and accelerates stellar energy recovery. Perfectly suited for someone at your current level. Chen Yang nodded, then tipped his head back and drained the glass in a single swallow. The wine touched his palate with a cool burst before transforming into a warm current that glided down his throat and into his stomach, rapidly spreading throughout every limb and meridian. He could sense the stellar energy within him, wearied from consecutive battles, restoring at a pace visible to the naked eye. Excellent wine. Naturally, Lin Yueshi finished her own glass, set it down, and beckoned toward Chen Yang with a curl of her finger. Come, it's time to give my dual champion a proper reward and relaxation. Chen Yang stood and stepped before her. Lin Yueshi reached up to loop her arms around his neck and rose on tiptoe, whispering against his ear. Tonight, I'm going to reward you properly. The words had barely fallen when she pressed her lips to his. This kiss burned hotter than any before it. Lin Yueshi seemed determined to convey all her pride and admiration through that single embrace. Chen Yang matched her fervor, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her tightly against him. Their breathing grew increasingly ragged. Lin Yueshi broke from his lips, took his hand, and led him toward the fighting platform draped with the soft mat. Come. Let big sister see just how much you've improved after breaking through to Star General. Her voice carried a hint of provocation, but even more so, anticipation. Chen Yang smiled. He swept Lin Yueshi into a bridal carry, strode up onto the platform, and gently laid her down upon the mat. In that case, I won't hold back. Who told you to hold back? Lin Yueshi hooked her arms around his neck, a bewitching smile playing on her lips. Bring it on. That single command ignited Chen Yang on the spot. An intense session of in-depth coaching unfolded. This time Chen Yang was no longer the passive one as before. He took the initiative, infusing every movement with the wuji aura he had comprehended. That all-encompassing momentum granted Lin Yueshi an experience beyond anything she had known. She could clearly sense how Chen Yang's momentum intertwined and collided with her own burning heaven momentum, not in opposition, but in a wondrous complementary harmony. Like the union of water and fire, they did not cancel each other out, but instead gave rise to an even more formidable energy. Within the private training room, ecstatic moans rose and fell in rhythmic waves. Time slipped away minute by minute. Neither knew how long had passed before they finally crested in unison. At that very instant, the system's cold mechanical chime echoed once again in Chen Yang's mind. Gene fusion with SS-grade bloodline Lin Yueshi has reached 3. Progress advanced. Congratulations, host. Rewards obtained: Gene Optimization Fluid Intermediate X1. Star King Realm Insight Fragment X1. A surge of elation filled Chen Yang's heart. Here it comes again. And this time he made a new discovery. He could feel that his wuji aura was in turn nurturing the spiritual sea within Lin Yueshi. That gentle, temperate power seeped in like spring rain, nourishing all things in silence, quietly replenishing her spiritual force. Lin Yueshi sensed the transformation as well. She opened her eyes and looked up at the man above her, eyes brimming with astonishment. Your aura. What is it? Chen Yang asked with concern. Your aura can nurture my spiritual power. Lin Yueshi's voice was laced with disbelief. How is that possible? Chen Yang offered a gentle smile. It must be a characteristic of the wuji aura, embracing all things, nourishing all things. Lin Yueshi felt utterly silent, stunned by his words. She knew that Star King auras, while formidable, were largely offensive in nature, her own burning heaven momentum being pure destructive force. Yet Chen Yang's wuji aura could actually nurture another's spiritual power. This was utterly unheard of. You little monster. Lin Yueshi raised her hand and gently patted his chest. What a treasure. Chen Yang drew her closer into his embrace. Then you'd better cherish me well. Duh. Lin Yueshi shot him a sidelong glance. You really think I'd let you off that easily? They lingered tenderly for a while longer before stepping down from the sparring platform. Lin Yueshi dressed and poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to Chen Yang. By the way, the school has approved 3 days of leave for you. 3 days? Chen Yang took the glass. Lin Yueshi nodded. Double champion privileges. Go enjoy yourself with your lovely wife. Additionally, since you have claimed championships in both academies, your student points are now ranked first in your grade, far surpassing second place. The school should have already sent you a text. You may move into Tianjiao City now. Tianjiao City, a residential area of standalone villas prepared by the academy for top geniuses. Lin Yueshi explained, each villa is equipped with the most advanced training facilities and a dedicated service team. The environment is far better than your current dormitory. Chen Yang pulled out his personal terminal and glanced at it. Indeed, there was a text message from the school. Congratulations on ranking first in student points this grade. You may now apply to reside in a standalone villa in Tianjiao City. Please visit the student management office within 3 days to complete the relevant procedures. Besides that, there was a long string of deposit notifications. The Dual System Championship prize, the Federation's special reward, and the previous advertising fees altogether pushed his account balance beyond 60 billion Federation credits. Chen Yang gazed at the long string of zeros, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. With this money, he could buy Anya finer things and also improve the living conditions for old man Lin Hu. How does it feel? Aren't you thrilled? Lin Yueshi asked with a grin. Chen Yang nodded. Very thrilled. That's good then. Lin Yueshi reached out and gently ruffled his hair. Go on, return to your lovely wife. Don't let her wake and find you gone. Chen Yang's heart swelled with warmth. After sharing a lingering kiss with Lin Yueshi, he turned and left the training room. By the time he returned to the dormitory, dawn was just breaking. Anya was still fast asleep, her small face rosy, breathing softly in slumber. Chen Yang quietly slipped back into bed and pulled her into his arms. Anya nuzzled against his chest in her sleep before sinking deeper into dreams. Chen Yang closed his eyes and soon drifted off as well. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Anya sat by the bedside gazing at him with her large sparkling eyes. Hubby, you're awake. Chen Yang stretched lazily. Why didn't you sleep in? I've had enough sleep. Anya chirped cheerfully. Hubby, I prepared breakfast for you. Come eat. Chen Yang sat up and looked at the lavish spread on the table, his heart warming. After breakfast, Chen Yang showed Anya the message the school had sent. Wife, the school has allocated us a standalone villa. We can move now. Really? Anya's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, and the school has also granted me 3 days of leave. We can go out and have fun. Yage. Anya bounced up joyfully and threw herself into Chen Yang's arms. Hubby, you're amazing. Chen Yang chuckled and embraced her. Go check out our new home first. The two of them packed up and left the dormitory, making their way to the student management office. The processing went smoothly. The staff members' eyes all carried reverence and admiration when they saw Chen Yang. Student Chen Yang, here are the keys and relevant documents for your villa. The staff member respectfully handed Chen Yang an exquisite box. Villa A1 in Tianjiao City is the finest in the academy. We hope you will be satisfied. Thank you. Chen Yang took the box and, holding Anya's hand, headed toward Tianjiao City. Tianjiao City was situated in the core area of the academy with beautiful surroundings and shady trees lining the paths. Each villa stood as an independent courtyard with sufficient distance between them, ensuring privacy without feeling isolated. Villa A1 was the largest in all of Tianjiao City, covering an area of over 5,000 square meters. Chen Yang unlocked the front gate with his key, and a meticulously tended garden came into view. At its center stood a small fountain surrounded by exotic flowers and rare plants. Wow, how beautiful! Anya dashed into the garden, excitedly fluttering about like a happy butterfly. Chen Yang followed behind with a smile, equally pleased. Stepping into the villa, the interior decor proved even more opulent. The living room was spacious and bright, with fine paintings adorning the walls and plush carpets covering the floor. The kitchen was equipped with every modern appliance. The bedrooms were impressively large. The master suite alone exceeded 100 square meters, complete with an ensuite bathroom and walk-in closet. In addition, the villa featured a dedicated training room, study, and entertainment room. The basement had been converted into a private training ground outfitted with the most advanced training facilities. Anya's eyes widened in wonder as she grabbed Chen Yang's hand and eagerly explored every corner. Hubby, this is incredible. Are we really going to live here? Chen Yang nodded. Do you like it, eh? I love it. Anya nodded vigorously. Absolutely love it. Just then the villa's doorbell rang. Chen Yang walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged woman in a butler's uniform. Young Master Chen Yang, I am the dedicated housekeeper assigned by the academy. You may call me Aunt Zhang. Hello, Aunt Zhang. I will be responsible for the daily maintenance and cleaning of this villa from now on. Aunt Zhang smiled. Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to contact me at any time. Very well, thank you. After Aunt Zhang explained a few additional matters, she bowed respectfully and withdrew. Chen Yang closed the door and turned to Anya. Wife, let's move in. All right. The two of them returned to their old dormitory, packed a few necessities, and moved into their new home. At noon, Anya prepared a sumptuous lunch, and the two of them enjoyed their cozy time together in the spacious living room. After the meal, Anya nestled against Chen Yang and whispered softly, Hubby, I'm so happy. So am I. Chen Yang gently kissed her forehead. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the soft carpet. Anya ran about the spacious living room, touching this and inspecting that, her beautiful large eyes brimming with curiosity and delight. Chen Yang leaned back on the sofa, watching her jubilant figure, and the thought of making her stronger grew ever firmer within his heart. He could not allow her to remain merely the woman behind him forever. She was an insectoid empress with an SSS bloodline. She deserved her own glory and strength rather than having all her happiness tethered solely to him. After settling into the new home and watching Anya revel in her excitement throughout the villa, Chen Yang found an excuse and stepped out into the garden. He then initiated a communication link with Lin Yueshi. The holographic display flickered to life, revealing Lin Yueshi's breathtakingly beautiful face. She appeared to be in the middle of a bath. Wisps of steam curled behind her, and her long hair clung damply to her fragrant shoulders. Well, our grand champion. Missing me already? Why aren't you keeping your little wife company in your new villa? What do you need me for? Chen Yang cleared his throat lightly and cut straight to the point. Yueshi, I want Anya to attend the military academy as well. Lin Yueshi's hand paused mid-motion as she dried her hair, her delicate brows furrowing slightly through the mist. Bring her to study here. That might be difficult. Her identity registration is not human. She would never pass the Federation Military Academy's admission screening. I know. That's why I'm asking. Is there any other way? Chen Yang spoke in a low, deliberate voice. For instance, an auditing position. Lin Yueshi fell silent at first, then her captivating phoenix eyes suddenly lit up with intrigue. In the projection, she seemed to rise from the bathtub, droplets of water cascading along her breathtaking curves. In the past, this would have been absolutely impossible. But now, a captivating smile played across her lips, her voice laced with playfulness. Now things are quite different. Your status as the F-class dual champion is itself the greatest challenge to the existing rules. The academy and the military would love nothing more than to use you as their living poster child. To win you over, bending the rules just enough to let your family member sit in on classes as an auditor. Entirely possible. A surge of hope swelled in Chen Yang's heart. So what specifically needs to be done? Leave it entirely to me. Lin Yueshi stood with her hands on her hips, her figure nothing short of stunning. As luck would have it, I have an old classmate over at the Xingzhou Academy. She's now their ace instructor. That woman, let me tell you, won't give anyone face but mine. Yet she has two great passions in life: breaking the rules and unearthing hidden gems. Anya has SSS level potential. If I can just get her in front of this instructor, I guarantee she'll be utterly smitten. Facing the projection Lin Yueshi shot, Chen Yang a flirtatious wink. Tomorrow bring her out. Let's meet in person. I'll do some reconnaissance for your little darling first. Besides, let me see for myself what kind of celestial beauty could bewitch our great genius Chen Yang so thoroughly. After hanging up the communication, half the weight on Chen Yang's heart was lifted. That evening when he shared the news with Anya, the young girl froze for a moment before exploding with overwhelming joy. Hubby, can I really study at the academy? Anya clutched at Chen Yang's arm, her small face flushed crimson with excitement. I won't be a burden to you, will I? Silly girl, you're my wife. There is no such thing as burden. Chen Yang gently tapped the tip of her nose. Don't you want to grow stronger, to stand beside me as my equal one day? Anya nodded vigorously, her eyes reddening as she hummed a soft but emphatic affirmation. For the first time, a burning yearning for strength blossomed in those beautiful eyes. The following morning found them at an outdoor cafe in the academy's commercial district. Chen Yang arrived at the designated meeting spot, with Anya well ahead of time. Anya had carefully chosen a lovely white dress for the occasion, her long hair flowing over her shoulders looking pure and adorable. Yet her small hand remained tightly clenched around the hem of Chen Yang's sleeve, betraying a subtle restless nervousness. Although she had long known of Lin Yueshi's existence through Chen Yang, and was aware of the complicated relationship between them, the moment of actually meeting her arrived, and her heart threatened to leap right out of her chest. Before long, a stunning figure draped in fiery red appeared at the street corner, instantly drawing the gaze of every passerby. Lin Yueshi wore a perfectly tailored red dress, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her crimson lips radiant. The commanding presence of a military academy instructor was on full, unapologetic display. She strode directly up to the two of them, her gaze lingering on Anya for a moment before those beautiful phoenix eyes settled on Chen Yang. The instant Anya caught sight of Lin Yueshi, she instinctively shrank back behind Chen Yang. This big sister. She's so beautiful, and her aura is so overwhelming. Yet Lin Yueshi happened to catch this subtle little movement. Her elegant brow arched ever so slightly, and the look she shot Chen Yang shifted instantly. As if to say, did this boy of yours do something to upset her? Chen Yang was bewildered by her glare, a chill running down his spine. Heaven knew, he had treated his wife with nothing but tenderness last night. Lin Yueshi paid him no further attention. Instead, she stepped forward with a warm, gentle smile blooming across her face, and naturally reached out to take Anya's hand. You must be Anya. Hello there, I'm Lin Yueshi, Chen Yang's instructor. Her hand was wonderfully warm, her voice impossibly gentle, instantly dispelling the greater part of Anya's nervous tension. Gee, good morning, Instructor Lin. Anya spoke in a small voice, her cheeks a rosy pink. Instructor? How distant? Just call me something more familiar. Lin Yueshi drew Anya down to sit across from Chen Yang, treating him entirely as if he were invisible. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Yueshi, the same as Chen Yang does. Yueshi? Sis. Anya's voice grew even smaller. Anya, let me give you a quick introduction to our academy first. Chen Yang ordered drinks for the three of them, after which Lin Yueshi began explaining the various departments of the military academy. Our branch school has three main departments, the Xing, the Xie, and the Ling Nianjia. Xing focuses on physical enhancement and stellar energy. Xie specializes in mechas and technology. Ling Nianjia hones spiritual consciousness. Your Chen Yang here is a monster. He trains in all three. But a normal person has limited energy and generally chooses just one primary path. Lin Yueshi analyzed patiently. Based on your situation, I personally recommend the Xingzhu Academy. Your bloodline potential is immeasurably deep. Walking the path of physical sanctification is both the most direct and the most formidable choice. Anya nodded along eagerly, her eyes now brimming with admiration and affection as she looked at Lin Yueshi. This Sister Yueshi is not only stunningly beautiful, but also incredibly knowledgeable, and so gentle to boot. Meanwhile, Chen Yang watched this harmonious scene unfold, and finally allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared some dramatic love triangle showdown might unfold, but now it seemed he had worried for nothing. Lin Yueshi's personal charm appeared to devastate her own gender just as thoroughly as the opposite sex. Before long, under Lin Yueshi's gentle guidance, Anya settled on her direction and chose to audit classes at the Xingzhu Academy. After the three of them finished lunch, they went shopping. The atmosphere between the two women had grown remarkably warm. Anya and Lin Yueshi were now chattering away like the closest of sisters, discussing every conceivable girl topic under the sun, leaving Chen Yang thoroughly sidelined. This continued all the way into evening, just as Chen Yang assumed the day's events had drawn to a close and prepared to take Anya home. Lin Yueshi suddenly rose to her feet, her smiling gaze settling on Anya. All right, now that the direction is set, talking without practice won't do. Come, Anya, follow me to my private training room. This big sis will test your physical data first, and while we're at it, show you the basics. At the words private training room, Chen Yang's eyelid twitched violently. He felt his mind go blank with a resounding buzz, his headache beginning to throb. Chen Yang gazed at the unchallengeable smile on Lin Yueshi's face, then shifted his attention to Anya, who was being led along by the hand with a curious and expectant expression. A tingling sensation crawled across his scalp. To a private training room. And bringing Anya along. Instructor Yueshi, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? Chen Yang attempted one final act of resistance. Anya, you shut up. Lin Yueshi cut him short with a single piercing glance. You don't have a say here. She turned toward Anya, her expression melting into something tender as morning dew. Come along, Anya. Big sister is taking you somewhere wonderful. Anya glanced at Chen Yang, then back at Lin Yueshi before obediently nodding her head. If it meant growing stronger and being able to help her husband, she would do anything. Chen Yang could only follow behind them with a heart full of trepidation. The three of them made their way together to Lin Yueshi's private training room, a place steeped with memories. Inside the training room, Lin Yueshi skillfully activated her personal terminal, summoning a holographic screen and sliding it before Anya. Displayed upon the screen was a dazzling array of cultivation techniques available for exchange. Anya, look here. This is the latest Federation-approved introductory technique, and also the most stable one, the stellar body refining art. It maximizes the development of human potential and lays the most solid foundation. To exchange for it requires 3,000 trainee credits. Though Anya had only just arrived, she had already learned from Chen Yang how precious those credits were. 3,000 credits, exorbitantly expensive. Her small face blanched as she hurriedly waved her hands. Sister Yueshi, this is far too valuable. I can't possibly accept, silly girl. Lin Yueshi smiled and gently ruffled her head. This is big sister's welcome gift for you. If you refuse, it means you don't acknowledge me as your sister. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yang standing nearby, a playful curve rising at the corner of her lips. Besides, the wool comes from the sheep's back. Your husband here is quite the big shot now. This little debt big sister will naturally collect from him, with interest. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. He could swear there was something hidden beneath those words. Lin Yueshi gave Anya no further opportunity to refuse, confirming the exchange directly. A stream of data light flashed by, and the cultivation method of the stellar body refining art was transmitted directly to Anya's personal terminal. All right, Anya, sit down. Lin Yueshi's expression grew solemn, the commanding presence of an ace instructor radiating from her without reserve. Close your eyes, empty your mind, and follow my instructions. Perceive the stellar energy drifting freely in the air. Anya drew a deep breath, nervously closed her eyes, and did her utmost to follow Lin Yueshi's guidance. In the next instant, a sudden and dramatic change occurred. The stellar energy throughout the entire training room, as if summoned by some invisible force, surged toward Anya's body at a visible pace, converging into a small vortex of energy. This, Lin Yueshi's beautiful phoenix eyes instantly widened to their limits, her face inscribed with utter disbelief. What kind of terrifying stellar energy affinity was this? She had taught countless geniuses, including herself. At their first encounter with stellar energy, they could only barely catch a wisp or a strand. Yet Anya had directly triggered a resonance with heaven and earth. The potential of an SSS bloodline, terrifying beyond compare. Chen Yang was also stunned by this spectacle, but what he felt above all else was joy and pride. As expected of his Zerg queen wife. Under Lin Yueshi's awestruck gaze, Anya's introductory cultivation proceeded with unbelievable smoothness. In less than an hour, she had successfully drawn stellar energy into her body, completing the circulation of her first meridian cycle, and officially crossed the threshold to become a stellar apprentice. A faint, delicate fragrance emanated from within her, the impurities expelled from her body as stellar energy cleansed it for the very first time. Anya slowly opened her eyes. Those dewy, luminous pupils now shone with startling brilliance, carrying an unprecedented radiance. I felt it. What an extraordinary power. She gazed at her own hands in delighted wonder, sensing the faint, yet undeniably real current of energy flowing within her. However, this joy did not last long before a wave of intense weakness swept over her. Her newly awakened body was still unable to withstand this influx of energy. Her spirit and stamina were instantly drained. Her little face turned deathly pale, and her body swayed on the verge of collapse. Don't be afraid. It's perfectly normal. Lin Yueshi reacted with lightning speed, catching her in a steady grip, then turned to instruct Chen Yang. Her body is depleted now and needs the gentlest azure dew to replenish her energy. The third shop on East Street in the commercial district sells it. Go quickly and return swiftly. Seeing Anya's pallid complexion, Chen Yang dared not delay any longer. After offering a brief, "You two be careful," he rushed out in frantic haste. Watching Chen Yang's silhouette vanish beyond the doorway, the anxiety on Lin Yueshi's face faded in an instant, replaced by a roguish smile. She helped Anya settle onto a soft cushion, then leaned close to her ear, lowering her voice to something conspiratorial tinged with mystery. "Anya, big sister has something she'd like to ask your help with. Whatever you need, Sister Yueshi." Anya was brimming with gratitude and trust toward Lin Yueshi at that moment. "As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely help." A rare blush crept across Lin Yueshi's pretty face. She pressed her lips to Anya's ear, and in a voice only the two of them could hear, quickly whispered something. Anya's face flushed crimson in an instant. From her cheeks all the way to her ears, and even her pale neck turned a delicate shade of pink. She stammered incoherently, at a complete loss for words. This, Sister Yueshi, can I really? Why ever not?" Lin Yueshi took her hand and heaved a wistful sigh. "I promised him before that if he won the championship, I would give him a reward unlike any other. Under Lin Yueshi's expectant gaze, Anya gave a slight nod, humming in a voice as fine as a mosquito's breath. Chen Yang returned with the azure dew at top speed. The moment he pushed open the training room door once more, his entire body froze in place. A wave of warm, humid air mingled with the scent of shower gel, and a young woman's fragrance rushed toward him. The training room's lighting had somehow been dimmed to an almost negligible glow, saturated with an atmosphere of intimacy. Upon that broad combat platform, two exquisitely beautiful figures sat side by side. Both Lin Yueshi and Anya had just freshly bathed, each draped in nothing but a snow-white bath towel. Their damp, flowing hair cascaded loosely over their fragrant shoulders, and in the subdued lighting their skin radiated an ivory-like luster. Seeing Chen Yang return, Anya's face flushed crimson in a flash. Like a startled little rabbit, she hastily lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Lin Yueshi, meanwhile, beckoned him over with a curl of her finger, a bewitchingly enchanting smile gracing her lips. The medicine won't be necessary. We've found a far better method of recovery. She patted the empty space between them, her voice laced with temptation. What are you standing there for? Come here. Did you forget what I promised you? Today I'm going to let you taste what true imperial indulgence feels like. Chen Yang's footsteps froze in place. The azure dew in his hand still carried a faint chill, yet the air within the training room burned hot enough to parch his throat. The scene before him was enough to make any man's blood surge with excitement. Dim light fell upon the wide combat platform, illuminating two exquisitely beautiful figures wrapped in nothing but bath towels. Anya resembled a startled fawn, her head bowed nearly to her chest. Damp black tresses cascaded downward, veiling the bashful flush upon her cheeks, while only her delicate little earlobes remained visible, red as though they might bleed at any moment. Beneath the towel, a pair of slender snow-white calves pressed anxiously together, toes curling inward, betraying the fierce tension coiling within their owner. Yet Lin Yueshi beside her presented an entirely different picture. She reclined in languid grace, the single towel utterly incapable of concealing her breathtaking curves. Instead, it served only to kindle a deeper hunger for discovery. Two long, fair legs crossed casually at the ankles, their tips swaying gently. Wet hair clung to luminous shoulders, droplets tracing the elegant arc of her collarbones before vanishing into the alluring depths below. Her gaze was bold, direct, saturated with an almost predatory hunger. Chen Yang's breath caught for an instant. He was no saint. And besides, one was the insectoid empress who had shared life and death with him, placing her entire being in his trust. Demure and tender, pure and endearing. The other was the ace instructor who had guided him onto the path of power, with whom he had shared several profound encounters. Mature, alluring, infinitely captivating. He scarcely paused to deliberate. With a flick of his wrist, he sealed the training room door, set the vial aside without care, and then began walking toward the combat platform, one measured step at a time. He then settled himself where Lin Yueshi's fingers had indicated. Two utterly distinct, yet equally intoxicating fragrances enveloped him completely. Hubby. Chen Yang tousled her adorably small head. That's my good girl. Lin Yueshi smiled with quiet satisfaction. She leaned close to Chen Yang's ear, her breath warm as orchids. Now close your eyes and circulate your Wuji aura. Today's cultivation lesson will be rather extraordinary. Chen Yang drew a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. A resplendent golden aura, warm and embracing, blossomed silently from within him, shrouding them both. The opening belonged to Lin Yueshi's guidance. Yet before long the arena became entirely Chen Yang's domain. Voices of sharply contrasting timbres, gasps, and undulating cries resounded throughout the training room. Time lost all meaning. At the instant this wondrous cultivation reached its absolute limit, a sequence of frigid system notification tones rang out relentlessly within Chen Yang's mind. Detection: host offspring gene fusion with SSS bloodline, Anya has reached 71. Congratulations, host. Rewards obtained: gene optimization solution advanced X1. Stellar God Realm Comprehension Fragment X1. Detection: host offspring gene fusion with SS grade bloodline, Lin Yueshi has reached 4. Congratulations, host. Rewards obtained: gene optimization solution intermediate X1. Stellar God Realm Comprehension Fragment X1. Chen Yang's heart lurched violently. A Stellar God Realm Comprehension Fragment. That was a realm beyond the Stellar King. And such fortune had fallen into his lap. Once the tempest of passion subsided, the storm fell silent. Within the training room, only the interwoven sounds of deeply satisfied breathing remained. Anya had long since succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly drained of strength, yet a sweet, contented, and peaceful smile lingered upon her little face. Lin Yueshi, meanwhile, lay draped languidly across Chen Yang's chest, unwilling to lift even a single finger. She could feel the unprecedentedly pure energy coursing within her body, along with a nascent thread of vitality stirring within her spiritual sea. Her gaze upon Chen Yang was impossibly complex. This man was nothing short of a walking fortune trove. She pressed a light kiss to Chen Yang's chin, her voice tinged with a husky, seductive quality. My little man, you truly are surprising this big sister again and again. When Chen Yang awoke, it was the aroma of food that stirred his hunger. He opened his eyes to find himself still lying upon the wide combat platform, a soft, thin blanket draped over his body. Yet the spaces beside him had long been vacated. He rose to a sitting position and rubbed at his slightly sore waist. Even a stellar general-level warrior such as himself felt a trace of fatigue from last night's frenzy. Awake! A voice laced with amusement drifted from somewhere nearby. Chen Yang turned toward the sound and immediately froze. A concealed door beside the training room had opened at some unknown hour, revealing a fully equipped open-concept kitchen and dining area within. At that moment, Lin Yueshi stood clad in a cartoon print apron, skillfully tending to something on the stove, while Anya sat obediently at the dining table, taking small sips of warm milk. What nearly caused his eyeballs to pop from their sockets was the sight that followed. After preparing breakfast and removing her apron, Lin Yueshi took up a small comb, and with the most natural air imaginable began brushing Anya's lustrous black hair. Anya tilted her little face upward, eyes narrowed in blissful enjoyment. What on earth was this situation? Chen Yang felt his mind failing to keep pace. Had their relationship really grown this close in the span of a single night? What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty make breakfast for you before. Lin Yueshi plated the last portion of fried egg, carried 2 breakfast dishes over, and cast him a sidelong glance brimming with feminine allure. The oversized t-shirt, originally Chen Yang's, clinging to her frame, proved especially enticing, its plunging neckline revealing fleeting glimpses of scenery with each of her movements. Sister Yueshi's breakfast is absolutely delicious. Upon spotting Chen Yang, Anya's little cheeks flushed rosy as she eagerly pushed her own plate toward him as though presenting a treasure. Chen Yang took his seat at the table and gazed upon this harmonious, yet peculiar scene. He picked up his fork and began eating in silence. The flavors were indeed exceptional. By the way, Lin Yueshi suddenly spoke. She picked up a napkin and with the utmost naturalness dabbed the milk residue from the corner of Anya's mouth. I've already spoken with the Stellar Academy regarding Anya's admission as an auditing student. Chen Yang's hand paused and he looked up. My old rival, upon hearing news of an uncut jade with SSS potential, grew even more excited than I did and agreed on the spot. Lin Yueshi laughed softly. Coupled with your F-class double crown title, the Academy is more than eager to extend you a courtesy. The paperwork will be completed today. Really? Anya's eyes instantly lit up, brimming with joyful surprise. Of course it's true. When has this big sister ever lied to you? Lin Yueshi pinched her little cheek, her gaze overflowing with tender affection. Watching their sisterly interaction, the odd feeling in Chen Yang's heart gradually gave way to a warm and reassuring sense of contentment. This seemed rather pleasant as well. After breakfast, Lin Yueshi seized the initiative with her characteristic efficiency, dragging Anya off to handle the enrollment procedures. Before departing, she turned back and cast Chen Yang a flirtatious glance, mouthing 2 silent words. Wait for me. The air still lingered with the fragrance of breakfast along with the distinctly different subtle perfumes of 2 women. He sank alone into the excessively plush sofa, opened his personal terminal, and gazed at the long string of zeros following his account balance. A sense of security he had never known before settled within his heart. Over 60 billion Federation credits. This sum was more than enough for him to live a life of regal luxury for 1,000 years on any Tier 3 colonial planet. But he knew it was still far from enough. Lin Yueshi's words, "You think you can handle the family behind me? You're still a long way off," lodged in his heart like a tiny thorn. To restore Anya to her former glory as the Zerg Empress, and to allow Lin Yueshi to stand proudly by his side, he would need far more power and wealth than this. However, a meal must be eaten 1 bite at a time, and a journey must be taken 1 step at a time. That afternoon, Lin Yueshi and Anya returned, relaxed smiles gracing their faces. All done. Lin Yueshi transmitted a shimmering data file to Chen Yang. From today onward, our little Anya is officially a special auditor at the Stellar Academy. Our Anya. Hearing those words, the corners of Chen Yang's mouth nearly betrayed him. Anya excitedly clutched his arm, her little face flushed pink, and her bright, dewy eyes shimmered with radiant light. Hubby, I can really go to school now. Chen Yang smiled and gently ruffled her head, then turned to Lin Yueshi and said earnestly, thank you. TCH, what's there to thank? Lin Yueshi tilted her chin up proudly. Besides, when I step in, is there anything I can't handle? She paused, then added, my nemesis, the ace instructor at Stellar Academy. Her name is Chen Yang. The moment she heard there was an SSS uncut jade, her eyes turned green with desire. She agreed on the spot, and even said she'd personally train Anya. Chen Yang. Chen Yang repeated the name. A cultivation maniac with a foul temper nicknamed the Violent Witch. Lin Yueshi pouted as though recalling unpleasant memories. But she really knows how to teach. With her guiding Anya, I'm not worried at all. And so the matter was settled. The news that Anya, the family member of Class F dual champion Chen Yang, had been admitted as an auditor quickly spread across the Academy's Star Network forum. Shocking. The family member of a Class F powerhouse has become an auditor at Stellar Academy. What kind of divine treatment is this? Buddy upstairs, what do you know? Do you know what status Bro Yang has now? Dual champion. Stellar general class powerhouse. Forget bringing in a family member as an auditor. Even if he wanted to bring a dog onto campus, the school would issue it an honorary campus dog ID. Haha, well said. But I heard that auditor looks like a fairy. True or false? True. I saw her at the student affairs office today. Damn, that beauty, that aura. Absolutely stunning. Bro Yang is legendary. No choice but to admit it. So envious. Powerful with such a gorgeous wife too. Now that's a true winner in life. The forum buzzed with discussion, but without exception it was all admiration and praise. Not a single voice of doubt remained. After all, Chen Yang had long since proven everything with his fists, leaving ordinary students with nothing but awe. Thus Anya's campus life began in a most peculiar atmosphere. Each day she would accompany Chen Yang to the academy, then head to Stellar Academy to report to that surprisingly gentle, violent witch Chen Wan. Although Chen Wan's face remained as cold as an iceberg that had never thawed in 10,000 years, ignoring everyone else, she displayed remarkable patience and enthusiasm toward Anya, virtually teaching her hand in hand. And Anya's SSS bloodline potential revealed a terrifying, unparalleled brilliance. Ordinary cultivation techniques, she comprehended them after a single viewing. Complex combat arts, she mastered them after only a few practice sessions. Her cultivation speed advanced at a staggering pace. In just one short week, she rocketed from a mere novice star apprentice all the way to high-tier star apprentice. Even the ace instructor Chen Wan gasped in amazement, exclaiming that she had stumbled upon a treasure. Chen Yang's life, too, settled into a rhythm that was both orderly and fulfilling. During the day, he attended classes at the Mechanist Academy, accompanied his wife to her auditing sessions at Stellar Academy, and consolidated his own knowledge. In the evening, he would train alongside Anya in the villa's training room, a facility rivaling professional arenas. Occasionally Lin Yueshi would drop by under the pretext of checking on her progress, after which the three would engage in certain complex and prolonged exchanges filled with bickering and spirited collisions. The days passed peacefully, steeped in a certain forbidden sweetness. Chen Yang savored this life dearly, until one afternoon 3 days later, he was attending a dreadfully boring class at the Mechanist Academy, Theory of Mecha Component Assembly. The instructor at the podium droned on with great enthusiasm, while the students below dozed off. Chen Yang too felt drowsiness creeping in. Resting his chin on his hand, he let his mind wander, deliberating over how he should reward Anya that evening for her rapid cultivation progress. Just then his personal terminal on his wrist buzzed with an urgent vibration. It was a top priority communication request. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. He hastily opened it. Sender Lin Yueshi. The message was brief, just one line. Jiang Li has returned. Her mission ended early. She's demanding to see you by name. Go to her private training room immediately. Don't ask, don't delay, go now. Buzz. Chen Yang's mind went utterly blank. Jiang Li, that enchantress, had returned. His mind uncontrollably conjured that cursed cage of desire, and the bewitching image of that woman licking her crimson lips, whispering to him, "Sister hasn't had her fill yet." A chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He felt his legs beginning to weaken. Reporting instructor. Chen Yang abruptly rose to his feet. Every student in the class, along with the instructor at the podium, turned to look at him in unison. Chen Yang, is something the matter? The theory instructor, upon recognizing this Class F monster, now known to every corner of the branch campus, instantly adopted a much more courteous tone. I have an urgent matter and need to leave. Chen Yang kept it brief. Oh, all right, of course you may go. The instructor didn't even dare ask for an excuse slip, simply waving him off. Under the curious and reverent gazes of his classmates, Chen Yang strode quickly out of the classroom. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed deep into the Psionic Academy, toward that familiar building, one that reeked of ambiguity and danger. Along the way, his emotions churned in turbulent complexity. There was tension, there was resistance, but above all there was a secret anticipation he refused to acknowledge even to himself. Back then, when Chen Yang was still merely a star envoy, Jiang Li had been able to toy with him at her whim. Now he had broken through to Stellar General, and even comprehended the complete, boundless, aura domain. What would it be like to face that enchantress once more? No, this time I must fight back. Before he realized it, he had already arrived before that familiar door. The door, as always, was carved with sinuous, bewitching rose patterns. Chen Yang stood at the threshold, drew a deep breath, and struggled to steady the somewhat disloyal pounding of his heart. He raised his hand, preparing to press the doorbell. But before his fingers could make contact, the heavy metal door began to glide inward, opened by some soundless mechanical contrivance. A familiar, rich, and cloying incense drifted out from within, wrapping around him like invisible tendrils. Beyond the door, dim, seductive, a languid, magnetic voice emerged from the shadows, tinged with the joy of reunion long awaited. Little man, you've made sister wait so long. The door opened slowly before him. A rich, sweet fragrance coiled around Chen Yang's body, like invisible vines slipping into his nostrils. This scent, he swore he would never forget it for as long as he lived. Chen Yang felt his throat go dry, his heart betraying him with its sudden, rapid pounding. He drew a deep breath, suppressing that nameless agitation in his heart, and stepped inside. The heavy metallic door sealed silently behind him, cutting off all light and sound from the outside world. The familiar training room was still lit by only a few dim wall lamps, casting the entire space in an ambiguous crimson glow. A tall, slender figure lounged lazily on an ornate swing chair, suspended in midair, resembling a gilded birdcage. She wore the same wine-red silk robe as before, its neckline cut so low that it revealed expanses of snow-white skin and a deep, alluring décolletage. A cascade of long curls in the same hue tumbled freely over her shoulders. As the swing rocked gently, a few playful strands brushed against her incomparably beautiful face. She did not look at Chen Yang, merely swirling the wine glass in her hand. Little man, a few months apart, and your courage has grown considerably. Her voice remained as languid and magnetic as ever, capable of stealing a man's soul with effortless ease. Making your big sister wait so long for you. Chen Yang stirred slightly but stood rooted in silence. He could sense that an invisible psychic force field had already enveloped the entire training room. This force field was several times stronger than before. Jiang Li had definitely grown stronger. What? Cat got your tone. Jiang Li shifted her gaze from the wine glass and let it settle on Chen Yang. Those bewitching peach blossom eyes swept over him from head to toe as though appraising a prized possession that belonged to her. The moment she sensed the profound stellar energy characteristic of a star general, the motion of her wine glass paused for an instant. Oh. She let out a soft, surprised note, her elegant brows arching slightly. Not bad at all. A star general indeed, and quite stable at that. Then her gaze grew even more scorching. And this momentum of yours, it has actually reached perfection. Jiang Li sprang down from the swing chair, her delicate jade-like bare feet touching the cold floor as she walked toward Chen Yang one step at a time. Her steps were unhurried, her figure swaying with each movement. Lin Yue, she said, your Star King aura is just as fierce as you are. Come, let big sister test it personally. She stopped before Chen Yang, extending slender fingers to tap lightly against his chest, her touch carrying a hint of coolness. Let's see what your Wuji aura is truly made of. Chen Yang's body stiffened. He could feel a force, gentle yet domineering, threading through her fingertip, attempting to invade his spiritual sea. Instinctively, he began to channel his Wuji aura to resist. Don't be so tense. Jiang Li burst into laughter, her whole body trembling with mirth. Big sister isn't going to eat you. She withdrew her fingers and circled around Chen Yang, the light in those peach blossom eyes growing ever more fervent and dangerous. Or is it that you're afraid? Afraid you'll lose control again like last time? Chen Yang finally could bear it no longer. He cleared his throat lightly. Instructor Jiang Li, did you call me here for spiritual practitioner training? Jiang Li was amused by his earnest demeanor. Of course it's training. She halted her steps, standing before Chen Yang once more, rising on tiptoe to bring those luscious fragrant lips close to his ear. And it's a training far more thrilling than last time. The moment her words fell, whoosh, Chen Yang felt his vision blur, and the entire world twisted and reassembled once again. Damn it. The accursed desire prison was here again. However, this illusion was utterly different from the last. It was no longer filled with base vulgar sensuality. He found himself standing in the bedroom of Villa A1 in Tianjiao City. On the bed, Anya and Lin Yue lay side by side, covered only by a thin silk blanket, their sleeping faces sweet and serene. An indescribable warmth and fulfillment instantly filled his heart. Chen Yang froze. What was happening? What was that vixen Jiang Li trying to do? Just as he stood in bewilderment, the two figures on the bed slowly opened their eyes. They gazed at Chen Yang's sweet and alluring smiles spreading across their faces in unison. Husband. My little man. They spoke simultaneously, their voices bewitchingly tender, brimming with infinite seduction. They threw off the blanket and sat up, their flawless bodies displayed before him without the slightest concealment. Chen Yang's heart clenched sharply. No, these weren't them. And you would never look at him with such eyes, and Yueshi would never speak to him in such a tone. This was an illusion. Alarm bells rang in Chen Yang's mind, and he immediately moved to channel his spiritual force to break free by force. But the instant that thought arose, the expressions of Anya and Lin Yueshi in the illusion suddenly twisted into profound sorrow and agony. Their bodies began to turn ethereal, as though they might dissipate at any moment. Husband, don't you want us anymore? Little man, are you going to abandon us? Their voices carried boundless grievance and despair. A heart-wrenching agony struck without warning, slamming viciously into Chen Yang's chest. In the real world, Chen Yang's body shuddered violently, his face draining of color as a thin trickle of blood escaped his lips. This time the desire prison no longer attacked his desires. It attacked the softest, most precious thing he longed to protect within his heart. Jiang Li watched his agony, running her tongue across her parched lips as a gleam of excitement flickered in her eyes. Little man, this is merely the appetizer. Let big sister see just how steadfast your protection truly is. Within the illusion, the agony intensified. Chen Yang could feel his spiritual sea being torn apart by another force born from the Wuji aura itself. He knew that if he didn't find a way out soon, he would truly lose himself here and suffer a mental breakdown. Protection. Protection. Amidst the boundless agony, Chen Yang's consciousness became clearer than it had ever been before. Was Jiang Li trying to tell him that true destruction might be born from within? But his Wuji aura was meant for embrace and protection. Since he could not escape that which was born within him, then there was no need to escape at all. A wild thought flashed through his mind. The next moment, Chen Yang abandoned all resistance. Instead of fighting the force tearing at his spirit, he actively threw open his spiritual sea, allowing that force to flood in. At the same time, his radiant golden Wuji aura erupted into motion. Not to expel, but to assimilate, to embrace all that might tear him apart. plunge into death and be reborn. In the real world, the smile on Jiang Li's face suddenly froze. She could clearly sense the spiritual force she had released vanish like a clay ox into the sea, instantly severed from her control. Then an even more vast, even more gentle, yet undeniably regal and authoritative momentum surged forth from Chen Yang, sweeping back in the opposite direction. How is this possible? For the first time, those confident, seductive peach blossom eyes of Jiang Li's reflected genuine shock and disbelief. She realized she could no longer control that illusion. Instead, her own spiritual force was being devoured bit by bit, consumed by that very illusion. This man was actually turning the tables on her.